Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of opening into a hell-level dungeon right here on GMT Recap. The world has been abuzz lately due to a real-life horror game titled Hell that has invaded reality. This game continuously draws people into a terrifying world, forcing them to complete various gruesome tournament tasks in order to escape. The winner will receive a reward and gain more power, while the loser will have their life deducted, resulting in immediate death. And today, yet another round of Hell is pulling new players into the tournament. The platform Eternal Night Camp has secured exclusive broadcasting rights for the livestream. This dungeon, titled The Strange Game, features Giant Elephant Hospital with an unprecedentedly high mortality rate for newcomers. After a long introduction by the host, they shifted to introducing the new players who would participate in this dungeon. Among the newcomers, one player stands out with a mental strength of 101. This introduction caused quite a stir among the viewers watching the livestream. Because the player Long D, who is known as the God of Love, is extremely formidable, and currently holds the record for the highest mental strength at just 100 points. Due to the large number of newcomers this time, Eternal Night Camp has not been able to update all the character information, so they directly proceeded to the most important part, dungeon clearing. The new players participating in the game will undergo a scan with a special machine, so that once they enter the world of Hell, they can be filmed live. The male lead this time is Xiaoi, who is also a newcomer among the players. He was originally a psychologist, but when Xiaoi entered this game, there was an unidentified error in the character data. Despite the game system's repeated attempts to fix the issue, the result was still a failure. Xiaoi woke up in a dilapidated hospital bed, still holding a surgical knife in his hand. This was the sole weapon Xiaoi carried with him. The surroundings were bleak and cold, and Xiaoi could see numerous red indicators in the form of simulation windows in front of him. I have indeed entered the game world. After regaining his composure, Xiaoi got out of bed and began exploring the area. This was indeed a hospital, but it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The facilities were in disrepair, with rats and trash everywhere. He saw a patient room with an open door down the hallway and, out of curiosity, peeked inside. "Young man, help me," a sickly voice came from within the room. Xiaoi entered to find a frail old man who was breathing oxygen, saying, "I want to use the bathroom." Xiaoi helped him stand up, but this time, the red warning appeared before him again. "Old man Lu, high danger level, do not move, slow speed." Xiaoi looked at it. Why does this Lu man seem so strange? His attributes are super strong, but he can't move. Is his attack range really that narrow? Out of curiosity, he took a few steps closer to the old man. The audience outside, who were watching the live stream, began to murmur. Does this newbie have no brain? Next, please. What an idiot! The number of newbies defeated by this old man is at least 50, if not 100. How easily this newbie is being fooled. Xiaoi stretched out his hand, almost touching old man Lu's hand. A smug smile appeared on the old man's face. As soon as he touched the old man's hand, Xiaoi would be finished. But as old man Lu lay there, dreaming, Xiaoi suddenly pulled his hand back, then circled to the head of the bed and pressed the scalpel he was holding close to the old man's neck. "Old man Lu, I'll ask you a question. If you answer correctly, I'll take you to the bathroom. If you answer wrong, I'll take your head." Old man Lu's eyes widened in fear, staring at the scalpel, terrified it would suddenly plunge into him. "All right, ask away. How many hairs do I have on my legs?" Xiaoi asked. Not only was old man Lu confused, but the audience also filled the live stream with question marks, shocked by the absurdity of the question. This is clearly a question with no chance of being answered. The scalpel in Xiaoyi's hand began to descend, slicing through the first layer, causing old man Lu's blood to pour out. He hurriedly screamed, begging him not to take his life. "Please. Ask one more question, ask again. This time I will definitely be able to answer." Xiaoi calmly replied, "All right. Where is the hospital's access card?" Earlier, after opening his eyes, Xiaoi had seen the instructions that the door could only be opened with an access card, so he decided to use this to threaten Old Man Lu. In his current weak position, he of course wouldn't dare to lie. There were a total of 3 access cards to the hospital, 1 on the principal, 1 in the logistics department, and 1 more. Before Old Man Lu could finish his sentence, Xiaoi's scalpel cut his throat. Naturally, he had no chance of survival, because Xiaoi had never intended to spare this old monster. The live audience, watching the situation change as quickly as the wind, was left stunned. At first, we thought Xiaoi was just a naive rookie, but it turns out he acted decisively, and was so ruthless. His sole weapon, the scalpel, also came into contact with the vengeful spirits of the dead, successfully unlocking its potential. From now on, it could deal physical damage to the demonic beings in hell. Since it had just taken Old Man Lu's life, the scalpel had also received some enhancement. As he was about to leave the patient's room, Xiaoi noticed a stack of documents on the table. On it, there were 4 words, Giant Elephant Hospital. The host of the program was also extremely excited because of this situation, as Xiaoi was the new player with a soul power of 101 points. And most importantly, what was in his hands right now was an hidden mission. The hidden mission in Xiaoyi's possession was named the Will of Old Man Lu. This mission was more difficult than the main mission, and once activated, it could be left incomplete without affecting the progress of the main mission. When he picked up the file, the fragments of Old Man Lu's soul had already started to gather. After being destroyed by Xiaoi in his form as a ghost, the last remnants of his consciousness as a human returned. He said that what Xiaoi was holding was a certificate of land, the only savings he had accumulated throughout his life. Old Man Lu's daughter, Lu Shui, had secretly had an affair with the hospital's principal in order to acquire that piece of real estate, plotting to send her father to his early death. However, in the end, it was she who met her own demise due to an unfortunate elevator accident. As Old Man Lu continued, tears fell from his eyes uncontrollably. His consciousness began to fade, but he did not forget to make his final request. He wanted Xiaoi to help him take revenge, to kill the principal, and in return, the property documents in the file would belong to him. The fact that Xiaoi had just entered the situation and activated the hidden mission made the viewers watching the livestream extremely excited. Although it was somewhat roundabout, they all felt that his performance was really not bad. From his thoughts and judgment to his actions, everything was very good. Among the spectators watching, there was also Yang Tao, the vice president of the famous Blaring Horn Brigade Guild. He stopped by to take a look and conveniently evaluate this year's newbie training session. At this moment, Yang Tao's entire focus was on Xiaoi. Earlier, Old Man Lu had subtly hinted to Xiaoi that his daughter had encountered an accident with the elevator, meaning the hospital elevator was no longer usable. The best way to handle the situation now was for Xiaoi to skip the hidden mission and use the stairs to find the hospital's access card. However, Xiaoi had a response that Yang Tao could not keep up with. He headed straight to the elevator and pressed the button. At that moment, another warning window appeared before Xiaoyi's eyes. The system said, "There is a vengeful spirit in the elevator. Although its power has diminished, its physical strength is still 5 times that of an ordinary person. You cannot fight it with your bare hands. However, this is only a low-level danger and is not insurmountable." Xiaoi loved to challenge himself. He guessed, 9 times out of 10, the vengeful spirit in this elevator is Lu Shui, Old Man Lu's daughter. Therefore, he directly entered the elevator. Afterward, Xiaoi pressed the button to go down to the first floor, thinking that most hospitals had a directory of departments down there, and to find the principal's office, he would need to know the layout of the hospital first. The elevator began to move, and the audience held their breath, observing the process. Earlier, they had listened to Yang Tao's analysis, so they now all believed that Xiaoyi's choice to take the elevator was incredibly foolish. On the way up, the elevator lights suddenly flickered off. Then, after about a second, they came back on. Xiaoi instinctively looked up, only to see a drop of water fall onto his forehead, followed by a cold hand placing itself on his shoulder. Xiaoi turned his head, and a vengeful spirit with a fierce expression appeared right behind him, screaming, "I died so horribly." The vengeful spirit of Lu Shui sent many of the audience's hearts racing, even though there was a screen between them. Yet, Xiaoi remained remarkably calm, even to the point where his expression seemed somewhat off, as if unusually excited. "You are Lu Shui, the daughter of old man Lu, right?" Xiaoi asked as he wiped the blood off his face. The vengeful spirit stopped screaming and asked in return, "I am Lu Shui. You came to help me take revenge, didn't you?" "No, but your father has a special gift he wants to give you." Xiaoi pulled out a property deed folder. "Your father left this specifically for you, it looks like a property certificate. He told me to personally deliver it to you." Lu Shui took the folder in her hands, trembling violently. She had never expected old man Lu to leave this for her. And perhaps, at that moment, Lu Shui began to regret her unfilial actions, coveting the inheritance, and wanting to push her father to his death. Seeing the female ghost's mood fluctuate intensely, Xiaoi began to pry for information about why she wanted revenge. As expected, Lu Shui recounted everything to him. Everyone claimed that her elevator accident was an unfortunate incident, but only she knew that it wasn't an accident. The culprit was the principal, he had pushed Lu Shui off the roof and staged it as an accident. "Help me take revenge." Lu Shui suddenly grabbed Xiaoi, "If you bring me his head, I will reward you handsomely." Although Lu Shui said this, the system did not send any new reminders to Xiaoi. This meant she was lying. There was no such thing as a reward here. But that was fine, Xiaoi could still take advantage of the female ghost. He then asked Lu Shui about the principal's weakness. "He is the strongest ghost here, but also considered the weakest." Lu Shui said, "Because unlike other ghosts, he doesn't know that he's already dead. If you can make him realize that he's passed, his obsession will disappear, and his power will vanish as well." Xiaoi had obtained the information he wanted, so he was very pleased. He handed the file to Lu Shui, whistling as he left the elevator. Lu Shui noticed something bulky inside the file but didn't expect that what she touched was a grenade with its safety pin removed. Xiaoi, besides possessing the rusted surgical knife as his sole weapon, also had 3 grenades. And even though Lu Shui had turned into a ghost, she was killed once again by him to pay for the unfilial acts she had committed. Xiaoyi's mood couldn't have been better, he even whistled as he walked, leaving all the spectators watching the livestream in astonishment. Isn't he a psychologist? Why is he carrying grenades as weapons when entering a dungeon? He can't possibly be a battlefield psychologist, can he? He seems way too calm. Most of the audience was incredibly excited. Yang Tao, sitting in front of his computer screen, couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Xiaoyi's performance is truly remarkable. That property certificate is Lu Shui's obsession. He was able to use this to lower her guard. After all, when facing demons, most players just want to run away. How many people have the courage to actively attack a demon like him? Moreover, it's clear that Xiaoi also knows how to take advantage of the system's notifications. Normally, in this situation, physical tactics wouldn't do much harm to demons. But Xiaoi is a newcomer, and the dungeon is on hell level difficulty. In order to ensure the highest level of safety for the players, the system significantly reduced the physical resistance of the monsters. That's why a grenade thrown by him could cause such massive damage. Yang Tao was very pleased with how Xiaoi handled the situation, so despite the Blaring Horn Brigade Guild not lacking in members, he still wanted to break the rules and bring him in. Xiaoi stepped out of the elevator, and not far from there, he heard a moan beneath his feet. It turned out to be Lu Shui. Her body had been torn apart by the grenade's firepower, but her head still rolled to his feet. Her eyeballs were bulging out, and her face was burned black, looking extremely grotesque. However, Xiaoi wasn't frightened. He even took the initiative to reach down and grab the skull, tossing it away with enough force to make it spin like a kiss. The head bounced, though it left a slight mark on his hand. Xiaoi took out his surgical knife, skillfully twirling it in his hand before heading towards Lu Shui's head. The female demon now truly understood fear, but no matter how much Lu Shui begged, the blade in Xiaoyi's hand still precisely plunged into her. The rusty surgical knife, now stained with the blood of another demon, began its process of evolution. Meanwhile, its owner's strength attribute was enhanced after consecutively slaying 2 demons. Xiaoi seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the experience of hunting demons. In fact, his expression was so intense that it made the other demons in the hospital instinctively flee. The audience felt that Xiaoi was far more terrifying than the demons themselves. At first, very few people watched the livestream, but now, due to his performance, the viewership had increased to 63.524 viewers. This newcomer is really something. He even managed to scare the demons in the dungeon into running away. Did I see that right? Did he just use the head of a female demon as a ball to throw? He must be a psychologist, not a mental patient, right? Many guilds were watching the live stream, hoping to pick out potential candidates. By now, Xiaoi had undoubtedly caught their attention. After Xiaoi defeated Lu Shui, he returned to the main objective, which was to go to the first floor to find the hospital map. Then, he headed to the security room and killed the 3 male demon guards there. Seeing the 3 bloody corpses sprawled on the floor, Xiaoi suddenly came up with an idea. He severed their heads, placed them on the table, and then reached for a nearby vase, using fresh flowers to decorate the 3 skulls. Witnessing this series of actions, executed with the ease and grace of flowing water, Yang Tao was at a loss for words. The audience now truly believed that Xiaoi was a psychopath. After a moment of thought, Yang Tao finally came up with the most fitting explanation. He said, in the beginner's dungeon, the strength of the monsters is severely limited, so they often fake their deaths to find an opportunity to ambush players. Xiaoi cutting off their heads is a thorough way to prevent this from happening. But the part with the fresh flowers around is really hard to believe. Although Yang Tao's explanation made sense, the audience still felt that this was something a rookie, playing Hell for the first time, couldn't possibly do. Even Xiaoi, after finishing his actions, calmly stood there washing his hands. After washing his hands, Xiaoi sat back down at the nearby desk. He was typing and printing a death notice for the principal, letting him know the truth that he had been dead for a long time. After printing it and passing by the desk, Xiaoi paused, seemingly lost in thought. Both the audience and Yang Tao couldn't keep up with his thinking because right after, Xiaoi took out a scalpel, stabbed it into the skull of the 3 guarding demons, and carved out a large hole, then placed fresh flowers in it. The gruesome, bloody scene was truly not suitable for the faint-hearted. Xiaoi finally let out a breath and smiled with satisfaction. With this, they probably won't come back to life anymore. A series of question marks appeared in the comments section from the audience watching. So kind-hearted, he turned the skulls of those demons into vases. What's with the satisfied expression on his face? This guy really has some mental issues. Damn it, I feel like the monsters in this entire dungeon are less scary than in now. Xiaoi stuffed the death notice into his pocket and left the security room. According to the map, to reach the principal's office, he had to go through a long corridor. The important thing was that there was a patch of black mist in that corridor, which reduced the mental strength of players. Inside each room hidden in the mist, there was a crying ghost, which seemed to be related to a side quest. Moreover, among the doors in the black mist, there was also a death door opening the wrong one would surely cost him his life. New players often died in this mist. Therefore, the audience was eagerly waiting to see how Xiaoi would handle it. However, the fog, which created such a sense of fear, had absolutely no effect on him. Xiaoi simply marched forward, and since he couldn't see anything, he decided to shut his eyes tightly. After blocking his vision, his hearing became unusually sharp. Xiaoi could hear many strange voices around him, most of which mocked him for being worthless, undeserving of life, and advised him to end his life. Normally, these whispers would be more than enough to destabilize a player's mind, but they didn't faze Xiaoi in the slightest. This was because, from the past, he had been hearing countless terrifying whispers like these every day. Whether it was when he woke up, just before falling asleep for even a second, or when he was using the bathroom, or even lying down scrolling on his phone, Xiaoi had never experienced a single moment of peace. Even the words Xiaoi had heard before were much more extreme than the whispers now. Every sentence, every word was filled with malice. Therefore, for Xiaoi, this place was not only not scary but also strangely familiar, as if he were returning home. As a result, instead of feeling fear, he even seemed to enjoy it a little. Is this guy even human anymore? The audience grew more and more astonished by Xiaoyi's resilience. Soon after, he heard a cry coming from a distance. The side mission was quickly activated. Xiaoi had to help the little demon cry in the room fulfill its wish. He glanced into the distance, beginning to pinpoint the location of the room from which the cry was coming. Xiaoi also cautiously gripped a surgical knife in his hand, then stopped in front of room 1107. His hand was on the doorknob, twisting it and discovering that it wasn't locked. The audience was even more tense than he was. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly for fear that Xiaoi would open the door and lose his life. But just a moment later, Xiaoi released his grip and stepped back. This kid's got some guts. He's this cautious. The viewers started typing their admiration for Xiaoi. But in reality, it wasn't that he was being cautious, it was the system that had sent a reminder. It said that this door was extremely dangerous and could potentially corrupt the data in a simple way. However, Xiaoi trusted that the system wouldn't deceive him, so he used the surgical knife to stab straight into the wooden door. It was just an ordinary door, yet when the knife stabbed into it, blood started to flow out. Xiaoyi's face clearly displayed excitement, causing the live audience to get goosebumps. This new guy seems a bit too extreme. I'm starting to worry about the principal now. If we ever run into him again, we must be careful. I think he's a madman. Over here, the system announced that Xiaoi had defeated the door guardian spirit, and the soul weapon began to strengthen. However, the scalpel remained largely unchanged, indicating that the enhancement was weak, which left him somewhat disappointed. Now that the door was no longer dangerous, Xiaoi gently opened it. Inside was a crying little girl, whose danger level was considered moderate. When Xiaoi opened the door and stepped in, she was still crying. This child had just witnessed Xiaoi relentlessly tormenting the door guardian spirit, an image so gruesome it was hard to bear. The little demon cry had been crying so much that the corners of her eyes bled, no longer mere tears but blood. Please don't kill me. The little demon cry raised her head, crying and pleading. But as she spoke, a surge of power shot out, aimed directly at Xiaoi. The audience held their breath, knowing that this was the very attack the little demon cry prided herself on. When the player faces the wave of mental attacks, they will instinctively feel fear and lose their strength. Yet, Xiaoi still stood there steadfastly. His mental strength remained at 101, unaffected even by a bit. In fact, Xiaoi directly walked towards the little demon who was frantically screaming. The audience thought he was about to use a knife to stab the girl, so they started to worry. Because the little demon cry still had other tricks up her sleeve. However, to their surprise, Xiaoi knelt on one knee and gently patted the child's head. The audience was completely stunned by his actions. They had witnessed Xiaoyi's decisive, even crazy actions since the start of the game. Everyone thought he was a mad demon slayer with no regard for others. But now, Xiaoi was showing such a gentle expression. In reality, his approach was actually very correct. For the little demon cry, the first step is to calm it down, then soothe it and build a trusting relationship. Only then can the side mission be completed. This was the assessment of Hong Ying, an experienced player who was revered as a goddess in the community. As soon as Hong Ying appeared, all the men watching the livestream exploded with excitement. But this woman had always maintained an incredibly arrogant attitude, coldly spitting out just one word, "Get out." And yet, the men were not offended in the slightest, they even wanted to record the goddess's curse and set it as their alarm ringtone. Just like Yang Tao, Hong Ying seemed quite interested in Xiaoi. When she saw him working on completing the side task, she was eager to know what his next move was. In the inferno, Xiaoi still gently patted the head of little demon cry. It was still crying, but its mood seemed to have eased slightly, no longer emitting the attacks it had earlier. Little demon looked up, its eyes swollen with tears, gazing at Xiaoi with a pitiful expression. "You're not here to take my life, are you? I've been here for so long, and finally, someone has come to help me." Feeling a sense of safety from Xiaoi, little demon cry began to lower its guard. However, it was unaware that one of Xiaoyi's hands was still tightly gripping the scalpel. His face was gentle, but his eyes resembled a wolf stalking its prey. The little demon began to tell its story. "At first, my mother was very sick. This hospital said they could save her, but it would cost a lot of money. Xiaoi seemed to be listening attentively, his eyes full of sympathy. But in reality, he was quietly searching for the best position to strike with the greatest force. The female little demon remained completely oblivious to this calculation. She was lost in her own pain and continued, "My family has always been very poor, we have no money to pay for the hospital bills." He kept on telling the story, and only when Xiaoi had already raised his knife did he realize, but it was too late to avoid it. Xiaoyi's movements were very quick. In the blink of an eye, the blade sliced across the throat of the little demon, causing it to let out a faint cry. To ensure that this creature wouldn't come back to life, he stabbed it countless more times, until blood poured out in torrents, splattering onto his pristine vest. The audience stared in shock. Indeed, you should never trust Xiaoi. Just a moment ago, they had praised his gentle demeanor, but in the next second, he resorted to such ruthless physical tactics to bypass any conversation with the female demon. However, by doing this, he wouldn't be able to obtain any crucial information from her. The audience began to wonder, could it be that Xiaoi doesn't plan to complete the side mission? In contrast to the audience's observations, Xiaoi, who was solving the puzzle himself, didn't think that much about it. He only knew that the system had classified the little demon as a mid-level danger, meaning it still harbored powerful destructive abilities. Therefore, to ensure his own safety, Xiaoi decided to take its life first and think about the rest later. Thanks to this achievement, the soul weapon, the scalpel, leveled up. Xiaoi slowly stood up and began to survey the surroundings. On the table beside him was a diary of the crying little demon. He started flipping through its pages. The notebook reads, "On November 12th, the weather was cool. My mother's condition worsened again. I'm still typing to earn money. In the past, I used to fall asleep while typing because I was taking care of her. This month, I didn't manage to meet the work quota. I begged the editor to advance my pay, but the editor said there was nothing more they could do. Therefore, I had to go out to find another job over the weekend. Every day, I skipped one meal, hoping to save enough money for my mother's surgery." The next day, the diary noted that the little demon had found a job delivering food, although it was quite tiring. By the end of the month, due to continuous heavy rain, the town became flooded. While delivering food, she had a fall and lost all her earnings. This storm lasted from mid-December until early February. The little demon also lost her food delivery job. Her mother's condition worsened, and the situation became extremely urgent. Xiaoi quickly flipped through the pages of the diary until he reached January 18th, a stormy day. There were only a few hasty lines. What has happened to the town? Why has it suddenly turned into this? Why is there no one on the street anymore? Where has everyone gone? Xiaoi sighed and closed the diary. The truth was, there was no useful information for him. But after thinking carefully for a while, Xiaoi suddenly focused on two key words, mother and surgery. With this thought, he turned and walked out of the room. However, the direction Xiaoi headed in was not towards the principal's room, which left the onlookers puzzled. Along the way, Xiaoi kept looking around, which only added to the audience's confusion. Only Yang Tao realized that he was eliminating the wrong options. Little Demon Cry had mentioned his sick mother several times. It was clear that this side mission was related to his mother. Although the little demon was dead, as long as Xiaoi found his mother, he could continue with the side mission. After walking down the corridor for a while, Xiaoi stopped in front of a jade green door. He smiled faintly and said, "I finally found it." Earlier, Xiaoi had gone from room to room to check which ones contained women and which ones did not, narrowing down his search area. This approach saved time while ensuring safety. That was the explanation Yang Tao provided, and the audience all found it reasonable. But they couldn't help but doubt, if that's the case, then for a rookie with no experience like Xiaoi, he's surprisingly smart, isn't he? Finally, Xiaoi opened the door to the sick room. Inside, there was only a sickly female ghost lying on the bed. With her frail appearance, it was highly likely that she was the mother of the little demon Cry. Xiaoi approached, slightly bent down, and spoke, "Hello, may I ask, are you Ajiao's mother?" The sick female ghost on the bed weakly spoke up to confirm, indeed, she was the mother of the little demon cry. However, Xiaoi still did not dare to underestimate the opponent just because of her frail appearance. This was because the system had warned that this female ghost posed a medium-level danger, equivalent to her daughter. Xiaoi put on a delighted expression and continued probing for information. That's great, I've finally found you. May I ask, is your husband or any other family members in the hospital? No. The female ghost answered shakily, her voice broken and weak. However, with every word spoken, her hair began to grow longer, reaching toward Xiaoi as if preparing to attack. Xiaoi maintained a calm expression, but in his heart, he had already figured out the tactics of this long-haired female ghost. Still, the information he needed was now clear. In the hospital, aside from the two ghostly women, there was no one else who could ambush him. Thinking of this, Xiaoi took a step back, then suddenly pulled the pin of his second grenade and threw it directly into the hand of the female ghost lying on the bed. Don't blame me, I just need to be sure. Before the female ghost could react, the grenade exploded. The deafening blast turned the hospital room into a pile of rubble. Xiaoi calmly walked out of the patient room, his suit still pristine, as if nothing had ever happened. The audience in front of the screen was left stunned, unable to say a word. The host was also frozen, unsure of how to comment. Yang Tao, sipping his tea, had already prepared a plate underneath. He slightly smirked. See? I told you, his actions would be so shocking that it would spill all the tea out. After the ward returned to silence, Xiaoi stepped back inside. The audience, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel confused. What is he doing? One person muttered. Another person questioned, shouldn't he be getting information from the female ghost to complete the side mission? Why is he ending both the mother and daughter like this? Xiaoi paid no mind to the suspicious gazes. He walked with calm steps, completely unlike someone rushing to complete a task. Yang Tao, observing from his seat, stopped drinking tea. His gaze was fixed on the screen, filled with confusion mixed with a hint of doubt. This newbie doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He thought to himself, Xiaoyi's actions were somewhat beyond expectations. A new player should have been focusing on the side mission to earn rewards. But Xiaoi completely ignored it, even going so far as to eliminate both the mother and daughter ghosts to avoid future consequences. Yang Tao chuckled lightly, making a comment. His profile clearly states he's a psychologist. But with this behavior, he seems more like a psychiatric patient. As for Xiaoi, he didn't care about the side mission's rewards. For him, the top priority was his own safety and the progress of the main mission. After dealing with the two female ghosts, he continued heading towards the principal's office. On his way, the hospital's various ghosts timidly avoided him. They felt that this human was even more terrifying than their own kind. Xiaoi ascended to the second floor. Passing by a room with broken glass windows, he saw a figure floating in mid-air. Immediately, the system issued a warning. This is the principal of Giant Elephant Hospital, a special level danger. Direct confrontation is not recommended. Xiaoi paused, his sharp eyes scanning the image before him. He pretended to think for a few seconds, then lightly smirked and murmured, if direct confrontation isn't an option, then there's only one other way. Xiaoi then pulled out the death notice that he had prepared in advance from his pocket. He pressed the paper against the wall and began to draw something on it. The audience, already accustomed to Xiaoyi's unpredictable actions, held their breath and watched. It turned out that he was circling important information on the paper with a red pen, then tearing off a piece of tape and sticking the paper onto his face. With the preparations complete, Xiaoi kicked the door open and stormed in. His initial intention was to distract the boss with the information on the paper as soon as it saw him. But the creature's movements were too swift. As soon as Xiaoi entered the room, it grabbed him by the neck with one hand and slammed him hard against the wall. There was basically no chance for him to resist. The principal, with its mouth wide open, ready to devour Xiaoyi's brain, would need to look directly at him to do so. Xiaoi, trembling, raised his hand and pointed at the photo printed on the death notice stuck to his face. The body in the photo was very familiar. The principal's movements froze immediately, and the hand that had been squeezing his neck slowly loosened. Xiaoi coughed violently, trying to steady his breath. The principal whispered, its voice full of doubt, I'm already dead? Its strength noticeably weakened. But in that instant, as if unable to accept the truth, it reached out again to choke Xiaoi. But this time, Xiaoi was thoroughly prepared. Moreover, the principal demon, after weakening significantly, was no longer a major threat. The scalpel in Xiaoyi's hand flashed like lightning, driving straight into the demon's skull. Both the force and angle were perfectly precise. This was a killing strike, sending the dungeon boss on its way in an instant. When the principal demon fell, Xiaoi felt his soul weapon had been significantly enhanced. At the same time, the system notified him that he had gained 3 strength points, raising his total to 8. The rusty scalpel in Xiaoyi's hand, after absorbing enough hatred from the principal demon, officially awakened. The blade now carried a bit of chaotic damage. Xiaoi wasn't sure what this chaotic damage attribute meant, but he guessed it was a form of advanced attribute. After retrieving his weapon, Xiaoi began to rummage through the principal's room for clues. Earlier, when reading the little demon's diary, he had learned that this hospital had once been overtaken by a mysterious dark force. However, information about that force was still unclear. The principal was a key boss in this dungeon, so there had to be more useful clues in its room. Xiaoi searched patiently, but after a while, all he found was a bloody letter with no clear sender. He opened the letter and read its contents. Old Chen, I've contacted the authorities and paid the town guards to help you. Guxian town is no longer safe. Pack your things soon. In 2 to 3 hours, go to the south gate, a black car will be waiting for you. If you're late, a catastrophe will occur. Xiaoi read the letter over and over again, unconsciously furrowing his brows. This document was sent from the outside. The writer knew exactly what would happen in Guxian town, but everything has already gone beyond his control. He refers to the principal as Old Chen, but in the end, the old man died in the hospital. This story still holds too many mysteries. Xiaoi couldn't find any more items with useful information, so after retrieving the access card, he turned and left the hospital. The sky outside had darkened, murky like the color of blood. Xiaoi walked along the path towards the nearby parking lot, feeling a heavy sense of resentment in the air. He stopped in front of a parking space. The ghost standing nearby caught Xiaoyi's attention. It was a genderless demon. It seemed no different from the other demons around, but the system kept issuing red alerts, indicating that it was extremely dangerous. If Xiaoi lost sight of it, something terrifying would happen. Xiaoyi's mood tightened once more. This thing looks even more dangerous than Principal Chen. Could it really be the boss of the dungeon? He followed the system's instructions, not daring to take his eyes off it. Staring at the creature, Xiaoi cautiously backed up until his back touched the metal sheet. He still didn't dare to turn around. Instead, he took out the hospital's access card from his pocket and held it up to the lock. The iron door opened, and Xiaoi continued to retreat. The demon remained motionless, and the system did not trigger any new mission alerts. It seemed it was not the hidden boss of this dungeon. Xiaoi couldn't wait for the hidden mission to activate, and the success notification for clearing the level rang out instead. He sighed with relief as a teleportation portal appeared at his feet. Xiaoi quickly vanished right before the strange demon's eyes, making it let out a furious scream. Xiaoi had successfully cleared the giant elephant hospital dungeon, while also completing the hidden mission, Old Man Lu's Last Will, and the side mission, Little Demon Cry's Last Will. His performance was rated S+, earning him 25 experience points and a reward in the form of the real estate deed of Old Man Lu, which had been unsealed. Additionally, Xiaoi earned a unique title, Worrywart Unique. The entire process of him clearing the level was relatively smooth, which caused the livestream audience to erupt in excitement. To be fair, at the beginning, the MC of the Eternal Night Camp introduced this dungeon as having hellish difficulty, with an extremely high newbie death rate. And yet, Xiaoi breezed through it like a god, causing people to get so hyped they could barely contain themselves. Upon leaving the giant elephant hospital, he was teleported to a safe zone. In reality, it was still within the hellish game. This safe zone was not a traditional real-world area, but rather a virtual platform. Here, players could trade items, share their experiences in the dungeon, or pass on their territorial exploration knowledge to others. But right now, Xiaoi temporarily had nothing to interact with. He originally wanted to go outside quickly, but then he saw his chat box exploding with 99 plus notifications. Out of curiosity, Xiaoi clicked to check. As a result, he saw a bunch of invitations to join guilds, including one from Yang Island. It seemed that after his recent performance, many guilds had taken a liking to him. While Xiaoi was looking through the guild invitations, a young man accidentally walked by, glanced at him, and was immediately frightened. What kind of a mortal is this boss hiding from? Why are so many big guilds inviting you to join? Oh, you're really that powerful? Xiaoi, who had never really paid attention to these guilds, wasn't sure, so he asked the young man. The young man seemed even more excited. Of course you're powerful. These big guilds rarely accept newcomers, sending an invitation to a boss like you is really an exception. His face clearly displayed the words envy and greed. It made sense, though joining a big guild was the dream of every player. Because once they joined, they would receive various resource benefits, boost world missions, and in turn, increase their survival rate in hell. The young man's envy contrasted sharply with Xiaoyi's indifference. He genuinely had no interest in those guilds. After finding an excuse to get rid of the meddling young man, Xiaoi began to open his equipment store to check it out. He also needed to buy a few more suitable props, but at the moment, he didn't have enough points. Perhaps he would need to clear a few more dungeons. Xiaoi opened the new player ranking board again and, as expected, his name was currently in first place. However, the fame or whatever it was didn't matter to him for now. He didn't fully understand this hellish game world yet, so he decided to open the additional information section to take a look. Xiaoi selected the explanation section about guilds to find out how exactly these so-called guilds operated. Below was a brief explanation. After entering the hellish game world, players would have no way to return to the real world and would be sent to some chaotic world. It could be very dangerous, barren, desolate, and lacking light. Players would need to adapt to various dangers, build houses, expand their territories to store resources, and move towards the center of the world. The only way to increase their chances of survival was to join a guild and work together with teammates. Xiaoi was a bit disappointed when he found out that he couldn't return to the real world anymore. As for joining a guild, it didn't really matter much to him. He shrugged it off and opened the world map to take a look. And the first place that caught his eye was Guxian Town, which was also quite far from the current safe zone. This is the town mentioned in the letter that Principal Chen received before using the rope, he thought. Guxian Town was located very close to the territory of a guild full of scoundrels. Therefore, Xiaoi had declined numerous invitations to join large guilds and proactively requested to join this one instead. After sending the request, he quickly received a message from the guild: "We are a garbage guild, with no resources at all." It was unclear whether they were being truthful or intentionally trying to drive him away, but Xiaoi calmly replied, "I am interested in Guxian Town." As soon as the message was sent, the person in charge of the guild full of scoundrels couldn't help but smile smugly. "This is interesting. You are ranked number 1 on the rookie leaderboard this year, yet you still want to join our guild. Did this guy not receive invites from the top guilds? Or has the quality of this year's rookies been so poor that even the number 1 on the leaderboard couldn't entice the top guilds?" It seemed that the guild full of scoundrels had only 4 members. In addition to the beautiful and curvaceous woman, there was an old man who appeared to be a Taoist, a fortune teller, and a rarely seen beauty. The earlier criticism of the rookie class came from the Taoist. He was a rookie who had earned an S+ rating in the Giant Elephant Hospital dungeon. "Tell me, do you think he's incompetent?" The teacher, who had been mocking and ridiculing, immediately changed his expression and his mood shifted to one of confusion upon hearing the girl's words. Someone with such a skill level would certainly be courted by major guilds, so why would they insist on joining a broken guild like theirs? He said he was interested in Guxian Town. "Don't stay silent, give your opinion," the girl said again. The person called Uncle Quan was the other fortune teller. After hearing the girl call his name, he slowly closed the book he had been reading. Gushen Town was related to their world mission, but the people in the guild were all worthless idiots who only cared about fighting and killing, not focusing on the world mission. That was why the guild had been declining day by day, with even the newcomers running away and no one daring to join. Therefore, Zhao Yi's request to join felt like a piece of delicious cake falling from the sky to them. Uncle Quan had no reason to refuse and told them to accept him. The announcement about Zhao Yi joining the Guild of Worthless Idiots was quickly posted on the World Channel. In the comments, a series of question marks appeared. Everyone was confused by his decision. After all, it was well known that the Guild of Worthless Idiots was just a trash guild. They had been around for 2 years but hadn't even cleared a basic dungeon. At the same time, Yang Tao had also seen the news. Although he already knew that Zhao Yi was not like other newcomers, not working according to the norm, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Earlier, Yang Tao had also asked his subordinates to find information about Xiaoi when he was still in the real world. The secretary had now brought back the pile of documents. The file mentioned that Xiaoi was a very famous person in the industry. Throughout his career as a psychologist, he had cured nearly 1,000 people suffering from severe mental disorders, and moreover, he had cured them completely, leaving no trace of any aftereffects. Whether the person was depressed or had violent tendencies, or had severe deformities, as long as they came under his care, they would be cured. However, those who were treated by Xiaoi would forget the entire treatment process. Although they were truly healed, they could not remember how they were treated. All information related to how Xiaoi treated his patients mysteriously disappeared. Therefore, in the industry, no one would directly refer to him by name. Instead, they called him by another nickname, the Angel of Oblivion. The more he listened, the more interested Yang Tao became in Xiaoi. He then instructed his secretary to call for the Demon Balkan. However, the creature known as Demon Balkan was vicious by nature, and the last time it acted, it had wiped out all the players in the dungeon. Currently, due to the excessively high damage potential, the Demon Balkan has been locked by the system and will only be released 3 days later. Yang Tao sighed heavily and glanced at the calendar on the desk. Well, I still have time, I can wait a little longer. As for Xiaoi, he had arrived at his new guild. The beautiful and hot-bodied girl greeted him. She introduced herself as Lu Ruqing, responsible for reviewing new members for the guild. The guild's territory consisted of some rather shabby, low-life individuals. Xiaoi openly criticized but still cheerfully allowed Lu Ruqing to lead him to meet the other members. Inside the guild, there were only 3 other people. The first was the fortune teller, always wearing dark glasses, known as Uncle Quan, the guild leader. Next was the cold beauty, rarely seen, named Meng Jiao, who was also the vice leader of the guild. Lastly, there was the old Taoist named Zhang Xiao, whom Lu Ruqing introduced as someone skilled in deception and trickery. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao jumped up. Lu Ruqing, I have knowledge of astronomy and geography. I've been reading fortunes for years without charging a dime. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xiao rushed forward and pushed Lu Ruqing aside, immediately making himself friendly with Xiaoi. He wanted to take Xiaoi to get a room, and he was arranged to stay in room 404 of the building. The old members all stayed on the 7th floor. Zhang Xiao's ambition to win over the new member was not realized, as she was suddenly kicked out by Lu Ruqing. Lu Ruqing took it upon herself to escort the newcomer to the dormitory, and the two stopped in front of room 404. After confirming the dorm details, Lu Ruqing explained, this will be Zhao Yi's safe room. Unless he agrees, no one else will be able to enter. The smart lock on the wall began collecting Zhao Yi's soul information, forming a lock that only he could open. The two entered the room and looked around. From the outside, the room seemed old, but inside it was spacious with a private bathroom and hot water. However, when it came to water and food, Xiaoi would need to go to the train station 2 kilometers away to loot, or rather, take supplies from there. But he could only do so once he reached level 3. His current level was not enough, but Lu Ruqing generously offered to advance him a bit. Xiaoi thanked her, feeling that this shabby guild wasn't too bad after all. After arranging the room for him, Lu Ruqing reminded Xiaoi, "Tomorrow night, there will be a briefing on the rules of the Hell game in the living room." She also warned, "The area outside the guild is temporarily unsafe, so you shouldn't go outside." The next evening, Xiaoi arrived on time in the living room to hear the briefing on the Hell game rules. To his surprise, in addition to him, several other new recruits had joined the guild. Uncle Quan waited for everyone to gather before he started introducing the 4 key members, then he proceeded to explain about the hellish world. After joining the game and successfully clearing the dungeon for the first time, they were all transported to a chaotic world, which could be called a world in turmoil. This world is extremely dangerous, and within the surrounding area, the only safe place is the guild's high-rise building. Therefore, if these newcomers want to survive, they must not wander outside carelessly. From now on, these newcomers are officially players of the Hell game. Uncle Quan continued, "They have a total of 2 types of missions to complete. The first is the dungeon mission, and the second is the world mission." He paused for a moment and then explained further, "The dungeon mission must be completed once each time, at most twice. So, the players here are most likely to be grouped with other players in the same dungeon. Therefore, killing and looting are normal occurrences." He looked around, his expression serious. "Although this is a game world, life is real, so you need to be extremely cautious and never easily trust anyone." Uncle Quan continued, "Additionally, after entering the dungeon, the Eternal Night Camp platform will begin an exclusive broadcast. During this process, if a player performs well, they can attract many people to become their fans. After the live stream ends, fan donations will be converted into accumulated points for the player. Although it's not a lot, it could get the attention of some large guilds. In the future, it will make things much easier when dealing with the outside world." When Uncle Quan said this, the new players exchanged glances, then began to discuss among themselves. "He's even told us how to get noticed by the big guilds. It seems like they basically don't care whether the newcomers stay in the guild or not," one of the new players exclaimed. Uncle Quan heard those words, but pretended not to. He continued explaining how to carry out world quests. "This is even simpler than dungeon quests. Each player's system has a guide ready. If they're interested, they can follow it. If not, or if they're afraid of having to go sell salt, they don't have to. The guild won't force anyone." He paused for a moment before asking, "Does anyone have any other questions?" Having said all that in one go, Uncle Quan thought there would be no more questions, but as soon as he finished speaking, the new players below immediately raised their hands, each eager to ask something. Uncle Quan sighed deeply, then pushed up his glasses, continuing his act of turning a blind eye and a deaf ear. "If no one else has any questions, the meeting is adjourned." After finishing his sentence, Uncle Quan and a few others, including Meng Zhao, turned and walked away, leaving the new players confused behind them. It took them a long time to process what had just happened. It seems like the veterans in this guild have no responsibility for the newcomers at all. "They just let us fend for ourselves," one of the new players grumbled. "I have this feeling like I've boarded the wrong ship," another newcomer sighed. "Well, it's your own choice to join this guild, don't blame anyone else," the first one responded. Contrary to the confused appearance of the new players, Xiaoi seemed to break the norm, still sitting attentively while sipping on a Coke, looking as if he were on vacation. He knew that among these people, many of those who had joined the guild were only doing so because they wanted to ride on his coattails, and that thought made him both amused and frustrated. Actually, all the information about the hellish game can be found through the system, Xiaoi muttered to himself. It doesn't matter whether Uncle Quan taught them or not. He sighed and shook his head. But really, the attitude of these people in the guild is just too blunt. They can't even pretend to care a little. Xiaoi paused for a moment, then continued, "The problem is that they don't even bother to engage in the world quest themselves. The guild has been established for 2 years but is still stuck at the tutorial quests. They've never once entered an official world quest." He smiled faintly. "But for me, Xiaoi, this might actually be a good thing, because it means I can experience the storyline from the very beginning and see for myself what Guxian Town went through back then." Xiaoi clicked on the world quest of the guild. Since it was still at the tutorial stage, the quest content was quite simple. Xiaoi must go to the abandoned train station to find food and water. The reward for participants is 2 free attribute points. He glanced through the quest description. From the guild's location to the abandoned train station is only about 2 kilometers. This 2 kilometer stretch isn't long, but 80% of the station is filled with demons. What's more important is that along the way, there are many other dangers that exceed the fighting ability of a level 2 player like me. Xiaoi frowned slightly, then decided, so, I guess I'll have to reluctantly close the quest board for now. He thought, anyway, the food in the guild's warehouse is still piled up, so there's no need to worry about food or drink for now. The next most important thing to do is to level up and accumulate points to exchange for the necessary items at the shop. So, Xiaoi decided to go dungeon hunting first. Not long after, the system found a suitable dungeon for him, pairing him up with other players, Yang Linlin at level 4, Jintao at level 2, and Lu Bai at level 3. The dungeon was called Haunted School, with a hell difficulty level. The main objective here was to survive for 7 days in Shan High School, with a reward of 75 experience points. The side quest was to break the curse in the school, with the reward being a death puppet. Among the 4 players in this dungeon run, Yang Linlin was a stunning beauty, also very popular with high charisma. She had just completed 4 dungeons but had already attracted a significant number of fans. After entering the dungeon, Yang Linlin opened her eyes and immediately realized she had landed in a hell-level difficulty. Her mood quickly plummeted. Oh my god, the last dungeon was just normal difficulty and almost killed me. Now it's hell difficulty, how am I ever going to get through this? Yang Linlin thought to herself. She was only level 4, with a health value of 10 points and a mental state of 95 points. She thought, originally, she had a total of 25 life points, but because she died 3 times in the previous dungeon, she lost 15 points. If she dies again this time, she'll only have 5 life points left. And if, by any bad luck, she dies twice, her life points will be gone, and that would really mean she's done for. Yang Linlin hugged her head, trembling incessantly as she worried about her fate. Then, she suddenly thought of something. Wasn't there supposed to be 3 other people besides me for this challenge? Then, I just need to rely on my teammates to survive. With that thought, Yang Linlin eagerly turned her head to look for her teammates in the classroom. However, the 3 nameplates that immediately caught her eye made her change direction. Because among the remaining 3, 2 were level 2, and 1 was level 3, all lower than her level, so she couldn't count on them at all. Yang Linlin also found Xiao Yi's demeanor quite annoying. While she was panicking, he still had the leisure to look around, left and right. Doesn't he realize how dire the situation is? Yang Linlin thought to herself, feeling quite dissatisfied. After a moment of melancholy, Yang Linlin decided to rely on herself. She glanced at the clock on the board. It's 1:20 p.m. on May 14, 2032. Looks like it's lunchtime now, so if nothing unexpected happens, the next class will start in about 10 minutes. Yang Linlin seized the opportunity to pull the other 3 people outside to exchange information. Being the highest-ranked person here, she also took it upon herself to assume the role of leader. Listen up, we are now facing unprecedented difficulties and dangers. In the next 7 days, we must make every effort to unite and cooperate if we are to have any chance of surviving. After that, Yang Linlin asked everyone what they thought about this dungeon. Although she was quite attractive, it seemed that the young man named Jintao didn't even bother to look at her and coldly replied, "We've just entered the dungeon, with no information at all. What's there to think about?" Lu Bai, though gentle in nature, and having not discovered anything unusual about this classroom, was quiet. Only Xiaoi had already noticed something strange. That's a classroom on a floor with extra space, each desk has 2 seats, but only 1 student is sitting in it. If a classroom has 46 seats, then each room should have no more than 23 people. This is clearly unusual, but Xiaoi had not yet figured out what the remaining empty seats were reserved for. Seeing that only Xiaoi had remained silent so far, Yang Linlin took the initiative to approach him. "Xiaoi, do you have any thoughts? Right now, we need to cooperate and exchange information with each other if we want to have any chance of survival." Xiaoi hadn't had a chance to reply yet, but Jintao, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar, began to wonder. About 2 seconds later, he remembered where he had seen the name before and suddenly exclaimed, are you the top player in the rookie leaderboard, the one who achieved an S+ rank in the Hell-level dungeon, Giant Elephant Hospital? As soon as Jintao spoke, not only did the other two people freeze, but many of the viewers watching the livestream of the dungeon were also surprised. Most of them hadn't even had the chance to recognize Xiaoi after the first dungeon, and yet here he was, entering the second dungeon already. The person with the most complex feelings at that moment was probably Yang Linlin. Earlier, Xiaoi was the one she considered the least impressive of the four teammates. But now he was the top player in the rookie leaderboard, achieving an S+ rank in the Hell-level dungeon? A powerhouse like that, of course she had to cling onto him. And the thought of clinging to the boss was not just Yang Linlin's. The proof was that, right after that, both Jintao and Lu Bai simultaneously spoke up, "Boss, take us with you to clear the level." Xiaoi didn't mind carrying these three tails alone. After all, he had to clear the dungeon anyway, so he reluctantly agreed to cooperate with them. "Alright, but before that, let me ask you all something. Do you remember where your seats are?" "Of course we do." "Why do you ask?" After learning about Xiaoyi's identity, her path to survival seemed to have widened, and as a result, she appeared much happier than usual. Xiaoi did not respond, only gazing absent-mindedly toward the classroom, before telling them to head back to class together. If his guess was correct, there would be a number of people in their class who would not make it through today. And if they didn't want to be the first to sacrifice, they had to make sure to sit in their correct spots, never, under any circumstances, sitting in the wrong place. Xiaoyi's words were soft, but all three of them could sense the pressure behind them. Jintao looked terrible at this moment, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing how bad he looked, Yang Linlin asked him how he was doing, but Jintao hesitated for a while, finally admitting that he seemed to have forgotten his seat earlier. "Boss Xiao, is this really that important? I'm not sure if other spots are dangerous, but for now, the position where we appeared in the dungeon should definitely be safe. If you really don't remember, you could try to recall something nearby from that time to estimate it." His reasoning was so sharp that the viewers watching the livestream couldn't help but exclaim, "The reputation of the top one is truly well-deserved." Many people, admiring his intellect, addressed him with the respectful title Boss Xiao. Many others were envious, claiming, the rookie dungeon allowed Xiaoi to easily reach the top rank because he avoided the monsters in the game. Now that it's the official dungeon, the demon retains its full strength. They were eagerly waiting to see him struggle. Facing such varying opinions, Xiaoi remained completely unaware. What mattered to him now was how to successfully pass the level. The clock struck, and the afternoon snowstorm had arrived. Whether they liked it or not, they had to return to class. After settling into his seat, Xiaoi, relying on the system, noticed that all of his classmates were demons with a medium level of danger. Thankfully, it was only medium. Even though their numbers were many, he could still manage to deal with them. When the entire class stood up, the homeroom teacher entered, and of course, she was also a demon. In her arms, she carried a stack of test papers and said, "Today, we will have a one-period exam." What caught Xiaoyi's attention was that the danger level of this female demon was listed as starting from medium. This meant that under normal conditions, her danger level would always remain at the medium level. However, once the hunt condition was triggered, her danger level would increase significantly and would only return to medium once she had eliminated her target. This was the person Xiaoi had to be cautious of. Xiaoi still couldn't figure out what triggered the opponent's killing mode. Was it because of the exam paper in the hands of that female ghost, or was it related to their seating arrangement? Unfortunately, it was likely that both factors were involved. In the classroom, the teacher was preparing to distribute the exam papers, her face gloomy. The exam duration is 50 minutes, and no noise is allowed during the test. Bored, Xiaoi propped his chin in his hand, watching the chubby guy sitting in front of him, trembling. He couldn't understand why he was acting this way. Xiaoi glanced at the teacher handing out the exam papers and wondered what he was so afraid of. At another desk, there was no one sitting, but the teacher still handed out an exam paper there, which intrigued Xiaoi. However, there was not a single word on the paper. He guessed it was just a formality. The teacher quickly handed the exam paper to Xiaoi. As she came closer, the person sitting at the desk above him trembled even more. Xiaoi bit his pen and casually read the paper, then happily let go, muttering to himself, "Great, I have absolutely no idea how to do this." Although he thought that, he still put his pen down and wrote a few words, signing his name on the paper. For the rest of the test, Xiaoi frowned and picked up the eraser. "It's all up to this," he thought, and tossed the eraser into the air. The class immediately buzzed with students whispering to each other. A person secretly turned their head down, glanced at question 3, and whispered, "What's the answer? Do you have the same answer as me?" The others were still engrossed in their exams. None of them noticed the teacher showing signs of something unusual above. She tilted her head in a strange way, her neck veins bulging, and her face turning red. Li Yuani sat in seat 7, first row, while Li Shuang sat in seat 2, third row. Xiaoi found it puzzling. The exam room is so chaotic, yet the teacher doesn't seem to care. Could it be that the triggering conditions have nothing to do with the exam room? He looked up, and the student in front of him was now trembling even more than before. Lin, sitting above, looked down at Xiaoi and thought, "Xiaoi is ranked first in the new students' table." Xiaoi said, "Being number 1 among these people isn't just about luck." She was curious to see what he was doing. At this moment, Xiaoi was still diligently juggling his eraser, but what surprised her was, the questions in the exam are so simple. Yet, he still has to juggle his eraser to pick an answer? The teacher was now furious, slamming her hand down on the desk and shouting, "Stop making noise." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Only Xiaoi remained calmly sitting, talking to himself. The multiple choice questions are almost over, and for the fill-in-the-blank questions, the answer will be what you count with your fingers from the questions in the exam. The teacher pulled out a bloody axe from her desk drawer, her beautiful face quickly contorted, turning rotten. She held the crooked axe and walked down like a zombie. "Let me see which student will receive the punishment." At this moment, aside from her body, her face was nothing but white bones, looking terrifying. The red high heels moved, making a clacking sound in the quiet space. She had taken the axe and placed it on the shoulder of a red-haired man. He felt his whole body tremble, so frightened that he held his breath. Under the desk, the shadow of the axe was being raised, reflected. He panicked and thought, "Did I sit in the wrong place?" Sweat quickly poured down his face. "No, I remember exactly what's on the desk." His mental strength quickly dropped to 68. "At this rate, I won't survive the first day." Most newcomers were like this. Jintao still trembled uncontrollably, silently praying, "Please don't kill me." Lin's mental strength was also dropping, down to 83. "Ho, I'm really worried for my goddess." Zhao Yi's mental strength remained at 100. "Are there many comments saying he's a monster?" I admire Zhao Yi's psychological quality, but as for mathematics. Ha ha. I just came from Zhao Yi's channel, briefly looked at his test paper, and not a single question was correct. The teacher was still standing next to Jintao. His mental strength had quickly dropped to 43. Jintao trembled, having long since been unable to hold the pen anymore. He weakly lifted his head to look up. In the end, he could no longer withstand the fear, and he collapsed onto the table. The teacher continued to hold the axe and walked toward Xiaoi. Seeing that he was still sitting calmly, as though nothing had happened, she repeated her old trick, raising that disgusting thing to his face and leaning her ugly face forward, trying to scare him. In contrast to the others, Xiaoi turned to look at her and smiled brightly. The system's warning notice activated the female teacher's neutrality function. I've caused this much trouble and she still maintains neutrality. Xiaoi thought, it seems that breaking the exam rules won't make her kill anyone. So, it's as if this female demon wants to kill, but if the triggering conditions aren't sufficient, she can't do anything. From another angle, she was the safest demon in the class. But safety now didn't guarantee future safety. Xiaoi calculated while taking something out. Xiaoi looked at the ugly woman in front of him and couldn't help but frown. What are you looking at? Hurry up and do your work. The system started to display an identification card. Xiaoi thought, her true appearance is really becoming exaggerated. He put the weapon back into his desk. Forget it. Anyway, I'm not sure if I could even kill her. She continued to press her face against him, her tongue sticking out. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Xiaoi remained calm, smiling gently, without saying a word, only feeling that she was truly beautiful. Just earlier, when he saw a female ghost who had died from a fall, her rotting face had left a deep wound in his tender heart. Strangely, the ghostly face of the teacher quickly reverted to its beautiful form. She gently touched her face and whispered, "Really? I'm really beautiful, aren't I?" "That's not right, this ghost is too unpredictable." She transformed back into her disgusting form. "It's exam time now, stop trying to charm me, get to work." Xiaoi pretended to be pitiful. "Teacher, your hands are a little cold." Suddenly, the boy at the desk next to them couldn't bear it anymore and cried out, "No, please don't kill me." His words caught the female ghost's attention. Her head immediately shot forward, growing long until it was nearly touching the face of the trembling student who was babbling. She raised her axe high into the air, ready to strike down. The chubby boy, terrified, whispered, "No?" Then, he kneeled at the female ghost's feet. "Please, give me one more chance. Please." She didn't expect him to act this way. "I promise, I swear I won't do it again next time." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slash cut through the air. Fresh, dark blood splattered across the classroom wall, creating a creepy scene. The chubby boy's head fell off, rolling to Zhao Yi's feet. He calmly stared at the head below. Suddenly, he kicked his leg up with force, sending the fat guy's head flying like a soccer ball, and somehow it landed right on Jintao's desk. He screamed in panic, tears welling up in his eyes. Jintao couldn't bear the sight, immediately vomiting and collapsing in faint. "I'm dying of laughter, both the person and the ghost are exaggerated, only Jintao gets beaten. Is this your so-called politeness, Jintao?" Luckily, Jintao fainted, otherwise his mental state would have dropped even further, and he might not even have the chance to die, instead turning into a dungeon monster. Suddenly, Jintao walked over to the ghost teacher. He handed her his test paper, smiling brightly. "Teacher, I've finished the test." She took it from him and skimmed through it. "Taking the test with someone like Xiaoi would only add trouble. If you disrupt the exam room again, I'll revoke your right to take the test." "Yes, ma'am." Lin watched his straight figure as he left. "So you're just going like this?" Xiaoi still wore his cheerful, smiling face as if nothing had happened, but once he stepped out of the classroom, his expression quickly returned to normal, serious and sharp. "I think I might understand a little now." 40 minutes after the exam ended, Lin had something to say. "Can we be a bit more stable when playing the hell difficulty dungeon next time?" "Seriously, boss, what you did earlier was way too dangerous. You nearly scared Jintao half to death." He smiled. "I just wanted to test that teacher. The truth is, as long as the dead zone isn't activated, those NPCs are actually quite generous and tolerant toward us." The three of them were surprised and still didn't understand, asking in unison, "Dead zone?" Lu Bai eagerly responded, eyes bright with excitement, "Boss, please explain more." Xiaoi carefully turned around, scanning the surroundings. Everything was quiet and still, no teachers passing by. "Didn't you guys notice? That cursed teacher has a rule when it comes to killing." Lu Bai impatiently interrupted with a question. "A rule? What kind of rule?" He thought to himself, "Isn't it just that a randomly lucky person gets chosen and then beheaded?" The words couldn't fully express it. Xiaoi raised his hand, signaling everyone to follow him outside to the schoolyard, where they would have a better view. During lunch breaks and in the afternoon, I've observed a total of 8 classrooms in the field. If you look closely, you'll see that the number of students in each class in the lecture hall doesn't exceed the number of seats, meaning there are less than half. And the further away the classroom, the fewer people there are. For example, this class has 18 students, while the next one has only 15. Just now, I handed in my exam paper, then went to the second floor to check, and the results were just like the first floor. Our class is the farthest on the 3rd floor. Many seats in our class are empty, and there aren't many students in the class behind ours." Lin put her hand to her chin, still not understanding what he was implying. "Let's say, just hypothetically, that the deaths of the students are due to some curse. The curse began to spread from the 1st floor, like some kind of virus infecting one class after another. Now, it had just reached our class. Xiaoi gloomily looked towards the classrooms. This curse has created a certain set of rules, and only those who break these rules will die. At this point, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, shivering in unison. Jintao and Lu Bai were terrified and hugged each other. So, does this rule have anything to do with the exam room discipline? Xiaoi continued to look towards the classrooms, replying, no. Think about it, I just caused a ruckus in the classroom and kicked you in the head, which definitely counts as disturbing the exam room, yet she did nothing to me. Instead, that strange fat guy in front of us got his head chopped off without understanding why. That fat guy must have done something to trigger a fatal point. The students who died probably did something similar. If everyone paid attention, they would notice that the test papers and scratch papers on the empty desks were all blank. Lin trembled. That's right, earlier when I stayed in the exam room, I saw some students holding blank sheets of paper, and in the end, those holding blank sheets were all killed. Recalling the scene earlier, Lin couldn't help but feel scared. Could it be that the blank test paper is what triggered the fatal point? Xiaoi shook his head. You're still too naive. The blank test paper isn't what triggered the fatal point. Based on my experience completing the dungeon last time, even if it was a hell-level difficulty dungeon, it wouldn't have been too difficult to complete the main mission. He said, the difficulty lies in discovering the side missions, hidden tasks, and worldview. So, the main task of this dungeon won't be too hard. If a blank sheet of paper is the activation point, does that mean the players can only resign themselves to their fate? Lin looked at him. That's right. Jintao grimaced. You said so much, just telling us the activation point would be enough, right? I don't want to die. Right now, I don't know what the activation point is. Although it's not a test, it probably has something to do with it. Moreover, there's something I need to tell you all in advance. Xiaoi covered his mouth and glanced over. This is no joke, this school has potential. Only the four of us are still alive. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomier due to his words. Jintao seemed to be in shock, his forehead covered in sweat, standing motionless, frothing at the mouth. Lu Bai rushed to support him. In the chat box, everyone was commenting enthusiastically, Jintao, brother, this is too tragic, don't scare him like that. Someone else said, do you think Xiao Yi's words are true? Meanwhile, Lu Bai was still busy shaking his scared friend, speaking, so what should we do now? The dungeon's timing is a bit unstable, the pace seems really loose, I feel like I don't even know where to start. In response to Lin's question, Xiaoi only said, wait for nightfall. Lu Bai didn't understand, why do we have to wait for nightfall? He felt, as students, how much time do we have during the day to check for the news we need? Lin silently praised, no wonder he's ranked number 1, he truly has some skills. She suggested that everyone should go out tonight to take a look. Xiao Yi agreed, and they would gather behind the pavilion at midnight. Jintao raised his trembling arm and hesitated, interrupting, can I not go? I'm afraid of encountering ghosts. Xiao Yi smiled brightly, of course you don't have to go. But I must remind you, if you hear or see anything tonight, don't scream. No one will come to help you, none of us will be there. Xiao Yi successfully frightened Jintao, and even Lu Bai was scared as well. He cried, boss, please don't scare me. I'll go, it's fine. After the evening self-study session ended, Xiao Yi walked among the crowd, but it seemed like everyone was lifeless, walking around like soulless corpses. The system notified, please pay attention to the time. Being late or returning too early will result in a warning. Exceeding 3 times will lead to expulsion. Xiao Yi calmly opened the dormitory door and glanced around. As the door opened, his eyes flashed with satisfaction at the new room. The room is clean, with 2 sets of bunk beds neatly arranged on each side. The blankets and pillows are tidy and well organized. As expected of the best high school, the dormitory environment is not bad. The system said that after a stressful day, he could finally relax a bit in the dormitory. He began to drift off to sleep and dreamed of an unsettling dream. Xiao Yi thought to himself, it seems the system wants me to sleep. Xiaoi couldn't control himself and fell asleep without realizing it. The night enveloped the world, and the red moon hung in the sky like a round ball. Xiaoi was still soundly asleep in bed, as though he hadn't had such peaceful sleep in a long time. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was alone in the room. The night was silent, but there seemed to be a sound just now. He was startled and sat up abruptly. Something has happened, he thought to himself. He grabbed his phone, turned on the screen, and checked the time. Only 3 minutes were left until the scheduled meeting. Xiaoi panicked, quickly opened the door, and rushed outside, running fast to the meeting spot. At the rest pavilion, a figure of a young girl was standing there quietly. It was Lin Lin. She anxiously looked around, the surroundings completely silent. When she saw Xiaoi, she was relieved, but the anxiety in her eyes could not be concealed. But where are the other two? I can't find them, everyone has disappeared, and I even thought you might not be here either. Lin Lin was scared and hid behind Xiaoi. He said, I don't know what this is, but it's definitely not a person. He took a step forward, trying to figure out what was going on. Lin Lin anxiously pulled his hand, stopping him. You can blame me, I know it's not a person, but why go over there? Don't you want to live anymore? Xiaoi responded calmly, if it's a middle-level entity, it might provide us with the information we need. Lin Lin was still frightened, hesitating as she spoke, what if it's not? Xiaoi took the box cutter from his pocket, the sharp blade reflecting the light. He gripped it tightly in his hand, his gaze darkening. Then I will turn it into an intermediate unit, he said, his voice dry yet full of determination. Lin Lin looked at him with concern, unable to suppress her worry. How could that be? Could it be that they? Xiaoi gently comforted her, trying to ease Lin Lin's fear. Don't think too much. For now, none of us have triggered the death point. They must still be alive. From the four corners of this scene, I can deduce that we've entered a place similar to an inner world. You could imagine it as a place that is both real and virtual. That's a good thing, it makes it easier for us to learn more about this school. Xiaoi started to lead the way, determined to move forward. Let's go, let's see what the school looks like now. Lin Lin obediently followed behind, her heart still heavy with worry. The two moved slowly, Xiaoi in the lead while Lin Lin hesitated behind. Suddenly, from a corner, a wave of dark energy spread out, making the air around them heavy. A shadowy figure began to emerge, gradually becoming clearer, revealing red eyes that filled Lin Lin with dread. She stammered, "What is that?" She turned pale as she looked at Xiaoi, silently thinking, this person seems dangerous, he feels even scarier than a ghost. The comments in the chat window began to explode with activity. Most of the comments were praising Xiaoyi's bravery. Xiaoi held the box cutter in his hand and stepped toward the shadow. When the shadow saw him, it seemed mesmerized, but as soon as it noticed the knife in Xiaoyi's hand, it immediately snapped back to reality, looking at him with surprise. It was very fast, and it quickly disappeared out of sight. He watched it in astonishment. He sighed in frustration, hey, I still haven't activated the clear vision skill. Ah, wait, don't go, let's talk first. Xiaoi quickly chased after it. Lin Lin watched him running, surprised and unsure of what exactly Xiaoi intended to do. Xiaoi was determined to catch up with it. He ran up the stairs, and at that moment, an eerie atmosphere surrounded them. Lin Lin asked him, "Are you usually this bold?" "Not really, I'm very cautious." She exhaled, thinking, cautious, and yet today, he caused a commotion in the exam room right in front of the female ghost proctor. He kept accelerating but patiently explained to her that he was certain, 100% sure, that the female ghost would not harm him. "Didn't you take the afternoon exam seriously?" Lin Lin asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" A few students were cheating right under the proctor's nose, but when the proctor noticed, she only gave them a brief reminder. This indicates that breaking the exam room rules didn't trigger the death curse. Lin Lin truly hadn't noticed this. As he was running quickly, he suddenly came to a sharp stop. Lin Lin couldn't stop in time and ended up bumping her head into Xiaoyi's back. She held her forehead and asked, "Why did you stop without saying anything?" Xiaoi seemed to have noticed something. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for Lin Lin to be quiet. Although she didn't know what was happening, she quickly obeyed and pressed both hands tightly over her mouth. Lin Lin followed Xiaoyi's gaze, and his face darkened as well. It was unclear what he had seen that caused Lin Lin to widen her eyes, her veins turning red with anger. Through the small window on the classroom door, they stood there observing for a long while, seeing nothing but dark shadows in the shape of human figures, sitting upright at their desks. Lin Lin whispered hesitantly, "What are these dark shadows?" Xiaoi coldly responded, "Unsure, let's go over to our classroom and check." In the dimly lit corridor, they quickly reached their classroom door. Xiaoi stealthily peeked his head in, carefully observing the inside of their classroom. Just like before, there were a few similar dark shadows. The teacher was giving a lesson at the front, and students were seated. He quickly realized that the seats occupied by these dark shadows matched exactly with the students who had been killed earlier that morning. Lost in thought, Lin Lin suddenly turned pale, then pointed toward the door. He followed the direction of Lin Lin's hand, and a blood-red eye was staring at them. It was unclear how long it had been observing them, but the eye glowed brightly, looking very eerie. Caught off guard like this, neither of them knew how to react, they could only stand frozen in place. After a moment, they could clearly see that the shadowy figure quickly moved toward the door. Lin Lin, panicked, asked, "How are we going to get past this?" Her mental strength was also starting to weaken. Xiaoi spoke softly, surprising Lin Lin, "We'll just pass through." He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, ran as fast as they could. At that moment, the shadowy figure revealed its true form, looking grotesque and terrifying. It stood there, sticking out its long tongue, seemingly trying to scare the two of them. Xiaoi spun the knife in his hand and smiled wickedly. The knife shot out quickly, embedding itself straight into the top of the shadow's head. Before it could comprehend what was happening, blood poured out from the stab wound. The demon collapsed to the ground. The system announced that because Xiaoi had killed the demon, his weapon's soul was enhanced. After the task was completed, Xiaoi moved forward to retrieve the knife from the demon's head. Lin Lin trudged behind, and the two quickly left the area. Returning to the ground floor, Xiaoi urged Lin Lin, "Hurry up, it can't leave the teaching area." Lin Lin was surprised, "We can't leave the teaching area?" "That's great, we can totally run outside." But before she could finish her sentence, a cold hand suddenly reached from behind her neck. It was another demon, and it viciously squeezed her throat. Lin Lin could only let out a scream, "Ah!" Then, she was pulled back into the teaching area. Xiaoi turned around and noticed that Lin Lin was no longer following him. Just then, he saw the scene and quickly threw a knife at the demon. However, due to the short distance, the knife only grazed Lin Lin's body, severing her ear. Lin Lin stood there dazed, not understanding what had just happened. The knife he threw lodged into the demon's shoulder, causing it to panic and release Lin Lin, stepping back a few paces. However, the demon's scream quickly brought Lin Lin back to her senses. She let out a loud scream, then rushed towards Xiaoi with all her strength, trembling as she clung tightly to his arm. Lin Lin's face was pale, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, looking utterly pitiful. The shock from earlier had caused her to panic even more, making it impossible for her to stay on her feet. She collapsed to the ground, and warm water flowed uncontrollably from her legs. Seeing her like that, Xiaoi felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly comforted her, "It's okay, it's okay, it's gone, it's gone." Lin Lin touched her ear, where blood was still flowing, her mouth trembling as she stammered, "My ear." Xiaoi sighed, "It's okay, once the duplicate ends, the wound will heal on its own." He quickly bandaged Lin Lin's wound, while everyone started commenting and admiring Xiaoyi's brave actions. Lin Lin sobbed and thanked him. After taking care of her, Xiaoi suddenly stood up and said, "Stay here and wait for me, I need to go back to the teaching area." The comments section immediately became lively, and no one understood what he was planning to do. Lin Lin anxiously spoke out to stop him, "Are you crazy? What if there's an ambush inside? Wouldn't you just be walking right into a trap? Xiaoi was confident. I'll be fine. The monsters in this school don't move freely, they all follow their own rules. For example, the proctor from earlier, who chased after us. I'm sure it won't follow us out of the teaching building. If it does, it will violate the rules and will face punishment that we can't even imagine. Lin asked in surprise, so if we go back to the classroom, is there some very important information there? Xiaoi answered, you need a list. The book the proctor had is too dangerous, maybe there's another one in the office. Lin asked if she could go with him. Xiaoi responded, are you sure? Lin hesitated for a moment, then said, I want to go with you. She continued, if we do nothing and just act like we passed the test, our evaluation and integration scores will be really low. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for you. If there's real danger, you can run away, I won't hold you back. I'm coming with you, and maybe I can help you at some point. Xiaoi seemed displeased when he heard Lin say that, but he couldn't leave her alone in such a dangerous place. In the end, he decided to agree to take Lin with him. Lin suddenly asked, by the way, Xiaoi, why did you go up to the third floor to check our classroom earlier? Xiaoi replied, still carefully observing his surroundings, to verify a few of my assumptions. Lin asked curiously, what assumptions? Xiaoi looked around and then said, the dark shadows in our classroom are the students who died during the day. The two of them stopped in front of a registration board, it's this office room. Xiaoi slowly opened the door and stepped in, with Lin following behind him. The moment he saw inside, Xiaoyi's face immediately scrunched up. The room was in disarray, with items scattered all over the place, looking nothing like a place where someone lived. Xiaoi carefully observed and, seeing no dark shadows, said to Lin, go in. Both of them entered, and Xiaoi cautiously closed the door behind them before saying, let's look for the ledger. Lin happily obeyed and followed him. Xiaoi said, in 3 days, the 8th grade classroom on the first floor had a total of 472 seats. 121 students were unevenly distributed across those seats. Xiaoi continued to explain, I took note of their positions and roughly memorized them. Earlier, in the classroom on the first floor, the positions of the dark shadows happened to be the empty seats during the day. If there had been only one classroom like that, it could have been an accident. But if all 8 classrooms are like that, I think it's a rule. He continued, but to be more certain, I went to the 3rd floor. There, I saw the fat guy sitting in the seat in front of me. He was killed by the teacher during the day, and indeed, a shadow appeared in his seat. Therefore, we can now draw the most basic conclusion, the shadow represents the students who were killed during the day. Lin was surprised and asked again, you mean you memorized all 472 seats and the positions of 121 students across 8 classrooms on the first floor? But you only glanced through them briefly. Xiaoi looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, is that not enough? Lin, still doubtful, responded, what good does knowing all this do? Xiaoi looked at her and then explained, what good? Based on this rule, we can make an inference related to the rule. The living and the dead cannot sit in the same seat. If this rule is violated, there will be punishment. Lin still didn't understand and asked, but haven't those shadows already died once? Could they die again? Her question made Xiaoi pause, deep in thought. After a moment, he reached for a piece of paper on the table. On top of a pile of documents was a folded sheet of paper. He unfolded it and looked at it. It was the class list for 11/8, dated September 14. The date matched the daytime hours. Xiaoi pointed to the paper and said, look, there's no name here. Xiaoi pointed at the blank spaces on the list and began explaining, this means that no one should be sitting in these spots during the test, but that fat guy is sitting right in front of me. Actually, he knows he's sitting in the wrong spot, but he doesn't know where he's supposed to sit, so he's feeling scared. He knows that if he sits in the wrong spot, he will die. Lin excitedly said, so all we need to do is carry this list, and in the coming days, we'll know where we need to sit. That means we can pass through. Lin smiled happily, but Xiaoi thought things were not that simple. He explained, we entered the duplicate on the 14th and have to stay at the school for a total of 7 days. In theory, if the time continues uninterrupted, the duplicate will end on the 20th of this month. But on this list, all the seats for the 20th are blank. It seems things are starting to get complicated. Lin Lin became frightened and hesitantly asked, so, what does that mean? Xiaoi remained calm and spoke indifferently, it means that all of us have to die on the 20th. Lin Lin's face turned pale, drained of all color. Upon hearing this, her mental strength weakened. She was so terrified that she almost couldn't stand, as if a heavy weight was pressing down on her. Xiaoi did not stop, continuing to pick up another envelope from the table. It was an envelope that had been sealed carefully. He slowly opened it, and inside was a thick stack of money. Xiaoi let out an intrigued exclamation. But among the stack of money, there was another piece of paper. He curiously took it out and discovered it contained a message addressed to the principal, and this money seemed to be intended for bribery. He quickly read through the letter and analyzed it, noticing that it had been sent to the principal but had been edited many times. A lot of important information had been crossed out, and it was clear that it was too late to send it. At the same time, the system had returned the weapon to him. Xiaoi said, just in time, the weapon is back. Let's head to the principal's office. Lin Lin stood stunned, murmured, and mechanically followed him. Just as she turned to walk, Xiaoi suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the stack of money from the table. Lin Lin stood beside him, watching, feeling speechless and unsure of what to say to him. She curiously asked, what are you doing with the money? Xiaoi looked at the stack of money in his hands, smiled, and replied, just in case. Lin Lin still didn't understand, so she asked again, can you explain more clearly? I still don't understand why you're taking this money. Xiaoi explained, no matter if this school is for humans or ghosts, they all follow their own rules. The supervising teacher can't leave the room unless there's a special situation. But the principal is different. The principal is less busy than the teacher, so if it's in the room, we need to find a way to lure it out. Lin Lin understood part of it, but she was still puzzled, so, how does luring it out with this money relate to anything? Very quickly, both of them were standing in front of the principal's office. Xiaoi gestured for silence, and Lin Lin immediately flinched and put her hand over her mouth. The two of them secretly peered into the office through the broken glass pane in the door. The system had warned that this was an extremely dangerous individual, a rookie who should not be approached, but this person was very limited in his movement. Although no longer human, the principal was still very obsessed with money, he was still counting money in the office. Lin Lin immediately understood. Because he was obsessed with money, Xiaoi intended to use money to lure him out. She finally realized that he was quite smart in his thinking. Xiaoi said, you stay here and keep an eye on him for me. I will go spread the money. Lin Lin obeyed and stayed in position. From the office door, Xiaoi began carefully laying down the money, one bill at a time, creating a path leading outside. Soon, the money had been scattered quite far from where the two of them stood. Once finished, Xiaoi dusted off his hands and said, after I knock on the door, follow me to run up the stairs to the rooftop and hide. Lin Lin immediately nodded and followed his instructions. Xiaoi quickly raised his hand and knocked on the door. The principal heard the sound and immediately turned his head toward the source of the noise to investigate. Meanwhile, Xiaoi and Lin Lin swiftly ran to the rooftop stairs to hide. The demon principal exhaled heavily, stepped forward, and opened the door. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes but saw no one. However, he suddenly sniffed the air, detecting an unusual smell of urine. He hurriedly ran out of the office to check, but as he walked, he stepped on a pile of money beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed something, and his eyes immediately lit up. Money, so much money. He laughed gleefully, his strange laughter echoing. The principal was busy picking up the money that had fallen on the ground. Xiaoi told Lin Lin, wait until he goes around the corner, then we'll sneak into the office to find a file. Lin Lin asked, a file? What kind of file? Xiaoi explained, from the letter, I found out that the mother of a student had a conflict with the school, which caused her severe harm, even leading to her death. The two of them stayed hidden, observing the principal, who was still engrossed in picking up the money, completely unaware of them. The time had come, and Xiaoi whispered, the principal has gone far, follow me. They both moved quietly into the office. Xiaoi continued explaining, now we need to find the file of that student to see what happened. Lin said, but if you're right and this matter damages the school's reputation, wouldn't it be recorded in the school's files? Xiaoi opened the cabinet and replied, the file of a student who has dropped out will be recorded. Major conflicts between the school and parents are rare, mostly involving issues of safety, health, and academic performance. Shirshan High School is a military-style training institution with very strict rules and tight supervision, so threats to the safety or health of students are unlikely. Therefore, the reason for a conflict between the school and parents, even to the point of fighting, is mainly related to students dropping out. Lin silently praised Zhao Yi's reasoning ability, that's right? Why didn't I think of that? Suddenly, as if discovering something unexpected, Zhao Yi stopped at a page of documents. A top student with excellent achievements was expelled simply for the reason of falling in love early. Lin asked in surprise, does the school have a rule that students are expelled for falling in love early? Zhao Yi thought for a moment and then replied, perhaps I've looked through the records of other students who were punished. The penalty for falling in love early is that both parties are suspended and their parents are called in. However, the female student named Chen Chang is the only one who was expelled. Under normal circumstances, a student as outstanding as her would only receive a lighter punishment than other students, unless, while being in a relationship, she provoked someone she shouldn't have. Lin asked further, does her partner have any special background? Or does her rival have any background? Zhao Yi thought for a moment and then answered, personally, I lean more towards the second possibility. After all, a student with such outstanding achievements usually has a lot of self-esteem. If they are rejected in a romantic relationship, they wouldn't continue to pursue it. Zhao Yi continued, we need to investigate anything related to Chen Chang. There might be a useful clue. Lin nodded but worriedly asked, where can we investigate? Their phones were provided by the school, and they can't access the internet, they can only set alarms. Zhao Yi suggested, let's go to the computer room, there's internet access there. As they approached the computer room, Lin suddenly noticed a dark figure standing behind Zhao Yi. She screamed in panic, pointing behind Zhao Yi, but unlike Lin, he was not in the slightest bit flustered. On the contrary, he turned around to look behind, damn, could it be that the principal came back early? He furrowed his brows, beginning to think of a solution. However, it was not the principal. This dark figure was slimmer in build. He slowly opened the office door, bent low to enter, and around him were cockroaches clinging to the walls. The noisy sound he made sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. He muttered, you all deserve to die, deserve to die. This phrase kept repeating. Zhao Yi noticed that the voice of this creature sounded young, and he began to suspect that this might be someone who had once been involved with Chen Chang. He froze for a moment, then stepped forward, still making judgments. He took out an item from his hand. It was an old property deed from Old Man Lu. Zhao Yi stood in front of Lin and asked, are you Chen Chang? We're here to clarify the truth about what happened between you and your mother back then. The dark figure laughed loudly, his tone full of mockery. He skeptically asked, the truth? Suddenly, he raised both hands, tightly clutching his head and screamed loudly. Lin could no longer bear the scream, immediately covering her ears. Her mental state was also gradually deteriorating. Lin tried to move forward, drawing her weapon, and decided to take a risk with the dark figure. However, the shadow, believed to be Chen Chang, appeared to be under some sort of manipulation. He clutched his head, screaming and muttering to himself. Suddenly, his head began to bulge and swell, with blood pouring out in torrents. In an instant, numerous long tentacles, resembling octopus tentacles, sprouted from his brain. These tentacles continued to grow longer and thicker, eventually covering his entire body. Zhao Yi and Lin stood across from each other, witnessing this spectacle, both extremely shocked. Although his body had calmed down, his mouth continued to mumble, "Damn it, they all deserve to die." Lin Lin trembled as she held her weapon and said, "What the hell is this, damn it?" The dark figure trembled as he struggled to move towards them. In no time, the distance between the man and the creature had nearly disappeared, and he continued to scream, "Damn it!" Lin Lin stood there, motionless, with no reaction. Xiaoi quickly stepped back a little to gain some distance. Lin Lin shouted, "You better run, I'll hold it off." She raised her gun, aiming directly at him, but his tentacles lunged toward her, aiming for her face. Realizing the danger, Xiaoi quickly said, "You need to get out of the way." He then pushed Lin Lin aside. The spot where Lin Lin had been standing was struck violently by a tentacle, causing the floor beneath to shatter. Lin Lin fell to the ground, but still tightly clutched her gun. The violent impact was too much for her to bear, and she let out a cry of pain. The demon's target at this moment was Xiaoi. He struggled to dodge its ferocious attacks. Temporarily unable to come up with any countermeasures, Xiaoi bit his lip in frustration. The tentacles on the demon's head began to move around again, searching for prey. The comments section exploded, with everyone feeling anxious for him. If this continued, just one hit would surely result in Xiaoi's death on the spot. The demon, standing at a distance from Xiaoi, turned around and shot its tentacles from its head straight toward him. Suddenly, a gun aimed at it and fired. The bullet pierced the demon's abdomen before flying out. The tentacles, thrown off course by the shot, attacked a little off target, giving Xiaoi the opportunity to escape. Lin Lin, still holding the gun, shouted loudly, "Xiaoi, run quickly, I'll cover you." The comments section flooded with praise for Lin Lin, as she was truly impressive this time. The demon, immediately hit by the attack, shifted its attention to Lin Lin. It quickly stood up and stared at her. Although bullets had no effect on the demon, the impact of the shot still allowed Xiaoi to escape the demon's strike. Lin Lin was terrified. She closed her eyes, held the gun, and fired continuously at the demon. It stood there, completely unaffected, but the collision enraged the demon. It growled, glaring at her, while Xiaoi moved forward, facing the demon. His face was grim, his eyes sharp, and he rushed toward it. Everyone was confused as to why he didn't run away when he had the chance to escape. But he kept advancing. Wasn't he just handing his life over to the demon? He crouched in front of the demon, about to be impaled by its furious tentacles. Suddenly, Xiaoi held up the property certificate of Old Man Lu in front of the demon. The certificate made the demon stop, halting its attack. It began to inspect the paper in his hand, and the tentacles slowly retracted, no longer in an attacking stance. Xiaoi immediately shouted loudly to Lin Lin, "Run!" Lin Lin was startled, but both of them quickly shut their eyes and dashed outside, leaving the demon behind. Lin Lin gritted her teeth, tightly holding the gun and firing at the door where the cockroaches were swarming. The cockroaches fell in a scattered mess. Lin Lin ran ahead, while Xiaoi provided cover from behind. Before running out, he carefully glanced back once more. Unfortunately, the seal started to lose its effectiveness, and the demon began to move. It roared in anger, causing everyone in the comments section to worry, unsure if the two could escape. Although Lin Lin ran first, her strength was insufficient, and she quickly lagged behind. By now, the demon had completely broken free from the control and screamed as it quickly ran toward them. Xiaoi urgently turned back, swung the knife in his hand, and threw it toward the demon. The knife lodged right in its chest, slowing it down a little. The audience began to get excited, eagerly watching. The two of them quickly escaped, gradually increasing the distance from the demon. Fortunately, the demon's body was uncooperative, which allowed them to run freely. Lin Lin's breath became rapid, and she could no longer run. Xiaoi told her that she could rest for a bit, as they had escaped the demon. The air around the school still exuded an eerie, terrifying atmosphere. Lin Lin asked him, "What should we do next?" Xiaoi replied, "Let's go to the machine room, it's still 3 hours until dawn. We should try our luck in the machine room. Maybe we'll find some clues about Chun Chang." Lin Lin remembered something and took out a handgun, saying, "Here, this is for you. The system will be activated in the future, and now you can use this handgun to improve your skills with firearms." Xiaoi took the gun, smiled lightly, and thanked her. The two of them continued walking, and the comment section in the system began to buzz again. About 10 minutes later, they stood in front of the machine room door, but it was locked from the outside. Xiaoi took the handgun Lin Lin had just given him and tried to use it. In no time, the lock was shot off, and smoke rose in thick clouds. When the door opened, no one was inside. Xiaoi ordered, "You stay outside and keep watch for me." Lin Lin agreed, took the gun, and observed the surroundings. Xiaoi carefully entered, walked around the room, checking every corner. He pressed the power button on a computer. Outside, Lin Lin remained on guard. Xiaoi sat down in front of the screen, quickly began typing, and searched for information in haste. Lin Lin impatiently asked from outside, "How is it?" He said, "The opponent has an unclear background, and all the information on the internet has been completely erased." However, Xiaoi was not worried. He said, "It doesn't matter, I can access the dark web to search." Lin Lin asked, "What is the dark web?" Xiaoi explained, "It's a part of the internet that is ignored, where information isn't fully deleted. Even though the data has been cleaned up, as long as we have the right key and go through some complicated steps, we can still retrieve the information." Lin Lin asked, "Were you a hacker before? How do you know so much?" Xiaoi shook his head, "No, I'm a psychologist. But my mind has the ability to communicate with data." He continued typing quickly on the keyboard. After a while, he pressed the enter key decisively. Lin Lin and everyone in the chat room didn't understand what Xiaoi was doing. While typing, Xiaoi looked at Lin Lin and softly said, "Fortunately, today is the first day, we still have plenty of time." Lin Lin took a deep breath, regaining her composure. "Well, luckily we still have many chances. I need to pull myself together." It was unclear how much time had passed, but from the hallway, fog started to roll in waves. Lin Lin hurriedly informed Xiaoi, "The fog is starting to rise." Hearing her, Xiaoi was startled and quickly began typing even faster. Finally, he clicked the mouse, and immediately, all his search data was wiped out. Without hesitation, he stood up and ran quickly towards Lin Lin. Xiaoi suddenly grabbed Lin Lin's wrist, pulling her hard as he said, while pulling her to run quickly, "Run fast, there's something wrong with this fog." Back in the control room, Xiaoi had successfully logged in and viewed Chen Chang's profile. He recalled the important information he had just skimmed about the demon earlier, which was believed to be Chen Chang. Lin Lin couldn't see the screen, but she could sense that he had succeeded. Chen Chang's mother had a dispute with the homeroom teacher of class 10A8 at Shan High School, and in an accident, she fell from the third-floor corridor. Although she was rescued, she still passed away on August 13th, 3032, with the cause of death being severe brain damage. A week later, Chen Chang went on a rampage at the school, wielding a kitchen knife, slicing the homeroom teacher in half, then fleeing the school. After that, he completely disappeared, and both the teachers and students at the school gradually went missing without any explanation. The police got involved, but there was no trace of anyone. Lin Lin stood outside and calculated, suddenly realizing, August 13th, 2032, a week later would be August 20th, then another month after that, which is September 20th, 3032. Isn't that the last day we complete the main mission? Xiaoi replied, "That's right. The electronic calendar in the classroom shows it's exactly the year 3032. We've gone back 7 days before the curse happened. That explains why the events on the list only go up to the 19th of this month." Lin Lin gritted her teeth. Xiaoyi's prediction was correct. On the 20th of this month, everyone will die. At first, when I got the list, I thought I just needed one more step to get through this duplicate level. I really am foolish. Xiaoi continued, "I once had a patient who was an extremely paranoid hacker. Every day, this patient would come to me and say that he could connect his mind to the network, traveling through the ocean of code." Lin Lin looked at him, bored and in disbelief. "You actually believed what a madman said?" Xiaoi chuckled softly, then continued. At first, he wandered alone in the virtual world. After some time of treatment, the two of us were finally able to play together. Lin felt like she was about to faint upon hearing this. In the chat window, everyone found it amusing as they listened to Zhao Yi's story. Lin curiously asked, "What happened next?" Zhao Yi kept typing while speaking. "Then, I was the only one left in there." She wondered, why? Zhao Yi continued typing, "Because I cured his paranoia." Lin was speechless after hearing that. "I didn't expect you to be so good at joking." "I almost believed you." Zhao Yi didn't pay attention to Lin's sarcasm, as he had seen something on the screen that made him focus. Both of them continued to run swiftly to escape the fog. Lin's mental value was rapidly decreasing, and it was clear that the fog was devouring her mental value. Lin felt herself slowly losing consciousness, her eyes beginning to close. She decided to bite her tongue to stay awake. Blood flowed out, but it couldn't stop the exhaustion. Everyone in the chat box was commenting in astonishment. Zhao Yi realized she was about to collapse, and biting her tongue wasn't effective. Her mental state quickly dropped to 50. He glanced around, looking for a place to escape the fog. Ahead, there was a water tower, but they wouldn't make it to the dorm in time, so they had to take refuge there temporarily. However, the entrance to the tower was locked tight with two heavy chains. Zhao Yi took out his gun, and at that moment, Lin was barely holding on. He quickly shot the lock off and pulled Lin inside. Xiaoi gently helped her sit down, leaning her back against a corner, then carefully closed the tower door to prevent any unexpected dangers. He even found some objects to wedge in, securing it more firmly. Lin still sat there, exhausted, but indeed, as Xiaoi had said, once the door was securely shut, the fog could no longer get in. Some people in the chat box admired Xiaoi for his quick and decisive actions. He sneakily peered through a small hole in the wall. The fog outside was still dense. The warning system sounded, indicating that this was a high-risk area, with many strange things inside. If they didn't want to face them, it was best to find a place to hide. Zhao Yi turned to check on Lin, and it seemed she was doing better. Lin let out a sigh of relief. Her mental value had increased again. She said, her voice lighter, "Thank you, you saved my life again." Suddenly, Zhao Yi's face tensed, his eyes cold and sharp like a demon. He decisively pointed the gun at Lin, his expression darkening like an executioner from hell. Lin, terrified, stammered and stepped back, raising both hands. "Xiaoi, why are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, a rustling sound came from behind. Lin turned around and, in panic, realized that Xiaoi was aiming his gun at a figure who had just emerged from the darkness. She screamed, "It's the guy with the thick beard." Lin flinched and immediately ran behind Xiaoi, seeking cover. The man raised both hands and slowly stood up. Xiaoi kept his gun aimed at him, wary, his eyes filled with surprise. The system notification appeared, "Congratulations! You have found someone alive in the school." The man stammered, "Don't kill me, I'm not a bad person." Xiaoi slowly lowered the gun, but since this person was unfamiliar, he couldn't trust him completely. He asked, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer immediately, instead replying vaguely, "It's not safe here. A terrifying monster will enter soon. I'll take you two down to the underground room." Even though he had offered to help, Xiaoi remained in a defensive stance, but he eventually agreed to follow. The man said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Shang, a former mysterious investigator from the A City Police Department." Seemingly understanding that Xiaoi might not believe him, he presented his identification. Xiaoi carefully checked his information. Lin quickly introduced herself, "I am young Lin." Xiaoi asked, "Is it just you?" At the same time, he swiped his hand across the table, closely observing. He rubbed his fingers, checking everything. It was all clean, no dust. Li Sheng sat down and began to explain. About 3 months ago, the police started investigating Shirshan High School, where students and teachers mysteriously disappeared. Despite the police sending many people to investigate, they couldn't gather any clues. So, under public pressure, the mayor had to approach us. After some preparations, I came to the school with a special task force to participate in the investigation. He continued, unexpectedly, that night, something strange happened. We divided into 3 teams, each with 9 people. While we were inspecting, a fog suddenly rolled in. A teammate named Xiaoi was quickly engulfed by the fog. When the investigators turned around, that person had vanished without a trace. Witnessing that scene, I was frozen in place. They were surrounded, panicked, searching for Xiaoi. Another teammate screamed, and then was also dragged away. I was horrified to realize that this fog was unusual and urgently shouted, "Everyone, run and retreat, stay away from the fog." I didn't know what it was exactly, but I knew there was something strange within it. He continued, in the end, I hid inside the dormitory building with the other 6 members of the surviving group. But after the fog cleared, we realized we couldn't leave the school gate. The fog outside was so thick it was terrifying. So, the 7 of us had no choice but to stay in the school, which was full of strange occurrences. As Li Sheng finished speaking, he hugged his face and cried. Xiaoi stood beside him, listening attentively and closely observing Li Sheng's expression. He picked up his pen and continued the investigation, daring to ask, "What about the other 6 members of your team?" At the question, Li Sheng stopped crying, his face became expressionless. He then lowered his head, and his voice became softer, "They're dead." According to what he said, he had been in the school for at least 3 months. Xiaoi continued to ask, "What did you usually eat?" Each question from Xiaoi seemed to make Li Sheng more frightened. "Can I not talk about this?" he said fearfully. Li Sheng spoke with obvious fear. Xiaoi began to feel suspicious of this man. He stared at Li Sheng with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, the lights in the basement started to flicker slightly, and all 3 of them looked toward one direction. The ground began to shake more violently, and the light bulbs swung wildly. A large foot emerged from the fog, each step it took made the ground tremble. The light bulbs creaked continuously. Xiaoi turned around and signaled for everyone to remain silent. The pillar in the basement seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. Xiaoi quickly used his hands to hold it tightly so it wouldn't collapse. Above, the foot seemed to have sensed something, and it began stomping harder to investigate. Lin was so frightened that she didn't dare blink. She held her breath and observed the situation. The light above shook more violently, as if it could fall at any moment. That foot stomped heavily right at the exit of the basement. Li Sheng also looked up to monitor the situation. He didn't dare to breathe too loudly, swallowing a gulp of saliva with difficulty. Above, the sound of footsteps going back and forth, probing, still echoed. After a while, that large black foot turned to the color of normal human skin. Scene shift. Let's go back a few minutes. Li Sheng sat down heavily on the chair and sighed. At that time, I hid in the water tower and accidentally found this basement, so I was safe. Lin seemed to have realized something, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "I know now. The water tower must be a hidden safe area. As long as we stay here and don't wander around, we can survive the 7 days." Li Sheng quickly interrupted, young lady, things could be much more complicated than you think." Lin, hearing this, asked gloomily, "What do you mean?" Li Sheng gritted his teeth, "The power of this school is expanding more and more, continuously. The water tower used to be a safe place, and even the monsters didn't care about it. But then, they started wandering around the water tower." Zhao Yi and Lin's faces grew tense upon hearing this. He continued, "Not only that, the monsters even knocked on the door to check if anyone was inside. Then, they used force to break in, search, and inspect everything in there. On the 7th day of the previous rebirth, I nearly got discovered while hiding in the basement. If we continue to hide here this time, it will be very dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, the noise above grew louder and more frantic. The sound of footsteps was clear, and it was obvious that there was more than one monster. If they were discovered, they would be like turtles in a jar and would definitely die. Indeed, Xiaoi had not yet come up with any solution. The increasing footsteps made everyone more frightened and panicked. There was no connection under the brick at the entrance. The banging echoed with a hollow sound. Xiaoi quickly ran to the ladder, using his hands to hold it tightly so that the floor tile would not be exposed, making it look like the other tiles. He climbed in as a support, both hands gripping the hatch cover. The monster above was enormous, still stomping heavily below to search. Lin Lin and Li Sheng quickly ran over to help, holding onto the ladder so Xiaoi wouldn't fall. Even using their feet did not work, as the monster quickly slammed its hands down to continue searching. Xiaoi couldn't withstand the powerful blow and groaned in pain. Everyone tried to hold on, trembling, biting their teeth tightly to avoid slipping off. In the end, the monster gave up and stood up. Above, there were indeed many monsters probing every corner. The fat one continued to slam the ground in another spot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down exhausted, finally escaping once. Li Sheng said, "See? I told you the waterfall is no longer safe. To survive this curse, we need to find the next hiding place or break the curse." He slowly climbed down the ladder and asked Li Sheng, "Do you have a way to break the curse?" Li Sheng replied, "I know how to break the curse, but altogether, it's very difficult, and I can't do it alone. I need your help." Yang Linlin immediately said, "We can help you." Xiaoi stood in the corner of the room, observing Li Sheng. Li Sheng hesitated for a moment, his face tense. At that moment, he relaxed, placed his hands on the ground, and decided to trust them. "All right, I'll trust you once. In the end, if we continue like this, the only way left is death. It's better to give up and take a gamble." Then he slowly stood up and continued, "Based on what we have researched and understood, I can now confirm." Li Sheng believed that the school's cyclical curse was related to a student. Yang Linlin unknowingly said the name Chen Chang, which greatly surprised Li Sheng. He stepped back, his face full of astonishment. "You guys know?" Xiaoi still stood with his hands in his pockets, observing calmly. After a while, he finally spoke, responding to Li Sheng, "I don't know much, but it seems that Chen Chang's mother had an incident at the Shirshan High School." Li Sheng tiredly sat down on a chair. As he sat, he said, "I can confirm that what you said is true. This is a long story. Chen Chang was originally a poor student in the city. Things were somewhat okay at first, but later, when his father worked at the coal mine in his hometown, a landslide occurred. His father got trapped inside." Li Sheng recalled the scene, his hands clenched tightly, his face saddened. He continued, "The coal mine owner, afraid of taking responsibility, fled, providing no compensation, leaving behind only a frail mother who had to work hard to survive, unable to afford medical treatment. Chen Chang's family situation was very pitiful. His mother had lost one leg and had to sew clothes to make a living, while they had nothing in their house. From then on, Chen Chang's family fell deeper and deeper into hardship." Li Sheng fell silent for a moment before continuing. Chen Chang's mother was old, and Chen Chang always had to take care of her. Fortunately, since he was young, Chen Chang had always been a kind and good-hearted person, and his academic performance was excellent. Not only did he get accepted to Shirshan High School, but he also received a large scholarship due to his previous achievements. Li Sheng continued with a sad look in his eyes. This place was supposed to be where he could nurture his dreams, but unfortunately, everything turned out unexpectedly. Yang Linlin and Xiaoi listened intently as Li Sheng recounted the story. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin nervously clenched her fists and looked at Li Sheng. He continued his story. Shirshan High School, in order to stimulate competition among the students, organizes 2 exams each month. Based on the results, the seating arrangement in the classroom is decided every week. Chen Chang had excellent grades, so he always sat in the front row. The other students had no choice but to sit in the back. Besides Chen Chang, there was also a female student with purple hair, who was not only very smart but also extremely beautiful, named Zhanya. She had maintained second place in the class for a long time and always sat next to Chen Chang. Li Sheng continued, his voice slightly lowering, "At this age, the hormones of high school students are changing intensely, and being seated next to each other for such a long time, Chen Chang gradually developed feelings for Zhanya. They would occasionally glance at each other secretly, their faces turning red with embarrassment. Li Xing paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, the homeroom teacher, with his bald head and glasses, was announcing the welcome of new students. They looked like a match made in heaven. But then, things began to change when a new student transferred in, named Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao had blonde hair and an arrogant expression. He was the son of the mayor. Although he never achieved the top spot in class, he had a crush on Zhanya and didn't hesitate to ask the homeroom teacher to switch seats with Chen Chang. Li Sheng slightly curled his lips. Homeroom teacher Liang Ming, though hesitant, ultimately couldn't refuse Pang Xiao's request. Moreover, it seemed reasonable to move a high-performing student like Chen Chang to a seat normally occupied by a less accomplished student. So, Zhanya sat next to Pang Xiao, and Chen Chang had to sit at the back of the classroom. He continued, unable to fight against Pang Xiao. Chen Chang had no choice but to patiently endure. However, one day during class, Chen Chang caught sight of Pang Xiao with a wicked expression on his face, reaching his hand inside Zhangya's shirt, while Zhangya didn't dare to resist. At that moment, Chen Chang's eyes seemed to be possessed by a demon, his eyes turning blood red. He crushed a pencil with one hand. In the end, Chen Chang could no longer bear the rage inside him. Wanting to take revenge on Pang Xiao, Chen Chang used his scholarship to bribe a group of students with similar circumstances to his own. He gave them a large sum of money and devised a plan for action one night. They wore masks and silently followed Pang Xiao. The group of students dragged Pang Xiao into a bush and beat him nearly to death. Two of them took turns beating him while the other kept watch. Unfortunately, there were cameras installed on the school campus, and everything that happened was recorded. The footage of the group beating Pang Xiao, while he begged them to stop, was captured by the school's cameras. The homeroom teacher called the three students in for questioning. After a harsh interrogation by her, one of the three students finally couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed Chen Chang's involvement. As a result, Chen Chang was expelled from school. When the teacher handed him the expulsion notice, Chen Chang held the paper in his hands, his eyes darkened with disappointment and anger. After the incident, Chen Chang's mother went to Shirshan High School, met with the class teacher, Liang Ming, and begged for help. Li Sheng continued. He, with a smug expression, turned his back to Chen Chang's mother while she grabbed onto Liang Ming's sleeve. However, Liang Ming paid no attention to these matters. Then, the two of them collided. Liang Ming, with a displeased face, gritted his teeth and said, "You get out," before swinging his hand, causing Chen Chang's mother to fall backward. She tripped over her own feet and couldn't maintain her balance, her eyes welling up with tears. In the end, Liang Ming unintentionally caused Chen Chang's mother to fall down the stairs. She landed directly at the foot of the stairs, her head hitting the ground, and blood splattered everywhere, causing those around her to panic. Yang Linlin, hearing this, was scared and quickly hid behind Xiaoi, while Xiaoi remained calm, showing no emotion. Li Sheng continued his story. As you can probably guess, the death of Chen Chang's mother was covered up by the school and the mayor together. Li Sheng clenched his teeth, his expression full of discomfort, one hand placed on his temple as he continued. Soon after, Chen Chang snuck into the school, carrying a kitchen knife, and personally chopped Liang Ming, the headmaster, to death. During a chase by the security guards, he managed to escape, and from then on, he disappeared without a trace. At this point, the atmosphere became silent, and everyone stood still, watching Li Sheng, who was sitting in the chair with one hand holding his head. After a while, Li Sheng spoke again. Actually, those were just rumors from the outside. He continued, the truth is, Chen Chang didn't run away, he died right in the school. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin was shocked and asked, what? Meanwhile, Xiaoi remained calm, thinking to himself, as expected. Li Sheng continued, he died in the warehouse of Zone B, and due to the immense resentment he harbored, it affected the entire school. After finishing his words, Li Sheng extended both hands in front of him and explained how to break the curse. All we need to do is destroy his corpse, and that will end the curse. Hearing this, Yang Linlin immediately asked, so how do we destroy his corpse? Li Sheng stood up and explained, when we first arrived at the school, we brought along a set of high-powered weapons. When these items came into contact with Chen Chang's corpse, they were attacked by his spirit, and they fell into a well located in the western garage, with the words "Dirty Fire" written on it. Li Shang moved closer to Yang Linlin, making her feel uneasy. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, and they both looked at each other, confused. Li Shang stared directly into Yang Linlin's eyes and said, "That special weapon requires proof of identity, but it won't take long. As long as you help me attract the attention of the spirit, I will quickly activate the weapon and destroy Qin Chang's corpse." Yang Linlin, feeling confused, asked doubtfully, "How long will it take to finish?" Li Shang smiled confidently, his gaze sharp, "Only about 3 minutes." Yang Linlin turned to look at Xiaoi, "Do you think we should help him?" Li Shang also turned to look at Xiaoi, but he still hadn't given an answer. Then Xiaoi extended his hand towards Li Shang. Li Shang was confused, not knowing what Xiaoi would decide. Xiaoi, with one hand in his pocket, asked confidently, "Roughly when will we take action?" Upon hearing this, Li Shang was overjoyed and couldn't believe it. He was thrilled, grabbing Xiaoyi's hand tightly and saying, "It's too late for tonight, but tomorrow night, you guys can come again, and I'll lead you to the garage in the West District." He could not hide his excitement. On the second evening, Xiaoi and Yang Linlin were sitting at the dining hall, eating. Yang Linlin felt lucky, but still couldn't shake off her worry. She said, "Fortunately, we sat according to the seating list today, otherwise, we might have been beheaded like the others in our class." Xiaoi remained calm, eating while asking, "Do you have any fishing lines?" "A thread would do, as long as it's thin, long enough, and tough." Upon hearing Xiaoyi's unrelated question, Yang Linlin blinked, asking in return, "Huh? What do you need it for?" He remained unfazed, continuing to eat, saying, "To kill someone." Yang Linlin couldn't believe it, staring at him and asking, "Kill who?" At that moment, Zhao Yi's gaze turned extremely dangerous. He replied, "Li Shang." She screamed, "What?" Zhao Yi stopped eating and placed his chopsticks down on the table. Yang Linlin looked at him, feeling uneasy. "Are you crazy? If we kill Li Shang, who will help us break the curse?" Zhao Yi calmly picked up a can of soda, saying, "If you still believe he can help us break the curse, then we're truly walking down a path to death." He drank water hurriedly, while she still didn't understand what he was saying. He glanced at the table next to them and saw that no one was there anymore. Yang Linlin leaned in closer and whispered, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying he's lying?" He placed the can on the table and explained to Yang Linlin, "First of all, he is just an investigator, not a student from class 10A8 of this school. Don't you think it's too detailed the way he described Chen Chang?" One hand rested on his chin, while the other fiddled with the can. He continued, "He even knew about Chen Chang seeing the mayor's son, Pang Xiao, putting his hand inside the clothes of class beauty Zhangya." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Yang Linlin realized that this was actually true. He kept analyzing. Secondly, none of the three of them are on the list. If everything was as Li Shang described, then I think someone who could curse the whole school like Chen Chang wouldn't easily let Pang Xiao and Zhangya go. He pressed the empty can against the table. At least, he wouldn't let Pang Xiao go. Yang Linlin thought his reasoning made sense. She put her hand on her chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, "That makes sense. After all, Pang Xiao is the root of all his suffering." He seriously continued the analysis. Thirdly, he couldn't have accidentally discovered the basement of the water tower. I even suspect that he might be the one who built this basement. Yang Linlin doubted and asked, "What?" "That seems a bit unlikely." She voiced her thoughts, believing that the curse of this school had spread to most corners. Yang Linlin asked, "Where did he find the time to build such a large basement before the evil spirits appeared?" Zhao Yi replied strangely, "No dust." Her confusion was evident from his statement. He elaborated, "I mean, there's no dust in the basement." With a confident expression, he stood up, his hand resting on the table. "Last night, I deliberately checked several corners, the chandeliers, the sofa, even the small items. Everything was impeccably clean, not a speck of dust. I'm certain no one has cleaned this basement. It's so clean, someone must have been living there." He continued, "As you just said, it would be nearly impossible to construct a basement right in front of the evil spirits when the curse started. Therefore, this basement must have been built before the curse began. He looked at her and added, the entrance to the basement is quite hidden, with no light. Do you think Li Shang could have accidentally discovered this basement while being chased by the evil spirits? Or is it possible that he knew about the existence of this basement beforehand? Yan Linlin silently thought, Zhao Yi's observational skills are truly sharp. She lowered her head to the table, hesitating as she spoke, but if he's deceiving us, what's the purpose? She didn't know Li Shang's true purpose. After all, who was his real face? Xiaoi placed his hand on his chin, thinking seriously. According to psychology, lies with a purpose are often half true and half false, aimed at making the lie appear more reasonable and credible. It needs to contain some real elements to be convincing. He raised a finger in front of Yang Linlin and gave an example. Even if Qin Chang's body isn't found in the underground parking lot to the west, there will certainly be dangers beyond our imagination. She listened to his analysis, her face full of confusion, and Li Shang seemed to genuinely want to enter what he called the dirty fire. He crossed his arms and continued, it's just that once you're in there, you can't get out. That's why he lied to us, pushing us to risk our lives and help him attract the demons outside. The chat frames appeared after his analysis, with people commenting in awe of his deductive abilities, but there were also questions wondering why, after realizing the truth, they hadn't killed Li Shang immediately and instead waited until today. After hearing him speak, Yang Linlin could not hide her fear. She said, stunned, he's really cunning. He remained seated, while Yang Linlin opened her inventory to search for equipment. There were many available items, like bullets, bandages, and canned food. She selected the fishing line, and a roll of it appeared. She took it and handed it to Xiaoi, asking, this is a fishing line, what should I do tonight? He took the fishing line she handed him and said, you don't need to do anything tonight. His expression was one of great interest as he wound the fishing line around his finger and then stretched it out to test its strength. Whether it succeeds or not depends on tonight. He continued, if we're lucky, we might be able to break the curse tonight. The two walked outside, the sky still gloomy with a blood-red hue. Xiaoi shoved his hands into his pockets, walking confidently, while Yang Linlin still didn't fully understand the situation. She huddled next to Xiaoi, glancing at him and skeptically asked, do you plan to use the leash to choke Li Shang to death? He raised a hand to signal for silence, then whispered softly, we're close to the water tower, stop talking nonsense from now on. She looked at Xiaoi in confusion, as he remained alert, looking in one direction. She quickly pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, thinking that he must have some secret plan, and she couldn't afford to get in his way now. Her foolish action made Xiaoi feel awkward as well, not knowing what to say. The two continued walking in silence, with him secretly thinking that he should still be wary of her, afraid she might pull some trick and accidentally expose him. The sky remained ominously blood-red. Meanwhile, Li Shang was pacing back and forth, wondering why the two of them hadn't arrived yet. Finally, they showed up. Li Shang saw them and was overjoyed. Looking at the two approaching, he said, why are you two so slow? Li Shang continued irritably, we need to get to the location as soon as possible, there's not much time left. After midnight, mist will spread across every corner of the campus. Xiaoi stepped forward and urged Li Shang, let's go to the location now. He walked ahead while turning back to say, follow me to the underground parking lot on the west side. Li Shang pointed ahead, and the two followed him. Xiaoi walked in the middle, while Yang Linlin walked behind. Li Shang led the way as they entered the western underground parking lot, which had 3 entrances and exits. They walked another 100 meters before turning right into the western section of the parking lot. Li Shang turned around and warned the others, the demon is lurking by the car door. He stopped in front of a car and outlined the plan to the two of them. My plan is as follows, both of you go into the car door and make some noise to lure the demons in. Then, split up and hide through door A and door B so that the demons will chase you, leading them out of the parking lot. He stood behind the car door and continued, I will stay here, wait until the two of you lure the demons away, and then I will enter and activate the weapon immediately. Xiaoi listened, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement, his expression showing approval and satisfaction. Li Shang smiled quietly and hid behind the car door without saying anything more. Xiaoi then began to move forward. He casually put his hands in his pockets and walked on, with Yang Linlin immediately following closely behind. In Zhao Yi's hand was a fishing line already hooked onto the pull pin of a grenade. The line was wrapped around a utility pole several times. He gently placed his hands in his pockets, still showing no suspicious signs. Zhao Yi continued forward, with the grenade ready in his hand. All he had to do was pull the cord, and it would detonate instantly. Zhao Yi had advanced quite a distance, and Yang Linlin quickly followed. Li Shang, who was feeling tense, hid behind the door and watched the two of them. He gritted his teeth, staring at them from afar, silently thinking to himself, "This time, it will definitely succeed." Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and he swallowed hard. On the stove, a pot of water was boiling fiercely, the liquid blood red, sending up thick clouds of red steam. He gritted his teeth, his face tense, and his eyes full of ferocity. Since the unexpected event had occurred, he had been living in this dangerous situation for several months. Friends were becoming fewer, and food was nearly depleted. This could be the last opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin had gotten closer, both pressing against the wall. The shadows of the demons vaguely appeared inside, with a red light emanating from the dark figures, creating loud noises. Zhao Yi crouched down to avoid being noticed, while Yang Linlin stood behind him, her heart pounding in her chest, her hand pressed to her chest as she observed him. Zhao Yi slowly sat down, then carefully moved to hide behind a white car. She kept an eye on him, watching him reach the car safely. Xiaoi squatted down, his eyes glowing with red light, preparing to check the information. A red triangle appeared in his eyes. The source code for the player Xiaoi encountered a problem and was undergoing repairs. The system continuously displayed error messages, announcing multiple repair failures. In the distance, black demons appeared everywhere. The most notable one was the one with the designation number 12. Upon closer inspection, it had a muscular body, sharp claws, and a highly dangerous chaotic quantum state system. Its movement speed was extremely fast, enough to avoid most obstacles. Its attack power was very high, making it difficult to deal with. This demon would kill every living creature it saw, prioritizing the attack on anything that made noise. However, it had two weaknesses: Schrodinger's cat and the fact that it was only a half-being. After the inspection, the red light in Zhao Yi's eyes gradually faded. He lost focus for a moment, and then the red light completely disappeared. Zhao Yi was now fully alert. He said to Yang Linlin, "Follow me, to the left." Yang Linlin nodded, then hurriedly ran after Zhao Yi. The two quickly moved to the left, away from where demon number 12 was standing. They found a place to hide. Yang Linlin, terrified, crouched behind a car, facing outward to stay alert. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi calmly sat down, took out his phone, and sent a message to Li Shang. What was surprising was that he had saved Li Shang's name as son of a bitch. Li Shang was no better, as he saved Zhao Yi's name as the demon that dies in place. Li Shang quickly replied, "Okay." The message was sent successfully. Upon receiving it, Li Shang's face revealed a sly expression. His eyes bulged, accompanied by a wicked grin, staring intently at the phone screen. He muttered to himself, "Die, die. Only when you die can I survive. If you want to blame anyone, blame your unfortunate fate. How could you trust a stranger so easily?" He laughed loudly, his sinister laughter blending with the darkness that enveloped him. On this side, Zhao Yi smirked, having already prepared a surprise for Li Shang. He slightly curled his hand and pulled the tightly tied fishing line. The line tightened, looping around the tail of a car and pulling toward a nearby door latch. The line was set up, connecting Zhao Yi's position to a grenade that had been rigged. Li Shang, who was sitting next to the door, only then realized something was wrong. He turned his head to look around, his face filled with confusion as he couldn't understand the strange sound. At that moment, the pin of the grenade was released by the pulling of the line. The grenade emitted a flash of light, signaling that it was about to explode. A thunderous explosion echoed, followed by a fierce burst of flames. Shrapnel flew everywhere. Li Shang was finally startled, shouting in panic, using his hands to shield his body as he tried to get up and flee. Inside, the demon also heard the loud noise and immediately turned its head to search for the source of the sound. Li Shang was blown away by the force of the explosion, his body unable to react in time. He fell hard onto the floor, blood spilling from his mouth, crying out in pain. His body was flung far enough to crash into the wall before falling face down to the ground. Struggling to rise with trembling hands, he looked around, swearing and trying to comprehend what was happening. What the hell is going on? At that moment, he saw something terrifying. His eyes widened, and his face showed utter fear. From the darkness, the demon charged toward him with terrifying speed, emitting a blazing red aura. Its long, horrifying tongue seemed to want to swallow him whole. Li Shang helplessly watched as the monstrous creature hurtled toward him. At this moment, he finally managed to react, exclaiming, "Damn it!" His whole body was covered in goosebumps, his mouth wide open to the point that it couldn't close. He ran headfirst, shouting and panicking. Adrenaline surged, and he rushed toward the door to find an escape route, but in his frantic state, he tripped and fell, creating a scene that looked truly comical. At the door, a blinding red light shone, while everything else was enveloped in thick darkness, making it impossible to see anything else. Xiaoi glanced around, confirming that the black shadow had left, and said to Yang Linlin, "Let's head to the dirty fire straight well." The two quickly sped toward the door to go outside. On the way, Yang Linlin couldn't hide her confusion. She looked at Xiaoi and asked, "Wait, where did you get the grenade? Newcomers don't have enough points to buy stuff like that." Xiaoi smiled and explained, "I once met a person who had a bloodthirsty illness and dealt in weapons. I promised to cure him. To thank me, he gave me a whole stockpile of weapons and ammunition." After saying that, Xiaoi casually shook the grenade in his palm and added nonchalantly, "Usually, when I have free time, I carry a few grenades with me. If there's nothing to do, I take them out and play around." Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin was so shocked that her eyes widened, her entire body turning pale. On the communication channel, the chat channel also commented that Xiaoi must have some mental issues. When they arrived, Xiaoi used a metal rod to pry the well cover open, then tossed the rod aside. The well cover was now open. Yang Linlin immediately opened her gear, handing Xiaoi a flashlight. She herself held a gun in her hand, ready to respond. She handed the flashlight to Xiaoi and said, "Here, this is for you." The two of them descended. Xiaoi slowly climbed down, holding a flashlight and observing his surroundings. The surface of the walls was very clean, with no dust at all, just like in the basement where Li Shang once lived. When he stepped onto the floor, he realized it was just as spotless, not a speck of dust. Xiaoi walked ahead, with Yang Linlin closely following behind, holding a gun. When they reached a large wall, Xiaoi turned on the flashlight, illuminating the entire area. They both discovered something strange. Right in the center of the wall was a red button, and there was nothing else around it. Yang Linlin, curious, pointed at the button and asked Xiaoi, "What is this button for?" Xiaoi speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, this might be a button to call the elevator." Before he could confirm it, Xiaoi decisively pressed the button. His sudden action made Yang Linlin break into a cold sweat. She nervously asked again, "Is it really an elevator?" The door slowly opened, and just as Xiaoi had predicted, there was an elevator inside. Yang Linlin looked around, unable to hide her confusion. "Isn't this supposed to be a drainage tunnel? How could an elevator possibly fit here?" Xiaoi didn't respond. He quickly pressed the button to make the elevator move down. His tone was serious, "There's no time to waste. We don't know when the black shadow will return." The sound of gears began to echo as the elevator started moving, growing louder as it descended deeper. Finally, the elevator slowed, signaling that they were nearing their destination. The door slowly opened, and the two of them looked out, their eyes full of curiosity, not knowing what awaited them ahead. Outside, there was a long corridor, the atmosphere gloomy, engulfed by red currents spreading everywhere. Yang Linlin hesitantly asked, "Where is this place?" Xiaoi replied, "Perhaps it's some kind of strange experimental facility." The corridor stretched endlessly, dark and vague. The two of them stood in the elevator, observing, with the faint light not enough to see what the end of the corridor might be hiding. Yang Linlin asked, "Do you mean an experimental base?" Xiaoi nodded, then stepped out of the elevator. As he walked, he spoke, "Ever since I met the principal, I've felt that something is very odd. Usually, the stronger the demon, the more its attack focuses on mental power, with tactics that are hard to resist." He remembered the demon he had destroyed earlier. The principal and the duplicate was powerful, but the method of attack was very rational. This led him to conclude that the principal was not a demon but could possibly be some kind of monster. Closing his eyes to recall, Xiaoi smiled lightly and concluded, "Obviously, the haunted school is not just a strange duplicate. Its worldview is much broader than initially expected." Suddenly, Yang Linlin panicked and shouted loudly, "Xiaoi, look ahead!" Xiaoi turned, his eyes full of confusion as he looked in the direction she was pointing. In front of them, on the floor, was a corpse lying face down. Blood was flowing from the head of the corpse, spreading across the floor. Not far from that, another body was sitting, leaning against the wall. This person was wearing protective gear, but the visor on the helmet had been shattered. The bodies were so disfigured and mangled that they were unrecognizable. Yang Linlin trembled as she asked, "What on earth happened to these people to cause something so horrific?" The dismembered corpses were scattered all over the hallway, their limbs severed, creating a horrific scene. The rustling sound coming from somewhere in the darkness made the atmosphere even more terrifying. Yang Linlin trembled, pointing at the bodies, her eyes filled with fear. She could barely keep her composure when faced with this sight. Xiaoi shone his flashlight toward the corpses, then walked straight to them without showing any sign of concern. His footsteps echoed through the quiet corridor. Although he didn't know what had happened to these people, he was certain of one thing: this place is completely unsafe. Yang Linlin tried to calm herself and quickly followed Xiaoi closely. When they reached a turn, Xiaoi turned back and told her, "Follow me." The two continued on and discovered another door. On the surface of the door, a glowing control panel caught their attention. Xiaoi placed his hand on it to try unlocking it, but the system confirmation failed. The door required Face ID recognition to open. Yang Linlin anxiously looked at him and asked, "So what should we do now? If we turn back, we might encounter the Black Shadow." Xiaoi didn't respond. He suddenly pulled out a scalpel from his body. Holding the scalpel in his hand, he smiled confidently and turned away without saying a word. His action surprised Yang Linlin. She stood still, her gaze full of doubt and worry, not understanding what he was planning to do. Watching Xiaoyi's figure as he walked away, sweat began to form on her forehead, and a feeling of unease rose within her. She tried to ask, "What are you going to do?" But he remained silent, his grip tightening around the scalpel. Xiaoi turned back to the original turn, heading toward the scattered corpses. Yang Linlin watched from afar, her eyes never leaving him, her heart pounding with anxiety. When he reached the bodies, Xiaoi squatted down in the middle of the pile of corpses, carefully observing his surroundings, preparing to do something that only he knew. Yang Linlin watched Xiaoyi's actions, unable to suppress her shock. The scalpel in his hand gleamed with a sharp light, sending a chill down her spine. She wondered what he was planning to do with it. Yang Linlin covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with panic, her whole body freezing cold. It turned out that Xiaoi had used the scalpel to cut off the head of a corpse. He took the head, walking straight toward the door, causing the chat channel to explode in chaos. Everyone in the comments section was buzzing, "This is unbelievable, why is the image of the head blurred out?" Another person marveled, "Brother Zhao is really amazing, doing this without even blinking." Xiaoi kept walking quickly, passing by Yang Linlin. His actions terrified her. She pressed herself against the wall, her eyes unable to look away from him. Looking at the head in his hand, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Xiaoi approached the control panel and, without hesitation, forcefully pressed the head onto it. Yang Linlin stood frozen, her mouth agape, unable to believe Xiaoi had conceived and carried out such a bold action. The system emitted a beep, announcing successful identification. The door slowly opened, and the control panel displayed the information: Heidi's head, quality, white. Yang Linlin thought to herself, Heidi would never have imagined, even after his death, that his head would be used in this way. She shuddered at the sight of how Xiaoi used Heidi's head to open the door. Xiaoi quickly entered, not forgetting to glance back and call out to Yang Linlin, "Let's go." Behind the door, a long, dark, and gloomy corridor appeared. Around her, limbs and bodies were scattered everywhere, blood splattered across the ceiling, creating a horrifying scene beyond description. The two continued walking, Xiaoi maintaining a calm demeanor, while Yang Linlin remained constantly on guard, her hand always resting on the trigger. As they passed by the corpses, they saw human body parts scattered all around, heads, legs, arms, and torsos in countless pieces. On the ground, a piece of paper lay beneath someone's fingers. It seemed that before dying, this person had tried to clutch it tightly. Xiaoi, curious, bent down to pick up the piece of paper. Inside was a letter from a father to his daughter named Lena. In the letter, he promised that after finishing his work, he would come home to play with her. He also mentioned that he would be home in just half a month. Yang Linlin read it, and with a sigh, remarked, "He truly is a father who loves his child." Even before he died, he remembered his daughter. Xiaoi nodded in agreement. Yes, he was a good father. However, he then coldly threw the piece of paper behind him and added, "But it's also possible that he was a maniac. The deaths outside the campus are very likely connected to him." Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin frowned with worry and simply responded with a soft Then, she suddenly stuck out her tongue in a playful manner, teasing Xiaoi, and muttered, "Serves him right, bastard." At that moment, from around a corner behind them, a strange sound suddenly echoed, accompanied by a dense, red mist spilling out. The two immediately fell silent, their eyes tense as they looked in the direction of the noise. This time, even Xiaoi had to stay on high alert. They quickly crouched behind a nearby wall, carefully listening. The sound echoed through the hallway, growing closer with each moment. Xiaoi and Yang Linlin peeked around the corner in turn, watching the situation unfold, prepared for any eventuality. Yang Linlin saw something, her eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in fear. Inside was a bizarre monster, with a long, serpentine body, covered in countless small heads with glowing red eyes, scanning every direction. Yang Linlin quickly covered her face with her hand, retreating behind Xiaoi, her voice trembling, "What is that?" "It's terrifying." In stark contrast to her fear, Xiaoi smiled with delight, his eyes filled with excitement. "What a beautiful creation." His words made Yang Linlin stagger backward, unable to believe that he could think that way. On the chat channel, everyone was stunned, unable to understand what could possibly be beautiful about this monster. Some people on the channel burst out laughing, mocking that they now understood why Xiaoi had been so excited when he had seen a female ghost in a previous version. Yang Linlin, trying to calm herself, asked, "So, what do we do next with this strange creation?" Xiaoi chuckled comfortably and replied, "Of course, we strike steadily and advance steadily." He reminded her to handle the situation carefully, and then pulled out the familiar scalpel from his bag. Xiaoi prepared himself, gripping the knife tightly, while Yang Linlin raised her gun, her gaze full of caution. "All right, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoi suddenly charged straight in without any warning. Yang Linlin stood frozen, then yelled loudly behind him, "We said to strike steadily and advance steadily. Is this really okay?" Xiaoi paid no attention, his face filled with excitement as he faced the monster. The system immediately issued a notification, "Monster has mutated, medium danger level." This is only a half-finished product. With the quantum state enveloping it, it's still 1 star below. A surprising piece of information appeared: the monster's weak point is hemorrhoids. Its rear was covered with a layer of bandages wrapped carefully. It was clear that while the lunatics were conducting their horrific experiments, this mutated monster had been sitting for far too long, resulting in its suffering from hemorrhoids. It roared and charged directly toward Xiaoi, who confidently grinned and rushed toward it without hesitation. From his back pocket, Xiaoi pulled out a special piece of paper. The monster was getting closer, and when it was near enough, its true form became clear. Its lower half resembled a human's, but its mouth was located at its waist, and its legs sprouted numerous small heads, resembling giant worms. Xiaoi raised the piece of paper. It was a special item, Old Man Lu's red book with the ability to seal any monster within a 5-meter radius for 10 seconds. After use, the item's cooldown time was 1 day. The monster was immediately sealed, standing still like a statue, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoi swiftly charged toward it, sliding underneath its body, his gaze focused on his target. With the familiar scalpel in hand, he executed a series of sharp, swift, and decisive movements. He slid behind the monster, moving lightly but effectively. While the monster was still locked in place and unable to resist, Xiaoi made the final strike from below, targeting its fatal weak spot. The small heads growing on the monster's legs turned to glare at him with eyes full of rage, but it was already too late. He precisely severed the chrysanthemum, the monster's weakness. When the chrysanthemum dissipated, its delicate petals drifted away in the wind, symbolizing the end. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The unit has sustained severe damage from your soul weapon. The wound will continuously spawn devourers until the unit is completely destroyed. The strength and resilience of the devourers will correspond to your actual power level. Xiaoi stood up, his face full of excitement and satisfaction, while Yang Linlin looked at him with an expression of disbelief. She could only remain silent, huddling behind the wall, trying to calm herself from the events that had just unfolded. Xiaoi held the scalpel in his hand, the red light from the blade shining brightly. He still didn't fully understand what the evil god spreading consciousness was. Xiaoyi's attributes had been upgraded, with his health reaching 15/15, strength 16, and spirit 101, but what about luck? He couldn't help but be surprised. Only his strength had been slightly improved, increasing by 8 points after rebuilding 1/10,000th. In addition, he had also acquired a special passive skill. Yang Linlin stood at a distance, observing Xiaoi as he swiftly destroyed the monster, feeling a deep sense of admiration. She whispered, hiding behind a wall, curiously looking toward him, "Is it dead?" Xiaoi turned around and nodded, replying, "Yeah, that's right." He sat down, focusing on inspecting the creature. It could have been considered a perfect being, but its creator was not skilled. The monster's rear had been cut off by him. It lay still, trembling, with blood dripping from the scalpel's blade. System notification: congratulations, you have destroyed a rampaging mutant. Your soul weapon has absorbed the remnants of the evil god within the mutant's body. Blood from the monster spread across the floor, pooling and making gurgling sounds. 0.1% strength is insufficient, the spreading consciousness construction cannot continue. Construction paused. The system continued notifying that his soul weapon had gained a new ability. Xiaoi continued to chop into the monster's body with the scalpel. He swung the knife powerfully, and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Linlin, surprised, asked him, "What are you going to do now?" Yang Linlin stepped closer to Xiaoi to observe. He was performing surgery on the monster to see if there were any clues. He was surprised as he looked inside the creature's body through the incision. It was hard to believe there were 18 kidneys. The chat channel was buzzing with discussions about this. From its appearance, it was clear that it possessed extraordinarily powerful, abnormal functions. Even someone as unusual as him, Xiaoi, never expected it to have so many kidneys. Yang Linlin felt utterly disgusted, covering her mouth with her hand and unable to keep her eyes open, only daring to observe from a distance. Xiaoi stood up, realizing that he couldn't find any clues. He said, "There's nothing here, let's move on." The two continued walking forward, their footsteps echoing through the hallway. Yang Linlin was still terrified, her hands pressed to her chest, following closely behind Xiaoi. They stopped in front of a room. Looking through the door, they saw tubes filled with green liquid cultivating some kind of creature. After overcoming her fear of the previous monster, Yang Linlin was now confronted with a scene even more horrifying. In front of them was a laboratory, surrounded by many tanks containing cultivation solutions. Inside were children, and in the middle of the room was an operating table where a child was undergoing unfinished surgery. Blood from the child was dripping onto the floor. Xiaoi continued without a hint of fear or hesitation. He said, we're lucky, it really is our lucky day. He approached the table, rummaging through a pile of documents and discovered a research diary. He said, "Here, take this." He handed the diary to Yang Lin, continuing, "This contains the experiment log." Continuing his search, Xiaoi discovered several pieces of paper with various data, reports on the condition of the experiment samples, progress plans, and the amounts of substances used on the test subjects. Among these was information related to the market and the division of profits from this brutal action. The test subjects had become uncontrollable, and the content also mentioned a person named Alex. Alex had turned a blind eye to the reports, all because of his own ignorance, for which he would pay the price. Yang Lin deduced, "It seems that there was a rebellion in this laboratory. The test subjects they created lost control and then killed everyone." She felt very frightened thinking about what had happened, and her eyes were filled with horror and sorrow at the terrifying things that could still unfold. After studying the experiment logs, Xiaoi said, "Whether it's a rebellion from the external quantum state or the monster we just encountered, everything will naturally emerge. On the table and around the room, there is blood everywhere." He said to Yang Lin, "They must have a ground state." When Yang Lin heard the term ground state, she didn't understand what it meant. She looked at him blankly and asked, "What is a ground state?" Xiaoi explained, "It's the original form of the test subject." She still didn't fully understand, looking at him with a confused expression. He pointed at the screen and asked her, "Can you understand this device?" Yang Lin looked at the screen but didn't understand what it was. Xiaoi didn't understand it fully either and remained silent. On the screen was the shape of the monster that had just been destroyed, along with its data. Xiaoi only needed to restore the original data on how it operated. After that, he would check its initial basic state, and that would be enough. He began pressing the buttons on the control panel, trying to see if he could recover the data. The screen displayed, "Data is being downloaded, optimizing. Programming startup complete. Programming download successful." The screen then showed an image of the arms and legs, which appeared more human-like. Both of them stared at the screen, waiting for the result. Yang Lin exclaimed, "Oh my god, the disgusting monster just now turned out to be a girl." The screen displayed the original form of the monster, a girl who looked very ordinary, with no mutations at all. The cells of this monster had high development and adaptability capabilities. That meant this girl was very young. Zhao Yi made a guess based on the data on the screen, where the adaptability and growth abilities were quite powerful. He rubbed his chin and voiced his thoughts, "If we think more broadly, this girl could be a student from the school." He held a file in his hand, which was covered in blood. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's hands trembled. She stammered, "What do you mean?" She turned to look at Xiaoi, as if wanting to confirm her suspicion. "This school built such a large underground base to turn students into monsters, right?" She angrily crumpled the documents in her hands, feeling as though these people were criminals or lunatics. Xiaoi continued his reasoning. "The monster we encountered earlier had 18 kidneys, each one very healthy. This laboratory might be selling human organs. If the experiment is successful, the cells from this girl could continue to nurture more monsters. They will have a rich supply of kidneys to buy and sell, meaning they have created a living treasure trove." Then, he glanced at the nutrient tanks inside, where children were being held, and continued, "Furthermore, this base does not only focus on one project. Earlier, in the experiment diary, it was mentioned that the people conducting the experiment had seemingly created a monster related to quantum states. Experiment log 826, those lunatics successfully created a quantum state, and not only did they succeed, but they succeeded." He speculated further, "The monster we encountered outside might be the quantum mutant described in the experiment log." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's face darkened in fear. She angrily clenched her fist, gritting her teeth. "Those bastards actually set up an experimental base under the school and turned children into monsters. It's completely inhuman." Xiaoi sighed and shook his head. "No, they didn't establish an experimental base involving humans beneath the school. They actually built a school above the experimental base." His face appeared faintly in the darkness, and his words left Yang Lin stunned. She asked again, what? He observed and analyzed the design of the experimental base, noticing how incredibly complex it was. If this school had been completed first and then they quietly built the experimental base afterward, that would have been almost impossible. Therefore, it is clear that the experimental base must have been constructed beforehand. This speculation of Xiaoi was very reasonable and demonstrated the danger of the laboratory as well as the person behind these experiments. After hearing this, Yang Linlin's face clearly showed fear and surprise. Furthermore, this mountain school was also part of their plan. There was some mysterious figure behind it all, someone who had planned everything. They sent personnel to the school to collect samples, conduct tests, and check the health conditions of each student. They needed young people, individuals with the health to participate in all sorts of experiments. Xiaoi turned to Yang Linlin and said, apart from the relevant departments, which organization could surpass this school, a well-known institution, and openly be aware of the health status of the students? Yang Linlin also found this reasoning to be true. Xiaoi turned away and continued, now we need some documents to prove this assumption, and then we can complete this secret mission. He approached the monster's corpse, swiftly using a surgical knife to make a few cuts. On the way back, Xiaoi had removed 18 kidneys from the creature. Yang Linlin saw him cutting it open, and she clutched her stomach, her discomfort so overwhelming that she immediately vomited outside. He picked up the piece of leather and observed it, noticing that several small human faces had appeared on it. Everyone who saw it commented that it was truly terrifying. He opened his bag, put the piece of leather inside, and then someone commented, I usually can't stand side by side with the boss because I'm not twisted enough. After that, the two continued down the corridor. The corridor no longer had the ominous red air it once did, but the space remained eerily quiet. The two reached the end of the hallway, and suddenly a large white cafeteria appeared. Xiaoi stepped forward to check, while Yang Linlin cautiously watched. Xiaoi raised his finger to his lips, signaling Yang Linlin to remain silent. She looked around, and he raised his hand to open the door. A dim blue light emanated from inside. Both of them leaned in to observe, and Yang Linlin hurriedly covered her mouth to avoid making any noise. Inside the room were 5 monsters, each with a different appearance, and each one was bizarre. Xiaoi was also shocked by this scene. Some of them were wandering around, while 2 were sitting eating what appeared to be human hands and feet. Yang Linlin quietly said, I can't believe there are so many monsters like this. How many students have gone missing? Why haven't the police investigated? Xiaoi thought, the person behind this research facility must be ruthless, and it's likely to be the mayor of the city. He thought, the mayor of City A has been pulling the strings behind the scenes, manipulating everything, but he alone probably can't do all of this. I'm afraid there's a huge team behind him, with puppets under his control. Yang Linlin looked at Xiaoi in fear. What should we do now? Should we go? Xiaoi told her to wait a moment. He opened his equipment panel and took out the piece of skin he had stored earlier. Yang Linlin felt like she was going to vomit when she saw it. She covered her mouth with both hands and backed away. Xiaoi raised the skin high and tore it with his hands, the piece of skin ripping into 2. He handed one of the monster skins to Yang Linlin. Here, you step back. Calm asked, what are we doing now? She hadn't finished her sentence when she tried to run, but Xiaoi stopped her. Come here. She struggled to escape, crying, no, I won't hold it even if you kill me. Xiaoi simply placed the monster skin onto Yang Linlin's body. Her face now wore an expression of resignation, which looked quite humorous. Everyone in the chat channel quickly took screenshots of her expression. I'm dying, the goddess Linlin's expression is on point. Both of them had draped the monster skin over their bodies. Xiaoi sighed, saying the skin wasn't bad. As for Yang Linlin, she looked like her soul had left her body, her eyes wide as she said, I think I see Lady Meng waving at me. Xiaoi walked ahead, pulling Yang Linlin along. Alright, let's go. Let's enter. The door was suddenly pushed open, making a loud noise. The 2 monsters, who were eating, heard the sound and turned their heads to look towards the door. They were still holding a human arm, half eaten, in their hands.
The two monsters stared at Xiaoi and Yang Linlin with confused expressions, wondering what was happening.
They scrutinized the two of them carefully before slowly approaching. Yang Linlin felt scared, cold sweat dripping down her face as she clutched Xiaoyi's arm. Xiaoi, noticing this, smiled confidently to reassure her. He held her hand, which made her look at him in confusion, not understanding what he intended to do. Xiaoi, still holding her hand, approached the two monsters. He stared directly at them, and they, too, had no hesitation in facing him. One of them spoke something in a strange language that no one could understand. With his intelligence, Xiaoi mimicked their language perfectly. The female monster was surprised, not understanding how this person could imitate her. She raised her hand, signaling with gestures as if trying to communicate with Xiaoi. Xiaoi also imitated her gesture, copying it exactly. No matter what the female monster did or said, Xiaoi repeated it exactly the same. This left the female monster speechless, unsure of what to do next. The monster next to her also expressed disappointment. It pointed at Xiaoi and told its companion that he was just a mimicking machine with no emotions. Eventually, they relaxed their guard towards Xiaoi and Yang Linlin, turned around, and left. Yang Linlin stood beside him, witnessing the scene just now, and she began to come up with something. On one hand, she memorized all the strange sounds that the monsters made, and on the other hand, she couldn't help but admire Xiaoi, whom she believed to be the master of words. After successfully deceiving the two monsters, Xiaoi took Yang Linlin's hand and said, "Let's go, let's check inside." He stood in front of a strange door. This canteen had a total of 16 doors, but this one had never had a monster go through it. In fact, every time they passed this door, they would simply glide past it without stopping. Xiaoi continued to speculate about that door. Yang Linlin, feeling curious, asked him, "Do you want to go in and have a look? If we go in now, we won't be discovered, right?" Xiaoi thought for a moment and then shook his head, believing it wasn't a good idea to go in for now because he didn't know what was behind that door. He said, "Let's not go in just yet, it's not certain it will be safe." He and Yang Linlin checked to see if there were any other clues. Xiaoi suddenly noticed something in another spot on the floor, which was covered in blood and scattered with various objects. Two demons were eating someone. When they saw Xiaoi and Yang Linlin, they froze and stared at them. One of the demons, seeing them stare back, extended a blood-covered arm and offered, "Would you like to eat too?" The demon invited them to join in, leaving both Xiaoi and Yang Linlin speechless. The demon's enthusiasm and eager look were directed at Xiaoi. He looked at the wriggling maggots in its hand. Xiaoi thought to himself that he didn't eat meat, but the atmosphere had already reached this point. He sat down, took the bloodied arm with the maggots, and returned the demon's gesture of hospitality. Xiaoi picked up a live white maggot, brought it to his mouth, and ate it with apparent enjoyment. Yang Linlin stood beside him, her mouth agape, utterly shocked as she watched Xiaoi devour the maggot. Xiaoi, on the other hand, thought the taste was similar to crispy chicken. The demon smiled, believing Xiaoi knew how to eat, that's the best part. Yang Linlin, still shivering in fear, recoiled. After Xiaoyi's display, he guessed, "They're no longer wary of us." He observed the body they were gnawing on, while Yang Linlin was paralyzed with terror. Xiaoi noticed a letter and picked it up. When he opened the letter to read, both Yang Linlin and he looked on with curiosity. The letter contained lines about the failed merger, the destruction of the gate, and how the Shirshan experimental base followed the same path as the town had years ago. The writer's deep sense of unwillingness was clearly reflected through the words. Xiaoi looked at the lines and guessed that these events were related to Guxian Town, but there was too little information about Guxian Town. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system, "Congratulations, player Xiaoi. Yang Linlin, the secret mission has been assigned to the two of you. The task is to investigate the truth behind Shirshan University. The mission reward will be sent after the task is completed." Xiaoi looked at the letter and smiled. As expected, these bloody drafts confirm our suspicions. The school was built because of the experimental base. The outstanding students from City A who gathered here became subjects for the base's experiments. Previously, in the giant dungeon at the hospital, we had already seen a disgusting screen.
From these fragmented lines, it seems that the black shadow might be X1. The experimental base could very well involve more than just the Xiangshan Hospital and Shirshan University.
Xiaoi turned to look at young Lin Lin, thinking, I should tell her this information.
Suddenly, his gaze panicked, and he realized that young Lin Lin was crying softly beside him. The demon seemed to realize this as well. It raised its head, searching for the sound. Xiaoi quickly led young Lin Lin away, causing the demon to be confused. It understood, but for some reason, it didn't know why the two individuals had suddenly left. Xiaoi and Yang Lin Lin returned to a nearby door, a place devoid of monsters. She was breathing heavily, having been pulled along by him without a break. Xiaoi asked, "Why are you crying?"
Yang Lin Lin replied, I know the secret mission has been completed, and even if we die on the way back to the base, it's still a big gain.
But seeing so many students still in the canteen, I can't feel happy.
She pointed inside, where demons were gathering.
Xiaoi was at a loss for words after hearing this.
Yang Lin Lin thought of the image of students who dedicated themselves and continued. They used to have hopes for the future, sweating, bleeding, and crying, putting in all their efforts to get into this high school. But they never expected they would end up in a hellish place, turned into all sorts of monsters by us. She looked at the demons tearing apart a body, their mouths watering hungrily.
It's hard to imagine how desperate they must have been when they were on the operating table.
Yang Lin Lin was still lost in her emotions. After hearing her, Xiaoi grabbed her shoulder tightly. Listen, sympathizing with them now won't help.
He advised her, take advantage of this time to find the main clue. Who knows, you might even figure out who the mastermind behind this experimental base is. Upon hearing these words, Yang Lin Lin realized that Xiaoi had a point. She wiped away her tears, looked directly at Xiaoi, and asked, so what should we do now?
Seeing that Yang Lin Lin's spirits had lifted, Xiaoi outlined the plan. First, we need to figure out how to get the black shadow to gather at one spot near the garage.
Yang Lin Lin was taken aback by this, and a bunch of question marks appeared in her mind. Gather with that thing? Are you crazy? Xiaoi rubbed his chin. Ever since the black shadow chased after Li Shang, it can split into parts. It's probably the final creation X2 of this experimental base. A quantum riot state, unstable, and incredibly powerful. Horrified, Yang Lin Lin exclaimed, and you still want to gather with it in one place? I'm afraid we won't even get a chance to talk to it before.
Xiaoi looked at her. It has such power, but it's still been wreaking havoc within the experimental base.
Don't you find that strange?
Yang Lin Lin guessed that it probably hadn't found a place to go, which is why it kept lingering here.
Xiaoi denied this theory, saying, isn't it guarding the entrance?
His expression grew serious as he continued to speculate. It heard the noise and chased Li Shang, which proves it doesn't want anyone to enter the experimental base. He said, moreover, the monsters in this experimental base would rather eat rotting corpses than go outside, which proves that there is something out there that terrifies them.
Clearly, what they fear is not X2. If X2 wanted to enter and kill them, it would be as easy as turning over the palm of your hand. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, what they fear is the curse, which is also the demon, whose true identity is hidden in the thick fog.
Hearing Xiaoyi's analysis, Yang Lin Lin guessed, what you mean is that they in the thick fog outside are the enemies. Xiaoi agreed with her, showing her a piece of paper. The paper provides some information about the city mayor, stating that the experimental subjects are not allowed to appear outside the base. So, they plan to destroy everything here.
Yang Lin Lin seemed to have realized the key issue. I understand now.
That thick fog is the method they came up with. They want to use the curse to erase all traces of the experiments here.
Seeing that Yang Lin Lin had understood, Xiaoi smiled confidently, correct.
The unknown demon in the fog is the real killer in this dungeon, and it's the main task with the side task that needs to be dealt with. Hearing this, Yang Lin Lin was still confused, although.
But that fog is even harder to handle. Why are you so happy?
Xiaoi smiled even more confidently. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I've already thought about cooperating with the Black Shadow.
After hearing this, Yang Linlin was left speechless. She wanted to dismiss Xiaoi's crazy idea, but Xiaoi believed that, if we talk to it properly, we might be able to obtain important information related to the curse, and it could even help us complete the side mission quickly. Yang Linlin reached out and touched Xiaoi's forehead, then did the same to her own. No fever, so why are you talking nonsense today? Xiaoi was just as speechless at her. He pushed her away and walked off, finding it troublesome to explain, just follow me later. She still looked confused, unwilling to understand the situation, but agreed to follow him. A few hours later, the two had moved to another location. Xiaoi and Yang Linlin were standing outside a large door. Yang Linlin asked him, "What are we waiting for?" Xiaoi answered calmly, "We're waiting for the monster in the cafeteria to go rest." If those things were modified from humans, they are still based on some kind of living creature, so they must get tired. And when they get tired, they'll sleep. We'll check the door while they're resting. Xiaoi pointed to the door behind them. He looked at the door, still tightly shut. If I'm not mistaken, what's inside is related to X2. Yang Linlin pointed at the door, but how do we get in? There's a password. Before she could finish her sentence, she screamed in terror as she saw Xiaoi holding a head, still wobbling. He inserted the head into the lock to scan, and the sound of the lock beeping echoed, indicating that it was in the process of recognition. Xiaoi recalled the information about the Black Shadow. At that time, when I saw one of the weaknesses of the Black Shadow, it was its entity. If we're lucky, inside, there will be its entity. As soon as he finished speaking, the successful recognition notification sounded, and the door began to open automatically. He tossed the head aside and headed toward the room behind the door. The two of them entered the room, which was quite spacious. In the center, something was still operating, emitting a green light. Upon closer inspection, they were both very surprised. It was a storage lab. Inside, there was water, and something inside appeared to still be alive. It resembled the shape of a brain, but larger, with two very large eyes. It also had many intertwined wires, forming a shape similar to a human body. Yang Linlin, seeing it, covered her mouth with her hand. What the hell is this? Xiaoi looked at it. This could be considered a work of art. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin got goosebumps. While he touched the storage lab, the body only preserves the most important part, which is the nerve fibers. Nutrients are used to preserve the life of the cells, while stimuli from the outside world replace the internal organs, completing a cycle. The surgery to remove each nerve cell, only one person I know before could do that. Upon hearing this, a series of comments popped up. Is he bragging? How could such a surgery be completed in real life? I graduated from that academy. I take full responsibility to tell you that a surgery like this could actually be completed in real life, but the academy would use the bodies of the deceased, not living people, for experimentation. That's right, I'm a surgeon too, and I've been in the profession for 23 years. At that level, anesthesia has no effect anymore. The process would seem to occur while the patient is fully conscious. It's extremely cruel. That's illegal. Oh my god, Yang Linlin still couldn't recover from what she had just heard. Xiaoi, do you mean it's still alive? Xiaoi once again confirmed her words. The nutrient fluids and installation fees are very expensive. Do those crazy researchers really have to put so much effort into someone who's already dead? He pointed at the huge machine containing the fluid, so that Yang Linlin could understand better. At this point, Yang Linlin was no longer frightened. She looked at the experimental chamber and asked, "It's still alive? Then how does it feel now? Cold, suffering, or despairing?" While Yang Linlin continued observing the living object, Xiaoi noticed a notebook on the table. He flipped it open to see what was written inside. One page contained the following: God said that focus is a quality essential to binding the spirit together, and kindness is the key to sealing the strength. Anger and fear are the keys to the lock. He rubbed his chin and silently guessed, it seems like philosophy and theology or something. Suddenly, Yang Linlin called him over to look at something. She pointed to the electronic monitor above the experiment chamber that contained the object. The electronic monitor displayed, subject, Chen Xing, 16 years old.
Adaptability, 96. High survival rate, compatible with computer waves, 92. Spiritual connection, excellent. Xiaoi recognized it, it's her.
Chen Xing, the student who got expelled for falling in love too early, and now she is turned into a creature with complex blood vessels and a nervous system.
Interesting. Chen Xing, who ended up being used to transform into X2.
Xiaoi rubbed his chin again, accompanied by a confident smile. This time, he felt as though he had discovered something new. He turned around and said, I'm going to check the list of participants in the experiment. Yang Linlin was also curious about the list, so she followed him. Xiaoi opened the notebook from earlier, inside of which was the list of experiment participants. 3 names stood out: Zhangya, Pang Xiao, Li Xia. He was surprised to find the name Li Sheng on the list. Upon seeing that name, he seemed to confirm his suspicions, just as I thought. He stared at the list in the notebook. Pang Xiao is basically not the mayor's son, and Zhangya isn't the goddess of class 18. They're all test subjects pretending to be students in the school to find help for the experimental subjects. Xiaoi closed the notebook after he had deduced some of the tragic details about Chen Xing.
Yang Linlin gasped, "What?"
Xiaoi seemed to have pieced together the situation with Chen Xing. Pang Xiao and Zhangya had taken on different roles, intentionally approaching Chen Xing with the aim of using the notes in the notebook to gradually erode her kindness and unleash the wickedness within her. Logically speaking, students with higher academic achievements should naturally have better focus. People who are indecisive find it hard to build a career. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin involuntarily glanced into the experimental chamber, while Xiaoi continued to voice his thoughts. This is the best school in the city, and the real goal is to select subjects with the highest concentration.
Could it be that Zhangya and Pang Xiao aren't on that list?
They're the test subjects, and maybe they escaped before the curse took effect. Suddenly, a voice broke into Xiaoyi's train of thought. You're basically right.
You didn't guess wrong.
A man holding a gun appeared before them.
It was none other than Li Sheng.
He grinned maliciously, but those two didn't escape, they became sacrifices instead.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
As dangerous as it is, I still made it in here.
You two hybrids. The game ends here.
Yang Linlin raised both hands. Calm down first. Xiaoi continued to smile confidently as he looked at Li Sheng. He held Yang Linlin's shoulder and gently said, no need to stop, don't move. His words only made Li Sheng angrier. He shouted, move, and I'll shoot you dead.
Xiaoi challenged him, go ahead, shoot.
Yang Linlin was terrified upon hearing this, and in a worried tone, she said, do you even have any bullets?
If you did, you'd have shot by now. I don't believe you can hold back.
Li Sheng lost control and screamed before firing his gun. Indeed, the gun was loaded.
However, the bullet didn't hit Xiaoi. Instead, it struck Yang Linlin.
The onlookers, feeling indignant, began posting comments. Wow, how did he even manage to hit something like that? Yang Linlin, wounded, was furious and screamed, I didn't provoke you, so why are you shooting me? Li Sheng, seeing what had happened, quickly apologized. This time, I'll definitely aim properly. He yelled and pointed the gun at the two of them, but his vision blurred, and he couldn't focus properly. The object in the testing chamber also watched the scene unfold. A second gunshot rang out, and this time, the bullet hit Yang Linlin again.
Comments flooded in, isn't this shooting style a bit too personal? Could this gun be called the woman's sorrow and sympathy for the goddess Linlin? Seeing Yang Linlin injured, Xiaoi immediately took off his monstrous-looking outer clothing and told her to do the same.
Yang Linlin covered her chest with her hands, confused about what he intended to do.
Comments continued to pour in, with one person laughing loudly, in a situation like this, you're still worried?
Xiaoi bit and tore at the two sleeves of his shirt. He used his own shirt to bandage Yang Linlin's wound. Her injury seemed quite serious, causing her great pain. She bit her lips tightly but still remained strong, not making a sound. Li Sheng was still watching them, his eyes filled with suspicion. While continuing to tend to Yang Linlin's wound, Xiaoi suddenly spoke, all right, you plotted against us once, and now we plot against you once. You owe us a favor, 4 for 5, it's your debt now. Li Shang looked at them with suspicion, but before he could finish his thoughts, Xiaoi turned to demand, tell me, what can you do for us? Li Shang gritted his teeth in anger and replied, what do you mean by 4 for 5? You say you owe us a favor? If you weren't of some use to us, I would have shot you already. Li Shang swallowed and tried to suppress his anger, haven't you figured out what's going on here? At that moment, Xiaoi, supporting the trembling Yang Linlin in pain, stood up. Li Shang walked past them, unable to hide his smug expression. That's right, it's all our doing, including the curse of this school. If you want to leave, you must figure out how to break the curse. Li Shang walked over to the functioning computer. Xiaoi looked at him, his eyes filled with doubt. What are you trying to do? Li Shang smiled confidently and responded, all we need to do is shut down X2's life support chamber and let the X2 rebellion die. Then, the remaining basic anomalies won't pose a threat. The organization will quickly send people to lift the curse and clean up this place. Xiaoi, after hearing this, immediately stopped him, stop deceiving yourself, the organization won't come to save you. Li Shang refused to accept the truth, I was part of this experiment, I know the secret data they don't, it's of great value, the organization won't just abandon me. Xiaoi didn't comfort him, instead, he harshly added, if you were really that important to them, they would have sent someone to rescue you by now, not left you in this godforsaken place, struggling to get by for so long. Waiting for the organization to come to your rescue is pointless. You might as well trust us. At least, for now, our ship can still barely take on one more person. Xiaoi was both harsh and soothing towards Li Shang. However, Li Shang was not receptive, and he flew into a rage, shut your mouth. He pointed a gun at Xiaoi, shouting, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot you dead. With the gun barrel aimed directly at his head, Xiaoi remained calm, it must feel terrible to be discarded, doesn't it? You look like a loyal dog, but this is where it's led you. When they used you, they promised you a grand future, but once you were no longer of value, they discarded you like trash. Don't be stupid, if you still want to live, there's only one way left. Xiaoi remained calm, sneering, and then stated firmly, right now, we're the only ones who can help you. If you kill me, it's no different from committing suicide. Li Shang, upon hearing this, became so angry that he could no longer control himself, causing his hands and feet to tremble uncontrollably. He then responded slowly, his voice full of frustration, shut up. Witnessing Li Shang's trembling, Yang Linlin's fearful expression, and Zhao Yi's calm demeanor, the onlookers started commenting, so scary, yet he still made the mistake of falling into this trap. There were also comments like, this dungeon looks like it's already been cleared. Many puzzles are being solved, if he dies here, it would be such a waste. By this point, Li Shang gradually regained his composure. His trembling subsided, and he decided to lower his gun slowly. He sat down on the floor. Right in front of Xiaoi, Li Shang seemed to have accepted the truth. He appeared dazed and surrendered to everything. Li Shang sat with his back against the wall. Yang Linlin, who was behind Xiaoi, also breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, I almost got scared to death by this guy, Li Shang. In that dark room, Li Shang took a cigarette, brought it to his mouth, and lit it. His face now looked sorrowful. He took a deep drag, exhaled a cloud of thick smoke, and said, the way I look right now, I must seem pathetic, right? Yang Linlin, hearing this, became angry and shouted, after everything you've done, you still have the nerve to say you're pathetic? Yang Linlin calmly questioned Li Shang, the students you tortured for reformation, the families you destroyed, and the neural cell experiments. Aren't they pitiable? Li Shang slowly took another drag from his cigarette, then answered softly, do you think I wanted that? My daughter is in their hands. As he spoke, Li Shang recalled the final images of his wife. At that time, she was weak, gasping for breath, while their daughter cried, knowing she was about to be separated from her mother. Li Shang continued, 3 years ago, cancer took my wife. Before she died, she told me to take good care of our daughter. At this point, Li Shang lowered his face in front of Xiaoi and Yang Linlin. Holding the cigarette in his hand,
he raised it to his head as if he wanted to crush his brain. His body trembled with each shudder as he said, "I've wronged my wife. Now, I'm about to wrong my daughter as well." After speaking, he slumped down, and a few tears began to fall. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin suddenly remembered a passage from a handwritten manuscript she had once read, which mentioned a daughter. "My dear Lena, I've heard that the amusement park your father built is now finished. I promised I'd come play with you. My work is nearing its end, and in at most half a month, I should be home. Don't worry. This time, I will definitely come back." Yang Linlin rested her hand on her chin, deep in thought. Could it be? While Xiaoi remained silent to think, Yang Linlin spoke up and asked Li Shang, "Your wife and daughter are all controlled by that organization, aren't they?" Li Shang kept his head lowered and slowly replied, "What if they are?" Li Shang rested his head against the cabinet on the right, showing signs of exhaustion, and answered, "The murderer is just someone who kills with a single strike. Besides, those students, once they enter here, are no different from pigs." Facing Xiaoi and Yang Linlin, Li Shang spoke up again, "You two think our crimes are unforgivable, but in reality, we had no choice." Li Shang's gaze turned lifeless as he looked at Yang Linlin. "If you had to choose between your loved ones and a stranger to die, would you really choose the stranger over your own family?" Hearing this question, Yang Linlin suddenly felt a sense of confusion and fear, to the point that she was left speechless. Deep down, for a brief moment, Linlin thought, indeed, from Li Shang's perspective, she might have had to make the same choice. Yang Linlin clenched her fists and silently admitted to herself, "Yes, everyone has a selfish side." The three of them fell into a pensive silence in the dimly lit space for a while, before Li Shang finally spoke, "All right, if we're talking about cooperation, then I think the fact that you two managed to get this far means you're not ordinary people. If you want to help me, then I will tell you how to break the curse." Suddenly, Xiaoi spoke to Li Shang, "What you want us to help with is to save your daughter, right?" Li Shang looked up at Xiaoi, then sneered lightly and replied, "Based on your current abilities, just by approaching the outer area of the organization, you will be discovered in an instant and dealt with on the spot. Don't even talk about rescuing my daughter." Li Shang spoke to Xiaoi with a tone of contempt. Then, he turned to Yang Linlin and added, "Of course, if you weren't with this foolish woman, based on your abilities and deductions, you might live a bit longer." Feeling belittled by Li Shang's assessment, Yang Linlin shouted at him, "You're the fool, your whole family are fools." Xiaoi took a step forward, moving closer to Li Shang, and slowly said, "So what do you want us to help you with?" Xiaoi calmly and slowly stared directly at Li Shang and asked. In front of Xiaoi and Linlin, Li Shang used his other arm to support himself on the ground, then slowly stood up and walked to the left. "Let me show you this." Li Shang continued walking forward slowly. Xiaoi and Linlin both kept their eyes on him, curious about what information Li Shang was going to reveal. The light shone toward the direction Li Shang was headed, while Xiaoi remained calm, keeping his hands in his pockets, watching Li Shang's actions. Linlin, on the other hand, timidly stood behind Xiaoi, seeking his protection. At the corner of the room, Li Shang crouched on one knee beside a cabinet. He used his other arm to open the cabinet door. After successfully opening the cabinet, Li Shang bent down to peer deeply inside. Within the cabinet, a piece of brown fabric concealed something mysterious behind it. Li Shang slowly grasped the fabric. As he saw that Xiaoi and Linlin had also approached, Li Shang swiftly threw the fabric aside, exposing what was hidden inside the cabinet, startling both Xiaoi and Linlin. Xiaoi, upon seeing the scene inside, also pulled his hands out of his pockets. Behind the fabric was a security device with high-tech features, cleverly installed behind the cabinet. Li Shang placed his thumb on the security device to authenticate his fingerprint. After just a few seconds, the device emitted a signal confirming, "Fingerprint scan successful." Xiaoi and Linlin stood behind, watching as Li Shang sat halfway inside the cabinet, rummaging through something. After a while, Li Shang retrieved a solution contained in a test tube from within the cabinet. He turned towards Xiaoi and Linlin, leaned against the side of the cabinet, took a breath, closed his eyes, and said to Xiaoi, "Take it." Xiaoi quickly grabbed the solution. Linlin also fixed a curious gaze on the bottle. Xiaoi immediately asked Li Shang, "What is this?" Li Shang, still leaning against the cabinet, exhaled tiredly and replied, Xiaoi, this product is from another project. Although it's still incomplete, its effects are just as dangerous. Li Sheng continued to let out a long sigh, slowly opened his eyes, and answered Xiaoi. When he saw that Xiaoi was holding the solution firmly in his hand, Li Sheng looked directly at Xiaoi and Lin Lin, and revealed that the organization would not overlook this matter. Someone will definitely come looking for it, it could be months or even years later. Even if this place turns into a heap of ruins, they will still send people to search through everything here and find it. Once this solution falls into the hands of the organization. At this point, Li Sheng's eyes began to cloud over, sweat streamed down his face. The images of Xiaoi and young Lin Lin gradually became blurry and faded. Li Sheng gently shook his head to stabilize his vision, then slowly sat down in front of Xiaoi and Lin Lin. He lowered his head, leaning against the wall beside him, and then revealed to Xiaoi that the curse all stemmed from the box he had mentioned earlier. Afterward, Li Sheng summoned the last bit of his strength, looked up, and tried to open his tired eyes to gaze at Xiaoi. As long as you turn off that box, the curse will be broken. With the remaining strength he had, Li Sheng pointed towards an exit and told Xiaoi and Lin Lin that the box was in the middle of the foggy floor. Xiaoi and Yang Lin Lin turned around and looked toward the exit, following the direction Li Sheng had pointed, listening to his instructions. The fog will not attack things that are lifeless. If you can control your emotions, you should be able to reach it. He said, they have no eyes, no noses, and no ears. After saying this, Li Sheng let his hands fall limply, showing that he had no strength left. Xiaoi and Lin Lin turned to look at Li Sheng, who was growing weaker by the moment, but they did not forget to listen to the important information he was providing. They will use brainwaves to emit signals to determine whether a living organism is within the attack range. At this point, Li Sheng had collapsed to the ground. His exhausted eyes and blood-soaked wounds had drained him of all his energy. Li Sheng struggled to give Xiaoi and Lin Lin the most accurate information he could, urging them, even if you see something in the fog, do not be surprised, and do not show any fear. Because once you're detected, any change in your emotions will be sensed by the nearby demons. They will catch the scent of fresh flesh. Li Sheng grew more serious, slowly describing the terrifying consequences, urging Xiaoi and Lin Lin to pay attention. In front of Li Sheng, a body completely drained of strength, young Lin Lin quickly suggested to Xiaoi, hurry up and bandage him. But Xiaoi coldly stared at Li Sheng and responded to Lin Lin, don't waste any more energy or time. Seeing Li Sheng weakening further, Xiaoi could easily guess that he had been starving for a long time, which had left his body in a state of extreme weakness. During the escape, the drugs had also affected his body a second time. In front of young Lin Lin, Xiaoi appeared indifferent, but his analysis was completely accurate and grounded. When she saw Xiaoi standing in front of Li Sheng, his hands still in his pockets as he explained, Lin Lin couldn't help but be surprised. Xiaoi spoke in a calm voice, with so much blood lost right now, unless there's a sufficiently large hospital nearby to immediately administer a blood transfusion, then maybe there's hope. Otherwise, even if he were reincarnated, he wouldn't be able to survive. These words left young Lin Lin's heart feeling empty. She stared blankly at Xiaoi, while the onlookers began commenting, look at the expression on Goddess Lin Lin's face, she must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. Another person added, that's right. Although Li Sheng isn't exactly a good person, his story makes him seem so real. I almost forgot he's just an NPC in this dungeon. Yang Lin Lin looked at Xiaoi and shyly asked, do you think what he said is trustworthy? Xiaoi was silent for a moment before responding, from the perspective of a psychologist, I believe what he said is true. After speaking, Xiaoi took a vial of liquid that Li Sheng had handed him out of his pocket. He held the vial in front of Lin Lin and continued, but obviously, the system won't leave us a path to survive. Xiaoi stared at the vial in his hand, his gaze turning colder. He said to Lin Lin, there might still be a simpler way to break the curse. But if we don't follow the path Li Sheng pointed out, even if someone else figures this out, they'd only have a 1% chance of survival. Hearing the analysis and the survival rate of just 1% from Xiaoi, young Lin Lin almost collapsed. She had to lean against the nearby wall to keep her balance. Lin Lin glanced at Xiaoi, her eyes filled with unease, then asked, "So, do we still need to find another way to break the curse?" Xiaoi placed a hand on his chin, pondering Lin Lin's question. He gazed at the dark path ahead, his eyes sharp yet full of resolve. After a moment, Xiaoi replied, "Perhaps predicting the difficulties on the next path won't help much. The shortcuts, though difficult, will certainly be more effective." Lin Lin shuddered slightly. She felt fear creeping into her heart. She thought to herself, this is too dangerous. Even if he's calm in the mist, if his emotions get triggered, he will definitely become a target for the demons. Xiaoi kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if reassuring both himself and Lin Lin. He spoke calmly, "It's fine. As someone who has treated many patients with mental disorders, I am very confident in my ability to control my emotions." With that, Xiaoi took a firm step, striding past Lin Lin as he moved forward. He spoke decisively, "I'll begin now." After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard young Lin Lin call his name loudly. Xiaoi stopped and turned to look at her. Yang Lin Lin stood there, her eyes mixed with shyness and fear. Her voice trembled, but she still tried to speak clearly. "Well, I hope everything goes well for you. I won't go over there anymore." By this time, the followers began to comment again, "Goddess Lin Lin is really sharp." Clearly, she realizes that controlling emotions and staying calm like Xiaoi is totally impossible. If she goes with Xiaoi now, she will not only cause him more trouble but also be walking straight into her own demise. Some other comments offered different opinions. "As long as we get through this secret mission, we could make a huge profit." In the pitch-black environment, the comments kept popping up one after another. But finally, one comment summed everything up: "Now, we can only wait and see what Xiaoi will do next." After wandering through the secret passage for a while, Xiaoi finally found an old elevator. He stopped, carefully examining the grimy and filthy elevator door, deep in thought. Clearly, the secret passage was built in a hidden, hard-to-find location. It even relies entirely on the power from the elevator. Xiaoi slowly stepped inside. His eyes scanned every detail, missing nothing. He realized that this well was different from the straight well that X2 was guarding. The way this well worked seemed to be designed for authorized personnel only, which explained why the monsters outside couldn't come and go freely. Xiaoi pulled out an item, the head of Heidi, and quickly placed it into the elevator's facial recognition system. As he waited for the machine to process, he silently thought, after all, they won't just sit on the ground, monitoring these hundreds of meters-long meridians. Although they're monsters, they have their own consciousness. They're killers, hunters, not excavators. After placing Heidi's head on the recognition machine, the system finally emitted a successful recognition signal. At that moment, the viewers began to comment, "It's so rotten that even his mother doesn't recognize him anymore." And yet the scan still worked? Inside the elevator, the rusty stains mixed with dried blood, creating a cold and eerie atmosphere. There was no sign that this place had ever been cleaned. Xiaoi stepped into the elevator. At that moment, Heidi's head disappeared on its own. Xiaoi leaned against the elevator wall, calmly waiting for it to move. The loud noises from the old gears whenever the elevator operated echoed in the silent space. After a while, the elevator stopped. The door slowly opened, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the overly old system. Xiaoi stepped outside but immediately froze. In front of him, a monster with long white hair was standing with its back to him. Xiaoi could feel the danger radiating from this creature. It was the Red Ghost, an entity considered extremely dangerous. This wraith had been cursed mercilessly, making fear the very source of nourishment it craved. The wraith's weakness was that it was blinded by rules that obscured its six senses, only able to hunt based on the emotional fluctuations of living creatures. However, for someone as cold-hearted as Xiaoi, to the wraith, he was no different from a lifeless stone. A beautiful female ghost like this, I really don't mind testing whether it's troublesome or not. When the viewers saw the wraith's arm on the screen, they began commenting again, "This outfit. Is this not Li Shang's arm?" Xiaoi stood behind the demon, his gaze slowly shifting toward its arm. He immediately recognized it. This was Li Shang's arm. Xiaoi thought to himself, I had already anticipated this. Even though Li Shang had taken the risk of facing Stu, he would never dare to use the secret passage. There was definitely something terrifying here, lurking everywhere. Xiaoi focused his attention on the demon in front of him, his eyes becoming more serious. He exhaled softly, preparing himself for the next move. After stretching and warming up, Xiaoi, with a calm and innocent expression, suddenly spoke, "The weather is nice, a beautiful autumn day." The onlookers outside were astonished by Xiaoyi's composed attitude, to face the female demon and still remain so indifferent, even reciting poetry. Xiaoi took one slow step after another, cautiously approaching the demon. As soon as he made contact with its body, the demon immediately sensed something. Outside, the comments exploded, "No way? The boss actually dares to touch it?" Sweat began to bead on Zhao Yi's forehead. A thought flashed through his mind, I don't want to become a vengeful knight. But there's no choice, this woman is blocking the way. The moment the demon sensed the contact, it abruptly lifted its head, then slowly turned its face to face Zhao Yi. A terrifying face appeared. Its deep-set eyes were devoid of pupils, and its mouth stretched from ear to ear, exposing sharp, jagged teeth, growing haphazardly as if it wanted to devour everything. Its long, slimy tongue curled all the way up to its eyes. When its true face appeared, the followers immediately panicked and commented, "Suddenly turning around and scaring me, I almost got startled to death." Zhao Yi stood facing that repulsive face. Though he felt a little tense, he remained calm, not showing any emotion. Suddenly, the demon stuck out a long tongue and licked his entire face. Its saliva smeared all over Zhao Yi's face, causing the viewers to panic and comment. "Everyone, I can't even breathe anymore." As long as Zhao Yi wavered just a bit, he would definitely be devoured right on the spot. In an instant, the demon quickly withdrew its filthy tongue from Zhao Yi's face. Its eyes slowly narrowed. Zhao Yi still remained silent and calm as if nothing had happened. After a moment, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped his face clean, removing the disgusting drool left by the female demon. After finishing, Zhao Yi gave a faint smile, surprising the followers. A series of comments appeared, "Well done. Didn't expect to see such an emotion." The female demon seemed unable to sense any emotions around her. Her eyes gradually turned white, then she turned away, treating Zhao Yi like an insignificant stone. Zhao Yi confidently passed this ordeal. He gave a shy smile in front of the female demon, ensuring she couldn't detect any emotion present here. Facing the terrifying threats and actions of the female demon, Zhao Yi remained unfazed, with no fluctuation in his emotions. Even when overcoming this trial, Zhao Yi confidently sneered, showing no fear. Walking straight ahead, he saw an iron ladder that had been set against the wall. Zhao Yi approached it and carefully examined it before deciding to place his hand on the ladder and climb up. Wasting no time, he confidently gripped the ladder and quickly ascended, eager to find out what the next trial would be. At the top, there was a hatch blocking the way. Zhao Yi used his left hand to forcefully push the hatch open and climbed out. The scene here resembled a gymnasium, but it was very dark. Shelves filled with balls lined the walls, and the floor was scattered with rolling balls. There were lockers for personal items and a table for table tennis, but everything was in disarray. Meanwhile, Xiaoi heard a ghostly voice continuously repeating, "On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, put it away, then cut mother. On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, put it away, then cut mother. On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, put it away, then cut mother." Xiaoi scanned his surroundings to locate the source of the sound. He listened carefully and discovered that the sound was coming from a doll figurine. The doll was in a corner, incessantly repeating the eerie dialogue. On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, cut it away, then cut mother. When the doll realized Xiaoi had noticed it, it started repeating a more disturbing line, "Mother made into a doll." Suddenly, from afar, a pair of eyes fixed directly on Xiaoi. These eyes belonged to a girl, but what was strange was that blood was flowing profusely from her face, and both corners of her eyes were continuously shedding blood. Xiaoi raised his hand near the shelf containing the balls.
Immediately, a dark red line appeared on the shelf, and the doll also repeated the previous conversation, saying over and over, on the 8th of August, cut hair, after cutting the hair, cut mother.
Mother sews into a doll.
Xiaoi gently pushed the door to enter a room next to the shelf with the balls. The eerie sound grew increasingly clear. On the 8th of August, cut hair, after cutting the hair, cut mother.
Mother sews into a doll.
Before Xiaoi stood a little girl, about 8 years old, standing in the corner of the room next to a box of balls. In her hand was the doll that Xiaoi had seen earlier. The little girl continuously stuttered the phrase, on the 8th of August, cut hair, after cutting the hair, cut mother.
Mother sews into a doll.
Seeing this scene, Xiaoi calmly lowered his head and smiled faintly. The eerie sound still echoed without stopping, on the 8th of August, cut hair, after cutting the hair, cut mother.
Mother sews into a doll. However, Xiaoi was not afraid.
He simply walked toward the little girl holding the doll.
The onlookers left hundreds of comments, some of which said, "What is he going to do? Is he going to directly go over there and chop that girl to death?"
When he got closer to the girl, Xiaoi extended his hand as if to touch her. And then, he did something no one could have anticipated. He gently rubbed the top of her head, and immediately, the girl stopped repeating the eerie conversation. Xiaoi realized that the little demon had been standing here for a long time, waiting for something.
Without hesitation, Xiaoi bent down, looked directly at the little demon, and with a tender voice, asked, "Little one, may I ask how to get to the center of this fog?"
The little demon turned its neck to look at Xiaoi, causing blood to pour from its neck. It stared at him for a while without saying a word. After a moment, it pointed in one direction with its right hand and fell silent again.
Xiaoi smiled gently and thanked it.
This action left those who were watching surprised as they witnessed him thanking a demon.
Ignoring the little demon, Xiaoi continued walking.
However, he suddenly heard its whisper, "Why can stones talk?" Xiaoi paid no attention to the question and continued moving forward, leaving the little demon with its thoughts. He realized that as long as one's emotions were not disturbed, even if these demons were touched, they would not attack humans. After walking for a while, Xiaoi saw two large doors appear before him. Without hesitation, he walked straight toward the doors, placed his hands on them, and pushed hard to open them. And what Xiaoi had been searching for appeared before his eyes. Inside this room, mist swirled around, a gloomy sound filled the air, and bloodstains were scattered all over the walls. Xiaoi couldn't believe his eyes, everything seemed even more terrifying than what Li Shang had described. The demons roamed through the fog, including headless ones. They moved freely, completely indifferent to Zhao Yi's presence. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhao Yi courageously took his first steps into the room. In front of him was a line of demons. They heard and recognized Zhao Yi's presence. Their eerie eyes began to fixate on him. Xiaoi used his psychic power skill, 100+1, and shut his eyes as he walked past each demon. Slowly, he moved deeper into the mist. Zhao Yi's spirit remained at a high level, but the fog thickened more and more. The hissing and bizarre sounds of the demons slowly infiltrated and invaded his mind. The deeper he went, the more aggressive and terrifying the demons he encountered became. Dangerous demons gradually appeared as he neared the center of the fog. At that moment, a demon with the shape of a black-headed deer appeared before Zhao Yi. But on the demon's body, there were patches of bone and flesh, which made it incredibly terrifying. When it noticed Zhao Yi approaching, it stared directly at him. Immediately, maggots began to crawl out of Zhao Yi's left thigh, wriggling everywhere. At that spot, they started to spread across his body, causing it to rot. Blood began to drip from his eyes and mouth. The right side of his face slowly transformed into a rough, bumpy texture, while his neck and skin became coarser. However, Xiaoi still maintained a silent, calm expression and continued to walk forward. As he moved deeper, Xiaoi suddenly encountered a paper doll. The doll had a cold expression on its face, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. Its face showed no emotion, with only striking features like rosy cheeks and deep red lips, resembling the color of blood. The doll was not as frightening as the demons. It simply stood still, its hands clasped in front of its stomach, eyes staring directly at Xiaoi. The paper doll had a thick layer of oil paint on its face. When it saw Xiaoi approach, it exhaled a breath from its mouth. Immediately, flames erupted around Xiaoyi's body, engulfing him completely. A large blue flame surrounded him, burning fiercely, making Xiaoyi's injuries worsen with each passing moment. Although facing many difficulties on his journey, Xiaoyi's eyes remained steadfast, staring straight ahead with not a hint of fear visible. The viewers following along began commenting, "Everyone, I can't watch any longer. This is truly too tragic." Standing amidst the fog with wounds all over his body, but Xiaoyi's emotions haven't wavered even once since the beginning. Not even the slightest trace of pain is visible on his face. Xiaoyi's determination continued to stir comments from the viewers. Although these wounds will heal once the dungeon is over, the process of enduring these challenges is so brutal, isn't it everyone? If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this. I truly doubt if he's an ordinary person. In such pain, yet he hasn't uttered a single sound. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. Suddenly, the fog began to dissipate, revealing an empty scene with Xiaoi standing in the middle. The viewers' comments continued to pop up. "Quick, look. The fog is clearing up. Does this mean we've reached the end? It's also possible that the boss has stopped and won't continue." Xiaoi paused, standing still, and before him was an incredibly strange sight: the bodies of a man and a woman, twisted together, lying in a large pool of blood. The body of a young woman in an office uniform strangely twisted into the body of a young man, and his face showed the expression of someone enduring excruciating pain. Facing that terrifying sight, a thought suddenly flashed through Xiaoyi's mind: these two people are probably Zhangya and Pang Xiao, but no matter who they are, it doesn't matter. Xiaoi bent down and carefully observed the wound on his left leg, where maggots were wriggling and devouring his flesh. Xiaoyi's right hand reached for a small knife, while his other hand tightly gripped the largest maggot clinging to the wound on his left leg, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Xiaoi held the small knife against the maggot's body and forcefully cut it off from his leg. A burst of bright red emerged from the maggot's body, and surrounding it, tendrils sprouted and writhed everywhere. After a while, the maggot's body began to shrink and a small leaf grew from it. Comments from viewers on the screen immediately appeared: "What kind of plant is this?" Another comment explained, "Just by looking, it's clear you haven't been paying attention to the livestream. This is a vicious plant grown by a demon god, also known as a carnivorous plant. From the leaf growing on the maggot's body, it quickly transformed into a vibrant red flower branch, its color identical to blood. The process continued swiftly, and after a while, the branches of flowers began to wither." Xiaoi once again looked at the wound on his left leg, then comforted himself: "At least now the wound on my leg is no longer rotting in the middle." Xiaoi took a piece of white cloth and gently wrapped the wound to protect it from external contact and prevent infection. Xiaoi stood up and continued walking forward, leaving behind the image of Zhangya and Pang Xiao, their bodies twisted together, lying dead in a pool of blood. After just a few steps, a golden box appeared before Xiaoi. The exterior of the box was adorned with intricate, enigmatic carvings. The box lay still in a silent space, yet it was not without its coldness. Xiaoi focused intently on the box, then paused in deep thought. After careful consideration, Xiaoi resolved to squat down and touch the mysterious box with his hand. He lifted the box and opened its lid to see what was inside. As soon as he opened it, the box emitted a sound like a piece of music, and inside was a small golden pagoda. Suddenly, the space around Xiaoi began to spin, causing him to lose control of the situation. Feeling incredibly tense, Xiaoi focused all his strength to regain his composure. He quickly slammed the box shut and stood up. From a distance, a thick mist appeared right before his eyes. However, these mists took on strange shapes and colors. Xiaoi paused, standing firm to observe more closely. As the mist gathered together, it began to form a terrifying shape. A demonic face gradually took shape, starting with sharp iron teeth and a ferocious laugh. That laugh then grew louder and clearer. A demon's face fully emerged, its eyes blazing with fire, and the horrifying features on its face stirred excitement in the onlookers, who immediately commented, "This is the demon that has been summoned," quickly gathering strength, opening its wide mouth to prepare to devour everything. It emitted a red smoke, rapidly sucking all the corpses from the ground into it. Xiaoi raised his hand in front of his face to shield himself, as the pulling force was too intense. He quietly observed the events unfolding before him, as if contemplating a plan. Immediately, a golden chest appeared before him, with the words, "Congratulations, player Xiaoi, for completing the side quest, breaking the curse of Shirshan University." The appearance of the male god still radiated as Xiaoi received a secret item, a Pandora's box that had been pre-placed. At that moment, the surroundings had completely collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. She played with red, a terrifying color, a chaos that turned the world into ruin. The scene shifted to a desk with a cup of hot coffee. Yang Tao, with his serious demeanor, sat there, surely waiting for someone to arrive. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. He heard it and immediately called for the person to come in. The one who entered was Ba, with a tall and imposing figure. He walked up to the desk and asked, "What do you need me for, Yang Tao?" Yang Tao didn't answer immediately but instead said, "Sit down first." Only then did Yang Tao speak, "I want to introduce someone to you." Ba calmly pulled out a chair and sat down, listening intently. He asked, "Who is it?" With a strangely eccentric demeanor, his posture arrogant and unpleasant, without any hesitation. Yang Tao replied, "Xiaoi." Ba seemed slightly confused, but immediately, Yang Tao pushed a file toward him. He added, "He is the forgotten angel." Ba's expression faltered for a moment. His face darkened immediately, then he quickly asked, his tone panicked, "Has he joined already?" Yang Tao continued, "Do you know Xiaoi?" Ba's expression completely changed, turning uncomfortable. He bit his lip tightly, clearly agitated. He began to list the issues. "President, you know, our family has a certain kind of illness, yet I still want to be called a genius. The desire to kill is deeply ingrained in our blood, and the pleasure of slaughter is embedded in our nature. That's why my father became an arms dealer, because weapons are tied to blood and crime. His talent is the most extraordinary thing my father has ever seen." In his narration, Capel had participated in many wars and slaughtered countless people. Even in these wars, women, children, and the elderly numbered in the tens of thousands, brutal to the point of inhumanity. The mindset of killing to fight for status had gradually entrenched itself in his mind, to the point that people had to cheer him on. Even my father said that since childhood, he always had the thought of surpassing his own father. That was his lifelong goal. At this moment, his expression darkened, and he quietly continued, until one day, he met the forgotten angel. At this point, Yang Tao seemed to have guessed it, interrupting him with a question, "So, his illness was cured, right?" He did not answer, only lowering his head, trembling incessantly. His heart was filled with rage, seeing it as an insult. He was in panic and disbelief. Killing is in our genes, how could it possibly be cured? He slammed his hand hard on the table in utter frustration, losing his composure. "I can't accept that the father who was once the king of arms, the dark hand of war, and the top predator in the food chain of the world, suddenly one day turned into a kind old man, spending his days fishing and playing chess." He kept losing control, repeatedly slamming his hand on the table due to the pent-up anger. Yang Tao remained silent, trying to listen as he struggled to continue his story. He shouted in affirmation, "So he doesn't want to cure my father, he wants to kill him." Yang Tao gently reassured him, "Right now, you need to stay calm." He asked again, "How much do you know about Zhao Yi's treatment of your father?" As he tried to suppress his anger, the man gasped in helplessness. He sat down and continued, "Their treatment was carried out in secret. Moreover, although they spent a long time together, the treatment itself was brief. This man cured my father's murderous urges in about a day, or maybe just an hour." He trembled, unwilling to accept the truth. "It's because the time was so short that I feel like my father has become a completely different person." Yang Tao thoughtfully asked, "Have you ever interacted with him?" He answered, "Only once." Yang Tao continuously pressed into the conversation, "How did you feel at that moment?"
Ba's mind immediately conjured up a strange feeling, one that was vague yet filled with fear.
He trembled violently in a frenzy of terror, referring to it as the horror when recalling that past.
It seemed as though he was sinking into an overwhelming, haunting emotion.
Yang Tao was puzzled by his words. Horror, you say? He couldn't understand why a murderer, the top of the food chain, a madman with extreme cruelty, would admit to being afraid.
Yang Tao smiled slightly and asked, curious, did he frighten you that much?
Ba was about to say something, but he was so tense that he couldn't speak, only clenching his fists, trying to remain calm. Then his emotions shifted to hatred. He looked at Yang Tao with a gaze full of resentment and asked, where is Xiaoi? His hands were clenched tightly, his gaze filled with the hatred he had carried for so long.
Yang Tao casually responded, he is currently at the guild, full of trash.
You know, the number of people in the guild is low, and the infrastructure is terrible. Yang Tao's words suddenly ended there, filled with implications and schemes, and he simply told him to go rest. He added that the Tide of Demon would appear a month later, and perhaps they would find some opportunity in the Tide of Demon.
Ba followed, silently nodding and leaving.
He then turned and said firmly, if given the chance, I will wash away this disgrace to the family. At that moment, elsewhere, the heavy footsteps of Xiaoi could be heard. His figure caught the attention of young Lin Lin. She heard it and turned around with a joyful expression, saying, you're back.
I thought you.
Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoyi's figure staggered towards her, saying, I'm fine, just came back with some experimental tools to amputate these rotten legs of mine. Seeing the table full of cutting tools he brought back, young Lin Lin was startled and couldn't believe her eyes, asking, are you going to cut your own legs?
Xiaoyi's expression was very calm as he prepared for the crucial task.
He carefully placed his foot on the table, getting ready to amputate his leg in a stance of readiness. Then, Xiaoi took the saw in his hand and decisively proceeded with the surgery, performing the amputation without anesthesia, carrying out the procedure from start to finish without even blinking, just like a wolf. While Xiaoi, a true great demon lord, was performing self-surgery, calmly bandaging the cut, the goddess Yang Lin Lin kept gagging. Xiaoi chuckled nonchalantly, feeling quite satisfied with his recent surgery. Now, he could rest easy, preparing to communicate with X2. Yang Lin Lin was confused, didn't the mission already end? Why are you still taking the risk to communicate with him like this? Xiaoi responded to the previous innocent question with a sarcastic tone, they set up such a curse for me, if I don't return the favor with some other gifts, it would be too rude. Yang Lin Lin seemed to understand Zhao Yi's intention, that he wanted to use X2 to deal with the organization behind Li Shang. She thought it was impossible to resist, and since the other party could create such a terrifying curse, the force behind them must be incredibly powerful. Zhao Yi agreed, that's why I want to teach him a few things through his own body. Yang Lin Lin hesitated, somewhat confused by his words, what exactly do you want to teach? With an innocent smile, he replied, just some basic knowledge. 3 days later, the main mission ended 15 minutes earlier than expected, and surprisingly, X2 returned to the laboratory. When Yang Lin Lin saw him, she was terrified. She pointed her gun at X2, but he swiftly walked past her without paying her any attention. X2 remained silent, his steps gradually heading toward Xiaoi, then he bowed to him respectfully, as if greeting his master, under Yang Lin Lin's horrified gaze. His expression broke into a satisfied smile as he observed X2's actions. The latter stood there quietly, gazing at Xiaoi. He taught X2 not some advanced technique, but how to smile. It really resembled a human being, although it was a clone, its emotional capabilities had been gradually and carefully trained. Xiaoi gently reminded him with a phrase, no matter what happens, don't forget to smile. X2 also smiled contentedly. Its state slowly changed, and it gradually faded away. Then X2 completely disappeared into the void. At that moment, outside, a squadron led by a captain arrived to surround the area. He had sent Squad A to scout ahead and ordered the soldiers to report back on what was happening inside. A captain stepped up to a high point to listen to the report from his subordinate. After the preliminary investigation, they confirmed that the Shirshan High School had indeed been closed off previously.
After checking with equipment, they found no living beings inside.
Upon hearing the report, he calmly removed his glasses and ordered Squad A to enter the laboratory and investigate. They were to report back with any unusual situations. After receiving the order, Squad A quickly grabbed their rifles and proceeded to carry out the mission to inspect inside. The sky began to show strange phenomena, with thick smoke and dust, and clouds turning a dark red-black with an eerie aura. The figure of X2 began to materialize faintly in the dark sky. He flashed a terrifying smile, feeling a sense of enjoyment upon knowing that someone had arrived. The Shirshan High School now had a gloomy atmosphere surrounding it. At this moment, X2 hovered above Team A, flying back and forth uncontrollably, causing them to panic as they looked at each other upon seeing the strange creature. Then, loud screams echoed, but no one knew what had happened to them. Xiaoi gradually appeared at Shirshan High School. A notification popped up, "Congratulations, player Xiaoi has completed the haunted school." Xiaoi, with a thoughtful expression, pondered, why is the world exploration level 100, but the story exploration level only 60? He wondered, could it be because I ended the dungeon early? Outside, the darkness was slowly descending, and a group of people gathered in a crowded circle, taking turns discussing. Nearby, Lu Ruoting was sipping a glass of wine, looking very relaxed. Upon seeing Xiaoi, Lu Ruoting immediately congratulated him on completing the dungeon. She complimented, "I watched your livestream, you performed very well." He responded modestly, "A dungeon this simple, anyone with skill could do it." The noise outside continued. Lu Ruoting spoke in a bored tone, "That brat, old Versailles." Xiaoi, curious, asked, "Miss Lu, what's going on over there?" She nonchalantly replied, "Nothing, just someone died." "It's very, very normal." He thought to himself, she must have encountered things like this many times before. Xiaoi gently lowered his head and said, "I want to go over there and check the situation." She happily agreed. He walked over and blended into the crowd, which was bustling and discussing something loudly. Xiaoi heard incomprehensible sighs. How did this happen? The death is really tragic. At this moment, he was stunned as he looked at the mutant form of the person lying on the ground. He saw a bizarre body, with only the head, hands, and torso resembling a normal human. The rest of the body was completely deformed, like a twisted spiral. They were stuck together, coiled, and then connected into long lines. He silently deduced that it wasn't a normal death caused by the eerie energy. Surrounding the body were red mist and numerous scratches and bloodstains. Xiaoi approached, lifted the body with his hand, and began to investigate. Then, he decided to flip the body over to inspect it more thoroughly. A strange face was revealed, causing shock and fear among the people around him. They exclaimed in surprise, "He can still smile? It's too bizarre. My skin is crawling." Xiaoi touched the head of the mutant version, but there were no bones in the skull. As he pressed on it, he thought to himself, the murderer must have extracted all the bones through the wound on the back, leaving no trace. Slowly inspecting, Xiaoi concluded that this technique was either very delicate, indicating the work of a doctor, or it was the work of a butcher. But judging by the incision and the way it was opened and closed, the opponent seemed to be a butcher. While Xiaoi was focused on investigating the corpse below, everyone around him looked at him with fearful and terrified eyes. He turned to ask a person standing nearby with a hint of meaning, "Could you lend me that bottle of soda?" Without hesitation, the girl thought of him as a detective and immediately agreed. Xiaoi suggested, "One bottle of soda isn't enough, I need an additional boiled egg." Someone from the crowd happily said, "I just finished boiling eggs, let me get one for you." People began to murmur, curious about why he needed soda and an egg. Xiaoi opened the soda bottle, while questions surrounded him. What special role does this soda play in solving the case? Then, he calmly peeled the boiled egg. After peeling, Xiaoi observed the egg under the curious gazes of others. At the same time, a mocking glance came from the crowd, accompanied by whispers, "Have you seen him yet? Hurry up and learn from him." Xiaoi looked at the egg, then opened his mouth wide, swallowing the entire egg without a second thought. He then sipped the soda leisurely. After finishing, he sighed in relief, patted his stomach, and said, "In the dungeon, I ate too many potatoes, but eggs are still better." Everyone around him was surprised, looking at him in confusion, cursing because they thought he was about to solve the case. The girl who had handed him the soda bottle burst into tears, feeling her efforts had been in vain. Ignoring everything, Xiaoi left and went to a dark room. He walked into the room casually. With this sly demeanor, no one would know that Xiaoi had just tricked the civilians. Reaching the door, he gently turned the lock to step inside, then lay flat on the soft bed, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Then, Xiaoi reached out to activate the system panel to check the situation. His character information appeared, showing that he was at level 3 with many items he had gathered. After checking, Xiaoi asked the system, "My level has increased, so why hasn't my strength improved?" The system panel displayed the full information, stating that a player's level only affects the unlocking of different dungeons and does not increase strength. The attributes of strength include physical ability, self-healing, combat, stamina, and speed. There are only 3 ways to improve: complete major world quests, open trade cities, and receive special gifts in dungeons. Xiaoi also realized the issue, so it turns out that level and strength aren't really related. The system then displayed the special ability fields, used to enhance the upper limits of certain aspects of a player, showing mental, weapon, elemental, and physical strengthening fields within the basic domains. The field levels are divided into 8 tiers, and higher branches can only be upgraded after the field reaches level D. At this moment, Xiaoi suddenly had a flash of thought: this is the special ability field. He curiously stood up and searched again for the data on the type of special ability he had previously read about in the analysis reports. The information appeared twice, providing details about special abilities, with firearms being the most suitable field for beginners to evolve into machinery. Once again, the system interface provided Xiaoi with an important piece of data: your mental power is very high. Would you like to choose the divine power field? Xiaoi pondered over the information the system had provided. He sat drinking water, reflecting on the information sheet, which stated that once his strength reached level S, it would be fully unlocked. He asked the system, "Can a person only choose one field?" After the system confirmed this and mentioned that he would achieve great accomplishments in this field, Xiaoi felt quite satisfied. He leisurely made his choice, deciding to select the body enhancement field. The system was taken aback when he said this, incredulously asking, "Are you sure?" It reminded him that choosing the body enhancement field would waste his potential. Xiaoi did not hesitate, activating the body enhancement field. Immediately, the system announced that the activation was successful. The system informed him that after activating the body enhancement field, his strength increased by 18 points, and he could now improve his physical attributes through combat. Xiaoi quickly lifted his shirt to check and saw that his arms were covered in veins. His face was filled with satisfaction as he felt a surge of power within himself. Without hesitation, he threw powerful punches into the air to test his strength. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door that startled Xiaoi, causing him to stop. He went out to open the door, and a polite man greeted him. The man respectfully asked, "Excuse me, are you Xiaoi?" Xiaoi confirmed his identity and invited him inside to talk. The man introduced himself, "I am Fong Bai, a newcomer, currently only in high school." Xiaoi wasn't particularly interested but asked why he had come to see him. Fong Bai hesitated a bit, his eyes darting around. He shyly scratched his head, wanting to ask Xiaoi to take them on some missions in the big world. Fong Bai quickly mentioned the benefits: "We will offer appropriate compensation. Players can trade with each other, and the goods exchanged can be contribution points or items, even promises made by players." He hoped Xiaoi would take them on some missions, promising to pay him with contribution points. Xiaoi seemed interested, so he asked, "How many contribution points?" Fong Bai, a little embarrassed, gave his offer, 1,000 contribution points per person. Xiaoi was somewhat surprised, not expecting there to be others involved. Fong Bai grew more tense and began to explain hesitantly, "The boss in our guild doesn't care about anything, and some people in the middle are always thinking about escaping. As a result, the unity of the newcomers at the bottom is very weak. Everyone basically does things their own way, forming factions. More and more people are joining the chaotic group with no leader, in an environment without clear laws. The exploitation, manipulation, and harm are quite prevalent. Fong Bai sighed, in order to live better, I can only temporarily bring along a battalion and temporarily bind them together. Xiaoi calmly asked a question. The internal guild rule is that we cannot harm each other, right? Fong Bai responded with sadness, it's just that we can't openly kill people. If one truly wants to kill, there are countless ways. The strong won't directly kill the weak, but it's very easy to suppress them. Fong Bai made up his mind, slammed his hand hard on the table, and called out Zhao Yi's name loudly. I sincerely express my intentions to you. We came here to seek, on one hand, to strengthen our team's capabilities, and on the other hand, to hope that we can complete the world's mission together. The rewards are rich, and we don't want to give them up to others. Zhao Yi agreed with Fong Bai's thoughts but still felt something was off. He pointed to the system board and asked, there are quite a few people who want to take on the mission. Why is it that after I completed the dungeon and came back, the guild's world mission is still stuck at the mission guide stage? Fong Bai replied with a tremor, that's because the difficulty of the guild's mission guide is somewhat unusual. At the moment, there are 6 teams working on it, a total of 27 people, but the result is that no one has survived to return. Zhao Yi asked in surprise, is the mission guide really that difficult? Fong Bai shared what he knew. We went to the forums to look at the mission guides of other guilds. Most are easy, but the rewards are non-existent. There are few mission guides with 3 talent points, like those of their guild. Therefore, corresponding to the rich rewards, the mission naturally becomes very difficult. Zhao Yi placed the can of water on the table, adopting a serious expression. He asked again to confirm, did the person outside die while carrying out the guidance mission? Fong Bai did not hide the truth and nodded in confirmation. He explained the conditions for completing the mission. The task was to collect food and water. To carry out this mission, one needs to visit the grocery store and the butcher shop within the station yard. Complete 2 games with the ghost clown and the ghost butcher. After the player wins, 2 scenes will be unlocked. The 2 ghosts will change from neutral to allies of the guild, providing unlimited food and water to the players. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, but the person outside lost the game. As a result, the ghost butcher took his bones to cook a corpse soup, which the guild carried back. In contrast to Fong Bai's worried expression, Zhao Yi smirked, his face full of interest. He continued to ask Fong Bai, how many people are in the team? When do we depart? Fong Bai, full of hope, answered, my current small team has 5 members. Besides you and me, there's also the lovely but somewhat mentally unstable girl Tian Tian. The beautiful Bai Shuiji, who had once been involved in the underground industry, and a kind middle-aged man named Lu Han. As for the departure time, they could leave any time depending on Zhao Yi's decision. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi finally agreed and suggested to Fong Bai, let's go over and assess the situation. The 5 of them climbed a winding mountain path during the night, with Fong Bai leading and showing Zhao Yi the entrance. He speculated, there are still. Zhao Yi said nothing, merely gazing into the distance in the direction Fong Bai had pointed. The people inside were no strangers, they were Xiang Shan and a few of his subordinates, trembling in fear. Fong Bai approached and politely asked him, how is the situation inside? Xiang Shan, who was sitting and smoking, looked up when his name was mentioned to assess the situation. What caught his eye was Zhao Yi, with Tian Tian and Bai Shuiji standing on either side of him. He sneered, isn't this the top one? You want to share too? Immediately, Xiang Shan's subordinate stepped forward to provoke, you dare come to snatch our boss's reward, you little brat. You sure are brave. Zhao Yi, not wanting to fight, spoke softly, I know the rewards are substantial, and of course, no one wants to give them up. But have you all ever thought about it? This is just a guide mission, there are still many more tasks and rewards behind this one. The truth is, if everyone gets stuck here, no one will be able to claim what's ahead. When Zhao Yi clearly laid out the 2 options, prosper together or starve together, the 2 subordinates who had been provoking him began to waver. It was then that Xiang Shan took action. He threw his cigarette to the ground, and, in the end, he agreed to give Zhao Yi's group a chance.
The cigarette Xiang Weishan had thrown to the ground was still smoldering. He walked over, stepped on it to extinguish it, and then reminded them, many people have died inside. This is for your own good. Then, Xiang Weishan kindly said, I can tell you some of the rules of the clown's game in advance. This game requires at least 3 participants, and they will play rock, paper, scissors with him. Each person takes turns guessing 10 times. Before the hands are revealed, both sides' hands will be covered with black cloth, so nothing can be seen. Anyone who guesses wrong will have a finger chopped off. Winning 3 out of 10 times will win the game. If a person does not win 3 times, the clown will throw them into the grocery store behind him. I do not know what horrors are there, but those who have entered never come out again. After the previous player failed to guess the number with the clown and was killed, the next player will continue the game, reset the scores, and start the game again from the beginning. We also discovered that the clown's 3rd and 6th guesses are fixed. The rule is that on the 3rd guess, the clown will choose scissors, and on the 6th, he will choose paper. Fong Bai, upon hearing this, made a deduction. With this rule, the 9th or 10th guess might also be fixed. Winning 3 times is enough. At this point, he began to wonder why no one had completed the task yet. His words made Xiang Weishan a little startled. He furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then, Xiang Weishan's tone became harsh as he asked, So, are you willing to risk your life to try the fixed rock, paper, scissors game, just to let others benefit? Fong Bai nodded and commented, if the previous attempt failed but still gave people hope, there will still be some eager to try again. However, if the last attempt fails, no one will be willing to do it anymore. Lu Han also agreed, everyone is selfish, why should I take the hit while others benefit? Xiaoi calmly walked up, feeling that lamenting was useless, so he decided to go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiang Weishan stepped aside and invited him to enter. Xiaoyi's group immediately walked in, while one of Xiang Weishan's subordinates glanced at them as they left. Then, he wondered, did you say something wrong to them? I remember the fixed rock, paper, scissors game of the clown wasn't rock and scissors. Seeing him so clueless, Xiang Weishan scolded him, then continued to analyze, that Xiaoi is the top one in the rookie rankings. Didn't you notice Lu Ruoting's strange look when he saw him? As long as such a person is alive, do you think the guild manager will let us level up? The subordinate nodded blankly, seemingly understanding everything. Then, he took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and flattered, still, the boss is honorable and upright. Xiang Weishan took a puff of smoke, then exhaled a small ring of smoke. The two of them stood there smoking, the smoke rising thickly. The subordinate quietly assessed that Xiang Weishan was indeed a murderous psychopath, full of cunning tricks. Xiaoyi's death would be good, as it would remove a competitor for rewards and women from their path. The group of people led by Xiaoi ventured deeper inside, surrounded by a dim, ethereal light. The scenery became more somber and bizarre as they moved forward. After a while, they finally saw a sign, but the further they went, the more numerous the signs became, and blood was splattered everywhere, creating a heavy and terrifying atmosphere. Bai Shueiji felt a little uneasy, sensing that something was wrong. Boss Xiao, the look in that person's eyes earlier wasn't quite right. I think he was lying, she said with concern. Xiaoi merely responded indifferently, I already know. Bai Shueiji sighed with relief, patting her chest, if you already knew, then I can relax. Fong Bai kept flattering Xiaoi, praising him, as expected of the top one, you saw through them so quickly. Xiaoi led the way, with everyone following him toward the convenience store ahead. The 5 of them reached the store, where a clown was waiting to greet them. The clown cheerfully raised a hand and waved, welcome to the convenience store. May I ask if you'd like to buy something or play a game? Xiaoi got straight to the point, asking, what are the benefits of playing this game? The clown explained, his voice full of allure, dear customers, if you wish to play rock, paper, scissors with me, and if you win 3 out of 10 times, I will provide you with everything in the store for free, with no limits. Xiaoi nodded, then asked another question, what happens if we lose? The clown smiled wickedly, his eyes sparkling, if you lose, you'll only have to pay a very small price. He continued with enthusiasm, you know, there's no fun in a game without stakes. Xiaoi did not hesitate and agreed, we choose to play the game. Upon hearing the answer, the clown smiled brightly. Then please allow me to introduce the rules of the game to you, the clown said, his voice filled with excitement. A few minutes later, after hearing the clown explain the rules, Luhan whispered, these rules are exactly the same as Xiang Shan described. Is he really that kind-hearted? Fong Bai, however, did not think so. He advised, we should still be a bit cautious. The clown spoke again, I want to emphasize one point to you all, do not try to break the rules of the game by killing me or chopping off my fingers during the game. At this point, the clown pointed to the door behind him, which was emitting a strange aura. The door slowly opened, and it seemed as if countless eyes were staring at them. At the sight of their horrified expressions, the clown ordered the door to be closed. Tian also saw the scene, but she showed no sign of fear. Then, she calmly bent down to stroke her stuffed bear. The clown continued to explain, after the player participates and wins the game, you will receive 3 talent points, while those who entered the game together but did not have the chance to participate will receive 1 talent point. After finishing, the clown turned back and said, if you decide to form a team to participate in the game, please come in and sit at the round table in the shop. Our game will begin immediately. With a confident expression, Xiaoi stepped in first without hesitation. At this moment, as she watched him walk, Tian's face slightly furrowed, a bit unwilling, but she soon happily ran after him. The remaining 3 were still standing still. Luhan hesitantly asked, shall we go in together? The more he thought, the more terrified he became, this game belongs to the guild, and if you die, you won't be able to respawn. Fong Bai, upon hearing this, was horrified. Cold sweat poured out continuously. He immediately made a guess, if Xiaoi wins, we can receive a talent point. This is extremely valuable, especially in the early stages, where each point of power can lead to significant visible progress. Bai Shuiji, who was standing beside him, heard this and fell silent for a moment. She said nothing further. Then, she stood up, her face resolute, and stepped forward. If a woman like me wants to secure a firm foothold here, I must be willing to invest. I've already given 1,000 points, if I don't move now, it will be a loss. Fong Bai and Luhan, hearing her words, couldn't help but admire her reasoning. They also made up their minds to move forward. Fong Bai thought to himself, whether life blooms or falls into stagnation, it all depends on this moment. The clown stood beside the large table, eagerly waiting for everyone to approach. He immediately flashed a sly smile and said, guests, please have a seat. He picked up the remote control and cheerfully said, let me turn on the TV to enhance the experience for everyone. As soon as the TV was turned on, a scream echoed throughout the room. The screen displayed a scene of a man in agony, crawling on the ground. Thick, dark energy surrounded him, crazily invading his body. Seeing this, everyone was struck with terror. Fear spread throughout the room, causing their mental power to quickly dwindle. In contrast to everyone else, Tian and Xiaoi remained extremely calm, maintaining their mental composure. Xiaoi looked at the lovely girl, unable to hide his surprise. It seems like you're not afraid at all. The clown suddenly burst into a cunning laugh and asked, who will go first now? Xiaoi immediately spoke up, Mr. Clown, I'll play with you. Upon hearing this, the clown laughed loudly, his face full of delight, you're quite straightforward. I like you very much. He then turned to Xiaoi, laughing arrogantly and declaring the game to begin. Fong Bai was startled as the chair he was sitting on slowly moved away. It wasn't just him, everyone else was being moved away from the large table, leaving only Xiaoi and the clown facing each other. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone down from the ceiling directly onto Xiaoi, highlighting his image at the game table. The clown began to explain the rules of the game. In the next 3 minutes, you may discuss with each other to decide what to guess. After making your decision, the player will place their hand into the black bag in front of them. The bag will then be pulled up simultaneously by the robotic arm above. He pointed to the mechanical arm and then continued, his eyes glaring dangerously but his lips curling into a slight smile. Of course, I can assure you all that there are no surveillance devices in the bag. Honestly, I'm not even free enough to do such a thing. After hearing this, Xiaoi maintained his confident expression. He smiled slightly and replied, I trust you. He then turned to Fong Bai, calmly asking, what should we guess?
Zhao Yi's unexpected question left Fong Bai stunned, his eyes filled with amazement. Xiaoi noticed that Fong Bai seemed not to believe his ears, so he smiled and reassured him, that's right, I'm asking you.
Fong Bai immediately began to think seriously.
The fact that Xiaoi had just started by asking for external help was really not in line with his usual style.
Did he have some special intention? For example, was he trying to confuse the opponent?
After thinking for a moment, he replied first, I'll say this, if you lose, don't blame me. Xiaoi nodded in agreement, but Fong Bai still couldn't help but hesitate.
However, very quickly, he decided on his choice, rock.
As soon as Xiaoi heard the answer, he didn't hesitate for a moment and reached into the bag on the table. He smiled slightly, turned to look at CHH, and said, I'm done. CHH glanced at him, his eyes carrying a hint of surprise, as if he was weighing something. Soon after, he also placed his hand into the bag on the table. The robotic arm began to move, and a mechanical voice sounded, both sides have made their choices.
Now, the results will be revealed. The countdown echoed slowly, and the atmosphere grew heavy as everyone eagerly awaited the outcome.
When the curtain was pulled up, everyone was stunned. Xiaoi had chosen rock, while CHH had chosen paper. The audience behind them was deeply disappointed, many thinking to themselves, it's over.
Choosing rock against paper is a guaranteed loss. CHH looked at Xiaoi and flashed a sly smile. I'm terribly sorry, it seems your luck is a bit poor today.
He pointed to the machine on the table and calmly said, please proceed with the penalty.
Xiaoi was extremely calm, signaling his readiness to the clown.
He decisively placed his finger into the punishment machine before him. A cold swish echoed, and the sharp blade fell without hesitation, immediately splattering blood. Xiaoi maintained a composed expression, calmly sighing, luckily, I prepared plenty of gauze before coming here. Immediately afterward, he turned to call Fong Bai, startling him into a state of panic.
Xiaoi, with an expression full of composure, asked him, what should I choose for the second round?
Fong Bai waved his hand, his voice trembling, I
don't know.
You decide. Even after losing a finger, Xiaoi remained incredibly calm. He gently picked up the black bag on the table without any panic, then turned to the clown and said, next time, I'll choose the hammer. The clown glanced at him, a faintly sinister look crossing his face. In his heart, he felt a rising sense of doubt, silently evaluating the man before him. This man was different from the others. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes filled with contemplation. This guy makes me uneasy.
That calm expression. What exactly is he planning to do? The second round quickly began. Both sides acted simultaneously.
The result was revealed, and the winner was still the clown.
Xiaoi was unshaken. He calmly placed his pinky finger into the cutting machine.
The blade descended once more, and blood splattered again. Seeing this horrifying sight, the three people sitting behind him couldn't help but break into cold sweat, their faces clearly showing fear. Lu Han trembled, her face pale, desperately biting her finger.
She muttered, if this keeps going, we'll definitely lose. What should we do?
Bai Shuiji, upon hearing this, turned around and scolded Lu Han, it's only been 2 rounds, don't speak like that. Contrary to everyone's anxiety, Xiaoi calmly smiled and casually waved his hand. He secretly thought to himself, in the previous 2 rounds, I didn't really want to win. His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on his opponent. The clown was being thoroughly examined by him from head to toe. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of Xiaoi, displaying the clown's profile. After reading it, Xiaoi smirked knowingly. He silently made his deduction, this person can accurately predict what others will play. It's definitely not by chance, but based on a special ability to cheat. However, in order to win this game, there's no need to expose him, instead, I must use that very ability of his to trap him. Fong Bai, behind him, clenched his fists, his face full of tension. We're already at the 3rd round. According to the information Xiang Wei Shan provided, the clown will play scissors this time.
But can his information be trusted?
Bai Shuiji, standing beside him, pondered deeply. If we can verify that what Xiang Weishan said is true in this round, the chances of winning will increase significantly. But if the information is wrong, everything will become incredibly difficult. Amid the tense atmosphere, Xiaoi casually leaned back in his chair, even smiling comfortably. He leaned back further, curling his lips into a slight, knowing smile. When I first arrived here, someone told me that in the third round, you would play scissors, right? Hearing this, the clown laughed, his voice full of mystery. Originally, I wasn't supposed to reveal the rules of this game. The clown looked at Xiaoi, his smile full of amusement. He said, I like you very much, so I'll give you a little hint. As for round 3 and round 6, I'll make them fixed. But what exactly they are, I cannot tell you. Xiaoi nodded slightly, his face showing satisfaction. That's enough. Round 3 began. Both of them placed their hands under the black cloth, ready for the new round. The 3 people sitting behind couldn't hide their tension, their hearts pounding loudly. Here it comes, this time Xiaoi has a chance to beat the clown. He must win. Lu Han was so anxious that he bit his nails, his body trembling non-stop. At the same time, the robotic arm slowly descended. It quickly lifted the black cloth covering Xiaoyi's hand. The cloth on the clown's side was also pulled up, revealing his hand, full of smugness and a confident expression. Fong Bai and the others watched, holding their breath. The final piece of cloth was removed, revealing the result. Xiaoi smiled confidently and raised his hand, which had already been revealed. Tian jumped up, happily shouting, amazing! Big brother Xiaoi won! Fong Bai and Bai Shuiji sighed in relief. Both couldn't hide their admiration for Xiaoi. On the other hand, the clown remained unfazed. He calmly placed his hand into the punishment machine, still smiling cheerfully as if he didn't care. Congratulations! Then, he looked directly at Xiaoi, a cryptic smile on his lips, and said, it seems the one outside has deceived you. Xiaoi smiled brightly and joked, next time, I'll pay him back both the principal and the interest. Fong Bai and Bai Shuiji, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Both of them thought to themselves, you've slipped up, big brother. The clown smiled faintly, wiped the blood off his hand with a handkerchief, then asked in a tone full of disdain, are you sure you'll make it out of here alive? Xiaoi, unwilling to back down, responded with a counter-question, how are you so sure I won't make it out of here? Hearing this, the clown nodded, his gaze filled with interest. You really are an interesting person. Xiaoi squinted slightly, resting his chin on his hand, his sharp, meaningful gaze lingering. You like thrills, don't you? Well then, let's add a bit of spice to this game. Xiaoyi's words caused the clown to pause for a moment. He looked up at him, threw the blood-stained handkerchief to the ground, and then laughed. A bet? What's the fun in that? Xiaoi wore an enigmatic smile, appearing inscrutable. As for that, you'll find out in a bit. The game continued. The two stepped into another round of rock, paper, scissors. In the fourth round, Xiaoi lost but maintained his composure. In the fifth round, he lost again, his finger cut off. By the sixth round, for the first time, the clown was the one to face defeat. The battle grew more intense. In the seventh round, Xiaoi lost again. In the eighth, he lost once more, his ring finger severed. By the ninth round, Xiaoi still couldn't turn the tide. At this point, Tian couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, we're at round 10. The clown casually tapped his fingers on the table, sneering, it seems like you're having trouble choosing a finger to cut. He began to analyze, with the remaining fingers on both hands, you can only throw rock or scissors. After hearing this, Bai Shuiji turned to Fong Bai, asking in confusion, what does that mean? Fong Bai patiently explained, if Boss Jiao leaves 3 fingers on his right hand, he can still throw paper. But now, when he spreads his fingers, it will be scissors, and when he clenches his fist, it can only be rock. His voice carried a hint of worry, but he still continued speaking non-stop. Xiaoi, on the other hand, remained calm, seemingly uninterested in their analysis. He had lost the ability to throw paper a long time ago. At this moment, Luhan with a gaunt face filled with fear spoke up. According to the rules, if both players throw the same gesture 3 times in a row, the clown wins. This meant that if the clown repeatedly threw rock 3 times, Xiaoi would definitely lose. Realizing this, the clown's face lit up with excitement, as if victory was already in his hands. Suddenly, Xiaoi spoke, his tone calm but with hidden meaning. Clown, do you remember what I just said? Let's make this game a little more interesting. The clown quickly nodded, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He propped his chin up, putting on an ominous expression. Alright, this will be the final round of the game. Although I like you very much, rules are rules. If you have any idea that doesn't break the game's rules but can make it more exciting, then after the game ends, I will let you choose the way you want to die. Xiaoi stared intently at the clown and uttered 4 challenging words. Let's make a bet. The clown raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, what do you want to bet on? With full confidence, Xiaoi raised his remaining 2 fingers and replied, I bet that in the next round, I will win. The clown paused for a moment after hearing this, unsure of how to respond to the situation. After a few seconds, he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Mr. Xiaoi, I think you still don't understand your own situation. At your current condition, you have no chance of beating me. However, Xiaoi maintained his confident smile, his eyes sharp. He curled his lips and said, this bet will have a condition. I want you to close your eyes. At the same time, a strange item appeared in the air before Xiaoi, causing everyone to freeze in surprise. He slowly made his request, if I win, you will owe me a favor. And you must do a few things within your ability to repay that debt. The clown looked at the fake Pandora's box that had appeared before him, and the system quickly displayed a brief description of the item. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering when he sensed the determination in Xiaoyi's words. Xiaoi emphasized, his eyes cold and sharp like a blade, if I lose, my life will belong to you, and I will give you this item. Xiaoyi's words left the clown momentarily stunned. Finally, he burst out laughing, his eyes narrowing with cunning, and he leaned forward as though preparing for an amusing trick. Mr. Xiaoi, no problem. I accept your bet. In the final round, Xiaoi made his demand, you can only open your eyes after the black cloth is lifted. Any objections? The clown smiled without hesitation and replied, no problem. Looking at Xiaoyi's hands, which now only had 3 fingers left, the clown silently despised his opponent, thinking to himself, in his current state, even if I don't use my ability to see through, I'm still sure to win. Bai Shueiji felt confused and softly asked, why did Boss Xiao do that? Could it be that there's no chance left to win? Fang Bai also didn't know, and could only anxiously reply, we'll just have to rely on fate. At that moment, Xiaoi invited the clown to act first, asking him to place his hand under the black cloth and close his eyes. Upon hearing this, the clown did not immediately comply but instead glanced around, his gaze not straying far and focusing on Xiaoyi's hand, which still had only 2 fingers. After a careful look, the clown nodded in agreement and followed the request. Under Xiaoyi's watchful eyes and the tension of everyone around, the clown slowly placed his hand under the black cloth. Xiaoi also put his hand under the black cloth opposite him, his expression serious and cautious. Bai Shueiji and Fang Bai, sitting behind him, couldn't hide their anxiety, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Xiaoi smiled faintly and said, I'm done. Please, the machinery may lift the black cloth. The robotic arms quickly sprang into action, slowly pulling out the black cloth. As per the agreement, the clown was now allowed to open his eyes and observe the result. But what surprised everyone was that Xiaoyi's hand no longer had any fingers at all. Shock was clearly evident on everyone's faces, except for Tian Tian, who was smiling happily, as if she had predicted this outcome. The clown couldn't believe his eyes, stammering as he looked at Xiaoi in disbelief. Xiaoi merely smiled lightly, his sharp gaze steady, and calmly declared, sorry, I've won. Bai Shueiji exclaimed, not expecting Xiaoi to cut off his own finger. Fang Bai, standing beside her, added, since he has no more fingers, Boss Xiao can only play with a glove. Looking at Xiaoyi's hand, he confirmed that he had indeed used a glove. The announcement sounded, round 10, Xiaoi wins. The clown's face darkened upon hearing this, and he was left speechless.
He stared blankly for a long time, deep in thought. For a moment, a gloomy atmosphere spread across the room. However, the clown smiled faintly, placing one hand on the cutting machine. He willingly put his hand into the machine and lost another finger. Only then did Bai Shuiji let out a sigh of relief and smile. Afterward, she jumped up, shouting joyfully, "We won!" Fong Bai and Lu Han breathed a sigh of relief, glad they weren't going to die. Lu Han held his head and trembled, saying, "That was so close." The clown, wiping his hands with a towel, spoke, "Mr. Zhao, I want to know." He asked with suspicion, "When did you start plotting against me?" Immediately, Xiaoi replied, "From the moment I lost 3 fingers." He slowly explained, "Anyone knows that rock paper scissors is a game of chance, so there can't be just one champion." At this point, Xiaoi asserted, "If you always beat me, it proves you've been cheating." He continued, "So, in the 5th, 7th, and 8th rounds, I kept my hand with the scissors shape under the fabric and deliberately switched hands in the black cloth." He continued, "As expected, I still lost. I guess it's probably because you have the ability to see through things." He raised his 5-fingered hand. At that moment, I realized that in order to win in the final round, I could only create a special situation. Xiaoi concluded, "Take away your ability to see through and lure you into a fixed position." The clown clapped once and exclaimed, "I understand now." He replayed the situation in his mind, when Xiaoi cut off the 7th finger, deliberately choosing the thumb of his right hand to make everyone think that in the final round, whether using the left or right hand, Xiaoi would only be able to show scissors. Then the clown pointed to his own eyes and continued with the betting trick to lure him into closing his eyes, preventing him from using his ability to see through. He was certain that in order to win, he would throw a fist. He lowered his head for a moment before continuing, "In the end, you cut off your own finger, turning your left fist into a paper." Xiaoi blinked slightly, as if confirming the clown's answer. Immediately, the sound of clapping from the clown rang out. He looked up and praised, "I was amazed by Mr. Zhao's actions. It was the first time I played rock paper scissors and had so much fun." After that, the clown stood up and announced, "I will fulfill my promise." He put the hat on his head and said, "From now on, this convenience store will offer all goods for free and without limit to you and your guild." The clown continued, "In addition, when you leave the grocery store, I will award Mr. Zhao a talent point according to the rules of the game. Each individual will receive 1 talent point." Upon hearing this, Fong Bai was surprised, as this personal gift was not part of the main world mission. Bai Shuiji was also quite pleased. "This time, I've made a profit." Adding talent points to strength can enhance physical abilities and overall skills. Tian happily patted Nini's head and said, "Smile for me." The clown removed his hat to show respect and said, "As for you, Mr. Xiaoi, I owe you a personal favor. If you ever need anything, just let me know." He bowed immediately, and Xiaoi responded, "Actually, I have something I'd like to ask." Xiaoi looked up and inquired, "Do you know the situation at the butcher shop upstairs?" The clown honestly replied, "There's a madman up there. He doesn't follow the rules like I do." The clown's hat slowly started to disappear. Xiaoi continued with his questions, "So, what is he trying to do?" The clown didn't hide anything, answering, "The butcher is looking for his daughter." The system announced that Xiaoyi's group had successfully unlocked a new context for the guild. The grocery store, within a 10-meter radius around the train station, is safe. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss, someone actually solved it? The new guy this year is so impressive, could he really take down the clown? One person spoke up, "I think that's Xiaoi, the top newcomer on the leaderboard this year." At this moment, the group of people continued to discuss Xiaoi excitedly, while Xiangwei Shan felt extremely irritated. He clenched his fists, a series of questions racing through his mind. Why didn't Xiaoi die? I clearly leaked false information, so how did he win? Or does he know about my plan? He hurriedly called a few of his underlings over, "Come here quickly." One of them asked, "Boss, is there something you want to say?" Another underling nodded, "Don't worry, boss." He then instructed the other thugs, "I need to talk to you all." Meanwhile, Xiaoyi's group walked out of the grocery store, all looking cheerful. Tian noticed that Zhao Yi's hand was bleeding and became extremely worried. Standing beside him, Fang Bai also expressed concern. Boss Zhao, there's no need to rush to the office, your hand injury is too serious. Bai Shuiji agreed, whether the injury was caused by the duplicate or the mission, it needs to be treated immediately. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's eyes darted ahead, and he saw something. He looked up at the sky, smiled, and said, they've all arrived. Zhao Yi's face clearly showed anticipation. Don't go back yet, let's go open the butcher shop. The group stood in front of the elevator, their eyes fixed on the door, waiting for it to open. Fang Bai, feeling a bit bored, couldn't help but say, Boss Zhao, even that perverted clown one, so I have faith in him. The other two didn't hesitate and also expressed that they shared the same view. While they were passionately discussing, oblivious to everything around them, the elevator door suddenly opened. Zhao Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, pressed the control panel without hesitation. Just as he was about to step inside, a rough hand suddenly appeared, stopping him. A cold voice, tinged with provocation, rang out clearly, Xiaoi, you've finished your game and gotten your reward. Isn't this mission about letting others go first? Before Xiaoi could respond, another person spoke up in his stead, voicing their displeasure and distracting the thugs who had just arrived. Fang Bai, angered and bolstered by the support of his allies, spoke out resolutely, if you don't dare to go, why won't you let us? Confronted with this question, the thug merely sneered and casually ran his fingers through his hair, responding with an arrogant tone, the butcher game kills more players than the clown game, I'm just looking out for you guys. Hearing such shameless words, Bai Shuiji couldn't hide her disdain. She bluntly mocked, what's your game here? Do you think I don't know? You're afraid we'll be stronger than you if we complete this mission, aren't you? Hit where it hurt, the thug's eyes flashed with anger, clearly harboring malicious intent. He reached into his pocket in a mysterious manner. From it, he pulled out a knife, its gleaming, cold blade making the air tense. He spun the knife in his hand, seemingly declaring his authority, today, I just don't want you to go. Xiaoi didn't even bother to respond to the thug, casually raising his middle finger in a friendly gesture. Then, he smiled, 3 parts cold and 7 parts contemptuous, and arrogantly said, right now, I could take your life with just 1 finger. Insulted, the thug's face twisted with anger, unable to conceal his fury. Then, he suddenly realized there was no reason for him to endure Xiaoi, and in a fit of rage, he swung his knife and charged forward. Even with the blade so close, Xiaoi remained calm, fearless. He spoke, moving with lightning speed and absolute determination, you know? My strength has reached 21 points. Xiaoi applied overwhelming force, crushing the thug with ease. As his elbow jabbed into the thug's side, Xiaoi casually mocked him. Taking advantage of the thug's pain as he clutched his stomach and screamed, Xiaoi quickly raised 2 fingers and struck, denying him any chance to retaliate. Serves the villain right, having just escaped the elbow jab, he was now subjected to the devastating 2-finger boat technique. The thug, who had previously held his head high, was now being lifted by his nose, continuously crying out in pain. Tian, witnessing the thug's defeat at Zhao Yi's hands, mischievously giggled, perhaps because she felt her hands were too dirty. Zhao Yi gently rotated his ankle, then, with a tremendous force, hurled the thug into the air like a weightless object. The thug traced an arc through the air before crashing violently into the wall, with such force that blood spurted from his nose. The excruciating pain made him no longer care about his image, trembling and groaning. Zhao Yi glanced at him, then looked at his 2 blood-stained fingers, showing a look of disgust at having to touch such filth. Such filth should not be left for long, so he casually wiped his fingers on the shirt of the person standing nearby. However, seeing that it wasn't clean yet, he continued to scrub and wipe, fully focused on the task at hand without noticing the glare of the shirt's owner, who was looking at him as if he could set him on fire with his gaze. Fang Bai took a moment to react, jumping to one side to avoid him, then looking at Xiaoi with disbelief in his eyes, you're wiping this filth on me, do you have any paper? Xiaoi gave a fake smile but didn't feel embarrassed, even though his unclean actions had been noticed. He replied, no need, I've cleaned it already. Then he turned his attention to the conversation of the 2 remaining thugs. They were whispering, discussing what to do next. Bai Shuiji, with an expression full of disgust and contempt, demanded they stay away. She also shut down their sinister plans. We're all in the same guild. You can stop us now, but you can't stop us forever. One of them, hearing this, thought it made sense and quietly told his companion to scatter. But the other one remained resolute. He thought that if they scattered now, they would lose the chance to grab the delicious prize. Seeing that his partner's confidence was wavering, he loudly threatened Xiaoyi's group to regain his authority. Stop wasting your breath. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Otherwise, we'll break your legs and throw you to the butcher as meat for his feast. Hearing this, Fang Bai slightly turned his shoulder, intending to charge forward for a life or death showdown. In that case, I'll risk it with you all. However, before he could move on to the dangerous path, Luhan quickly stopped him, advising him not to fight with them. At that moment, Xiang Shan led a large group of people, marching over. He had an unpleasant face, and on top of that, his sinister smirk made the situation even more tense. Fang Bai immediately froze in fear, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, all related to the possibility that Xiang Shan might be collaborating with the group to deal with them, which could put them in danger. Bai Shuiji, too, was no different from Fang Bai, immediately recognizing that this man was no good. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. Xiang Shan pointed at the thugs and asked, "Did you do this?" To everyone's astonishment, he sided with Xiaoi. This was something nobody could believe. Xiang Shan continued, "If I didn't do it myself, why would I let others do it?" The thugs dared not argue, immediately lowering their heads and apologizing profusely. Fang Bai was confused by the scene, but Bai Shuiji could guess what was happening, and she explained that Xiang Shan was helping them. However, Xiang Shan's next move only made everything more confusing. He approached Xiaoi, showing a level of familiarity and concern as though they were very close. Then, when Xiaoi wasn't paying attention, he grabbed his shoulder. Xiang Shan smiled what he believed to be a sincere smile. "I will take you into this game, they won't be able to stop you." Zhao Yi's gaze flickered with a hint of understanding, but he didn't expose the plan, instead going along with it. Bai Shuiji had also realized, this is a plan that Xiang Shan had set up beforehand. He caused chaos, then saved himself to attract attention, thus drawing people into his team. She gently extended her hand, lightly tugging at the hem of Zhao Yi's clothes. She intended to speak her thoughts after drawing his attention, but Zhao Yi seemed completely uninterested in her. He even enthusiastically extended his hand to Xiang Shan. "Big brother, come with us, we can help each other out." Xiang Shan indeed had a purpose, but the ease with which it succeeded still surprised him somewhat. However, he didn't care, as long as he achieved his goal. The two shook hands, as if wishing their collaboration success. As their hands parted, Xiang Shan raised his hand in satisfaction, feeling that Zhao Yi was so easy to deceive. Bai Shuiji saw that the matter was settled, and since there was no need to call Zhao Yi anymore, she let go of her hand. She turned around and exchanged a glance with Fang Bai, signaling that Zhao Yi seemed to trust Xiang Shan. The two of them, without a word, understood that they must remain cautious of this sly man. The group stood before the large door, which gradually began to open, revealing a horrifying scene behind it, various human body parts, bloodied and mangled, hanging like bizarre merchandise. Except for Zhao Yi, who wore a calm expression, and Xiang Shan, who was quietly scheming, everyone else was in a state of panic. The butcher, with his back turned to the group, raised his large knife and slammed it down onto the lifeless body. Zhao Yi appeared unaffected by the horrific scene, continuing to step forward. He calmly introduced himself, stating that they were participants in the butcher's game. The butcher lifted the large knife, still dripping with fresh blood, from the dismembered corpse. With a strong swing, he chopped down onto the wooden chopping board, and the knife immediately stuck at a 60-degree angle. The butcher wiped his bloody hands on the stained apron in front of him before turning around and, in a deep, hoarse voice, announced, "My game has 3 types." He raised his index finger, still smeared with blood. "The first is to help me with a delivery. I just so happen to have an order from several guests. Whoever is the fastest and wins will receive a bowl of my exclusive meat soup. As for the losers..." The butcher paused, chuckling harshly, revealing his sharp teeth. Though Xiang Weishan wasn't afraid, he couldn't deny that the butcher was truly terrifying.
The group surrounding Xiaoi began to panic.
The butcher then raised a second finger. The second is to go into the kitchen and prepare a dish. If it satisfies me, you'll have completed the game. If not, I'll personally teach you how to cook.
Then he raised a third finger. The third game is to go to 100 Burial Valley, deep in the barren mountain, and help me gather ingredients.
Finally, he asked, so, which game would you like to play?
Xiaoi did not answer, hurriedly saying, we need time to discuss. Then, he turned to look at the team behind him to ask for their opinion. Fang Bai spoke his thoughts, we should play the second game, as it allows us to help each other without having to harm one another.
Xiang Weishan disagreed. He believed it was impossible to accurately predict which dish would be good. Do you think he can guess the taste?
He stared at the man, then continued, moreover, if he wants us dead, the game won't be able to be completed.
He then asked in return, so, according to you, which task should we choose?
The man heard this and immediately replied, of course, the first task is simpler. Xiang Weishan smiled, stating, delivering the goods is all about speed, if you're slow, you only have yourself to blame. Bai Shuiji saw through his intentions, knowing this was only advantageous to him. Given his physical condition and experience with close combat, he would definitely finish the task the fastest. He agreed with this idea, as once the task began, he could call his underlings to block others. Upon hearing this, Xiang Weishan appeared helpless. You guys really think I'm that cruel, huh?
She angrily shouted his name.
In the end, Bai Shuiji turned to Xiaoi and said, we trust you, you choose.
Fang Bai showed his agreement, briefly glancing at Xiang Weishan.
The latter, feeling the gaze, became slightly uncomfortable and turned his head away.
Zhao Yi's response startled Xiang Weishan. I think what Xiang brother said makes a lot of sense.
He explained, this world is inherently cruel.
Some things are unavoidable, it's better to follow destiny.
He laughed loudly, fully supportive.
She was stunned and asked, are you serious? What about your head? Isn't there any reliable way out of this butcher's game? Even someone as smart as Zhao Yi is planning to follow destiny?
Bai Shuiji had always been paying attention to Xiang Weishan, so at this moment, he saw him cover his mouth with his hand. Xiang Weishan grinned slyly, thinking to himself, everything is proceeding as planned, this is perfect. Next, once the butcher confirms the game has started, he will regret it. The butcher set out the food and said, the food is here. You all hurry up and finish quickly, I'll only accept the first person to complete the task.
He continued to announce in his deep, hoarse voice. Xiang Weishan and Lu Han were both extremely surprised by this and couldn't find any words to say.
They quickly got to work, each doing their best to make the most of every second to pack the boxes.
Everyone else also worked frantically, hoping to be the first.
Meanwhile, Tian stood still, calmly observing everyone as they hurried around.
Xiaoi glanced at the steaming rice on the table in front of him.
Fang Bai sighed, his breath heavy with the tension after finishing one portion. Taking the opportunity for a few seconds of rest, he scanned the surroundings.
Fang Bai saw that Xiaoi had his hands free and asked, Boss Xiao, why aren't you doing anything?
He was startled and suddenly remembered that Xiaoi only had one finger left, so he couldn't pack. Fang Bai felt a bit uneasy, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to go over to Xiaoi and help him pack the box. Bai Shuiji and Lu Han were still keeping an eye on everything, and of course, they noticed his actions.
She glanced at him with disdain, thinking, has Fang Bai not yet adapted to the rules of survival here?
Helping Xiaoi now is just harming himself. Lu Han felt pleased at this and thought to herself, Fang Bai is as stupid as ever. The more he messes up, the bigger my chances of surviving. Xiang Weishan was confident in the neat box he had packed. The three of them took advantage of the fact that everyone around was focused on their work and quickly slipped away. Fang Bai turned around just in time to see them sneaking off.
He then said to Xiaoi, you're on your own from here. I can only help you this much.
After saying that, Fang Bai grabbed his own box and ran after the three of them.
Xiaoi looked at the box that Fang Bai had packed and asked, isn't your packing technique terrible? Xiaoi glanced at Tian Tian, who was still lounging in the corner of the room. He asked, Tian Tian, aren't you going to do your task? She replied, I'm not going. Tian Tian didn't want to do the task. Xiaoi made a funny face but didn't tease her, saying, if you don't do the task, you'll die. Tian Tian didn't believe him. You're lying. Nini said nothing bad will happen to me. Xiaoi didn't understand what she meant, so he asked, who is Nini that you're talking about?
Tian Tian immediately held up the teddy bear she had been hugging tightly to her chest and joyfully introduced, Nini is the first friend I made when I came into this world. Xiaoi observed the strange bear carefully, and silently called up the system. Instantly, the system interface appeared, Nini, activating neutrality. Note, if you attempt to harm the girl, it will be alert. If you leave a wound on the girl, it will go berserk. Weakness, unknown. Xiaoi patted Nini's head and complimented, this little bear is really cute. I've never seen a bear so adorable. Tian Tian smiled happily at his words, thank you, Xiaoi. If you praise Nini like that, it will get embarrassed. Xiaoi looked at the girl, her face blooming with a smile as bright as a flower from the compliment, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He then stood up and slowly walked toward the table in front of him. He sat down with a thud, seemingly unconcerned about the task at hand. Calmly, Xiaoi said, Butcher, do you have any braised beef? Cut me some. The butcher momentarily didn't understand his intent and looked at him with a confused expression. However, right after, his face changed. The butcher suddenly became angry, grabbed a large knife that was placed nearby, and shouted, Get out! You're not my customer. Xiaoi tilted his head, calmly crossing his arms and replying, The clown told me you have a daughter. How long have you been searching for her? Upon hearing this, the butcher was stunned. Perhaps due to the overwhelming emotion, he remained silent for a moment. The large knife in his hand tilted slightly, its blade gleaming, now stained with animal blood. He took a step forward, standing before Xiaoi, and snarled, What's it to you? Xiaoi raised his hand, his voice calm, I have a deal related to your daughter. The butcher glared at him with wild, bloodshot eyes. Xiaoi continued, Obviously, you can't leave your butcher shop for too long. A madman like you, who doesn't like to follow rules, also has rules you can't break, right? His grip tightened around the knife, his hand trembling under the pressure. Xiaoi slowly turned his hand, revealing a finger that had been severed before, now appearing once again, I can go places you can't, and help you find your daughter. He spoke seriously, for example, in Guxian town, there might be some clues. The butcher narrowed his eyes, his voice full of suspicion, Do you think that by saying this, I'll let you go? Xiaoi responded with ease, Of course you will. The fact that I've completed the clown's game proves my capabilities. He casually asked, What's the difference to you, a butcher who has washed his hands in blood, whether you kill one more person or one less? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the butcher no longer held his initial resolve. He lowered his arm slightly and set the knife down. The large knife rested quietly on the wooden cutting board, no longer exuding the deadly aura it had before. Then, he turned around and entered the always locked room behind the meat counter. No one knew what he did in there, but the atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. After a while, the butcher emerged, carrying a bowl of delicious meat. He said to Xiaoi, I need you to find my daughter and bring her back to me. You will be generously rewarded. Xiaoi confidently replied, No problem. At that moment, the system appeared, Congratulations, you have received the hidden quest of the Grand World, find the butcher's daughter. Quest reward, unknown. Looking at the butcher's retreating figure, Xiaoi couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking to himself, as expected, I was right. He recalled the words of the clown, the butcher is different from him. He doesn't like to follow the rules. In other words, even if Xiaoyi's group tried to complete the butcher's game according to the rules, the opponent could still kill them if he was in a bad mood. Xiaoi turned to look at Tian Tian, thinking, rather than tempting fate and creating a pointless game, it's better to strike a deal with the butcher. He then decided to sit quietly and wait for the others who were on the mission to return. Tian Tian took the plate, her small, smooth hands picking up a piece of meat, and she was about to feed it to Xiaoi. Seemingly reading his mind, she suddenly spoke, "Rather than tempting your luck and creating a meaningless game, it's better to strike a deal with the butcher." Xiaoi was slightly taken aback, his eyes glinting with amusement. "This girl, she's truly not simple." Tian Tian looked at Xiaoi and smiled brightly. "Xiaoi, big brother, Nini said your hand isn't very convenient, let me help you pick up the meat."
You like Nini, and I like Nini too. Meanwhile, on Xiang Weishan's side, the atmosphere was extremely tense.
He was at the front, ordering to block the other group.
A bunch of his subordinates immediately surrounded Fong Bai, Shuiji, and Lu Han. Xiang Weishan shouted loudly, "Don't let them leave the bus station." Fong Bai, with a panicked expression, questioned Xiang Weishan, "Are you daring to plot against us?" He turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over all three of them. "So what? Should I wait for you to complete your mission first, then go die?"
Xiang Weishan glared at the group, his voice dripping with mockery. "If you want to blame someone, blame Xiaoi. After all, it was he who agreed to the butcher's mission." Lu Han, furious, was about to charge forward, his hand clenched so tightly that veins were popping. But Shuiji quickly pulled his hand back, whispering to him, "Calm down. If you rush out now, they'll break your legs." Lu Han gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Xiang Weishan glanced at them, sneering sarcastically, "I'm leaving now, this place is up to you." As he walked away, he whistled, looking pleased with himself. His subordinates surrounded the three of them, their faces cold and full of threat. One of them, holding a baseball bat, stepped forward, grinning wickedly, "Be a little more obedient. Only then will we let you die quickly." The others, armed with knives, stepped closer, their eyes sharp and cold. Shuiji clenched her fists in anger and shouted loudly, "Are you all stupid? Why are you helping Xiang Weishan? Do you not know what kind of person he is? If he can betray and stab us in the back today, he can do the same to you tomorrow." The people surrounding them stopped, seemingly hesitant. One of them stepped forward, sneering, and said, "Don't try to sow discord among us. You don't know how much worse the end will be for someone who betrays the boss. If we don't follow orders, the consequences will be even worse. Today, no matter what, you won't escape." Upon hearing this, Shuiji became even more tense. She clenched her fists, sweat dripping down her forehead, her eyes full of anxiety as she considered something. Suddenly, she yelled, "I'll risk it all today with you." Fong Bai was startled and didn't have time to react before Shuiji rushed straight toward the group. Fong Bai tried to stop her but was too late. Before he could say anything, she was already restrained. One of the men grabbed Shuiji's hands and hair, preventing her from moving. A lackey of Xiang Weishan sneered triumphantly, "You think you can escape with just yourself?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her hair with one hand while holding a baseball bat in the other, his expression full of challenge. Shuiji struggled, gritting her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. She shouted, "Let me go." But her actions only irritated him more. He growled, "Still dare to talk back?" With that, he delivered a hard kick to Shuiji's stomach, sending her crashing to the ground. Shuiji curled up in pain, clutching her stomach, her cries echoing through the air, making the atmosphere heavier than ever. A powerful kick sent Shuiji crashing to the floor, the pain so intense that it made her drop the bag she was holding. She rolled away, her body trembling. The leader of the thugs gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, pointing a finger at her, "Beat her. Don't stop until she submits." Immediately, the group lunged at her, throwing punches and kicks without mercy. Shuiji could only curl up, protecting her head and enduring, her mouth constantly crying out for help, "Someone, please help me." Her bag was knocked to the ground, its contents spilling out, shattering and leaking a bright red liquid that looked like blood. Fong Bai and Lu Han stood at a distance, watching the scene with a mixture of worry and anger. Fong Bai clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage, shouting, "Enough! Stop right now! Are you trying to kill her?" Fong Bai's fury surged, so intense that his body trembled.
He glared at the thugs in front of him, his voice full of challenge. If you want to kill someone, take it to the battlefield. A few of the men exchanged glances, their expressions showing some hesitation in the face of Fong Bai's overwhelming presence. The group started to hesitate, then stepped back, revealing Bai Shuiji lying motionless on the floor. She was still clutching her head, her voice weakly calling for help. Fong Bai immediately rushed over to her, his face filled with concern. One of the men muttered, "This guy is tough, he almost dragged all of us into a battlefield of bloodshed." Fong Bai knelt down and gently helped Bai Shuiji sit up. He softly asked, "Are you okay? Let me help you sit over here." Bai Shuiji was covered in bruises, her face pale, yet she managed to force a faint smile. "Thank you, Fong Bai." Bai Shuiji was propped up against the wall, her face pale, her breathing weak. Lu Han stood in front of her, his expression tense and full of worry. He muttered, "It's over, we're all finished." Xiang Weishan coldly replied, "Yes, it's all Zhao Yi's fault." Lu Han furrowed his brows, his face turning ashen, then growled, "If he had chosen option 2 or 3, maybe we wouldn't have ended up like this." Fong Bai stood behind Lu Han, so angry that his hands were clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. He shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Han immediately spun around, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging in his irises. He glared at Fong Bai and yelled, "Did I say something wrong? If it weren't for him always going on about fate being decided by the heavens, would we be in this mess? If it weren't for him agreeing to let Xiang Weishan join the team, how could we have been plotted against by him?" Fong Bai remained calm, his voice cold as ice. "I think it's more of a bad habit of yours. You're used to bullying the weak but fear the strong, huh? Xiang Weishan hurt you, and you're too scared to touch him, yet you blame someone else in the team? Have you forgotten who helped you get that reward in the last duplicate?" Fong Bai's gaze darkened, his eyes locking onto Lu Han's without a trace of hesitation. Lu Han was struck where it hurt, his face changing color as he took a step back, biting his lip, unsure how to refute. But in the next moment, he angrily grabbed Fong Bai by the collar, his swift movement catching Fong Bai off guard. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked in tense confrontation. Lu Han gritted his teeth, his hand tightening on Fong Bai's collar, lifting him slightly. He growled, "Say that again." Fong Bai still did not resist, merely staring coldly into Lu Han's eyes, making the atmosphere even more charged, as if it were about to explode. Lu Han raised his hand but still held tightly onto Fong Bai's collar. Fong Bai began to feel anxious, sweat forming on his forehead. He looked up at Lu Han, thinking to himself, "This guy is scared out of his mind, it's best not to provoke him." Lu Han gradually loosened his grip, his tense expression shifting slightly to one of relief. He let go of Fong Bai's collar and then smiled in a strange way. "What, you're not saying anything anymore? Does this mean you agree with what I said earlier?" Fong Bai looked at Lu Han, his face confused, not understanding what he was babbling about. Suddenly, Lu Han summoned his weapon. A flash of light flickered, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. Lu Han spoke resolutely, "That's right, I'm going to kill Xiaoi." He gripped the weapon firmly, a twisted smile clearly visible on his face, as though this action would save his life. "As long as I kill Xiaoi, Xiang Weishan will definitely let me leave." Yes, it will definitely happen. In Lu Han's mind, a plan quickly formed. He thought, after killing Xiaoi, I'll use the excuse of delivering goods and head straight to the guild's headquarters. No matter how strong the butcher is, he wouldn't dare kill anyone in his safe zone like the inn. Thinking this, Lu Han hurried out, his eyes gleaming with smugness, muttering excitedly to himself, "Yes, let's do it this way." When he arrived, Lu Han shouted from outside the door, "Xiaoi, come out here." Inside, Xiaoi and Tian were sitting and eating. Hearing the shout, both turned their heads to look at the door. Lu Han strode in, an intense murderous aura enveloping him, his hand gripping the weapon tightly, ready to charge at Xiaoi and kill him. Xiaoi remained seated, his gaze calm. He raised his hand, now only 2 fingers, and pointed to the chair across from him. In a steady voice, he asked, "Shall we eat beef together?" Lu Han raised the sharp tip of his weapon, pointing it directly at Xiaoi, his voice full of murderous intent, "Come out here, now." Xiaoi showed no sign of fear, only smiling as he looked at Lu Han. He slowly spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Your acting skills are terrible, I could tell what you were trying to do the moment I saw you. Zhao Yi's expression darkened. He spoke softly, I've already made arrangements with the butcher, you can leave now. Lu Han froze, completely stunned, unable to say a word. His eyes widened as he looked at Xiaoi, his rage-turned murderous expression quickly shifting to one of joy he could hardly conceal. Lu Han stammered, You're serious? Xiaoi turned and leaned against the table, his face full of smugness. Of course I'm serious. How else could I be sitting here eating so calmly? Xiaoi smirked, then asked, Oh, by the way, you called for me earlier. What was it you wanted? Lu Han quickly hid his weapon behind his back, struggling to make up an excuse. He lied without blinking, I just wanted to ask if there's a way to complete this mission. Xiaoi laughed derisively, Really? I thought you wanted to kill me and take the credit from Xiangwei Shan. Zhao Yi's words struck a nerve with Lu Han, causing his face to drain of color. He fumbled, unsure of how to respond, and only managed a forced smile. How could that be? You're my great benefactor, how could I dare do that? I was hoping you could help me leave here later. At that moment, Fang Bai caught up to Lu Han, supporting by Shui Ji. Both were panting heavily, and Fang Bai spoke in a stern tone, Boss Xiao, you should be careful. Lu Han panicked when he saw the two of them appear, fearing that what he had just done would be exposed. His eyes darted around nervously, his heart filled with unease. Xiaoi raised his hand to greet Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji, but that hand no longer had any fingers after the deadly game with the clown. Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji stared at him in confusion, their eyes full of disbelief, as if they were preparing for a battle to break out right before them. Fang Bai spoke, his voice still uncertain, Are you eating meat? Xiaoi gave a slight nod and smiled. Fang Bai quickly waved his hand in refusal, As long as you're okay, that's good. Eating meat? I wouldn't dare. Bai Shuiji, exhausted beyond measure, didn't say another word. Suddenly recalling Zhao Yi's offer to eat meat, Fang Bai became worried. He stared at Xiaoi, then glanced at Lu Han with a look of confusion. Xiaoi and the girl beside him just silently looked at each other, saying nothing more. Fang Bai helped Bai Shuiji sit down, both of them looking utterly drained after the long run to get here. Still with a serious expression, Fang Bai asked, Boss Xiao, have you figured out a way to complete the butcher's game yet? Xiaoi shook his head slightly, but his face still wore a calm, untroubled smile, showing no signs of panic. Hearing that Xiaoi had not found a solution yet, Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji could not hide their disappointment. Fang Bai hesitated for a moment, then looked directly at Xiaoi and asked, So right now, are we just waiting to die? Xiaoi remained unruffled, one hand in his pocket, the other pushing the bowl of meat toward Fang Bai. He spoke slowly, Don't rush. Eat some meat first. Looking at the bowl of meat in front of him, Fang Bai furrowed his brow, his eyes tinged with sadness. In his heart, he thought, looks like Xiaoi has already accepted defeat. But then, almost instinctively, he didn't use chopsticks but picked up a slice of beef with his bare hands and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing ravenously. The taste of the meat spread across his senses. As he chewed, Fang Bai thought, if I'm going to die, then I'll die as a well-fed ghost. The feeling of despair slowly faded away, replaced by a sense of resignation, tinged with a simmering anger. Half an hour later, suddenly a loud shout from someone outside echoed in, causing everyone in the room to look out in surprise. The person outside laughed loudly, I've won. You all have to die, all of you, die for me. Bai Shuiji had recovered by this time, she placed her hand on her chin and looked out the door. Xiaoi remained seated, smiling confidently. Fang Bai anxiously said, It's over, Xiangwei Shan is back. The door was pushed open, and indeed, Xiangwei Shan stepped in. Lu Han trembled as soon as he saw him. Xiangwei Shan bent down and peered inside, slowly walking in with a mad expression on his face. He had lost an arm, and saliva dripped down like a beast about to pounce on Xiaoi. Xiangwei Shan opened his mouth and shouted, The top of the rookie rankings? What garbage is that, huh? Are you worthy of competing with me, Xianwei Shan? I only set up a small plan, and an idiot like you jumps in without even using your brain. A piece of trash like you deserves to call me brother? Xiaoi remained seated calmly, responding indifferently, yes.
Xianwei Shan moved closer to Xiaoi, his face growing even angrier. Xiaoi maintained his composed demeanor, which only made Xianwei Shan more enraged. You're about to die, and you're still pretending to be calm.
Let's see how long you can keep up the act.
Xianwei Shan slammed his hand on the table, laughing triumphantly. Butcher, I've completed your game, and I'm the first to return with the delivery. At that moment, the butcher, who had been walking back inside, raised his knife high, preparing to chop meat.
Xianwei Shan commanded the butcher, now, quickly give me the reward. He extended his hand forward, waiting.
The butcher remained with his back turned, focused on chopping the meat, blood splattering everywhere. After finishing, he stopped, lifted his head, his body covered in blood. Holding the meat hook, he looked at Xianwei Shan but did not respond. On the butcher's table were a severed hand and fingers.
The butcher turned and glanced at Xianwei Shan, murmuring, "It's here."
His mouth was full of sharp teeth, his hand gripping the iron hook, and his gaze was cold and piercing. The henchmen outside looked in, admiring their boss. Incredible, Shan brother is about to finish this task. Shan brother is getting stronger, and we'll all benefit from it. Who knows, maybe we'll get to hug some pretty girls. Xiaoi smiled, casually sitting on a chair, while the little girl remained calm, playing with a stuffed bear. Bai Shuiji rubbed his forehead, sighing, it's over, everything's over, we're all going to die. Xianwei Shan stood opposite the butcher, feeling somewhat afraid, but still spoke boldly, bring it on, announce it to the whole area. I, Xianwei Shan, will become the top existence among the newcomers. I want everyone to know that what you all couldn't do, I, Xianwei Shan, can.
And that Lu Ruoting, he'll have to look at me differently, right?
The butcher stood, staring at him, a burst of purple energy emanating from his head, preparing to strike.
Xianwei Shan was still arrogant. From now on, if you're dragged to bed, won't you have to kneel at my feet?
Before he finished speaking, he spat blood from his mouth. The pain surged through him, causing his face to swell with veins. He couldn't even process what had just happened. The butcher had stabbed through Xianwei Shan's body with a hook, a sudden action that left him no time to react, and blood continued pouring from his mouth. Pressing his head close to Xianwei Shan's face, the butcher widened his bloodshot eyes and smiled with delight. He lifted Xianwei Shan off the ground with the hook still embedded deeply in his body.
Xianwei Shan, now managing the pain, looked slightly calmer.
The butcher released the hook, but it remained deeply lodged in Xianwei Shan's abdomen. He collapsed his head onto the table, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Why?
Why kill me? I was the one who completed the first task.
It should have been the 5 of them. Xiaoi, it's them, they should have died, not me. Turning to Xiaoi, he trembled as he called out his name. Xiaoi sighed, smiled, and didn't even look back at him. Xianwei Shan glared at him, furious, his limbs trembling from the pain. It must have been something Xiaoi had done. Blood continued to pour across the table where he had collapsed. Xiaoi glanced at him, casually picking up a piece of meat and continuing to eat.
Xianwei Shan's face darkened. Feng Bai and Bai Shuiji were both terrified by the scene.
Xianwei Shan weakly raised his hand towards them, calling for help, save me. He crawled towards them, blood still flowing from his mouth and wound.
Xianwei Shan collapsed, his face darkened. Xiaoi stood up and approached him.
Xianwei Shan weakly raised his hand toward him. Xiaoi put his hands in his pockets, walked closer, and looked down at Xianwei Shan's pitiful state. His eyes were vacant, as if he were about to collapse from blood loss.
Xianwei Shan looked up at Xiaoi, while Xiaoi smirked in disdain and asked, "Regret it now?"
Xianwei Shan, weak and trembling, tried to lift his hand and stammered, "I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai, save me, spare my life." Xiaoi raised his middle finger in front of him, his hand now with only 2 fingers. Behind him, the butcher, dripping with murderous intent, yanked the chain hard. Bloodshot eyes appeared in Xianwei Shan's gaze as he stared at Xiaoi. Fang Bai, by Shuai Ji, and Lu Han were all terrified by the gruesome sight of the killing, none daring to look. The little girl, hugging a teddy bear, smiled, seemingly delighted by the scene. Xiang Weishan fell to the ground, giving a final smile as he wheezed. The butcher jerked the chain again, his muscular arms on full display as he opened his mouth, exposing sharp teeth. The butcher swung his hand, and Xiang Weishan was pulled up high. Fang Bai looked up, his wounds seeming to tear open, and he cried out in agony. Xiang Weishan was hung high in the air, with his limbs already severed and hung beside him by the butcher earlier. His blood flowed down to his feet. The underlings, seeing their boss murdered in such a brutal manner, were terrified, their hairs standing on end. What's going on? Didn't Xiang Weishan complete the mission? Why is he the one who's dead? Why? Lu Han fearfully covered his mouth, while Bai Shuai-ji and Fang Bai turned pale with fright. Fang Bai thought to himself, even if Xiang Weishan had completed the task, he was still killed. Who will be next? Could it be Xiaoi, the one standing closest to me? After finishing his task, the butcher turned away, his previously murderous expression gone. Fang Bai and Bai Shuai-ji, watching from a distance, saw him enter another room. Fang Bai couldn't comprehend what would happen next. The butcher's voice echoed, "Did you complete my task?" A bowl of blood-red liquid was brought before Xiaoi. He curiously looked into the bowl and realized that the butcher had gone inside to get Xiaoyi's reward. "This is your reward, Xiaoi, the one who completed the mission." Xiaoi took the bowl with both hands, happily thanking the butcher. The system displayed that the item was a soup made by the butcher himself, a consumable item. Though a butcher, his cooking skills were beyond reproach, but for some reason, the dishes he prepared always carried an air of resentment and injustice. The effect of the item was to put the body into a state of rage for 5 minutes, after which the person would lose all compatibility for the next 12 hours. Xiaoi happily stored the item in his equipment warehouse. This item was quite good, though it had significant side effects. Its effectiveness was very obvious, and in some special cases, it might be useful as an emergency tool. Outside the building, the sky was gray, with a stream of red mist surrounding it. The system announcement rang out, "Congratulations to player Xiaoi for unlocking a new setting in the Meat Shop Guild. This setting remains neutral. Players can purchase meat from the meat shop, but they will not receive protection near this area. Note, do not provoke the butcher in the meat shop." Inside the building, many people stood listening to the announcement. Xiaoi received 3 talent points, and Fang Bai's group each received 1. The world quest had been updated, "Resolve the grudge on the train." People sighed, this newbie really is quite impressive. One person clenched his fist and frowned, saying, "It's a pity, this world quest has already marked Zhao Yi's name. Now, no one higher level than him can undertake world quests on this map, unless he dies." The person across from him advised, "Brother, your method is a bit dangerous." The other person explained, "But if we don't kill him, we'll just have to wait until he unlocks the next large map. World quests completely release secondary NPCs, and that gives us a chance to act." Above them, a woman with her arms crossed observed and turned to speak to Uncle Quan. "It seems everyone is quite eager for these rewards, and many of them already have twisted thoughts." Uncle Quan stood with his arms crossed, listening to her speak, adjusting his glasses, then furrowing his brows. "There is no clear regulation in our guild that prohibits players from killing each other. They can do whatever they want." She turned to look down below, showing an expression of interest. "So, is there a show worth watching then?" After saying this, Uncle Quan decided to stand there and ignore everything happening around him. At that moment, Zhao Yi's group was standing around a table. Zhao Yi sat with his arms crossed, staring at the butcher, though the murderous aura he had displayed when he killed Xiang Weishan was no longer there. Bai Shuai-ji placed her hand on her forehead, feeling disappointed in herself. "Zhao Yi has completed this mission, but what about us?" Fang Bai responded, his face a bit embarrassed. "Are we just waiting to die?" Zhao Yi looked at the butcher. "Any news related to your daughter?" He walked over to a cupboard, sat down, and opened the door to search for something. Xiaoi watched him. He reached deep into the cupboard, pulling out a box-like object and placing it on the table in front of Xiaoi. It was an old radio, covered in blood, along with an old ID card that was torn in several places. The butcher said, "There are many things related to before she was born, but I can no longer remember them." The ID belonged to a schoolgirl, his daughter. He hoped that with these two items, Xiaoi could help him find her. Xiaoi opened his inventory and stored the two items he had received from the butcher, preparing to help him fulfill the promise of finding his daughter. He sat confidently, leaning against the chair, and spoke to the butcher, "I will find it soon, and in addition, I want to take a few people with me." The butcher responded generously, "You can take them all with you." Bai Shuiji was stunned, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. She stammered, asking again, "Is this true? Not only are we still alive, but we also get rewarded with 2 talent points?" Fong Bai was overjoyed, "So we can leave too?" Luhan collapsed in happiness, covering his head with both hands, speechless. Xiaoi glanced at Luhan, causing him to shrink back in fear. Before he could hide his smile, he had to lower his head, avoiding Xiaoyi's gaze. Xiaoi was also happy, bowing his head, "This is great, I survived." He then looked up at the butcher, "Actually, I didn't intend to take them all, there's something I can't do, but you can help me." The butcher furrowed his brow, unsure of what Xiaoi needed him for. The 3 others heard Xiaoi speak to the butcher, "You've done this many times before anyway." The faces of all 3 changed, and they broke into a cold sweat. When the topic of murder came up, the butcher reverted to his true nature, radiating a murderous aura. He grabbed his knife, his eyes bloodshot. "He doesn't intend to take all of us. He wants to borrow the knife to kill someone." Xiaoi smiled, looking at the butcher, "The one I don't want to take is Luhan." Luhan heard this and was terrified, his hands clutching his head, trembling. He shouted loudly, his mind in panic as if he were about to go insane. "No, you have no reason to kill me." Luhan pointed at Fong Bai and Bai Shuiji. "I've never done anything wrong to you, I'm the same as them." Bai Shuiji and Fong Bai looked at him, concerned as they saw him becoming increasingly frantic. Xiaoi raised his hand, closed his eyes, and calmly spoke to Luhan. "I've never held a grudge when eating meat with others, but there are 2 things I cannot tolerate." Xiaoi leaned back in his chair, his demeanor exuding that of a boss. His gaze was sharp. "First, those who rely on me to get meat and then want to feast on the meat on my own body. Just because I don't have a passion for killing doesn't mean I won't kill." Luhan, hearing Xiaoyi's words, immediately realized what his fate would be. He stood there dazed, desperate. Xiaoi closed his eyes and continued, "You should have understood this long ago." Luhan huddled, trembling as he looked at the butcher approaching him with a knife in hand. Luhan clasped his hands together, shaking, and looked up, pleading with the butcher, stuttering, "Please, don't." The butcher lowered his head and looked at him without responding. The butcher raised his knife high, and Luhan screamed in terror. The sound of the blade cutting through the air rang out, and Bai Shuiji couldn't bear to watch, while Fong Bai, also frightened, shrank back. Xiaoi calmly sat, enjoying his beef, his expression unchanged. Xiaoi glanced over at Luhan and said, "Be more careful in your next life." Luhan was still picking up a piece of meat, while Luhan's head had already rolled over to where Xiang Wei Shan's underlings were. The group froze, pale with fear, and retreated without a word. The blonde-haired man glanced towards Xiaoi, his lips trembling, fearing that he might be the next one. Xiaoi placed his hand on his chin, his face dark and terrifying, and shot them a cold look. The group immediately fled, screaming as they ran, "There's a ghost!" Xiaoi stood still, his eyes following them. Bai Shuiji and Fong Bai watched Xiang Wei Shan's subordinates run for their lives, and then Xiaoi calmly walked toward the door. As he was leaving, Xiaoi suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at the 2 of them. "What are you still doing standing there? The briefing's over. Aren't you all heading back?" Fong Bai hesitated, unable to form words. "We." Xiaoi placed a hand on Fong Bai's shoulder, looking worriedly at his hand. Xiaoi flashed a bright, friendly smile and said to Fong Bai, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm not that kind of cruel person. Killing people is pretty hard for someone as kind and soft-hearted as me."
Fong Bai was speechless at Zhao Yi's actions.
Bai Shuiji and Fong Bai, upon hearing Xiaoi claim to be a kind person, both showed disbelief, casting him skeptical glances.
Bai Shuiji spoke up, "Are you lying to ghosts?"
She looked at him. "If I hadn't seen you talk about killing two people with my own eyes, I'd have been fooled by your harmless, handsome appearance." Fong Bai let out a sigh of relief and placed his hand on his chest.
"No matter what, the 2 attribute points are from you. Thank you."
He continued, "Also, I want to remind you that Xiangwei Shan has a biological older brother who is a core member of the guild.
If you kill Xiangwei Shan, you might run into trouble."
Bai Shuiji and Fong Bai both reminded Xiaoi.
Xiaoi placed the remaining 2 fingers on his chin and smiled. "I'm not surprised by this.
Someone like Xiangwei Shan, who wants to use force to recruit so many people, is not very realistic.
There must be a strong backing." Tian asked, "So, what are you planning to do?"
He looked at the innocent girl hugging the teddy bear in front of him and couldn't resist ruffling her hair.
"Don't worry, I'll be careful." Even with only 2 fingers, Xiaoi typed very quickly and skillfully.
He was searching for information about Sun Bai Bai, who was the new goddess. Xiaoi rubbed his head, thinking, these people are unrelated to the butcher's daughter.
He closed the laptop and decided to calm down and think carefully.
Finding the butcher's daughter is a hidden mission, so it has to be planned properly. Therefore, there's no way I'll just die for no reason. But if I do die in the sewers, she wouldn't turn into a vengeful spirit causing chaos.
Xiaoi checked if there was anything useful from the system.
He had received a blood-stained voice recorder from the system.
Xiaoi pressed the button to turn on the recorder.
The recording was the final conversation between his daughter and the butcher.
The last time Sun Bai came was to Guxian town. The girl had said that it was cold there and didn't want to go back anymore. But Sun Bai didn't elaborate on the details. There was only an interrupted part of the recording. What happened?
Sun Bai, tell me clearly.
Dad, Sun Bai is cold. Can you come pick me up?
The butcher agreed and asked where she was so he could come to pick her up. But before she could answer, the connection was lost.
After listening to the conversation, Xiaoi began to think.
He turned off the recorder, his gaze stopping on the words Guxian Town. From the recording, Sun Bai had been on a train to Guxian Town, but the butcher hadn't traveled with his daughter.
So, what exactly happened on that train?
Xiaoi pulled out a map and studied it carefully.
The locked areas couldn't be accessed yet, and it seemed the butcher's mission couldn't proceed for now.
There were only a few days left before the new duplicate for the next month would be released. After calculating, Xiaoi decided to first check out the new unlocked world mission. This mission required 6 participants. He needed to go to an abandoned station and find a short train with 6 carriages at the station. To explain briefly, a duplicate mission means that if a player dies, their life value will not immediately recover, but they can respawn after returning to the guild. In contrast, the butcher and clown death missions result in actual death, though players can run away and miss the mission. As for world missions, they have a duplicate state. If players cannot escape the mission, they must either complete it or die. However, there was no need to rush. Xiaoi decided to assess the situation further before making his next move. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's hand slowly began to grow back to its original length. He looked at his hand with satisfaction and smiled, "Not bad, this new hand is fine." Sitting on the bed and looking at his hand, he suddenly heard a strange noise outside. He got up, opened the door, and saw a group of unfamiliar people standing in front of his door, looking for him. As soon as they saw Xiaoi, one of them spoke up, "Xiaoi, right?
Our gang brother wants to see you."
Xiaoi frowned, stroked his chin, and pretended to be troubled. "Well, although it might make me seem a bit childish to say this, but the nose hairs you've groomed into such a stylish look create quite an interesting effect."
Xiaoi smiled politely, trying to maintain an innocent appearance.
The others, hearing what he said, turned pale. It was indeed a sharp mockery. The man who spoke before glared at Xiaoi, not expecting him to dare say something like that. The gang brother was aggressive, but he wasn't about to let Xiaoi humiliate him like that. He swung his fist with full force toward Xiaoi, but the punch only hit an invisible barrier, a protective wall created by Xiaoi.
Enraged, he pressed his face against the wall and shouted, "If you're so brave, come out here and face me." Xiaoi stroked his chin and pretended to sigh, this situation is really rare.
Suddenly, a new idea flashed in Xiaoyi's mind, making him feel excited. He took out a large, heavy durian and said, "This is from Lu's sister.
I was planning to eat it, but I couldn't find a tool to open it. Since you all are free, why don't you help me crack it open?"
The guys outside were so angry they were gritting their teeth. "You brat, I don't think you fully understand the situation you're in, but I can kindly explain it to you." Xiaoi, smug in the face of the gang members' fury, responded, "No need." Seeing him so calm and still trying to provoke, the gang member got even angrier and was about to throw another punch. But before he could act, Xiaoi struck first, catching him completely off guard. The durian fruit from earlier flew straight at his face just before the second punch was thrown. The impact was so sudden and painful that he grimaced in agony, but he was too shocked to dodge, and could only brace himself to take the full hit.
Damn it!
The throw was so powerful that the durian split open upon impact, breaking into several segments. They tumbled across the ground, while the gang member collapsed, face down, blood spilling everywhere. The lackeys watching from the side covered their noses, a few of them gritting their teeth, and one even muttered, "That looks painful." Xiaoi walked over and squatted down next to the gang member to check if he was still alive.
He smiled brightly and said, "Your head's pretty tough. Did you ever practice Iron Head Kung Fu?" The gang member, humiliated by the remark, struggled to lift his head.
True to his role as the leader of the gang, he quickly pushed himself up with his hands and managed to get back on his feet. He glared angrily, clenched his fists, and shouted, "What Iron Head Kung Fu?" Xiaoi coldly said nothing, quickly dodging his punch. He maintained an indifferent demeanor, as though he were simply dividing up authority in a room. The Bang brother was trapped by a net, his body immobilized. He struggled in frustration but was still unable to do anything. Xiaoi then swiftly pushed him outside. The underlings were thrown out, landing sprawled on the ground. Xiaoi casually walked over and picked up the durian that had been split earlier. The Bang brother, now thrown outside, was in a very pitiful state.
Two of his underlings helped him up, each holding one of his arms. Xiaoi smiled brightly, "Thank you for helping me open the durian."
The Bang brother was so furious that it seemed like he could explode. He yelled hysterically, pointing his finger at Xiaoyi's face, "If you're so tough, why don't you stay in there for the rest of your life?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoi quickly slammed the door shut. Bang brother stood outside, staring at the closed door with eyes so full of rage that they seemed about to burst. "Damn it, this new guy, Xiaoi, how dare he disrespect me? Damn it, within 24 hours, this brat will be out of there.
I don't believe he won't come out."
His underlings quickly obeyed. That evening, when Xiaoi went out for his usual walk, he was captured and taken to room 511 of the guild's facility. Another member of their gang was sitting, pouring tea.
This one appeared to be the leader. "Wei Shan is playing the butcher's game with you, huh?" Instead of being afraid, Xiaoi calmly answered in a simple manner, "Yes."
Unlike the earlier guy with the hairy nose, this one seemed much more composed.
He set the teapot down and slowly asked Xiaoi another question, "Why did the boy die?"
Xiaoi wiped the smile from his lips and answered briefly and honestly, "I killed him."
The man started to get angry. "Why did you kill him?" Xiaoi sneered coldly, "Well, you're suddenly asking me why I killed him? I honestly don't know how to answer that." He continued, his tone full of provocation, "Maybe because it was fun." The henchmen were stunned, unable to comprehend. Is he crazy?
Killing for personal gain is scary enough, but killing for fun is truly terrifying.
Someone like this could be laughing and chatting with you one moment, and then stab you in the next without a second thought.
The leader remained calm.
Hearing such a challenge, he gently picked up his teacup, blew lightly on the rim, and kept his eyes fixed on Xiaoi without blinking. "Do you know who I am?" Xiaoi replied flatly, "Let me guess."
His face had returned to its usual expression, "You're the older brother of Wei Shan."
The leader nodded. "That's right. If you've heard of me, then you should know what kind of person I, Xiang Ba Bang, am. Xiaoi waved his hand dismissively. No, I've never heard of you. And I actually suspect you're not his biological father. If old Wang hadn't interfered, your father really shouldn't have given you such a name with such a tone of enmity. His subordinates were sweating profusely. The one thing his gang brothers hated the most was when anyone dared to touch his name. The fact that Xiaoi was still alive after all this, it was clear that he had truly angered him. It seemed that he was genuinely furious, as the teacup in his hand had developed several cracks from the force of his internal energy. He glared at Xiaoi, his face darkened, and asked, "Do you think you're funny?" Xiaoi smiled, still managing to describe himself with a single word, handsome, though it was somewhat casual. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy, and none of the subordinates dared to even breathe too loudly. Xiaoi stepped forward, heading toward his seat. "Talking so much has made me a little thirsty," he said. He casually sat down next to him. At this point, the gang leader was visibly losing his composure, his face darkening further. Xiaoi acted as though he were right at home, slowly pouring himself a cup of tea. The gang leader watched him, thinking for a moment, after so many years of dealing with people from different realms, this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogantly daring. Suddenly, one of the subordinates raised a gun and aimed it at Xiaoi, saying, "Bang brother, this brat is too arrogant. Just say the word, and I'll shoot him right now." The others chimed in, "That's right, Bang brother. While no one can die in the guild headquarters, they can still be hurt. Let's take him down a peg." Seeing his subordinates act this way, Xiang Ba Bang, the gang leader, showed signs of displeasure, but he didn't respond to them. Xiaoi lifted the steaming cup of tea to his face, sighed, and said, "I know he could kill me, but I can't kill him, because he has a good older brother, and I do not." After saying this, he exhaled again. The leader looked at him and curiously asked, "If you understand this principle, then you should not kill my younger brother." Xiaoi slammed the cup down on the table and asked in return, "Do you know what I'm thinking?" He gave a sinister smile. "I don't need to know the thoughts of a madman, but soon, you'll know exactly what I'm thinking." His gaze darkened as he looked at Xiaoi. "I'm thinking that if I had a shotgun right now, I could blow your head off with a single shot." Zhao Yi's reaction startled him. The older brother froze, not expecting a rookie like this to speak such words. "Well, you look like a pathetic reptile, so poor you can't even afford a gun." Before he could finish his sentence, his head was shattered, completely unrecognizable. The cigarette in his hand hadn't even been smoked, and fell to the ground in a daze. Xiaoi grinned maliciously, moving so quickly that no one had time to react. He calmly said, "Sorry, I do actually have a shotgun." Before the subordinates could process what had just happened, it was already over. They began to chatter and panic. "What's going on? This madman just fired a shot." At the guild headquarters, players could still be resurrected even if they were burned to ashes. Thinking of this, Bang brother wasn't too worried. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that a level 3 player could take out a gun from the room of a level 22 player and directly shoot the opponent to pieces. Seeing them so frightened, he glanced over and said, "Why are you all so surprised? If I had randomly opened fire, he could have dodged it. Of course, I had to use words and acting skills to distract you. Then, let him experience the feeling of being shot on my behalf." When Xiaoi said these words, his eyes looked somewhat crazed, but he had successfully scared them. The guy couldn't hold back after hearing him and trembled, shouting, "Crazy pervert." After saying that, he shakily pointed his gun at Xiaoi. In the end, he aimed directly at Xiaoyi's head and pulled the trigger. Xiaoyi's head exploded just like the boss's, but it seemed he was quite happy to die. A satisfied smile still lingered on his lips. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Elsewhere, the tower was tightly bound by many chains. Inside, a narrow passage that could only fit one person was surrounded by eerie red light. A shadowy figure with an unclear identity was bound to a bronze pillar. It had a shape like a human, also resembling a dog, but with a tail. Not just one, but many such beings, in different forms, were being fixed around the area.
They were all shouting, their large mouths filled with sharp, jagged teeth that looked terrifying.
Among the thousands of black demons, a small beam of blue light descended from above. The shadow slowly took form.
This was Xiaoi, and this place was perhaps the hell reserved for demons that had been killed.
As soon as they saw him, they recognized him, but for some reason, they appeared to be terrified. He's back.
The demons stared at him, their mouths hanging open in shock. It seemed this place wasn't exactly welcoming to Xiaoi. He was the one who had captured them and locked them in here. From the bodies of those mental patients, he gradually revealed his true form, but something indefinite appeared above his head. It emitted a strange yellow light that was unlike theirs. In their eyes, Xiaoi had no clear shape. He was a mystery that couldn't be unraveled, a meaning that had yet to be decoded. More importantly, he was the master who ruled over this undefined borderland. He was angry, jealous, cruel, bloodthirsty, and stubborn. These were the words the demons used to describe him. They couldn't understand how he could clearly call out the names of the demons and monsters here. Wherever he went, the most terrifying creatures in this place would bury their heads and pretend to be dead. A beam of yellow light, like a ray from heaven, shone directly onto Xiaoyi's face. He happily tilted his head up, savoring the moment. You've resurrected so quickly? Looks like Xiaoi prefers to die. He opened his eyes. He was still in the place of that gang leader, but this time it seemed like he had been revived first. The man had bound his hands to the chair. For him, a crazy kid like Xiaoi was probably a serious threat, so he stood at a considerable distance, observing him. Damn it, getting blown to bits by some high school brat in front of my underlings. If word gets out, where the hell can I hide my face? He gritted his teeth and made a resolution. He would make Xiaoi feel so much pain that he would cry and beg for mercy. One of the gang brothers raised a remote control in front of Xiaoi and asked, "Kid, do you know what this is?" Instead of being afraid, Xiaoi smiled brightly. Xiaoi guessed with amusement that the chair he was sitting in was an electric chair, and what the man held in his hand was its remote control. Well, for ordinary people, this would be an extremely uncomfortable punishment, one that they might not survive. But for me, it clearly won't have much of an effect. The man's eyes widened, his veins bulging as his anger grew. The gang leader was so enraged that he was trembling, clenched his fist tightly, and stammered, "You." He quickly flipped the switch and pressed the button to activate the electric chair. Xiaoi was shocked by what seemed to be the highest voltage. His entire body lit up, his hair and skin twitching as if they were being electrocuted, causing them to rise and his hair to stand on end. Very quickly, Xiaoi was smoking, his hair a mess, his body shaking from the electric shock, but he still sat there motionless. The underlings, seeing him tortured so brutally, turned pale, with one of them even covering his mouth to prevent himself from shouting out. Xiaoi lowered his head, his body charred black like a lump of coal, continuously emitting smoke. The gang leader laughed loudly, thoroughly enjoying the moment, eager to see if this brat could still keep his tough demeanor after such an electric shock. But just a few minutes later, Xiaoi was able to return to his original state and appearance. He even cheered excitedly. The leader, in a frenzied mood, raised the controller, asking him how it felt, to which he replied, "It's fine." A strong electric shock can cause intense pain for a short time, but once you've adapted. Hearing this, the leader became so enraged that he almost wanted to rush over and beat Xiaoi to vent his frustration. Xiaoi, with a bright smile, continued, "Actually, it's pretty comfortable, why not do it a few more times?" At that moment, the leader's face looked utterly dumbfounded, resembling that of a droopy dog. He couldn't understand why this kid was unaffected. The leader was so puzzled that he even wondered to himself, could it be that he's suffering from a reverse sadism complex? Still holding the controller, the leader gritted his teeth, clearly not satisfied with the previous torture, but he continued to taunt, "You must be in a lot of pain, right? Why pretend? If it hurts, just say it." At this moment, Xiang Babang no longer maintained his initial calm demeanor, he had already revealed his true face. Xiaoi, however, remained as cheerful as if nothing had happened. He spoke to him, "Could you pass me the remote?" He grinned wickedly, "What happened to your tough act earlier? Are you scared now?"
Xiaoi replied, "No, I think this trial product is actually not bad. If you don't press it, I will do it myself." The gang leader and his brother were left confused, not understanding what Xiaoi meant. Xiaoi then smiled wickedly. "Actually, just using the electric chair is a bit boring. You could add a little more flair." With an excited expression, he continued, "For example, boiling a frog in warm water? Do you know about that?" At this, the two of them stared wide-eyed at Xiaoi, and upon hearing him, they desperately shook their heads. Xiaoi began to play his intimidation game again. He suddenly leaned back a little, and although he hadn't done anything, they were truly frightened, their faces turning pale. The gang leader, panicked, pointed his weapon at Xiaoi and shouted, "Don't move." At this moment, he was genuinely a little flustered. Xiaoi seemed to sense the unease, and he spoke in a low voice, "Don't worry, I just want to tell you something. The most interesting part was when a patient once told me how to kill someone." He revealed it, his face twisting into a dark, sinister, demonic grin, and continued, "You prepare a jar of mercury, carve a cross on my head with a knife, and then pour the mercury over my head. The weight of the mercury will continuously separate the layers of my muscle tissue. Eventually, in the end, a whole piece of human skin will be successfully formed." The more Xiaoi spoke, the more excited he became. "Normally, at this time, I probably wouldn't even be dead yet. I could jump out of my skin and put on a show for you guys to watch." After finishing the story of his torment, he looked over at the other two. Their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. The one sitting sat upright, motionless, while the one standing stood at attention, meekly, like a newlywed daughter-in-law just entering her husband's house. The boss stared at him, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard, his body trembling slightly. Ba Bang and another subordinate looked at him, still grinning like they had just won the lottery, silently thinking, "Is this guy even human? He's terrifying, truly terrifying." The boss clenched his teeth, thinking. He couldn't kill him here in the guild, and he couldn't take him outside either. The only way to avenge Xiangwei Shan was to threaten and torment Xiaoi. As he thought this, he put the dripping wet baton he was holding back into the system. He pulled out a cigarette and considered his next move, since his current method of torment wasn't doing much to Xiaoi. The boss lit the cigarette, took a drag to calm himself. After going through so much with him, he concluded, Xiaoi is no longer just a sadist, he's a freak, psychologically twisted. While deep in thought, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. In such a tense atmosphere, this was indeed a good thing. The group turned toward the door. Xiang Ba Bang gave an order with a smirk, telling his subordinate to open it. The subordinate obeyed and immediately went to do so. With an imposing look on his face, the subordinate opened the door and asked, "Who's there?" His mood wasn't any better after Zhao Yi's psychological torture. But the moment he saw the person outside, his blood started to boil. He let out a howl like a wild bull. A woman dressed provocatively on my turf, wanting something without even asking me? That's not really following the rules, is it? Seeing this girl, for some reason, Ba Bang's name made him startle. He froze, stammering as he greeted, "Sister, Miss Lu." The boss was also surprised, saying, "Why has this girl come here?" She didn't pay attention to the two of them and directly waved her hand, looking at Xiaoi, saying, "Xiaoi, come with me for a trip." The two gang leaders, Ba Bang and his deputy, nervously looked at Xiaoi, suddenly feeling uneasy. Xiaoi began to lift his foot, and the iron band on his right leg snapped off easily. Then, he moved to his left leg, and despite it being a solid object, Xiaoi calmly stepped out without any difficulty. Once again, he left Ba Bang and his subordinates frozen in shock. Miss Lu calmly stood there, observing him play with the two men, secretly pleased, her lips curling into a smile. Xiaoi seemed to be enjoying himself like he was playing with a child's toy. He remained seated, slowly removing his handcuffs. Standing next to Miss Lu, Xiaoi made Ba Bang feel uncomfortable. His face darkened with anger as he glared at Xiaoi, causing his subordinate beside him to be so confused that he nearly turned pale with fear. Suddenly, Miss Lu looked at the boss and mocked, "By the way, who are you? I've never seen you on the 7th floor." Ba Bang panicked but couldn't stop her in time. One of his subordinates quickly pointed at Ba Bang and said, "The seventh floor is for the top-tier players who are qualified to be in our guild." The boss didn't even let him finish his sentence before Ba Bang quickly slapped him on the head, telling him to shut up. Xiang Ba Bang was extremely irritated but had to hold it in because Miss Lu was one of the highest-ranked fighters among the core members. No matter what, he had to endure. "Forget who you are, but remember, I don't care what happens in the dungeon. But this person, if you dare to cause trouble in the guild headquarters, you'll regret it," she said. Her tone was gentle but carried a clear threat. After speaking, she winked at him. Xiang Ba Bang held the cigarette in his hand, pretending to stay calm, though in reality, he was sweating bullets. His subordinates quickly bowed and bade Miss Lu farewell as she left with Xiaoi. Xiang Ba Bang remained seated. A moment later, his face suddenly darkened, and he extended his hand. Seeing this, Ba Bang quickly turned his head and asked if the boss had any orders. Then, they whispered among themselves. The content of their conversation was unclear, but it was evident that Ba Bang mentioned he would clean up the mess thoroughly. Back with Miss Lu and Xiaoi, they went up to the 7th floor. The light shining on the balcony created a picturesque scene. As Miss Lu closed the door behind them, Xiaoi walked over to the large table. Seeing him casually take food from the table, she teasingly said, "You really aren't polite." Xiaoi popped a piece into his mouth while glancing around. The view from the 7th floor was indeed beautiful. She also directly sat down comfortably across from him. "There's nothing beautiful about it, it's just like the one below." He didn't beat around the bush, quickly placing the chocolate wrapper on the table. Xiaoi had always been a straightforward person, so he said, "You saved me, do you want me to do something for you?" Miss Lu pondered, looking at Xiaoi and smiling, "Can't I stand up for the weak because of you?" He responded indifferently, briefly, and without hesitation, "You can, but I don't like owing anyone a favor. Especially not someone as ruthless as you, or else people wouldn't be so scared of you." Miss Lu looked at him, intrigued. "So, what do you think is the reason I saved you?" Xiaoi fell silent, thinking. Unlike the men she had met before, he didn't flatter her, nor did he show any signs of fear. Someone like that piqued her interest. Xiaoi just sat there, saying nothing, staring at Miss Lu, who was lounging in front of him. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Miss Lu also felt a little embarrassed and shifted her gaze elsewhere. To break the awkward tension, Miss Lu poured herself a glass of red wine. Then, she slowly raised it to her nose, casually sniffing it. "You look very much like someone I know," her face turning more somber. Xiaoi, while eating chocolate, teased, "I bet it's your ex, right?" Miss Lu tilted her head back, took a sip of the wine. "That's right." For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. "I still have unfinished business with him. You should just go find him directly." She looked at the glass of wine, sadly saying, "He's dead." Xiaoi, curious, asked further, "How did he die?" "Did I kill him?" He raised his hand to his chin and stroked it. "Why?" Miss Lu responded with a question of her own, "Do you want to know more about me?" Feeling that he had overstepped, Xiaoi awkwardly rubbed his nose with his hand. "Sorry, it's a habit." Miss Lu smiled faintly, then leaned back in her chair, tilting her head upward. The Forgotten Angel has treated thousands of the most dangerous and terrifying mental patients, successfully healing their psychological trauma so that they could completely return to being normal people. She wore an expression full of sadness and unspoken thoughts, asking, "You're so skilled, can you help cure my illness?" Xiaoi looked at her seriously. "To be honest, your illness is not easy to treat." She looked at Xiaoi, her expression unchanged. "You haven't even asked me what my illness is." Although psychology involves many complex and difficult to treat conditions, in reality, the most challenging patients are those like her, people who seem outwardly healthy. To summarize in my words, your state of clarity is much harder to treat than any mental disorder. It seemed Xiaoi had truly discerned her condition. Miss Lu leaned forward slightly, then retracted her arrogance, sincerely asking Xiaoi, "Dr. Zhao, you can really cure me, can't you?" He paused in thought. "It will take some time." "So, you can actually cure her illness?" time is something I have plenty of. She said, if you can cure me, I could give you a precious gift as payment. He thought, although I can't be absolutely certain that I can cure her, Xiaoi is very interested in patients with such severe conditions. He stood up and said, all right, let me think of a solution. She responded calmly, then thank you in advance, Dr. Zhao. As for the rest, Xiang Ba Bang won't dare to directly cause trouble for you in the big world anymore, but the danger in the dungeon, you'll have to handle that yourself. Xiaoi didn't mind and said indifferently, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Miss Lu took a sip of wine and did not see him off. Leaving Miss Lu's room, Xiaoi walked calmly on his own. The corridor was silent, with only him. Suddenly, a girl stood waiting for him at the end of the hallway, surprising Xiaoi. She was holding a teddy bear in her arms, her eyes sparkling with joy. Boss Xiao, I'm so glad you're all right. Xiaoi hurried over with concern. Tian, what are you doing here? The little girl innocently held up the teddy bear and said, the bear said you were in danger, so it told me to come check on you. He looked at the innocent girl before him and couldn't help but smile gently. Xiaoi reached his hand through the teddy bear's head, gently patting Tian's head and said softly, thank you. Tian was also very happy. It's nothing. The bear is happy to see you're okay. By the way, it's getting late. Fong Bai has cooked some delicious dishes, let's go to his room and eat. Xiaoi agreed immediately, okay, let's go together. And so, the two of them, one big and one small, walked along, chatting and laughing merrily. At the dining table, Fong Bai opened a can of drink and handed it over to Xiaoi. Boss Xiao, Xiang Ba Bang hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Xiaoi extended his hand to take it and briefly replied, no. As he poured his drink, he asked Fong Bai, you were the one who talked to Miss Lu, right? I was worried when I saw you getting captured. I don't have any background, nor any abilities. The only thing I can do is reach out to the elders in the guild. On the 7th floor, it was just Miss Lu and one other person who kept knocking without opening the door. Thankfully, Miss Lu is kind-hearted, otherwise, you wouldn't have made it through today. Xiaoi gently lifted his glass towards Fong Bai, thank you. He then asked again, has there been any movement on the new big world mission? Not yet. Bai Shuiji reported, 6 groups went, and all 6 died. A group of 6 people, totaling 36 people. Xiaoi seemed somewhat distracted. He stared at the drink in his hand and inwardly sighed, it's so good. Fong Bai continued, the bodies of the dead were thrown haphazardly around the train station, their conditions were incredibly tragic, almost unrecognizable as human. It seemed like they had endured immense fear and suffering before they died. The most troubling part is that there has been no information transmitted from the dungeon. No one knows what the dungeon is like. Xiaoi finished his drink and placed the glass down. He asked, are you guys going? If not, I'll go by myself. Fong Bai and Shuiji hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Fong Bai lowered his head and said sincerely, Boss Xiao, to be honest, I would also like to be as decisive as you. After all, those are 2 points of talent, but the death rate of this mission is just too terrifying. If I fail. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Shuiji hesitated and said, me too. He turned to ask the little girl who was munching on her food next to him, Tian, do you want to go? The little girl cheerfully chewed her rice and vegetables, then said, yes. Zhao Yitsong Chao reached over and wiped a grain of rice off Tian's face. Bai Shuiji seemed to be lost in thought. She stared at Tian, feeling somewhat stunned. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, this little girl, Tian, dares to go. I feel so weak and cowardly. Shuiji then put down her bowl, forcefully placed her chopsticks on the table, slammed her hands down, stood up, and said loudly, I've changed my mind, I want to go too. Fong Bai happily raised his glass, since everyone has decided, let's toast and wish each other well. Everything went smoothly, and they raised their glasses, toasting with a spirited and joyful mood. The banquet ended, and it was already dark, with the sky painted a deep red, like blood eerily frightening. At platform number 3, Tian, Xiaoi, and Shuiji had arrived in front of the ticket counter.
The little girl and Xiaoi remained calm, but Shuai was a little panicked. She looked at the bodies on the ground, a chill running down her spine. The surroundings were eerily quiet, almost deserted, with no one else around, except for the three of them.
Notification system, welcome to Platform 3. To board the train of resentment, 5 to 9 people are required. Please form your group.
After hearing the announcement, Shuai asked, Boss Xiao, the mission requires 5 people.
We only have 3. What should we do?
Xiaoi replied calmly, the entrance to the mission is at car number 1.
Let's go there and figure it out. Over there, the situation was chaotic. One person shouted, don't run. Don't panic just because many people have died. Those 2 talent points can't be ignored just because we're scared.
As they were trying to encourage and motivate others, they saw him approaching, and the 2 others were surprised. Among the 3 walking toward them, it seemed the person in the lead was top 1 Xiaoi.
The man with the rodent-like teeth cheerfully stepped forward. Hello Xiaoi, here to take the mission? Join our team, we definitely won't be a hindrance to you.
The girl standing next to him sneered condescendingly, flatterer.
Xiaoi also walked forward with a smile, of course we're happy to join, but I'm not sure if your teammates will be okay with it?
The person with the spiky hair looked delighted, no objections, come on over.
The other 2 agreed as well. 7 people stood together, and that was enough to form a team.
A stream of green light quickly surrounded them.
Notification system, welcome to the mission of the resentment train in Big World. Good luck to you all.
Xiaoi was unconscious, struggling to open his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He didn't know how long he had been there, but he was sitting alone in a train compartment.
The rain outside fell heavily, adding to the already gloomy atmosphere.
Xiaoi wasn't fully awake yet, so he remained seated for a bit longer. Once his senses began to return, Xiaoi quickly looked around to assess the situation. He was seated in compartment number 6, and the silence around him was eerily unsettling.
He silently thought to himself, calculating, am I in compartment number 6?
Xiaoi stood up, still with his usual calm demeanor. He scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone.
It seemed like they had been separated. His immediate priority was to inspect his surroundings and ensure his safety. If their dungeon mission was to dispel the lingering resentment, then he needed to understand what had happened here before.
Suddenly, a laugh echoed from behind Xiaoi, as though something was approaching him. But, as always, Xiaoi remained calm. He examined the rows of seats and noticed something that made him feel quite startled. His expression shifted immediately.
On one of the seats in the train compartment lay a few colored pencils and an open pencil case.
Xiaoi, curious, bent down to pick something up from it.
It was a white box, but it looked old and worn.
The laughter continued to grow nearer, but it didn't attack Xiaoi, leading him to conclude that it was temporarily not dangerous.
Just ignore it, he thought. Xiaoi examined the pencil case once more.
It was made of metal, but it had been dented and warped beyond imagination. Clearly, something had happened here, he assessed quietly, but he wasn't overly concerned. Xiaoi tossed the pencil case back to its original spot, maintaining his usual composure, and continued walking forward. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Ahead, he saw an old suitcase, next to it a backpack lying in disarray. Xiaoi stood still, staring at them for a long while. Having lived in this world for a long time, he knew better than to casually touch strange objects. Just as he was about to step closer, a warning from the system echoed in his mind, this is a high-level dangerous object.
You may be curious, but you must not open the suitcase.
Xiaoi frowned, his eyes momentarily showing caution. He turned his attention to the backpack beside it and decided to check that first. He opened it and rummaged through the contents. It was filled entirely with student books, most of which were worthless. After flipping through a literature book, he set it aside. At that moment, Xiaoyi's gaze returned to the suitcase. The system had warned him, but another voice echoed in his mind, open it.
Open it.
The curiosity surged within him, as though something was urging him on.
Xiaoi focused intently on the suitcase.
His hand slowly reached out, gently brushing its surface, a growing desire to open it and satisfy his ever-increasing curiosity. Zhao Yi's face was blank, like someone who had been hypnotized. The voice still echoed persistently in his ears. As his hand neared the zipper, half of a face appeared behind him. She was intrigued and continued to encourage him. "That's right, open it." His hand had unconsciously landed on the zipper without him even realizing.
But suddenly, his movement stopped. The voice questioned, "Why aren't you moving anymore?" "Open it. Open it." Xiaoi gave a faint smile, one that no one could see. It seemed that he had been pretending to fall into the trap all along. Seeing how eager the voice was for him to open the suitcase, he decisively stood up, turned around, and walked away without hesitation. Xiaoi wasn't the type to meddle in things, and he certainly wouldn't throw caution to the wind. Behind him, a shadow quickly appeared. It angrily called out, "Where are you going? Open it."
This little demon was just a newly grown child. Clutching a teddy bear in its hands, it gritted its teeth in frustration. Damn it!
How could he break free from my enchantment?
Suddenly, Xiaoi turned around, which confused the little demon. It quietly observed his movements. It seemed he had changed his mind. He walked back toward the suitcase. The demon stood by, grinning with excitement. He reached for the suitcase, which made it even more excited, cheering loudly, "That's right, just like that. Open it. Open it." Before it could finish its sentence, Xiaoi suddenly drew the knife he always carried with him. A wicked smile appeared on his face. He raised the knife high and coldly slashed at the suitcase.
No one knew the true purpose behind this action.
Zhao Yi's actions sent the little ghost into a panic.
It didn't understand why he was doing this. Did he really want to slash the suitcase?
The knife in Zhao Yi's hand quickly stabbed into the suitcase, burying the entire blade. He decisively pulled it out, then repeatedly stabbed, slashing it mercilessly.
The suitcase, filled with resentment, was ruthlessly dealt with by him. Finally, the task was done.
But blood was now oozing from the suitcase. After finishing, his clothes were soaked in blood. A notification sounded from the system: "You have killed the vengeful spirit. The soul weapon has been strengthened. The dream demon is being rebuilt, but it lacks the required energy. This time, you have received a strength of 4. However, the chaotic power of the spiritual weapon is still weak." Zhao Yi sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead.
Finally.
"It's dead," he muttered. The little ghost stood behind, bewildered, still not understanding what was happening. Seeing Zhao Yi's overwhelming aura, it began to retreat, cautious.
It knew this man wasn't someone to mess with.
Sweat dripped from its forehead, and it felt shaken to its core. By accident, as it stepped backward, the little ghost kicked a tin can, making a loud noise. In a panic, it bent down to check what it had just kicked. Fear engulfed it, and sweat poured out relentlessly. Suddenly, Zhao Yi looked up and turned around. His face was grim, even more terrifying than any demon. He looked at the little ghost and gave a smirk. Even though it was a ghost, she was still just a child. She was startled and let out a high-pitched scream. Zhao Yi stood up, his face cold, and slowly walked towards the little girl. The small demon trembled, backed away, and fell flat onto the ground. Terrified, it quickly raised its hands to cover its face. "Why you? Don't come any closer." The little girl stammered, her voice trembling. Xiaoi stopped, his gaze devoid of any malicious intent. Realizing this, the small demon slowly lowered its hands, eyeing him with suspicion. Xiaoi bent down and crouched to get a better look at the girl's face. Smiling, he said, "Are you a little demon?" The girl burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was forced." Seeing how frightened the girl was, Xiaoi didn't tease her anymore.
He reached into the system and pulled something out. It turned out to be the two eyes of the teddy bear the girl had lost. He carefully reattached the eyes to the bear, leaving the girl stunned in surprise. It seemed that Xiaoi always had a special gentleness reserved for little girls. He smiled and reached out to pat the small demon's head. "Don't be scared. I'm a good person," he reassured her. The girl, still with tears rolling down her face, looked up at him. "Is that true?" Xiaoi smiled, but the girl suddenly innocently exclaimed, "Uncle, you're clearly so young, why do you call yourself uncle?" The word uncle immediately made Xiao Yi's expression darken. He reached out, grabbed the girl by the neck, and spoke sternly, "I'll give you a chance to say that again." The poor little girl gasped for air, coughing violently, trying to correct herself. "Brother! Brother!" Xiaoi snorted lightly, released her, and smiled in satisfaction. "Now that's better." The girl clutched her neck, turning to the side and coughing heavily after just escaping danger. Xiaoi sat down, looking at her with a serious expression. "I need to ask you, what exactly happened with this ship?" The girl immediately became terrified, hugging her head and curling up. Her lips quivered, and she stammered, I can't say. If I do, it will definitely find out." Seeing little demon's expression like that, he darkened his face and asked, "Who is she?" The teacher's lesson on page 38 of the textbook taught us that we should never carelessly share secrets with others. You are a good child, you must not say bad things. Xiaoi was puzzled, wondering which teacher would say such a thing. He looked at the book in the backpack, then picked it up to examine it. It was the literature book he had glanced through earlier, but he hadn't thought it was anything special. There wasn't much time, so Xiaoi decided to store the book in the system and would read it later when he had a moment. After putting it away, he stood up and neatly packed little demon's things back into the backpack. The little girl trembled as she watched his actions. Xiaoi brought the backpack in front of her. She still didn't understand why he was doing this. He gently said to little demon, "Don't scatter your things around. If not, you'll cry later when you can't find them." She hugged the backpack to her chest, seemingly lost in thought. She stared at Xiaoyi's back, her face full of concerns, as if she wanted to say something to him. Xiaoi continued forward without hesitation, walking toward the door. The little demon, seeing Xiaoi about to open the door, clutched her backpack tightly, trembling. She tried to hold on to it even more firmly to steady herself. Finally, as Xiaoi stepped outside, she gathered all her courage and shouted, "Big brother, don't go to car number 1. Xiaoi turned his head, smiled at her, and made an okay gesture with his hand. "Okay, got it." The little girl hugged the teddy bear to her chest. She raised her hand as if wanting to say something more to him, but in the end, she couldn't find the courage to speak another word. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and the train carriage door slowly began to close. The little demon couldn't hold it in anymore, and tears streamed down its face as well. It quietly watched him, crying like that. Until the door was completely closed, no one knew what the little girl had truly gone through, and no one knew what made her cry. Xiaoi began to take out the book from the system to study it more carefully. He thought about how the little demon had mentioned its teacher earlier, so he carefully flipped through each page to see what it contained. Indeed, there was a title mentioned by the teacher. The 4 places circled in red have content. The control room has the morning report and the latest map. To start the train, you need diesel oil, but do not enter the cockpit. The last circled part was also the most terrifying. It will always stare at you. Xiaoi closed the book and silently pondered, who exactly is it? In other words, what kind of thing could make that little demon so scared that it cried like that? Since the little demon had warned him not to go to car number 1, Xiaoi chose door number 5. He stood before the door, thought for a moment, and finally pushed the door open. Inside, everything was in chaos. In the distance, several figures were gathered there. It was Wang Zi and Li Miao Miao, sitting huddled next to a fire pit, with 3 demons standing in front of them. Upon seeing him, all of them were startled by the movement and turned to look in his direction. Li Miao Miao showed firmness in front of his appearance, while Wang Zi appeared cheerful and fawning. "You came at the perfect time,
quickly save us.
The fattest demon spoke first. Outsiders are forbidden from joining the game, unless you are willing to wager your life. Xiaoi stroked his chin thoughtfully, revealing a mischievous smile on his lips. Wager my life, huh? Li Miao Miao shouted loudly, why are you hesitating?
Right now, we are all comrades in the same boat. If you see death and don't save us, that's really selfish. Seeing her so fierce, Wang Zi immediately spoke up, this game is not difficult with your abilities, you'll definitely complete it. In fact, he was also curious to see what kind of game they were playing, so he agreed, alright, I'll participate. Li Miao Miao sighed in relief, and Wang Zi secretly sighed. Thankfully Xiaoi agreed, this Princess Syndrome girl, if we offend him, will be dead.
He quickly walked over to the three demons. What kind of game? How do we play?
The demon in the middle laid out the rules. This game is called Guess Guess Guess. Within 10 minutes, you must figure out the cause of our deaths.
You can ask us 3 questions.
We will not lie, but you must never ask about the cause of our deaths.
It will be revealed through the other 2. When the task ends, we will take away their 2 arms.
Then, it pointed at Xiaoi and told him the price to pay for losing, it's death.
Xiaoi calmly looked at the demon, smiling brightly. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also composed. Is that so? I understand. Li Miao Miao snapped, what kind of attitude is that? Can you be a little more serious? I don't want to lose my arm. Wang Zi also pleaded urgently.
Xiaoi smiled brightly, secretly thinking, these 2 really don't know how to be polite. Besides, they had already asked all the questions, and only one remained. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, quickly coming to a decision and said, alright, then I'll ask.
Then Xiaoi wiped the smirk off his face and asked seriously, do you desire freedom? The 3 demons were confused as to why he would ask such an unrelated question. Are you crazy? Wang Zi, having already wasted 2 questions, now saw him wasting yet another one. He couldn't figure out how Xiaoi managed to stay at the top. Wang Zi felt uneasy. You can scold him all you want, why drag me into this? Xiaoi ignored the bickering between the 2 and looked at them with a serious expression. Answer me, do you desire freedom?
The 3 demons exchanged looks and giggled, this guy must be insane.
Doesn't he care about his life, asking such an absurd question? They replied in unison, desire it, we desperately desire it.
One of them clenched his fist, his hand still trembling slightly, but regrettably, there was no hope left for freedom. Xiaoi smiled with satisfaction, alright, you've asked your questions.
Now, tell me the cause of our deaths. If you're right, you can stay safe for a while. But if you're wrong...
At this point, the demon grinned maliciously, thinking to himself, there's no way he can guess it. Wang Zi broke into a cold sweat on his forehead, terrified as he bit his lip, this is bad, how could I have guessed it? Li Miao Miao screamed in panic, don't kill me, it's because of them, it has nothing to do with me.
The demon seemed to think the same way, and its hands began to transform into blades. You couldn't guess, right? Then all of you will die together.
The 3 demons quickly turned their hands into sharp weapons. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's eyes brightened, and he pointed at the fattest demon. When you died, the other party killed you with the intention of eating your flesh. He then pointed at the thinnest demon, you died from asthma. There was no medicine on the ship at the time, so you suffocated and died. Finally, he pointed at the demon who had committed suicide, and he died by suicide, crying in despair before he died. The 3 demons were puzzled as to how he knew all of this. They stared intently at Xiaoi. Finally, the suicidal demon spoke, you have completed the game, and now you are temporarily safe. Even though we are demons, we have principles. We absolutely do not go back on our word. Li Miao Miao and Wang Zi were overjoyed, we did it. Truly, you deserve to be number 1. Suddenly, Xiaoi extended his hand and grasped the hand of the suicidal demon, his face dark as he said, thank you. I and you all share the same desire for freedom, and I am willing to pay any price for it. These words were truly heartfelt. The 3 demons exchanged surprised looks, no one had ever spoken to them like that since their death. Looking at the door of carriage number 4, Xiaoi quickly passed through the 2 doors. Suddenly, he approached the suicide demon.
It seemed to be the smartest one.
Right, I want to know what happened on this train, Xiaoi asked. Upon hearing his question, the demon was startled, and all three of them hesitated. It seemed this was truly a difficult topic to discuss.
The little demon girl even seemed on the verge of tears when he mentioned it.
He hesitated for a long while, following the principle that they couldn't speak about it, but perhaps because of the handshake earlier, it had reached the deepest part of the demon's soul.
There is no answer to what you seek on the train.
You must go outside to find it, he replied. The demon added, but the world outside is very dangerous.
You will need to find the demon candle if you want to survive out there.
Xiaoi recalled the little demon's previous warning not to go to carriage number 1.
The demon candle.
Xiaoi silently speculated, perhaps the demon candle he needed to find was in carriage number 1.
The three demons watched Zhao Yi's retreating figure.
He smiled and nodded in thanks, then intended to step out, but a hand quickly reached out to stop him.
Hey, where are you going, brother Xiaoi?
Xiaoi replied nonchalantly, to find the freedom that belongs to me.
Going with you, he said, and continued walking. Li Miao Miao angrily followed after them. You guys are leaving, what about me? Wang Zi glanced at her with disdain, useless and still acting like a princess. I'm bored.
You can go with us, but being with someone like you on the team is just bad luck. She didn't agree to stay behind, but as she walked with them, she asked, Wang Zi, do you want me to go die with them? Wang Zi held onto Zhao Yi's arm, listening to her speak in silence. I didn't go through all this trouble just to find a safe place to hide.
Do you think I'm stupid?
At this moment, Wang Zi was truly enraged, and he directly shouted in her face, so what do you want to do?
Everyone's on a dungeon mission. Do you want to take advantage of us?
She arrogantly hurried to say, let me tell you, if you brought me here, you have to take responsibility for getting me out. And don't act like you're doing this mission because of me.
If we don't complete the mission, we'll all die. Wang Zi was so furious that he was trembling, pointing his finger at her face.
But he was normally a person who spoke gently, and now, faced with such a fierce woman, he didn't know what to do. Seeing that he was about to explode, Xiaoi remained calm and said, we're going anyway, it's up to you. After that, he moved forward without looking back at her. Wang Zi quickly followed Xiaoi, and the two of them truly left. With no other choice, Li Miao Miao couldn't just stay alone with the three ghosts, so she angrily shouted, wait for me. Upon reaching car number 4, as soon as they stood outside, a melodious singing voice could be heard. Zhao Yi and the others entered, and the singing grew louder. At the other end, several figures were swaying. Tian was sitting there, and the singing voice belonged to her, but at that moment, her face looked a little different than usual. Xiaoi walked over and saw the shadows trembling continuously. The little girl quickly noticed the arrival of others. She turned to see Xiaoi, and Tian joyfully smiled brightly. Boss Xiao, the little one immediately hugged the teddy bear in her arms, stood up, and ran toward Xiaoi, leaning her head against him. The teddy bear said you'd come to save us, and I didn't expect you to really show up. Xiaoi looked at her in surprise, then gently stroked Tian's head, affectionately praising, good girl, you did really well. The little girl quickly pointed out the dark figures huddling and trembling in the corner, saying, it's them, the passengers from the train car, who were playing games with me earlier, very enthusiastically. Then, she pouted sadly, saying, but they stopped playing halfway through.
So annoying. The figures continued to tremble incessantly.
Tian turned and cheekily stuck her tongue out at them, teasing, and the group screamed in fear. One of the women, with long hair, couldn't help but wet herself and continued to shiver uncontrollably.
Li Miao Miao sneered, what luck is this? Running into a bunch of cowards. Xiaoi didn't respond, only glaring at her, what, did I say something wrong?
Suddenly, he looked up at something, then turned his head to look away.
The two of them fell silent, not saying anything further.
A small red light flickered in his eyes, like a camera scanning around. It seems these doors won't open, the mission doesn't want us to take a shortcut. In other words, the system's rules are protecting us.
Xiao Yi fell into deep thought. He had to get the ghost candle first before he could find a way to leave this train. He glanced over at the group of people crying and trembling on the ground. All right, stop shaking. I'll take Tian to the first carriage. You all can figure it out yourselves. As soon as the 6 people heard he was going to take the little girl, they all knelt down at once, overwhelmed with gratitude to the point of tears. Good person, we bow in thanks to you. 2 figures, one big and one small, quickly moved towards the exit. Wang Zi, seeing Xiaoi leaving, immediately tried to flatter him into letting him tag along. Xiaoi didn't seem to have much liking for this rat-toothed man. Li Miao Miao turned her head and saw the group still huddled in the same corner. She smugly spat at them, sneering at these cowards. Oh no, she didn't even notice that the group had long since reverted to their true ghostly forms. The spit hit the head of a female ghost. Furious, the ghost gritted her teeth, turned her head, and glared at Li Miao Miao. The others followed suit, all staring at her. Li Miao Miao shrieked in panic, losing her balance and stumbling forward, causing her to slip and fall to the ground. At the same time, someone stood behind her. Li Miao Miao turned her face, only to inadvertently plant it straight into Wang Zi's backside as he walked ahead. Li Miao Miao slammed her head into Wang Zi's behind. Her face turned pale as she quickly pulled her face away from his rear. Xiaoi asked, "What's going on?" Wang Zi blushed, "Nothing." Xiaoi smiled, "All right then. Let's keep going." Then, Xiaoi met Wenlong and Bai Shuiji on the second car. They found Qin Shoufeng in the third car, and they had all completed the devil's game inside. On the door marked with the number 1, the 7 of them, none missing, entered car number 1. Strange heads were placed on the table, with a candle stuck into their brain, and a decapitated girl appeared. Welcome, everyone, to the night train, number 19. Wenlong was startled, his face pale, and said, "What exactly is this game?" The decapitated girl explained, "This car has no game. Before, you were assigned to 5 cars. After completing the game, you would uncover some hidden clues. Next, you can use the clues you've gathered to explore more. There are 6 demon candles here. Each demon candle can only burn for 1 hour after being removed from the skull. During this time, the person holding the demon candle will not be attacked by the other demons on the train. If the demon can also dissipate the darkness outside the train to some extent, it will cause the extremely aggressive demons in the dark to treat you as one of their own. Of course, this doesn't mean they won't attack you. The candles will go out." The decapitated girl raised her hand. "When all the demon candles are burned out, the seal on the cockpit behind me will be broken." Wenlong asked, "So what happens if the seal is broken?" The girl replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that the captain and another guest cannot promise they will come out from there." Shueiji spoke up, "It seems that the captain and the guest cannot say that it's very dangerous. It's best not to let them go outside." The girl whose head had been severed advised, "Also, I need to remind you of something. The door of car number 1 is the only door that can be opened on the G19 train. Once you choose to open it, you can go outside, but whatever is outside can also come in. Alright, now you can start with the demon candles." She observed the candles placed on the table for a while. Bai Shuiji quickly realized something was off, "But there are 7 of us." He thought for a moment, 7 people, 6 demon candles. Only those with demon candles are protected, meaning we must sacrifice 1 person. There's no doubt about it, the best choice is to abandon the oldest lady. They all glanced at Qin Shoufeng. She pulled something out of her pocket and then Shoufeng stepped back. She threatened, "I want a demon candle. If I don't get one, I will kill everyone who has a demon candle." Xiaoi smiled, "This old lady is very ruthless, interesting." He was shocked, "What are you doing? Aren't you all negotiating?" She replied. Wang Zi trembled, "Yes, although she's old, she's still part of the group. How could we abandon her?" Qin Shoufeng asked, "Then how do you intend to divide the demon candles?" It seemed like they had been hit right in the heart. Bai Shuiji asked Xiaoi, do you have any good ideas? He relieved the tension. No matter how it's divided, one person will still not have a demon candle. But if we do the opposite, that's a good way. No matter how the remaining demon candles are distributed, those who leave the train and go outside to search for clues must have one candle. He seized the opportunity. I think what Zhao brother said is very correct. Those who contribute to the group should be prioritized in using a demon candle. Wen Long also chimed in with Wang Zi.
Li Miao Miao sneered, who knows if he's really contributing to the group, or if he's just taking the demon candle to run away outside. I think he wants a candle for himself but is too embarrassed to speak up, so he's making an excuse. She angrily scolded, but Xiaoi calmly reached into his pocket. That's right. He pulled the trigger and shot her in both legs. Miao Miao's legs were soaked with blood, and she fell back, her head thrown back. Li Miao Miao screamed in panic. She called for help, and he broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe Xiaoi actually had a gun, and a hunting rifle at that. He was puzzled. This gun requires thousands of points. How could someone new like him have one? He put the gun away. Xiaoi moved closer to the alcohol, kneeling on the ground. Xiaoi teased, oh my god, look at this, you're so careless, now you've bitten off your own hands and legs. The three people behind him froze when they heard him speak. Xiaoi wiped his face. She screamed, he wants to kill me. Aren't you going to stop him? They ignored Li Miao Miao. Wang Zi grinned maliciously, even if Xiaoi actually kills Li Miao Miao, we wouldn't stop him. If one person dies, we can split the ghost candles evenly. He signaled for silence, and Xiaoyi's face was full of killing intent. No need to scream, I'm going to perform surgery on you, I'm not going to kill you, but if you resist too much, and by accident I pierce your mouth, causing bleeding, don't blame me. She trembled and begged. Miao Miao cried out in despair. He took out a pair of scissors, and Xiaoi inserted them into her mouth. Immediately, blood gushed from Li Miao Miao's mouth. The scissors were now soaked in blood, and her teeth and tongue fell onto the ground. She could only scream in horror. Xiaoi comforted her, all right, stop crying. I'll stop the bleeding for you, as long as you don't speak, you won't die. What a shame. He added, earlier, there was a lovely girl who, because of her carelessness, ended up losing her hands, legs, teeth, and tongue. A low-level mistake. So, everyone, don't make this mistake. Wang Zi's face turned pale. This person is too terrifying. Wen Long swallowed nervously. This person is too dangerous. Others, when they fight, it's usually just a warning, like when you have to unbutton your pants and pull out a gun before peeing, right? But Xiaoi, this guy, he wets himself without making a sound. Who can stand that? Qin Shoufan looked at him thoughtfully. The guild's information was indeed correct, we can't keep this person. But for now, we need to complete the mission, no need to act just yet. He reached out to grab it. Alright, now I'll take a ghost candle. Xiaoi picked it up. Bai Shuiji grabbed the candle and followed. I'll go with you. He instructed, the three of us will go outside, you two divide the other 3 candles among yourselves. The girl tilted her head and started to open the door. She took out the key and invited everyone in. He calmly stepped inside. The other 2 followed behind Xiaoi. She asked, Boss Xiao, what do you think about this mission? He asked in return, didn't you find any clues on the train? Wen Long wondered, clues? What clues? Shuiji placed a hand on her chin. I was just playing jump rope with a group of little demons. It doesn't seem like there are any special clues. He realized something. Wen Long guessed, I get it now, it seems like we're supposed to go to some kind of control room. Xiaoi walked toward the door, which led to the control room. Here is the translation. Among them is the map of the station. The station, in the chaos of our time, we don't know how many years it has been abandoned. Many places have long since fallen into ruin. He turned his head. Moja village is not a small village, so the station built here is not small either. If our ghost can only burn for an hour, in order to avoid wasting time, we must find the map first. Bai Shuiji asked, but once we find the map, what should we do next?
Wenlong shared his opinion. I think the way to complete the mission is on the outside of the train, so we need the map to find some additional information. Xiaoi also agreed. Exactly, the task requires us to remove the resentment. First, we need to understand what the resentment on the train actually is. Why does this resentment exist? Only by understanding what happened here back then, and learning about the conflicting relationships, can we complete the mission. I've asked some of the monsters on the train, and they all dared not mention what happened back then, which means there's some terrifying presence on the train that we cannot see, always watching them and us in every corner of the station. He explained. So, we can't investigate inside the train. We can only go outside to look for clues. For example, recordings, notes, newspapers, or the words of the ghost. She nodded, realizing how it was. After a moment of looking around and observing, Wenlong concluded, this station must have completed the control room, which should be in that direction. Xiaoi immediately headed in the direction he indicated to check it out. Bai Shuiji stood behind the wall. The wind control must be right behind this corner, right? Suddenly, someone appeared and shouted, causing both of them to panic. Their faces turned pale, and one of his eyes suddenly lit up as information about the person immediately appeared. The guardian ghost is extremely dangerous, with no weaknesses. Don't be fooled by it opening its eyes. In fact, it's sleeping, and unless it's struck or severely injured, it won't wake up. Most of the demons around here are afraid of it. If it detects you, run away, as fast as you can. Xiaoi smirked ominously, which made her uneasy. What's he laughing at? What's he planning? Seeing him approaching the creature, Wenlong reminded him, be careful, this ghost is very violent, it could attack us. Xiaoi held the candle close to the guardian ghost's face, calmly explaining, no, it won't. It's already asleep. He wondered, how do you know it's sleeping? Xiaoi touched its nostrils and then sharply pulled it down, causing the guardian ghost to startle. The two of them were frightened and shouted loudly, did you wake it up? Xiaoi reassured them, it's fine, it's still asleep. The two of them sighed in relief, and Wenlong asked, how are you so brave? He reminded them, don't speak nonsense. I've had a small heart all my life, that's why I'm so cautious. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, he choked, cautious? And you're yanking someone's nostrils like that? Where's the caution in that? Wenlong could only let it go, forget about it. It's better that it isn't awake yet. He went to open the door. He grabbed the doorknob but twisted it for a long time without it budging. Wenlong turned around, and Xiaoi smiled, the door is locked. He was startled by the sight before him. What the hell are you doing? He calmly replied, can't you see? I'm taking its clothes off. Wenlong slowly stepped back and whispered, maybe we should run now. This guy is going all out, the guardian ghost will wake up. Bai Shuiji seemed to somewhat disagree with Wenlong's suggestion. Xiaoi became more excited. He struggled to take off its clothes. The guardian ghost's body was now only wearing underwear. She thought, even though it's a ghost, its sensitivity would still be very high. Xiaoi is going too far, this might wake the guardian ghost. Shuiji stopped him, brother, enough, let's not strip it anymore, let it go, we still have business to attend to. At this moment, Xiaoi finally listened. She sighed in relief. Wenlong asked, isn't it the boss, we just need the key, why do you have to strip it clean? He pulled out a key from the guardian ghost's clothes. Xiaoi handed him its clothes to put on, leaving Wenlong confused, huh? Why don't you wear it yourself? He explained, I'm too thin, it wouldn't look right. Your build is more similar to the guardian ghost's, wearing its clothes, and adding its scent too. Xiaoi reached out to grab the demon guard's club, holding its hand. Xiaoi, give it to me, take this club and hit anyone you see. The system notification appeared, you have received an item, the club. Stinky demon. Originally just an ordinary club, this demon guard always liked to use it to poke the butts of other demons. Every time it saw the grimacing expressions of those demons, it would feel extremely pleased, as if doing so helped alleviate its own sense of inferiority due to its small lower half.
Effect: striking the bud increases damage by 500%. Striking the flower of the chrysanthemum will cause a critical hit, 10 times the damage. Note: a serious warning to players with abnormal mental states, please do not try to place such a foul-smelling item into the item column and bring it out of the dungeon.
Wenlong's face turned pale, he pinched his nose. A weapon that looked so imposing was actually just a stinking stick.
He stood in front of the door. Alright, let's go in quickly, we don't have much time. Bai Shuiji also pinched his nose. Stay away from me.
Xiaoi inserted the key into the door and turned it. He opened the door, and the three of them pushed the door and entered. The dark, eerie atmosphere quickly overwhelmed everything, with only the faint flickering of red candles to provide light. Not far away, the demons shuffled about.
The stench of rotting corpses filled the air. Bai Shuiji and Wenlong exchanged worried glances and observed, with so many demons like this, the best option is probably to just run.
Zhao Yi, on the other hand, remained calm.
He only gave a subtle, confident smirk. Then, on the surface, he pretended to suddenly fly into a rage, pointing his finger at the group, scolding them, and ordering them to take off their pants.
Put your asses against the wall, face the wall for the boss to check, he commanded, causing his teammates to be confused and horrified. Zhao Yi's voice echoed throughout the room, quickly attracting the attention of the demons. They angrily rushed toward them. Wenlong's face turned pale, trembling, and screamed, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to them like that?"
But, contrary to expectations, the demons actually began to line up neatly and face the wall one by one.
They didn't even give them a moment to prepare themselves. Their taut buttocks were exposed, their backs glistening with sweat. The entire group of demons obeyed Zhao Yi's command.
Each demon's exposed backside was visible, with their pants falling to their thighs. Their cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, making the scene incredibly awkward. Wenlong stood there, stunned by the sight before him. Seeing that he was still frozen, Zhao Yi gave a smug smile and urged, "Hurry up and go spank them.
Make sure you hit hard."
He didn't forget to add a note: be precise, steady, and don't let them realize what's going on. Reluctantly, Wenlong picked up the baton, still filled with immense confusion about such a situation.
At that moment, his body was drenched in cold sweat. Uncertain, he turned back to Zhao Yi one last time, as if seeking confirmation. "Do we really have to personally spank the demons?" Zhao Yi squinted, and instead of answering, he countered with a question to his tall teammate: "Are you saying you're not going to listen to me?" Wenlong swallowed hard, then replied, "Fine, if you want to hit, then hit." He swung the rod high over his head, his complex gaze fixed on the tight, round buttocks of the first demon. Smack!
With that, Wenlong gritted his teeth and struck the metal rod forcefully against the demon's backside.
He couldn't help but let out an unpleasant, satisfied grunt.
The other demons all turned their heads to watch the one receiving the punishment, marking the first step in the bloodletting. Once they confirmed that the demon was shaking all over and gasping for breath, they broke into smiles, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for their turn. Seeing their reaction, Wenlong twitched the corner of his mouth and cursed, "This kind of thing is not even pleasurable, you know?" He made them lower their heads, forbidding them to watch any further. The scene quickly became chaotic, but it was still under control, and it seemed there were no issues. Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to check for any additional clues on the computer. Hearing this, Shuiji also volunteered to go with him. A short while later, the two of them were in the computer room. The room was eerily quiet, with no one around, but the equipment was still running. Zhao Yi placed the half-burned demon candle on the table. He selected a computer, sat down, and began typing carefully to search for information. It didn't take long before he found a blueprint of the station layout. Shuiji, standing next to him, furrowed his brows, following the screen closely. The floor plan diagram of the station appeared, complete with detailed dimensions and information for each location. But suddenly, Zhao Yi noticed something unusual. He leaned closer to the screen, puzzled. Why is there a focus on the height of the buildings in the floor plan, while the regular plans don't usually include the front elevation? Upon hearing this, Xiaoi attempted to look it up, but the result was that the data did not exist.
She muttered in frustration, "Is this architect crazy?" They went ahead and marked all the height data on the floor plan but didn't bother to create an elevation drawing. Xiaoi paused, deep in thought. These figures must have a purpose, I need to remember them. Then suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Wait a minute. He thought, in the diagram earlier, why is it that only the underground warehouse doesn't have any data? Xiaoi realized something odd and calmly said, "Something's not right." Bai Shuiji tilted her head, curious, and asked, "What's wrong?" He pointed to the diagram and explained, "This station only has the warehouse, and the basement is bone. There are no other basements. This creates a strange feeling because the B1 basement has a warehouse built in it. This is completely unnecessary." Xiaoi ordered her to find all related reports and bring everything back. Shueiji nodded and hurried off to search, leaving him alone to ponder. He thought, could it be that the demon is referring to this idea? Xiaoyi's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. If that's the case, then it seems you've understood the real danger of the game. A few minutes later, Shueiji returned with a thick stack of reports, both old and new, and handed it to him. She said, "This pile is a compilation of all the reports from every office." He received it with satisfaction. "Now, we will leave here," he said. In the other room, Wenlong's lashes cracked down on the last demon. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief, his face enjoying the moment, completely different from how it had been at first. "Seems like I'm quite satisfied with having the chance to take revenge today. The demons have always bullied me, so I wanted to make it known a little." Suddenly, Xiaoi turned around and signaled for the large-nosed man to leave quickly. He asked, "Did you find any clues?" But Xiaoi didn't say anything more, only requesting that the three of them change locations first. A little later, after they had settled into a new spot, Wenlong raised his hand, as if a student volunteering to go to the board, to express his confusion. "Why do they have to sit in a circle around the demon candles and exchange information in the women's restroom like this? Isn't that a bit too strange?" Xiaoi whispered, half in mystery, half in jest, "That's a very good question. Next time, it's best not to ask anymore." This unexpected answer left both the large-nosed man and Shueiji utterly stunned. And not wanting to waste any more time on pointless questions, Xiaoi spread his hand and took out the book of secret techniques from mid-air, flipping through its pages one by one. It contained highly classified information that not everyone could access. When he reached the necessary page, Xiaoi began to recount. "The clue in this book was something I struggled to obtain in compartment number 6 of the train." On the page, strange, disjointed notes appeared, such as "starting the train requires gasoline, do not enter the control room," and other information along with eerie warnings that were hard to explain. When Long finished reading and scratched his head in confusion, "That's not right, isn't our goal to eliminate the resentment in the train? Why mention starting the train?" Bai Shueiji, who was beside him, added with suspicion, "Could this be a trick that the system deliberately used to mislead the attention of the three of us?" Xiaoi quickly refuted, showing them another piece of news. "This is information about a terrible accident from years ago. A sudden black storm swept through the Mo family. The day after the storm, monsters appeared all over the village. They were ruthless, bloodthirsty, with bizarre shapes, always accompanied by a black mist, making their appearance inexplicable. They would always remain in the shadows but could only stay in one spot. Anyone dragged into the black mist would be assimilated into horrifying monsters like them." When people received this news, the riots had already broken out quite severely. He said, "Fortunately, their bus station still has 3 trains, which can accommodate most of the people who fled Mo village without vehicles, heading to Guxian town." The early reports and the electronic newspapers immediately called on most of the villagers. They squeezed their way to the bus station, determined to catch this last train to escape that dreadful place. After hearing all the information, Wenlong was startled and understood. Connecting all the events, the bus station had a total of 3 trains, but now only one remained in front of them. This meant that the other 2 trains had safely reached Guxian town. And the remaining train was the fateful one that had encountered an unexpected problem. Seeing that Wenlong had figured it out, Xiaoi nodded in confirmation. He suspected that this place was the source of their resentment,
so the three of them needed to know what the source was. The man with the big nose nodded in agreement, thinking it made sense. He then fell into deep thought, calculating. The recorder of that scoundrel showed that Sun Baibai was also on the train to Guxian town at that time. Could it be this very train? Suddenly, a sound echoed in the stillness. The three of them instinctively exchanged glances. The sound seemed to be that of something heavy and damp being dragged, scraping directly along the terrifyingly cold floor. The noise grew louder and louder, as if it was moving closer toward Zhao Yi's group. The stench of decay and the aura of death quickly spread to the women's restroom. Xiaoi Ji immediately grabbed the cursed candle in her hand, gently pressing it against her chest, nervously and cautiously glancing toward the door.
Is someone coming?
Immediately, the door creaked open, and in walked a seemingly gentle old lady, a ghostly janitor, with one of her eyeballs dangling from the socket. It turned out that the sound earlier had been caused by the old lady's mop. She quickly noticed the presence of the person wearing a security captain uniform. Not only was she gentle, but also more frightened than expected. She hurriedly turned around and rushed out the door to escape, thinking the person was Bao and Hangrian. In her panic, she even left her weapon behind.
Zhao Yi understood and quickly came up with a plan.
He shouted after her, demanding that she stop. The old lady jumped in shock. He continued, speaking with an air of authority. The man with the large nose sitting next to me is the newly arrived security captain. If you dare run, do you believe that he will use that baton of his to knock your intestines out? The old lady froze, slowly turning around with a whimper. Please don't hit me. Encouraged by his success, Wen Long snorted like a water buffalo, then sternly commanded, Old lady, come over here and sit down. Without hesitation, she scrambled to her feet and hurried over, sitting down in a submissive position, ready to listen to any further instructions. Zhao Yi changed his tone to one of reconciliation, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Don't be so nervous. The new security captain just wants to ask a few questions. He didn't forget to warn her in a stern voice that she must tell the truth, causing the poor old woman to shiver in fear and comply. Then he slowly asked, what exactly happened at the beginning in this car? Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly clutched her head, trembling in fear, stammering that she knew nothing. Seeing this, Wen Long raised his baton in his hand to threaten her, loudly shouting, You're asking to be beaten, you have to speak. But the old woman remained obstinate, still clutching her head, refusing to speak, and loudly said, Even if I'm beaten, I can't say anything. The three of them faced this situation with no idea how to react. Zhao Yi frowned slightly, realizing that his earlier guess was correct. Even here, it was still monitoring them closely. He decided to try a different approach and asked, Where is the gasoline stored? Hearing this question, the cleaning woman finally calmed down and said, The bus station initially had a proper gas station, though it was a bit far. But later, for some unknown reason, it was dismantled during the station's renovations. She hesitantly added, There are still several barrels of gasoline in the basement, but the staff in charge there are not very friendly. If someone wanted to get gasoline from them, it would probably be quite a hassle. After hearing this, Zhao Yi waved his hand, signaling her, You can leave now. As soon as she got the signal, the old woman dashed off, not looking back. Xiaoi Ji and the one with the big nose hadn't even fully loaded yet when she was already gone, which was puzzling. Why did you let her go so easily? She even felt that the cleaning staff might be more useful. He casually took the cursed candle, stood up, and said, It's not necessary anymore. The basic task line has already been completed. When Long and Xiaoi Ji exchanged glances, both of them confused. They quickly grabbed their own cursed candles and stood up to follow, turning to the captain with a question, What exactly is the basic task line? The three of them continued walking towards the basement. Zhao Yi led the way, explaining as he walked, the resentment in the train comes from the passengers inside before they died. What they want to do is leave this place. So, to resolve their resentment, we need to start the train. But to start the train, at least 3 conditions must be met. The first is that the train conductor must be able to control the locomotive from the cabin. The second is that we need to go down to the basement warehouse to get the fuel. At this point, he stopped talking.
This made Wenlong impatient, prompting him to ask, "So what's the third condition?" Xiaoi continued striding forward but said that he couldn't explain further. The one with the big nose immediately fell silent. She warily turned her head, looking around. "Is there really some kind of ghost watching over them?" she asked. He smirked and confirmed, "The good news is that it's still not fully awake yet." And with an utterly indifferent attitude, he added, "Once it wakes up, they will all die." Lost in conversation, it wasn't long before the group reached the warehouse area in the basement. Xiaoi hesitantly said, "According to the janitor earlier, the warehouse manager down here has a very bad temper. Should we really be walking into this place like this?" Xiaoi immediately reassured them, "The truth is completely the opposite." He slowly explained, "If you two knew who was supervising them, you would understand that the warehouse in the basement is actually the safest place." The two of them grew more and more confused. Why is that so? Suddenly, loud, chaotic screaming sounds came from the ceiling above them, making everyone jump and pay attention immediately. Xiaoi quickly calculated and concluded, "The time is about right." He turned his head, without any warning or explanation, and told Wenlong, "Quick, get into the car as fast as you can." Wenlong stood there, stunned, and asked, "Do I need to do this alone?" Xiaoi didn't answer right away. Instead, he waved his hand and pulled a long weapon out of the air. Shocked, he quickly loaded it an expensive hunting rifle. He handed it to Wenlong, then calmly smiled and confirmed, "The security guard is awake now." That bastard. He just stripped him of his clothes, took his big club, even plucked his nose hairs. He won't forgive him. Right now, only the rules could save Wenlong's life, so he had to quickly go back to the station, take the magic candle, strip off his clothes, and return all the remaining items to him. The guy with the big nose was so frightened by these words that he stuttered, but still tried to hold on to some reason and stubbornly retorted, "Isn't this all Xiaoyi's doing?" He, however, ignored him and shoved the gun into his hand, then pressed it to his throat in warning, "It's too late now. You'll have to leave this weapon with him for now." He also added, "Remember, no matter what, try to keep some of the demon's wax. The more you can keep, the better. Whatever you do, do not let them use it all up." Wenlong's face turned as pale as a ghost, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something more, but the roar of the monster once again echoed, so loud it seemed to pierce through the thick walls, cutting off the argument. The demon was now completely naked except for a small pair of bird-patterned underwear covering what needed to be covered, furiously turning around to shout at anyone daring to come close into his sight. Seeing his teammates still hesitating, Xiaoi, as the team leader, quickly nudged his shoulder, urging him, causing him to snap to attention, "The demon guard has already reached the main hall. If you want to live, follow my instructions and act quickly." Wenlong had no choice but to angrily run off, tears and snot streaming down his face, clutching the two weapons in his hands, not forgetting to curse, especially at the bastard who had ambushed him. "After you die, he will definitely go mad and steal the offerings from your grave." Bai Shuiji anxiously watched his retreating figure and softly asked, "Will he die?" But Xiaoi only smiled, half joking, half seriously, and replied, "In theory, no. Although the demon guard is extremely powerful, its movement speed is limited." Then he reminded her, "You and I should make the most of our time because the devil's candle only has 1 hour left. In this hour, we need to complete all the tasks we've prepared, because once the vehicle starts, we will no longer have the opportunity to check the loopholes." Xiaoi and Bai Shuiji gradually ventured deeper into the dark warehouse area. All that could be heard around them was the sound of their heavy heels tapping against the silent floor, sending shivers down their spines. The air was thick with murderous intent. Suddenly, something on the floor caught her attention, and she looked down. It seemed that the floor was inexplicably sticky. The sticky patches clung to the soles of her shoes, making her feel nauseous. Looking up, she realized that the captain had left some distance behind. Shuiji quickly chased after him. In a moment, both of them stood before the large warehouse door. She glanced at the imposing door in front of her, hesitantly reaching out to gently push it open. Through the gap, she could only make out a few scattered parts and miscellaneous furniture scattered throughout the room. Bai Shuiji breathed a sigh of relief,
as it seemed there was no one inside. But before she could speak, half of a grayish-blue face suddenly appeared at the gap. Dark, pitch-black eyes with glowing red pupils, the bloodshot gaze glaring fiercely at the uninvited guests made her scream in shock. Xiaoi, terrified, pointed aimlessly and shouted, "There's a ghost!" Unable to control herself, she staggered backward. Luckily, Xiaoi was right behind her in time to catch her, holding her by the shoulder, making her face flush with embarrassment. He, however, seemed unconcerned, staring intently at the demon, and calmly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. It's actually unusual if there are no demons here." He let go of her and moved closer to the door, which was still ajar, politely knocking a few times before asking about the warehouse owner. But inside, it was tightly locked with strong iron chains, difficult for ordinary strength to break. The demon inside seemed to still be agitated, growling as if trying to drive them away, believing that this place no longer welcomed them or their master. Xiaoi remained calm, giving a faint smile, "I have a way." The demon candle in his hand was immediately retracted and vanished into thin air, revealing his true form. He said, "Look carefully. We are not slaves to that man. I am an outsider." The demon inside squinted suspiciously, observing him, "Are you really an outsider?" Xiaoi smirked triumphantly, "As you guessed, the warehouse demon is a neutral demon." He then looked up to confirm the information he had just shared and explained that the demon energy earlier was created by the demon candle, simply used to protect them. The demon's expression turned serious as he pondered for a few seconds. After a while, the door suddenly opened wider from the inside. It turned out that he had been successfully persuaded and allowed the two of them to come in and talk further. Bai Shuiji held the candle as she entered the warehouse, her eyes scanning the surroundings, with Xiaoi by her side. Suddenly, Bai Shuiji looked back and saw a shadow. She froze, her face filled with fear. The shadow was still chained, its legs wrapped in chains. He was the warehouse ghost. He brought a cigarette to his lips, lit it, and while smoking, he looked at the two of them, "You're not the first top people to come to me." Xiaoi remained calm, smiling confidently, "Don't worry, we'll be the last top." Hearing Xiaoyi's confident words, the warehouse ghost snorted with disdain, "You want to get rich? Go ahead, take it from over there." He pointed to several barrels of oil at his feet. Bai Shuiji thought, "Why is it so easy?" But Xiaoi continued to look at him, smiling with full confidence, "We don't just want to get rich, we want you to help us." The warehouse ghost was momentarily confused, "Why should I help you?" Xiaoi calmly replied, "Don't you want to leave this place?" Hearing this, the warehouse ghost retorted, "No one can leave this place. Though most of the time it keeps its eyes closed, it still maintains some vigilance about anything around it." Xiaoi lifted the ghost's candle, keeping his eyes fixed on the warehouse ghost. "Before the ghost candle burns out, there's still a chance." The warehouse ghost took a drag from his cigarette, staying silent for a moment, not knowing what else to say. Bai Shuiji, who had been standing outside the conversation, was puzzled and didn't understand what was going on. "What are you two talking about? Who exactly is he?" At that moment, both Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost spoke in unison, "Adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt." The warehouse ghost exhaled cigarette smoke, then said, "I know this thing is powerful, but your ghost candles are fewer than the number of people, aren't they?" Zhao Yi admitted, "That's right. Earlier, one of my teammates returned, and I observed him. He seems trustworthy and should be able to follow my instructions to leave some demon candles." The warehouse demon shook his head, "Not enough time, this train is too old, it's very slow, and it takes time to get out of the station. Once it starts, the demon candles in your hands will burn very quickly, and they won't last long." Xiaoi placed the demon candles on the table and said to the warehouse demon, "This is the reason I came to find you. You can help us buy some time." The warehouse demon was confused, thinking Xiaoi was joking. He shook his head again, "If I had the ability to deal with it, would I have been cornered like this? I'm just curious, how did you know of its existence?" The warehouse demon was still puzzled by the information Xiaoi had gathered. "The demon in the station surely can't mention its name, can it?" Xiaoi took a chair from the warehouse. "I found an electronic map in the control room. He sat in the chair and continued talking to the warehouse demon. Although it's a top-down view, it's marked with elevation data for all internal devices. Through this data, I was able to reconstruct the station in my mind. When the whole image of the station appeared in my mind, I was very surprised.
Someone actually built the station in the shape of a demon's head. As he spoke, Xiaoi visualized the entire station in his mind. What does it look like?
Xiaoi crossed his arms and calmly stated his guess, then added other ominous thoughts. It is monitoring the station, which is why I started to have suspicions.
The so-called it is actually the station itself.
This means that the entire station has been built in the shape of a skull. Moreover, Xiaoi had also discovered, this underground warehouse is extremely strange. Beside him, Xiaoi was still listening attentively. Xiaoi recalled the layout of the underground warehouse. This is not only the only place in the station that is not marked with data, but it also seems like a tumor on this demon's head, looking very out of place. Xiaoi raised his hand, gesturing to the warehouse demon and by Xiaoi to understand the peculiarities of this ghost station. It absolutely cannot stand if it doesn't take control of this warehouse.
The main reason is.
Xiaoi tapped his fingers on the table. It cannot take control of this place. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, in the past it couldn't recover due to the suppression by you. The expression of the warehouse demon was not very good, but he still silently listened to Xiaoi. However, when the station was repaired in July, a link between you was severed, allowing it to successfully break free from your control and awaken.
The warehouse demon was surprised that Xiaoyi's guesses were completely correct.
Bai Shuiji, who was standing next to him, also realized, so it turns out it is the station itself. No wonder the ground I stepped on earlier felt like it was in direct contact with flesh and blood. She couldn't forget the chilling feeling she had when moving earlier, as if she had realized something else. She spoke up, "Wait a minute, earlier I felt the ground was somewhat like flesh and blood.
Does that mean the station ghost is gradually recovering, right?"
After asking this, her face was already drenched in sweat from fear. The warehouse ghost, still holding a cigarette that was emitting thick smoke, replied, "You're not wrong. Although its strength cannot penetrate this place, I can't leave the station either. Except for the warehouse underground, all the places in the station are under its surveillance." Saying that, he threw away the cigarette that had burned out. He looked at Xiaoi, who was still sitting, with hopelessness in his eyes. "As soon as you get close to the exit, it will awaken." Xiaoi seemed to understand his helplessness, and he told him that he had a plan, holding the ghost candle in his hand.
"The burning time of my ghost candle and Bai Shuiji's is the same. My ghost candle will keep track of the time for you.
When the ghost candle is almost burned out, you should leave this warehouse and sabotage the station's main control room, as well as its eyes. In short, try to attract its attention." Xiaoi didn't want to deal completely with the station ghost, but only wanted the warehouse ghost to hold it back so they could leave. When the station is about to fully recover, immediately move to the train and escape with us. As long as we break out of the station's coverage range, we will be able to escape its control. He patted the warehouse ghost on the shoulder. The warehouse demon saw this as a good idea to try. He took the demon candle, but the demon guard was very troublesome. It was the most capable underling in the station's ranks, and if one truly risked their life, it could delay us for quite a while. Hearing this, Xiaoi rubbed his nose with his hand, like a rat caught in the act. He said to the warehouse demon, "Don't worry, it's not here." The warehouse demon was surprised to hear this. Zhao Yi's expression was somewhat unnatural. He thought of the warehouse demon that was still chasing Wenlong. Wenlong, terrified and confused, didn't understand why it kept chasing him. "I have already returned your clothes and baton, why are you still chasing me?" Zhao Yi reassured him once again, "In short, it's not here. You can rest easy." Upon hearing this, the warehouse demon seemed reinvigorated. He agreed to Zhao Yi's plan. He lifted the oil can from the ground, placed it aside, and then walked over to a chair.
"All right, I'll tell you what I know."
The warehouse demon sighed and sat down on the chair. At first, when the Mo family incident happened, the villagers all ran madly into the station. The image of people crowding into the station flashed in his mind. They knew that once this train left, it would not return. Therefore, not only did the monsters massacre the villagers, but there were also many cases of fratricide. It turned out that this station had been the site of many innocent deaths as people tried to escape the monsters. One by one, they killed each other just to secure a spot on the train. They squeezed into each train car. However, the train still didn't move. The crowd of villagers, dissatisfied with the conductor, now only had one last train left. The monster had already begun chasing from the village and was coming their way. "Conductor, hurry up and start the train." "That's right, why aren't you starting the train?" The conductor turned his head and looked at the people crowded on the train. "I won't start the train until my mother gets on." The crowd, terrified of dying, was extremely angry. "Are you trying to kill all of us just for your mother?" "We don't want to die, hurry up and start the train." But no matter what they said, the conductor remained silent. One of them, holding a knife, stepped forward from the crowd. He cursed, "Let me go and force him to start the train." The man pressed the knife to the conductor's throat, threatening, "Start the train now, or I'll kill you." But the conductor remained firm, unafraid. "Killing me won't help you escape. If my mother doesn't board, I will never start the train." The man, furious but powerless, could only leave a warning. In the crowd, there was a scream of fear. A monster. A huge, pitch-black monster appeared at the large door, causing the villagers to panic. But they knew that only by fighting it could they be safe, so they joined forces to fight it off. Together, they managed to knock the monster out of the train car. In the distance, an elderly woman, her legs trembling, slowly walked forward. The crowd also noticed the old woman moving toward them. The man who had previously held the knife to the conductor's throat also breathed a sigh of relief. The immortal has finally arrived. The train conductor smiled when he heard that his mother had arrived. The other man, seeing the old lady walking too slowly, urged her to hurry, and he quickly rushed out to help her. Perhaps because he was in too much of a hurry, the old lady couldn't keep up, and she softly complained, "Be gentle, young man." A shadow suddenly darted towards them, grabbing the man's leg, causing him to startle. Reflexively, he cursed and shoved it away. "Get out of the way." The conductor saw his mother was almost at the train and went out to greet her, but as soon as he stepped out the door, he saw the man who had previously held a knife to his neck, now pushing his mother toward the monster. The monster, unable to distinguish anyone, quickly swallowed the old lady when she flew toward it. The conductor cried out for his mother in pain, but it was too late. Xiaoi, after hearing the story about the station, still showed no emotion. "So, did his mother turn into a ghost?" The warehouse ghost nodded, confirming, "She's just not the same as the usual ghosts you encounter." He lit another cigarette and added, "The ones killed by it, those turned into ghosts, not only lose all memory and consciousness, but also fall into a state where they can only know destruction." Xiaoi stood up, his gaze sharp. "Where is it now?" The warehouse ghost puffed on his cigarette. "I know what you're thinking. The conductor's mother is his obsession. You want to find her to release the conductor from his obsession, right? But right now, she's just a crazy killing weapon. Moreover, at the south waiting hall of the station, there are many vicious ghosts. Without a..." The warehouse demon tried to stop him, while also warning Xiaoi about the level of danger, but he just smiled gently with a friendly face. Xiaoi assured her that he had a plan. Xiaoi pushed 2 oil barrels, while Bai Shuiji followed him with a candle in hand. He gestured for her to give him her demon candle. Bai Shuiji covered the demon candle and handed it to him, then asked, "What about me?" Xiaoi, still pushing the barrels, looked at her and said, "There's the smell of the warehouse demon left on this ship. The strength of the warehouse demon is through the protective demons. The monsters on the ship won't bother you. After you pour the oil onto the ship, use this cart to block the door, and the ship will be temporarily safe. If possible, put it back in those spots, leave a candle in Wenlong's hand to time it, and there's no need to waste them." Bai Shuiji remained fearful. "You're not going to deceive me, are you?" Xiaoi shrugged. "Well, if not, I'll just push the cart back." She went to the south waiting room to search for the captain's mother, who had degenerated into a murderous monster. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuiji gasped in fear. She shoved the candle into his hand. "You should go. You're brave and skilled, I'm just a weak girl who can't handle something this dangerous. At the same time, she quickly pushed 2 barrels of oil and ran off.
Xiaoi turned and headed south.
After walking a few steps, he looked down at his feet. His steps felt sticky. The ground is getting stickier.
The station will be awake soon, I must seize the time.
In the southern waiting area of the station, Xiaoi entered and saw that the place was filled with monsters, scattered everywhere. He turned around and saw a monster doing something. It turned out that it had just slit the throat of one of its kind.
The head flew into the air, causing Xiaoi to crouch down and dodge.
Suddenly, he looked into the corner and saw a monster with several grotesque heads. It was incredibly large, and, notably, it was eating one of its own.
This monster was the mother of the clan leader. Another of its heads shouted, "It's my turn, it's my turn."
But the head with hair that was eating was incredibly irritable, saying, "Get out, I haven't finished playing yet." While the 2 heads were arguing, Xiaoi bent down, knelt on one knee, and observed. He summoned the weapon in his hand, waiting for the right moment.
Realizing the opportunity had arrived, he smiled.
Xiaoi held a small surgical knife, and with a swift motion, he launched it at the monster with the head full of hair. He swung his hand, and the head with hair was severed from the monster's body. At the cut, the flesh gathered into strips, then bloomed into the shape of a flower. Because they were part of the same body, the other heads were also harmed. They felt excruciating pain and groaned, "It hurt so much."
Xiaoi remained calm, simply apologizing.
The monster was furious, and it advanced toward Xiaoi, intending to kill him. Xiaoi turned and walked away, casually taking the head he had just severed.
"I don't have time to play with you. Goodbye."
Seeing Xiaoi's indifference, the monster became even angrier and chased after him. It was determined to kill him.
A head emerged, roaring and lunging toward Xiaoi.
But it only managed to grab a few strands of his hair. Upon realizing it had lost a few hairs, Xiaoi became angry, muttering curses, and rubbed his head. Suddenly, he spotted a red-horned monster ahead. He leapt over it, and as the head that was still trying to bite reached out, he bit into the red-horned monster. The bite landed on the monster's rear, causing the red-horned creature to scream in pain and embarrassment. Unable to bear it any longer, the red-horned monster turned back to argue with the large monster. Unable to resolve their argument, they immediately charged at each other. The large monster wanted to kill Xiaoi, but it no longer had the chance. Xiaoi felt relieved after cutting off its tail. He hurriedly ran out of the resting area. Looking at the demon candle in his hand, Xiaoi saw that it was almost burnt out. At that moment, he realized that something sticky was stuck to the bottom of his feet.
Holding the monster's head, Xiaoi quickened his pace.
He felt the station gradually waking up. The white bones inside the wall began to become visible. He ran down the staircase, needing to board the train quickly. As he descended the stairs, the protective demon was hastily running up. It was flustered, rushing into the control room, worried that something without eyes might be attacking it. Its master had already started to grow displeased, and it had to resolve the issue quickly. Xiaoi and the protective demon ran past each other, each heading in the opposite direction.
The protective demon recognized Xiaoi and turned back.
It only saw his back, but when Xiaoi turned around and glared at it, the demon immediately panicked and turned to flee.
This person was truly terrifying.
Xiaoi continued running toward the waiting train. He also noticed that the path was becoming more and more sticky, as if the station's demon was trying to hinder his steps.
Bai Shuiji saw him from afar and anxiously shouted, "Xiaoi, it's too late, hurry up and come in."
Xiaoi aimed straight for the door of the train car, running quickly and leaping inside.
His hand was still holding the demonic head of the train conductor.
As soon as Bai Shuiji saw him enter, she quickly shut the train car door. Xiaoi looked over at the demonic candle table. There were only 3 candles left, nothing bad, better than he had expected. Wen Long, upon seeing Xiaoi, suddenly flared up in anger. "You, damn it, finally came back, I was about to." But then he noticed something.
It was the demonic head that Xiaoi was holding in his hand. Seeing that, Wenlong immediately softened his tone and became docile, which left Xiaoi confused as to what was going on. He asked everyone in the train car, "Did you all encounter any unusual situations in the train car?" Everyone responded, "The ghosts at the station are very well behaved, there's almost no hostile intent toward us, and there are no frightening monsters outside. The power of the demonic candles is still quite strong." Xiaoi felt that this was good, so he summoned his weapon and then turned back to call out to everyone, "If you have any weapons, take them out, it's time to get to work." Wenlong suddenly grabbed Xiaoyi's hand. "Wait, doesn't the clue say that we can't enter the control room right now?" At that moment, Xiaoyi's hand was on the doorknob. It seemed like he wanted to tease Wenlong, saying something that Wenlong couldn't quite hear. Unable to say anything further, Wenlong was left speechless and released Xiaoyi's hand. Xiaoi pushed open the control room door. Inside, the atmosphere was incredibly terrifying. Two heads peeked in and out, and when Xiaoi calmly stepped in, those outside couldn't help but be shocked by the scene within. Two demons were fiercely battling each other, struggling and attacking with brutal force. The bloody and savage scene caused everyone to panic. Everyone hurried toward the demonic candles on the table, intending to pick them up. But before they could, one of them had their hand severed, blood splattering everywhere. His face turned pale, yet he still couldn't understand what had happened. He rolled on the ground in agony, crying out, "My hand!" Xiaoi immediately raised a surgical knife, threatening, "No one is allowed to touch the demonic candles on the table. If anyone does, I won't be so polite." Qin Xiaofeng frowned, saying nothing. Suddenly, she drew a gun and pointed it directly at Xiaoi. Xiaoi asked, "Are you threatening me?" But she coldly replied, "Hand me the demonic candles now, or I'll shoot your head off." She showed no fear of Xiaoi, keeping the gun aimed straight at him. The tension in the air was palpable outside. Bai Shuiji and Wenlong stood by, while on the table, the four demonic candles continued to burn, creating an atmosphere of intense standoff between the two sides. Bai Shuiji frowned as she looked at Qin Xiaofeng, who was threatening Xiaoi. She gritted her teeth, clearly determined to do something. After making up her mind, she lowered her head and said, "Sorry, old lady." Qin Xiaofeng was startled when she heard that, but before she could understand what was happening, a fist struck her face. She spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Bai Shuiji quickly grabbed her arm and forced her face down onto the ground. Realizing she had been subdued, Qin Xiaofeng screamed and struggled, but couldn't do anything. Her eyes were bloodshot with rage, but all she received was an apology from Bai Shuiji. She decided to trust Xiaoi. Upon hearing this, Xiaoi thanked her, "Thank you for trusting me." Wenlong, who was behind, reminded him, "Xiaoi, stop saying things like that." At that moment, the demon controlling the room came out. Two demons embraced each other as they stepped forward, and one of them spoke, "Who gave you permission to open the control room door?" Xiaoi raised the demon's head, which was the mother of the ship's captain. He pointed at the head and threatened, "I'll only say this once. If you don't want to see your mother die again, start the ship now." The captain saw the head and shouted loudly. Xiaoi, still holding the demon's head, stood face to face with the captain and asserted, "Your mother has been controlled by its power. If you want to save her, the only way is to leave this place. It's about to wake up." Xiaoi continued, "If you don't want to see your mother die again, then start the ship now." Xiaoyi's expression was extremely serious at this moment. The ship's captain, upon hearing the situation, immediately understood and agreed. He shouted, "I want to take my mother out of here, to drive the ship away from here." After that, the ship's captain turned around and walked into the control room to start the ship. However, things did not go as planned. Another demon, still clinging to him, kept blocking him. He was the one who, years ago, had caused the ship's mother to become a demon. He kept raising his hand to attack the ship's captain, preventing him from starting the ship. His determination was clear. He wanted to cling to the doorway of the control room, filled with resentment. He said, "You want to leave? I told you to leave back then, but you didn't. Now you want everyone on the ship to leave.
His words caused the ship's captain to tremble. The evil demon was determined to drag everyone down with him. Today, no one will leave.
I want to drag all of you to die with me.
He would not allow anyone to survive and leave this station, for he had died here himself. Seeing his determined look, wanting to drag others to die with him, Xiaoi immediately ordered Wenlong to fire. Wenlong summoned the gun named Defeater and aimed. The sound of the gunshot rang out, shooting straight at the demon, threatening everyone. Wenlong's shot blew off his head, and he only had time to let out a scream before collapsing. His demon head flew off, and after firing, Wenlong gave a thumbs up toward Xiaoi. Xiaoi seemed to sense something and turned around with a serious expression. The demon, which had just been shot, was still alive and let out an enraged growl. "You dare strike me?" Xiaoi observed carefully and realized that, in its fury, the demon had undergone a transformation. It said, "I will kill all of you must die." The demon had now turned into the new village tyrant ghost, extremely dangerous. Its weaknesses were unclear, but it possessed terrifying abilities such as the double edg ghost claw, soul-catching ghost pupils, and various other fearsome spells. It killed as easily as slaughtering a stray dog on the street. Information about the demon appeared on the screen, making everyone feel an immense sense of danger. Xiaoi ordered Wenlong, "Take out all the system props, or we won't have another chance." Suddenly, Xiaoi sensed something attacking. He quickly dodged, losing only a few strands of hair. The demon, still unharmed, failed to attack Xiaoi and shifted its focus to another target. It looked at Xiaoi, saw that he was fine, and simply smiled faintly. The demon grew even more furious, a dense black aura spreading around it, looking extremely ominous. Bai Shuiji, standing behind, broke out in a sweat, feeling that the demon's claws were truly terrifying. Just a brush from it could leave someone dead or crippled. Wenlong, holding a gun, kept aiming and shooting. "I'll take you on." Bullets rained down toward the demon, but it just smiled, completely unaffected. Wenlong, seeing this, grew even more terrified. The hunting rifle was useless, and he truly didn't know what else to do. The demon at that moment shifted its attention toward Wenlong and Bai Shuiji. Bai Shuiji was terrified when it looked in his direction. The demon attacked Wenlong, raising its hand to strike at him forcefully. Wenlong had his arm slashed off, and he screamed in fear. The demon didn't relent, continuing to raise its claws to strike Wenlong again. This time, Wenlong was truly terrified, crying out for help in a state of utter panic. Seizing the opportunity while the demon was attacking Wenlong, Xiaoi rushed forward. He swung a surgical knife, aiming to strike at the demon. Whether by accident or design, his knife landed squarely on the demon's rear. It cried out in pain, but was unable to do anything further. The demon, startled by the wound, screamed in agony. Something strange suddenly sprouted from under its rear, resembling a tail, which it barely managed to control in an attempt to suppress its increasing power. The demon cursed angrily, filled with resentment. "Damn it!" It turned to glare at Xiaoi with a gaze full of hatred. "You, damn reptile!" The demon cursed, then advanced toward Xiaoi, who was calmly sneering. The demon threatened, "I will kill you." But Xiaoi remained silent, just looking at it. He summoned item 202. It was a syringe, which Xiaoi took, and without hesitation, injected it into his own neck. A notification appeared: "You have used item 202. Quality, consumable." Introduction to the system, a project created by a mysterious organization, one that took risks and paid a great price, but in the end, they only achieved half of their intended results. The goal of the project is to materialize the dark personality. Perhaps you have never truly understood your inner self. Do you know how terrifying your true nature can be? Wenlong and the demon lord looked toward Xiaoi, perhaps both sensing the danger from what Xiaoi had just injected. After Xiaoi finished injecting, he threw the empty syringe to the ground and stared directly at the demon lord. His voice was filled with threat. "You're finished. Soon, I will turn into a terrifying monster, ripping out tendons, skinning, eating bones, and sucking marrow from people." The empty syringe rolled across the ground. The demon lord stood frozen, staring at Xiaoi. The atmosphere became tense as everyone around them watched the demon and Xiaoi intently. Xiaoi smiled confidently, while the demon lord remained in a defensive stance. Suddenly, Xiaoi realized that the drug seemed to have no effect. The demon lord still stood there, observing him with a look of suspicion. Xiaoi cleared his throat awkwardly. He rubbed his chin and chuckled softly. To be honest, I'm not really satisfied with this T202 experimental product. Next time, I'll find a way to report it to their research team. The demon lord grew even angrier. Clearly, there's nothing going on, so why are you putting on this act with me? The tyrant demon raised its hand to attack Xiaoi, aiming to kill him. But just before its claws could reach him, a cute little demon suddenly jumped out, tightly hugging the tyrant demon's arm, not allowing it to strike her brother. The tyrant demon, furious at being obstructed, ripped apart the little demon's two arms, causing her to cry out in pain. Then, it swung its hand, flinging the little demon far away. The little demon spat out a mouthful of blood. The cruel tyrant demon looked at the little demon and coldly cursed, "Bitch, you and your father are just as useless. Daring to help an outsider oppose me? I will devour you first." It advanced toward the little demon, who was slumped in the corner. At that moment, 3 demons suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking the tyrant demon's actions. The tyrant demon, enraged, threatened, "Do you dare to resist me?" One of the 3 demons replied firmly, "No one can stop us from seeking freedom. We want the ship to depart, and we will block this evil tyrant." The tyrant demon sneered, You think you can stop me with just you 3? Wenlong, outside, saw the situation was dire. They couldn't defeat the tyrant demon, he had to go help. Wenlong immediately summoned an item, the immobilization talisman paper. He took a leap, seizing the opportunity to slap the talisman onto the tyrant demon's back, causing it to let out a scream. As soon as the talisman was applied, the tyrant demon stood motionless, its body stiff as if frozen in place. Xiaoi saw the tense situation and immediately shouted to everyone, "Take this opportunity to run to the back of the train, I'll handle things here." Everyone looked at him with worried expressions. Bai Shueiji decided to follow his advice and said to Wenlong, "Trust Xiaoi." Bai Shueiji helped Wenlong along, while the little girl with the teddy bear Nini and the 3 demons carried the little demon girl along. At this point, only 3 people remained in the carriage, Wang Zi, Qin Shoufeng, and Li Miao Miao. The immobilization talisman paper quickly lost its effect. The demon beast turned around and sneered coldly, "Now there's no one to help you. Are you ready to die?" Xiaoi walked forward, looking straight at the demon beast, and asked, "What about you?" Taking advantage of its distraction, he opened the carriage door. A familiar figure appeared, and it was none other than the warehouse demon. Xiaoi turned back to look at the demon beast and asked, "Are you ready to die?" The demon beast was taken by surprise and felt a chill upon seeing the warehouse demon. It gave a sinister laugh and opened the chest compartment, intending to suck the demon beast inside. However, the demon beast couldn't escape in time. It felt its body being gradually sucked into the compartment, and it cried out in pain, "My body, but I can't do anything about it." Xiaoi took back the demon beast's head. The warehouse demon asked, "What do you need its head for?" Xiaoi replied, teasing, "To make a toilet." This made the warehouse demon look at Xiaoi with a face full of question marks. Seeing this, Xiaoi stopped joking and explained, "I'm just kidding, I just wanted to kill it myself." The demon lord was gradually absorbed by the warehouse demon, leaving only its head behind, looking truly pitiful. Xiaoi sat down next to it, a heavy demonic aura still emanating from it. He took a surgical knife and stabbed it directly into its head. A notification from the system appeared, "You have killed the demon lord of the new generation. The soul weapon has been enhanced, and the evil god Mim is being recreated at 0.5%. The soul weapon's energy is insufficient, and the recreation failed. Please try harder." During this recreation, the host gains strength 8, and the glutton evolves into plunderer. Plunderer refers to a unit damaged by your soul weapon. A plunderer will continuously absorb the life force of this unit until you heal the wound or the unit dies. The intensity of the plunderer is related to the strength and level of host Xiaoi. Holding the surgical knife in his hand, Xiaoi realized that the plunderer would continuously absorb the opponent's life force to heal the wound. He thought, not bad, as long as I attack my opponent, I'll keep healing. This upgrade left Xiaoi extremely satisfied. He turned his head and looked at the person standing, saying, "Captain, please set sail now." The train captain quickly agreed. Xiaoi smiled at him, but just a moment later, the smile on his face changed. He stood on the train car, his gaze directed toward the station, where a mass of messy red substance surrounded the train car. Xiaoi plunged the scalpel into the copper, and immediately, the copper reacted to his attack. However, not long after, they began to disintegrate. All of them moved toward the train car where Xiaoi was standing. He absorbed all of them into his body inside. The feeling of absorbing life is truly amazing. Bai Shuiji supported Wenlong, who had lost an arm, as they walked toward Xiaoi. She looked at him with a joyful expression and asked, "Has the train started? There's no more problem, right?" Xiaoi immediately denied her assumption. "No, the station has completely awakened." A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the train car. The train sped forward rapidly, and the station had fully awakened. Waves of blood-red liquid surged, and beneath these waves, countless human bones surfaced. The station's demon had awakened, its eyes emitting a deep blue light as it gazed at the train. The train was heading straight toward a place of light, surrounded only by red, nothing but silence. The station demon glanced at the train, as if trying to prevent it from escaping this place. Outside, other demons were chasing after it. The train was nearing the place of light. The demons continued to chase from behind. Suddenly, a hand emerged from beneath the ground. The massive arm of the station demon reached out, right next to the train's tail, with sharp claws. The demon used its gigantic arm to pin the entire train down, rendering it immobile. The carriages at the back began to sway and collide with each other. Meanwhile, the candle in the carriage flickered due to the vibrations, causing Bai Shuiji and Wenlong to lose their balance. She was supporting Wenlong as they moved, while Xiaoi stood facing the warehouse demon, observing from outside. Xiaoi stepped outside, and the warehouse demon turned to look out as well, unsure of what he intended to do. He quickly opened the carriage door, and the warehouse demon followed. Xiaoi shouted seriously, calling to the demons in the carriages behind, "Hurry to carriage number 1." Upon hearing this, the demons hurried toward carriage number 1. The other monsters were confused, hesitating as they looked at each other. One of them asked, "Should we trust a human?" The others were still hesitating, uncertain whether they should trust Xiaoi. After making the announcement, Xiaoi quickly shut the door. "All right." He glanced at the warehouse demon and ordered, "Cut off the carriage behind." Obeying Xiaoyi's command, the warehouse demon opened the carriage door, sat down, and placed both hands on the floor, exerting a powerful force. The carriage was separated just in time before the shockwave reached Zhao Yi's and the other's carriage. Zhao Yi's train carriage had completely detached from the others. The carriages behind were violently shaken, sending debris flying in all directions. Inside these carriages, the intense tremors caused the demons to panic. A river of blood-red water surged in from outside, and before they could react, the water had risen to their necks, drowning them all. The carriages were destroyed, with only Zhao Yi's carriage managing to escape in time. The train sped forward, rushing past the station, heading toward the light. Once everything was settled, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut. Wenlong looked at him, a look of admiration on his face, thinking to himself that Xiaoi was truly decisive, saving them from a disaster. The train sped quickly to escape the area, but suddenly, there was another shock from behind. The demon had caught up to Zhao Yi's carriage. Its arm emerged from the ground, reaching out to grab the train. The conductor's face tightened with tension as he glanced back. "This isn't good. It will take at least another minute to leave the station, and will be delayed even longer." Zhao Yi turned to look at Wenlong and Bai Shuiji, who were both worried. He told them, "Go and take the demon's candle and hold it in your hands." The two replied in unison, "Understood." Wenlong and Bai Shuiji, tense, stood holding the demon's candle.
Bai Shuiji, terrified, huddled close to Wenlong. The train station demon's arms swiftly reached down from above, ready to grab the train, and the surroundings were engulfed in a blood-red hue. Neither Bai Shuiji nor Wenlong dared to open their eyes, both of them tense, waiting for whatever would come next. Suddenly, the demonic candles in the hands of the two people flared up with fierce flames. The fire blazed intensely, turning a deeper red. Bai Shuiji was frightened, clutching tightly onto Wenlong's arm. Wenlong also felt fear and slightly recoiled. The ghostly arm from the station seemed to be about to grab Xiaoyi's train. It was approaching from behind, but the train still sped forward. A huge explosion erupted, and golden light radiated everywhere. Furious waves of energy surged, dragging countless human bones that rose from the ground. Wenlong, terrified, shut his eyes tightly, while Bai Shuiji opened one eye, focusing intently on what was happening. Both of them gritted their teeth. Bai Shuiji was astonished, her eyes widening and mouth agape as she looked down at her hand. She looked up at Xiaoi, who had calmed down a bit, and asked, "The demonic candle is burning so fast this time, what should we do next?" The candle continued to burn fiercely. Xiaoi, with a grim expression, turned to look at the people standing around. He said, "Everyone, our fates are now tightly bound together." Bai Shuiji, Wenlong, and the group of demons looked at him in confusion. Xiaoi continued seriously, "If you want to live, if you want freedom, then the next step is to follow my instructions." Xiaoi turned to the warehouse demon and gave an order. The warehouse demon and the conductor teamed up, channeling all their strength into the train's propulsion system to ensure that it could depart as quickly as possible. He then turned to the group of demons and commanded, "You stay in the train car to prevent the other demons from chasing us." 3 demons and a little demon stared intently at Xiaoi. He didn't need to cause much harm to them, all he had to do was strike at the crucial moment and knock them off the train. They nodded slightly in agreement. Xiaoi glanced at Wang Zi and his group, startling them. He coldly spoke to them, "Aside from this little girl, I purposely left 3 of you, Wang Zi, Xin Xiufang, and Li Miao Miao. When necessary, you can throw them out as bait, is that okay?" He closed his eyes, smiled faintly, and said in a calm voice. Wang Zi was horrified, taking a step back, his eyes wide. Xin Xiufang opened his mouth in shock and stammered, "Don't!" Li Miao Miao sobbed uncontrollably. Wang Zi trembled in fear, thinking to himself, "I haven't done anything to you, why do you want to harm me?" Xiaoi walked up and sat in front of him, smiling as he said, "This is your opportunity for training, why would I harm you?" Xiaoi looked at Wang Zi, his expression still cold. "Oh, I am a good person, don't waste the opportunity I've given you." Wang Zi stammered, unable to speak, as he saw Xiaoyi's dark expression. Xiaoi stood up, turned to the group of demons, and ordered, "Tie them up." The 3 demons stepped forward towards Wang Zi, causing him to look at Xiaoi in fear, his mouth trembling as he said, "No." "Xiaoi, demon!" The train sped off quickly, and Wang Zi's shrill cry echoed, "Xiaoi, you're a demon!" A skeleton soared high right in front of the train's front. It released a burst of fierce, greenish air, and angrily shouted, "Don't even think about leaving." The train sped past it, but upon seeing that the train was attempting to escape, the skeleton yelled and ordered it to stop. The train was suddenly pulled back by an invisible force, its speed drastically decreasing, as if it were about to come to a halt. Xiaoi urgently turned to look at the warehouse demon and called on it to act immediately. The warehouse demon quickly opened its lid, and from its body, a powerful red air surged out, enveloping the train like a protective shield. The train began to accelerate again, this time faster than before. Suddenly, the guardian demon appeared, raising its fist high and roaring in a threatening tone. The guardian demon jumped over the shoulder of another demon, almost as if it were playing leapfrog, and flew over its head, causing the other demon to stagger. The guardian demon landed outside the train car. Wenlong, still holding the demon candle, was startled and fearful upon seeing the guardian demon. His face turned pale, and he shouted loudly, "Damn it, why won't this guy disappear? Push him down quickly." 2 demons behind Wenlong quickly rushed out. The guardian demon stood up, growling like a wild beast, forcing the 2 demons to stop, on high alert.
It slowly lifted its head, its gaze darkening, and then suddenly tilted its face upward to look at Wen Long and the three demons in the carriage. Its eyes were brimming with tears, and it put on a pitiful expression. It pleaded, Big brother, don't attack, I'm here to help you, please let me join you." The three demons in the carriage were confused, unable to fathom why the guardian demon would act so foolishly. Meanwhile, the demons outside, attempting to climb onto the carriage, were mercilessly kicked down by the guardian demon. Go, get off." The three demons inside the carriage only needed to watch and did not have to intervene. They happily whispered to each other, "Turns out he really has joined us." The guardian demon clasped its hands in a show of sincerity and, after being invited, stepped inside. One of the guardian demons said, "Come on, I'll give you a spot to fight monsters with us." The three demons quickly made way for the guardian demon to enter. Xiaoi, who was inside the carriage, turned to look at the guardian demon who had just stepped in. The presence of the guardian demon made dealing with the monsters easier. However, the guardian demon suddenly betrayed them, causing the station demon to seethe with anger. With the help of the station demon, defending against the monsters would have been easier, but it might also provoke the station demon, making the situation even more dangerous. The station demon grew larger, emitting waves of green and black air, glaring at the train. Its skull with angry eyes screamed, "Damn traitor!" The tracks ahead were destroyed by the station demon, and rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The train would not be able to escape without a path. The cables below were severely impacted, forcing the train to slow down immediately to ensure safety. The train driver slammed on the brakes, and the screeching sound of the brakes echoed loudly. The driver looked ahead and saw the cables blown high into the air right in front of him due to the explosion. The windshield was also shattered by debris from the blast. In panic, the driver, still holding onto the control lever, said, "The train is about to crash. What should we do?" Xiaoi calmly stood behind and gave orders. He directly ran forward and used all his strength to charge into the train. The driver glanced back at him, his face filled with confusion and worry. Xiaoi said, "This is the only way to activate the demon candle's protection mechanism." The warehouse demon was also looking back in fear. Following Xiaoyi's instructions, the driver pushed the control lever to the limit, deciding to trust Xiaoi and accelerate to full speed. The explosion erupted violently, completely destroying the cables, which flew everywhere. The train was no longer on the tracks, it was hovering in mid-air, surrounded by a golden light emanating from the protective demon candle. Wen Long and Bai Shuiji were shaken so violently that they could barely stand, but both remained determined to protect the demon candle, clutching it tightly in their hands. The train shot up off the ground, soaring over the destroyed tracks, emitting light and golden lightning bolts shooting through the air like rockets. Beside them, the massive skull of the station demon watched. As the train flew further away, escaping the station demon's pursuit, it stood there, screaming in rage, "No, this can't be happening." System notification: congratulations to the player for completing the Grand World Quest. The Vengeance Train may leave this world quest at will and will receive rewards afterward. Xiaoi sat down beside Wang Zi's group, smiling friendly, "I've let you all go, but will you take revenge on me?" The three of them were still tied up. Li Miao Miao's eyes were spinning, and she shook her head repeatedly, crying as she said, "Don't come here." Wang Zi glanced at Xiaoi, worried, and replied, "No, we won't." Meanwhile, Qin Shoufang lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Xiaoi decided to spare them. He cut the ropes and said, "Good." The three of them quickly left. System notification: player has withdrawn from this world. Xiaoi stood and watched the three of them leave one by one. Suddenly, Qin Shoufang drew a pistol from behind her back, aimed it directly at Xiaoi, and fired 3 shots, catching him off guard. Before he could react, she, seething with anger, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Die!" The 3 bullets shot straight at Xiaoi. Xiaoi stood still, calmly watching the bullets approach, smiling confidently, not the slightest bit frightened. As the bullets flew closer to Xiaoyi's face, a hand reached out and easily blocked all 3 of them. The warehouse demon had shielded Xiaoi, standing in front of him like a barrier. Xiaoi stood behind, smiling triumphantly. Xian rushed in front of Qin Shofang, her hand now regrown.
She pointed at her face and angrily said, "You evil old woman, you actually wanted to harm my brother."
Xian opened her mouth wide, preparing to attack Qin Shofang, with her sharp teeth and mouth wide open, larger than her head, which made Qin Shofang panic. Xian's neck extended as she lunged forward to bite Qin Shofang's head. At that moment, Qin Shofang quickly left the world. The system notification appeared, player Qin Shofang has left this world. Xian froze when she saw the woman suddenly disappear, not understanding what had just happened. Xiaoi sat down and observed, picking up a bullet and examining it closely. Indeed, someone was controlling her, but I still don't know who.
Xian turned to Xiaoi, concerned, and asked, "Big brother, are you alright?"
Xiaoi looked up, glancing at Xian, and said happily, "I'm fine, thank you."
"You warned me earlier." Xiaoi stood up and said, "I have to go now."
Upon hearing this, Xian's face turned sad as she looked at him, unsure of what to say.
Xiaoi patted her head to comfort her. Xian hugged her teddy bear, looking up at Xiaoi and asking, "Will you come visit Xian?"
Xiaoi replied, "Of course, I'll come to Guxian town." Hearing this, Xian smiled brightly, raising her hand towards Xiaoi, "Pinky promise." Xiaoi raised his hand to make the pinky promise with Xian. Both of them said in unison, "Pinky promise, 100 years, unchanged." At that moment, Wenlong walked over to Xiaoi, holding a gun, and said, "Xiaoi, your gun." Xiaoi turned around to look at Wenlong. Wenlong thanked Xiaoi for saving him. Wenlong held the gun with both hands and handed it to Xiaoi, then said, "Goodbye, Xiaoi. From now on, I will no longer participate in mainline missions."
"It seems I am not someone who can overcome this."
As soon as Wenlong finished speaking, his body began to gradually disappear. The system notification sounded, "Player Wenlong has left this world." Xiaoi looked at the gun in his hand, his face full of contemplation.
Bai Shuiji said, "See you outside, Xiaoi."
Bai Shuiji and Tian waved goodbye to Xiaoi. The system notification sounded, "Players Bai Shuiji and Tian have left this world."
Tian, holding a teddy bear, waved at Xiaoi and said, "Goodbye, big brother." Xiaoi stored the gun back into his inventory. The warehouse ghost stood behind him, watching him and smiling.
Xiaoi turned to look at the warehouse ghost and said, "I told you, I am the last one to arrive at this station." The warehouse ghost was grateful that Xiaoi had helped him and the others escape. The warehouse ghost raised his hand and said, "Thank you for giving me my freedom back. In the future, if you face any difficulties in Guxian town, you can come directly to our place. We will help you." Xiaoi placed his hand on Xian's shoulder, looked at the warehouse ghost, and said, "Please take care of Xian. She's still young, and I won't feel at ease without anyone watching over her." Xian looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. The warehouse ghost nodded and said, "Don't worry." The system notification sounded, "Player Xiaoi has left this world." The train stood still, wisps of white smoke rising into the air, and the space that had once been dark now felt peaceful, with a sense of tranquility enveloping the place. The system broadcasted, "Congratulations to the players Xiaoi, Wenlong, Bai Shuiji, Tian, Li Miao, Wang Zi, and Qin Shofang for completing the mission to remove the grudge aboard the train. All players receive 2 talent points, the new map of Guxian Town will be unlocked, and a large number of side quests will be available for earning credits." Everyone stood still, listening to the announcement. The affinity of the special demon on the train towards Xiaoi has increased to reverence. From now on, Xiaoi will be able to receive assistance and services from them in Guxian Town.
The affinity of demons has various levels, the lowest being bloodthirsty, deep hatred, dislike, indifferent, like reverence, frightened, adoration.
Loyalty is the highest level. One person, leaning with his hand on the wall, said with envy, "Damn it, what kind of monster is Xiaoi? How can he complete every single mission?" Someone else admired him, "He's really at the top." A girl said, "It's a pity, he's about to disappear from the new player rankings. If he reaches level 5 next month, he won't be considered a new player anymore." Everyone started discussing. One person offered a guess, "Next month, there will be a Tide of Demon event.
I think he'll participate. When the girl heard tide of demon, she immediately became scared and covered her mouth. I heard that besides the demons, the tide of demon also involves terrifying legends, curses, and even some players with unstable mental states who slaughter each other. Another person chimed in, the demon humans love to go on frenzied killing sprees against their teammates and duplicates. During the last tide of demon, he made a fortune by killing his own teammates. Behind her, Qin Shou had just left the world, standing in deep contemplation, full of worry. A person stepped up in front of her, and she looked up, leaning on her cane, her face worn out. The person called her name. Follow me, Brother Lai wants to see you. She gazed in the direction, but said nothing. The person led Qin Shou to meet Brother Lai. He was sitting in a chair, holding a cigarette, with smoke swirling all around. Qin Shou took the gun out from her coat, her face haggard, too afraid to meet the person's gaze. Gently, she placed the gun on the table with both hands. Your gun, sir. Brother Lai, with a grim expression, took a long drag of his cigarette, exhaled in slow, circular puffs of smoke, looking utterly disappointed. He then slowly fixed his gaze on Qin Shou and asked, why didn't Xiaoi die? Qin Shou didn't know how to respond. She nervously swallowed, her face flushing. 3 large men stood behind her, surrounding her, while Brother Lai interrogated her. Qin Shou hesitated before replying, that boy is very hard to deal with. Upon hearing her answer, Brother Lai grew enraged, slamming his hand down on the table. He shouted directly at Qin Shou, you shot him in the beginning, wasn't that supposed to be the end of it? You're just an old woman on the verge of death, who would have thought you'd have a gun on you? Qin Shou could only lower her head in resignation, not daring to resist. She hesitated and said, there's some kind of demon blocking the bullets for Xiaoi. Qin Shou recalled the scene of the warehouse demon, with one hand blocking all the bullets for Xiaoi. Shan Lai, however, didn't fully understand what kind of demon Qin Shou was referring to, and he was confused, unsure of what to say. The subordinates around them also looked at her, not understanding what could be so terrifying in the world of missions. Shan Lai muttered a vague response and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. After Qin Shou spoke, she lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the ground. Shan Lai extinguished his cigarette, sitting still in silence, anger simmering inside, realizing that Xiaoi was indeed a formidable opponent. Shan Lai spoke to Qin Shou, get the gun back, there will be a Tide of Demon summoning event next month. With the nature of that bastard Xiaoi, there's no way he won't participate. The subordinates furrowed their brows, feeling confused after hearing Shan Lai's words. Shan Lai looked at Qin Shou and continued, if we kill him, then the promises we made earlier will come into effect. Qin Shou, feeling that she had escaped disaster and was being given a new opportunity, responded, yes. Xiaoi had returned after completing his mission, walking joyfully. This time, he had performed exceptionally well, and even gained more allies for future missions. Lu's sister, who was behind him, saw Xiaoi and affectionately called out to him, Xiaoi baby. She then propped her chin up with her hand, leaning against the door, giving him a provocative look as she said, come by again next time. Xiaoi turned around, feeling awkward and confused, clearing his throat a few times. He thought for a moment and then said, you understand, I came here to treat the illness, but outsiders think I came to exorcise demons. As he walked down the stairs, Xiaoi flipped through a book, searching for information. He focused on the book, finding details about the patient Lu Ruoting. Her condition was stable, but she couldn't control the red demon personality. The manifestation, when strongly stimulated from the outside, was that the red demon personality would awaken and could launch a fierce attack, accompanied by an image of a red-haired female demon with sharp claws. The book also mentioned treatments, such as using different kinds of strong spirits combined with fresh green vegetables for consumption. If no fresh green vegetables were available, the red demon would refuse the food and fall into a frenzied state, constantly killing people. After consuming these foods, the red demon personality would be satisfied and fall into a deep sleep until it was awakened again. It was noted that the red demon was an atomic hybrid species, a spiritual plant created from the offspring of black goats from the Western world. It was manufactured from the solution of evil sea and its foul saliva, and the seeds were typically sown with an extremely high level of mental concentration.
Though the black goat offspring did not favor the red demon it accidentally created, it could not be denied that this was the most perfect creature according to human records. At the bottom of the page was a temporary chemotherapy treatment plan, though the specific food ingredients had not yet been determined. Xiaoi turned to the next page to search for more information. The next page records the case of the patient Tian, who has a dissociative personality. The girl always believes she has a friend named Nini, and often hugs a torn teddy bear. However, this bear does not exist, only patients with a similar condition are able to see and clearly identify it. The scene shows the girl holding Nini, the teddy bear, which is about her size, spinning around like a child's game. When the dissociative personality senses danger, the body automatically unlocks genes and handles the source of the threat. If the dissociative state lasts too long, the genes will be destroyed, leading to death or the creation of an irreversible form. The notes indicate that the patient's personality has severely dissociated, and it seems she has encountered some indescribable objects in the darkness, indicating her condition is extremely serious. At the bottom of the page, a temporary treatment plan for the patient suggests no immediate intervention is needed, only further observation and adjustment of her diet to better suit her needs. After reading, Xiaoi put his hands in his pockets, stowing the patient's notebook in his storage. He continued walking to his break room and opened the door to step inside. Xiaoi quickly sat down in the chair and opened his attribute checklist after completing the mission. The system displayed level 3, experience 25/100. All items obtained from the previous mission had been stored. Health 20/20, Strength 35, Spirit 101, Luck unavailable, and some unexpected titles like Ghost Seeing had appeared. The rule breaker accumulated points on their face, with a score of 12,000. The evaluations received were all at level S, and a surgical weapon was among the rewards. Xiaoi looked at his personal stats and realized that he had already earned 3 ratings of S or above. He thought that he might be able to open a high-end store. Xiaoi opened the high-end store page, and numerous high-tier items appeared. As he scrolled through the store, he noticed a strange book. Curiously, he asked, "Huh? What is this?" It was Swinging Word, priced at 5,000 points. The book recorded the history of the Eastern world during the Warring States period, telling the story of a sage named Kong, who founded his philosophy on benevolence and righteousness, using virtue to persuade others. Kong was 2.2 meters tall, could snap a city wall with one hand, had 3,000 disciples, and traveled across the 7 states, successfully convincing their rulers to promote his teachings. Swinging Word was a set of rules that Kong established for the rulers of the time. If collected in full, it could form a complete volume. The system evaluated Xiaoi, "Your purity level is still too low." After learning about Kong's Swinging Word technique, Xiaoi didn't hesitate and clicked the purchase button. The system notified him that the item had been added to his inventory. The system announced, "You have purchased the Swinging Word technique." Xiaoi placed his hand on his chin and fell into deep thought. A makeover costs 5,000 points. I need to figure out a way to earn more points. He decided to open the world map for further investigation. He was studying the map of Guxian town, which was surrounded by pockets of land and rivers. Xiaoi continued his research to explore new world quests that would allow him to earn points while also searching for clues about Sun Bye. The system displays detailed information about the world scale mission. The job-seeking mission is ranked from level 5 to 10. The number of participants and rewards depend on the job position. You have repaired the train at the abandoned station and successfully driven it to Guxian town. However, as you venture deeper into Guxian town, you discover that there are many dangers and demons wreaking havoc here. To survive, you must try to integrate with these demons. After being introduced to some kind-hearted monsters, you learn that having a stable job in Guxian town is necessary to continue living. Xiaoi looked up at the information board, feeling disheartened. "Alright, my level isn't enough." The notice board gradually disappeared. He waved his hand, "Let's skip it for now. If there's an opportunity, I'll ask the warehouse demon to investigate the matter of Sun Bye." Thus, the days passed peacefully, and Xiaoi lived a tranquil life. During his free time, he played cards with Bai Shuiji, Fong Bai, and Tian Tian. Until the beginning of the month, Xiaoi was standing in a room, connecting to some game. The system notification appeared, successfully connected to duplicate wilderness death. The mission shifted to wilderness death. In the dense forest and towering mountains, a man was happily jumping up to greet. The system displayed mission information. The participants of the mission must survive for 15 days in the Rubako mountain range. The reward for the main mission is 150 experience points, while the reward for the side mission is the destiny protection and hell difficulty training. Here is the translation. Introduction to the mission. You are invited to participate in a program organized by wildlife experts, Beiyi and Deyi, to live together for 15 days. Note that in this duplicate, the player's inventory will be sealed, and all items in the inventory cannot be used. The player's strength will be reduced by 50% until the mission is completed. The sky above the mountain range was filled with dark clouds. Xiaoi was transported here. He lay on a patch of ground. While Xiaoi was still unconscious, voices could be heard nearby. The old rule, one person leads four. The voices woke Xiaoi up, and they were arguing, did you know? I'm hosting the program this time, and I also found the sponsor. You still want to take a share with me, don't you think that's a bit ungrateful? Xiaoi, curious about what they were talking about, turned toward the source of the argument. The other person replied, ungrateful? Ungrateful? If it weren't for me using my connections to find them, do you think you could have brought 8 people to the Rubako Mountains for filming just with your own ability? Xiaoi saw 2 people sitting by a campfire, arguing. One was wearing a backpack, a blue jacket, and pants, while the other wore only a pair of shorts. The 2 were so absorbed in their argument that they didn't notice Xiaoi had woken up. The other person said, damn it, like this, Ed. He pointed at Belle, you are in charge of checking the weather. Although he had accepted the compromise, his attitude was still quite displeased. If something goes wrong with this program, I won't let you off the hook. Xiaoi was observing the 2 others. Belle stood up, turned around, and walked away. Xiaoi sat back down by the fire, his eyes still following Belle. It wasn't until Belle had left that Ed noticed Xiaoi had woken up. He glanced at Xiaoi and smiled brightly. Ed asked Xiaoi, you're awake? The system provided information about why, neutral, weakness, none. Ed was once a special forces soldier, then discharged from the military and began participating in wilderness survival programs. Xiaoi scratched his head, looked at Ed, and asked, are we in the Rubako mountain range now? Ed stood up, looked at the sky, and raised both hands as if embracing the entire mountain range, his expression joyful and relaxed as if at home. That's right, look around you, isn't it beautiful? Xiaoi looked up at him, still scratching his head in confusion. Ed continued, I've wandered through many places to survive, and every time I come here, I can't help but think this place is definitely the most beautiful. Xiaoi seemed a little frustrated, looking at Ed as he started rambling again. Just as Ed was about to speak, Xiaoi raised his hand to cut him off, leaving Ed feeling slightly disappointed. Xiaoi quickly asked before Ed could continue his rambling, what is Belle going to do? Ed pointed behind him. Oh, he went over there to get the camera. Then, Ed crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and began explaining to Xiaoi, sometimes, the live broadcast equipment and network can be interrupted due to weather conditions. That's why we often use recording devices to capture the process of our guests conquering nature with their will. Ed smiled brightly and placed his hand on Xiaoyi's shoulder, you should rest for a while. Once Belle returns and the other guests wake up, we'll start filming our show. Xiaoi replied briefly, all right. Half an hour later, Xiaoi was leaning against a rock, resting. Belle had returned. He was carrying an oversized backpack as he walked towards Xiaoi. The backpack was taller than Belle's head, but he wore it effortlessly, without any sign of fatigue. Belle looked at Xiaoi and flashed him a friendly smile, waving his hand in greeting. Xiaoi rested his hand on his chin, carefully observing and analyzing Belle. Belle's speed in climbing the mountain far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Xiaoi smiled, feeling a hint of amusement, it seems like this wild adventure is going to be quite interesting.
Xiaoi stood by the fire, hands in his pockets, observing Belle. Ed, too, glanced over at Belle. Ed held his hand out in front of the fire to warm up. Xiaoi looked at Ed. Ed, too, was dressed lightly, wearing only a pair of pants despite the fact that the grass was frozen and the temperature must have been below freezing. It seemed that both of them had somehow improved their physical abilities. Next to Ed, two others had just woken up. One was holding his head, looking dizzy, struggling to sit up. One was Ji Tang, ranked 8th on the new player board, and the other was Ding Fei Long, ranked 14th on the same board. This showed that both of them were quite strong. The big names were gathering for this duplicate, no wonder the difficulty of this trial was so high. A few more people gradually woke up, and the chat channel began to buzz. I'm a newbie, can someone explain the difficulty levels of the Inferno rank? Can some senior figure please help me? One person commented, the difficulty of duplicates is divided into several levels: common, nightmare, hell, inferno, torment, desolate, and unsolvable. Two more people woke up, a girl and a large guy. Everyone who woke up felt exhausted. The group of people stood gathered around the fire, looking at each other. The chat channel was also anticipating, everyone is awake now, the event must be starting soon, right? An excited guest commented, looking forward to seeing Senior Xiaoyi's new moves. Ed waved at Belle. Belle placed his backpack beside him and started rummaging through it. He took out a camera and handed it to Ed. The camera was compact, perfect for a forest trip. Belle tossed a battery to Ed, here, your camera battery. But there's only one battery. Ed asked, why am I missing one battery? What happens when it runs out of power? Belle gave Ed a look that clearly showed his displeasure. The budget is limited, and besides, when have you ever used up the battery? Ed glared at Belle, but he didn't say anything further. He slung his backpack over his shoulder. Ed's backpack was half the size of Belle's, much smaller and more compact. Fine, saving a bit should be no big deal. Regaining his enthusiasm, Ed looked at everyone and shouted loudly to announce, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wilderness Death Show. One hand held the camera, recording the process. He explained to everyone about this duplicate. In the next 15 days, you will be divided into 2 teams of 4. Each team will follow me and Belle to complete challenges in different areas, and then return to human society. The group listened carefully as Ed continued, before we begin, you have 10 minutes to discuss freely and decide who you want to take part in the challenges with. If too many people choose one side, the excess will be randomly assigned to the other team. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, eyeing each other cautiously. After the announcement, Ed slowly stepped back and said, now, you may begin your discussions. He gave everyone 10 minutes to deliberate. Belle also stood nearby, waiting. Ed focused on filming, capturing the process of everyone discussing and getting to know each other. Belle remarked, hurry up, it's getting dark. Not only are there wild beasts in the mountains, but also dangerous poisonous insects. After a few minutes of discussion, the teams were formed. Belle's team consisted of Ran Xian Ping, Hirohito Nagishi, Ningwen Xiao, and Ji Tang. The advantage of this team was that Belle had sophisticated equipment and also a divine artifact that could be used for combat. Ed's team was made up of the remaining people, Xiaoi, Wei Yun, Ding Fei Long, and Ing Xing Ing. Ed's team had no particular advantage and seemed somewhat unstable. The two looked at Ed with disbelief. Originally, they had wanted to choose Belle, but they were randomly selected into this team. Ding Fei Long sighed in frustration, holding his head, and then the two teams began splitting up to find a place to rest for the night as it was getting dark. If they didn't quickly find shelter, they could easily get lost and encounter dangerous wild animals. Ed walked while filming, and above, a large spider was lowering itself from the treetop. It landed on Ing Xiangying's shoulder. He glanced over and saw the spider was very large, with a dark brown color. He pointed at the spider, shouting in panic, there's a spider! A hand landed on Ing Xiangying's shoulder and grabbed the spider off him. It was Ed. He caught the spider and, excited, put it in his mouth to eat. Xiaoi silently chuckled, feeling a sense of admiration for Ed.
He thought to himself, it seems that Ed is not only resistant to the cold but also has some resistance to toxins. The other three were shocked, their faces darkened as they stared at Ed. They stammered, "You ate it?" Ed wiped his mouth with his hand. The spider had already been swallowed. He turned to look at everyone and said, "Everyone, be careful. This reality show doesn't provide any medicine, water, or food. If you're bitten by a poisonous creature, it could very well be fatal." Xiaoi continued to observe Ed intently, while Wei Yun widened his eyes and said, "That's right, and it's getting dark. We need to quickly find a cave and make a fire. Otherwise, it will be very difficult tonight." Everyone started following closely behind Ed. Ding Fei Long pointed and came up with an idea. "Ed, I see there are tall trees around here with vines growing on them. How about we handle the poisonous creatures on the trees tonight and sleep up there?" Ed, walking ahead, continued, "Ding brother, normally, your method would work fine, but not this time." Ed looked up at the sky, which was covered with dark clouds, and explained, "See? Based on the weather forecast and the humidity, it's very likely to rain tonight, and there will be heavy rain in the coming days. If we can't find a cave to shelter in, once we get wet, we'll quickly die from hypothermia." Wei Yin shivered and asked, "Then what about food and water?" Ed opened his mouth and laughed loudly, "Don't worry. As long as we find a place to stop and safely survive the night, it'll be easy to find protein and other food sources." Wei Yun was still trembling, worried. Xiaoi, walking with the group, kept his eyes on the surroundings to assess the terrain. Ed walked ahead, still focused on recording the process with a small camera. Xiaoi glanced to the side and noticed fresh bear dung. He thought, for an expert in wilderness survival like Ed to not notice this bear droppings is strange. However, Ed continued walking without paying any attention. Xiaoi speculated in his mind, if Ed completely ignores the fresh bear dung like that, it means an adult bear poses no threat to him. Xiaoi smiled, thinking, with a strong survival expert like Ed around, it should be safe. But still, this duplicate is rated at hell level difficulty. Could it be that Ed isn't really on our side? Xiaoi looked at Ed and thought, things can't be this simple. The group had arrived at a cave, and inside it was pitch black, with nothing to be seen. Ed was still holding the camera in one hand, and with the other, he pointed outside and said, "It's not raining yet, so you all should hurry up and find some dry wood to start a fire. If we light a fire here in the cave tonight, not only will we sleep soundly, but we'll also have cooked food tomorrow." The group looked at Ed, and then Ing Xianging scratched his head, feeling confused. Xiaoi volunteered to go gather the firewood. He said, "I'll go find the dry wood by myself, the rest of you can do as you wish." Wei Yun and Ding Fei Long nodded in agreement at the same time. Xiaoi walked around and managed to collect a few dry branches. The sky outside was gradually darkening, and as he entered a patch of forest, he suddenly noticed that the trees here had all been broken, indicating the presence of large wild animals. Broken trees were scattered everywhere, forming a pathway. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoi also found fresh bear droppings nearby, confirming that the culprit who had broken the trees was a bear. Xiaoi smiled. With these clues, finding the bear was no longer an issue. After surveying the area and gathering all the necessary information, Xiaoi returned to the cave. Inside the cave, the space was pitch black, and the sound of striking flint could be heard. The sparks from the flint ignited, and the fire flared up. Survival expert Ed had managed to start a fire for the group. Ding Fei Long was sitting across from Ed, while the others sat around the fire, warming themselves together. Outside the cave, it had started to rain, and nightfall was settling in. Wei Yun looked outside and sighed. Indeed, the air had grown colder. Fortunately, the group had a campfire. Xiaoi suddenly noticed something. Ed was clutching his stomach, his face turning pale, and he was breathing heavily. Xiaoi asked what was wrong, and Ed simply replied, "It's nothing, I might have eaten a slightly poisonous spider. A good rest, and I'll be fine." He forced a smile, drenched in sweat, then added, "Tomorrow morning, we'll figure out how to find food and water. The rain contains some special impurities, although it's not corrosive, it's undrinkable." As he spoke, Ed collapsed, turning his face towards the stone wall, resting his head on his backpack. For tomorrow's mission, everyone should just rest, he said. Ed decided to sleep early to recover his strength. Xiaoi glanced at him, thinking to himself, the venom of spiders and poisonous snakes only takes effect when it enters the bloodstream, so eating them shouldn't cause any major problems. He raised his head and looked outside, silently contemplating. At this point, even Ed, with his strong physique, can't withstand the spider venom. If they come into contact with each other, they'll definitely stink soon. Ying Xiangying spoke to Ding Fei Long. Since Ed said so, let's go to sleep. We'll deal with the food situation tomorrow morning. Ding Fei Long nodded in agreement, brushing the dirt off his hands as he prepared a place to rest. The group decided to sleep early. 2 hours later, Xiaoi was lying on the ground, asleep. Suddenly, he woke up, opening his eyes. Xiaoi sat up and looked outside. At this moment, the rain had stopped, and the moonlight illuminated the scene outside. Xiaoi picked up a burning piece of wood from the fire. He gently held the burning log, using it as a torch, and quietly stepped outside, but he was noticed by Wei Yun. It was unclear when she had woken up. Wei Yun sat up and looked at Xiaoi as he walked outside. The scene before her now was truly mysterious. Curious, Wei Yun decided to follow Xiaoi, but the rain began to fall again. The rain in the forest made Wei Yun feel cold. She wrapped her arms around herself, her legs shaking from the cold. Although she had seen Xiaoi head in this direction, now she couldn't see him anymore. Suddenly, Xiaoi appeared from behind, holding a surgical knife pressed to Wei Yun's neck. Wei Yun froze, not daring to move. Xiaoi stared at her, his gaze darkened, and with a harsh tone, he asked, "Are you following me?" Wei Yun broke out in a cold sweat, glancing behind her. Even though players were banned from using their item inventory in this duplicate, soul weapons could still be used. She glanced back at the surgical knife pressed against her neck and recalled the rumors about Xiaoi, that he was extremely ruthless. She worried, trying to figure out how to respond to stay safe. Wei Yun's face turned pale, and she turned back, stammering, "I am not following you. I just went outside. To, use the restroom." The chat channel lit up with endless laughing comments. What do we call this? Is she so desperate that she needs to pee right now? Xiaoi furrowed his brows as he looked at Wei Yun, his gaze filled with doubt about what she had said. He opened his hand, letting her go. "Oh, you need to go to the bathroom?" Wei Yun sighed in relief. But before she could rejoice in escaping the situation, Xiaoi unexpectedly said something that stunned her, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Immediately, he smiled and added, "If you can't go to the bathroom, I'll escort you." Xiaoi pointed toward a bush. Wei Yun, embarrassed, stared at him in disbelief. At the same time, the chat channel couldn't hold back their laughter at Xiaoyi's actions, continuously commenting with amusement, "How can someone say something so vulgar like that?" Wei Yun's face turned red, and she hurriedly gripped her skirt with both hands, too shy to look directly at Xiaoi. Hesitant, she finally confessed, "Xiao brother, I admit I was following you. But it's not because I have any bad intentions toward you, I was just really cold and wanted to borrow something of yours to wear." She shouted, still trembling from the cold and the increasingly heavy rain. Xiaoi smiled at her, then put his weapon back into the storage, making Wei Yun feel safer. "You wanted to borrow something? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Honestly." Wei Yun gave a bright smile. Although Xiaoi was somewhat intimidating based on rumors, she felt that he was actually quite easy to talk to. Xiaoi raised 3 fingers in front of her, making Wei Yun feel that something was off. She asked, "Why are you holding up 3 fingers? What does that mean?" Xiaoi answered calmly, briefly, 3,000 points. Wei Yun was shocked and speechless when she heard the price. "Are you kidding me? You're selling a torn outfit for 3,000 points? She shivered from the cold, both terrified and unable to believe the audacity of this person. "A torn outfit, and you want 3,000 points? Why don't you just rob me outright?" Xiaoi responded indifferently, "Isn't that what I'm doing?" Wei Yun stood there, frozen, unsure of what to say. The coldest place wasn't the rain in the forest, but Xiao Yi's heart. Anger replaced her fear as she gritted her teeth and said, Xiaoi, let me tell you something. Even if I die from the cold or jump off the mountain, I will never spend 3,000 points on your torn outfit. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew through, making Wei Yin shiver uncontrollably, and her nose started running. Xiaoi just stood there watching her, saying nothing. Wei Yin cried from the cold, and finally, with a deep sigh, she said, It's so cold. Fine, I'll buy it, 3,000 points doesn't matter. She transferred 3,000 points to Xiaoi and confirmed the transaction. The success sound of the transaction rang out. Xiaoi received 3,000 points, and his total balance now was 6,000. He felt pleased because he had just spent 5,000 points to purchase a language reward, and now he was selling the torn outfit for 3,000 points, recovering 60% of its value. It was a real bargain. Wei Yin asked if Xiaoi could give her the clothes yet, as she was freezing. Xiaoi began to take off his jacket, but instead of handing it to her, he hung it up on a tree, leaving Wei Yin surprised and flustered as she stared at him. Xiaoi continued to take off his inner shirt. Wei Yin looked at him in confusion, her body beginning to shiver from the cold. Xiaoi handed her the shirt, but she looked displeased. She pointed to the coat hanging on a branch and said, Isn't that the outer coat? She thought the 3,000 would be enough to exchange for a coat, but now she was only receiving a shirt. Xiaoi turned back to look, then realized she was referring to the coat. He raised a finger and said, This is the price I offer. After hearing this, Wei Yin's face turned pale, and she nearly spat blood and fell backward in shock. She screamed, causing the entire forest to tremble. The birds on the branches flew away in panic. Xiaoi, you're too ruthless. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Xiaoi put the coat back on, picked up the torch again, and continued to search for a path. He thought to himself, Thank goodness I finally got rid of that big-breasted little sister. Now, he could continue following the trail to find the bear. He walked while keeping an eye on his surroundings. The so-called fine food tomorrow Ed had mentioned was, in fact, hardly reliable. Stepping through the puddles left from the rain, he realized that if the rain kept falling like this, by morning, the temperature wouldn't recover. Over the next 14 days, all the firewood would be soaked through and unable to burn. Xiaoi ventured deeper into the forest. He imagined the scene of the group in the cave, when they lost the fire that kept them alive. If they couldn't find food, staying there would be useless, they would have nothing to do but wait to die. Xiaoi smiled as he realized the problem. Tonight is a critical moment. If I don't seize this opportunity, the initiative for the next 14 days will no longer be in my hands. The moonlight illuminated the entire forest, creating a hazy atmosphere. Xiaoi quickly spotted the bear. To avoid leaving any traces on his clothes, he stripped off his garments and fought the bear in a state of undress. The massive black bear stood nearly twice Xiaoyi's height. Xiaoi easily soared above the bear's head, quickly circling behind it, catching the bear off guard. He lifted its head with one hand while the other held a surgical knife close to its throat. Xiaoi slashed across the bear's neck, and blood sprayed from the wound. After a brutal life-and-death battle, despite being covered in injuries, Xiaoi finally brought the bear down. It collapsed to the ground. Xiaoi approached the bear's corpse, using the surgical knife to puncture its abdomen and make a long incision. Blood poured out in torrents from the wound. At that moment, the plunderer function of the surgical knife was activated, and a stream of red-orange air flowed from the cut. The bear's life force continually transferred into Xiaoyi's body. He stood there, arms outstretched, feeling the strength surging into him. Xiaoi looked up at the moon, and after absorbing the full life force, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, what incredible power! He put his clothes back on, and the system notified him, after the life and death battle, your physical enhancement domain has been activated. Your physical constitution has improved, and your strength has increased by 1. Currently, the rank of the physical enhancement domain was F, and his strength value stood at 18. Xiaoi pulled up the jacket's drawstring, preparing to return to the cave. He looked up at the sky, the light from the moon illuminating his face. Xiaoi attached the bear to a rope and began to pull it along, saying, All right, now let's find a cave and start stockpiling firewood.
Half an hour later, inside a cave, Xiaoi was busy gathering firewood. The bear's carcass was also stored there. A curious person in the chat asked, "Why is Xiaoi doing this?" With a top-tier wilderness survival expert nearby, he can't possibly be short on food, right? Once he had gathered enough firewood, Xiaoi let out a sigh of relief, his mood quite cheerful. This amount of firewood should be enough. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked at his work. Another viewer commented, "It looks like Xiaoi is being extra cautious this time." Xiaoi roasted the bear skewers over the fire. Viewers were also impressed, saying, "That smells amazing. Is Xiaoi here for vacation?" Enjoying the skewers, Xiaoi ate heartily, finishing his meal flawlessly. Now, he began to think about the next steps. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Xiaoi sat by the fire, eating meat, gazing out as he thought about the need to find a water source. He ate while contemplating. The system displayed a notification: the rainwater is toxic and cannot be drunk directly. Note that if you use a container to boil it and then filter it through charcoal, a small amount can be consumed. However, do not drink more than 1 liter within 24 hours, as it will accumulate certain unidentified metals, potentially causing kidney failure. While eating, Xiaoi observed his surroundings. He noticed a large stone near where he was sitting. Xiaoi picked up the stone, it was bigger than his hand. He raised a surgical knife and smiled as he looked at the stone in his hand. People in the chat channel began to wonder, what is Xiaoi doing? They saw Xiaoi turn his back and start chopping at the stone repeatedly with his hands. After a while, he had crafted 2 large bowls. Xiaoi had used the surgical knife to carve the stone into these shapes. The viewers in the chat channel were amazed, he actually managed to do that? No wonder it's called the soul weapon. Someone asked, "Can you share the link? I want to buy 100 of them." Xiaoi used the bowls to collect rainwater and then went outside the cave entrance. It was raining heavily outside. He stood there, collecting water until the bowls were full, then carefully brought them back inside, holding them with both hands. He approached the fire and placed the bowls next to it before starting to remove his socks. People were curious, why is he taking off his socks? Is he going to dry them? He's been sitting by the fire for half the day, surely they should be dry by now? Xiaoi stretched out the socks he had just removed, then took the freshly boiled water from one of the bowls and poured it into his socks, using them as a filter. He then used the second bowl to collect the filtered water. Xiaoi drank the water, which made the viewers in the chat channel feel a little disturbed. One person commented, "Seriously, big bro? I feel like the water has a taste to it." Another replied, "It's cruel, but as long as it's not poisoned, I guess the water filter through socks is fine." Xiaoi looked down at the pocket of his jacket and pulled part of it out. He tore a section of the jacket pocket, held the weapon in his hand, and turned his head toward the deeper part of the cave. Xiaoi used a surgical knife to kill 3 poisonous creatures, a centipede, a scorpion, and a spider. He placed the 3 creatures into the torn part of the pocket and let out a sigh of relief. These should be enough. We can head back to the cave now. When he returned to the cave, everyone was still sound asleep, and no one noticed that Xiaoi had gone out, except Wei Yun. Xiaoi lay down on the ground to rest. Wei Yun gently approached him. Xiaoi lay on his side, facing the rock wall of the cave. Wei Yun lay next to Xiaoi, and by chance, her chest brushed against his back. She placed her hand on his shoulder and softly asked, "Where did you go?" Xiaoi did not turn around, only replying quietly, "I went to the bathroom." Wei Yun found this unreasonable and asked again, "You went to the bathroom for 6 hours?" "Exactly 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds. Xiaoi replied, leaving Wei Yun speechless, unsure of what to say. She gently shook his shoulder with her hand. Wei Yun persisted, "You know something, don't you?" Knowing that Xiaoi needed the points, she tempted him, "I'll use my points to buy information from you." Xiaoi raised his hand, 500 points per piece of information. Wei Yun was immediately shocked by the price he quoted. Xiaoi turned over, waiting to see if she would agree. Wei Yun forced a smile. Could it be a little cheaper? Or could I pay in another way?
She placed her hand on her chest.
Xiaoi didn't say anything further, he just looked at her hand resting on her chest, then abruptly turned away. No need, I'm going to sleep. Wei Yun angrily sat up, thinking to herself, I'm this beautiful, and he doesn't care?
Someone beside her suddenly jolted and let out a soft grunt, causing Wei Yun to panic and turn to look.
She quickly lay back down to avoid being noticed.
Xiaoi remained lying there, indifferent to her. Wei Yun leaned closer and whispered, all right, 1,500 points it is.
Give me 3 pieces of information, they must be real, don't scam my points.
The system congratulated Xiaoi for receiving 1,500 points, bringing his current total to 7,500.
Xiaoi received the points and smiled contentedly.
The two of them slowly sat up, carefully glancing around to see if anyone had woken up.
Xiaoi covered his mouth with his hand and said, first, all edible animals on the mountain will continue moving out of our area tonight. Second, the heavy rain may not stop until the duplicate ends.
During this time, the temperature will keep dropping, and the firewood outside will not burn after being soaked in heavy rain for hours. And one more thing, third, the most dangerous threat could be right next to us.
Xiaoi glanced at the others. Wei Yun listened intently to him, her face filled with fear and tension.
After speaking, Xiaoi lay back down in his previous position. Wei Yun looked at the others with concern, reflecting on his words, the most terrifying danger could be right next to us. She glanced at the others, they are all sleeping, none of them seem suspicious. Apart from me and Xiaoi, there are only 3 others.
So, who among them is the danger Xiaoi was talking about?
The sky grew darker, and Wei Yun, overwhelmed with thoughts, gradually drifted off to sleep. Perhaps she was simply exhausted. The next day, the rain continued to fall softly.
Fei Long and Xiang Ying could only gaze hopelessly at the sky.
They crossed their arms, huddled together at the entrance of the cave.
Fei Long was irritated that the rain was even heavier than the day before. He regretted not bringing back firewood.
Xiang Ying also stood there with arms crossed, agreeing that going to search for firewood now would make them sick, but without firewood and medicine, they would die. As everyone worried about the rain, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Ed was standing in front of the camera, his muscular frame visible, his voice loud and clear as he filmed and told the story. He spoke of the second day in the Robaco Mountains, his hand raised to his forehead, expressing concern about the weather there. He continued to grumble about the detestable, unreliable bell. Xiaoi stood silently, looking at him, thinking to himself, after a night of rest, it seems Ed has recovered quite a bit. Zhao Yi's gaze revealed a sharp awareness. He looked towards Ed's hairy legs, silently thinking, his leg muscles are still twitching, trembling, indicating that the venom in his body hasn't been completely neutralized.
This shows that Ed's resistance to poison isn't high.
Zhao Yi found a stone bowl, surprising both Fei Long and Xiang Ying. Fei Long gaped, unable to understand how Zhao Yi managed to find the stone bowl. Ed turned to see Zhao Yi and noticed he was collecting rainwater, so he hurriedly ran over. He touched Zhao Yi and warned him that the rainwater was poisonous, stopping him from drinking. Zhao Yi looked at Ed with a confident expression and replied, "Don't worry, I had a ritual last night." Zhao Yi carried the rainwater he had collected over to the blazing fire.
Perhaps Ed still didn't believe the rainwater could be drinkable.
Zhao Yi calmly sat by the fire, boiling the rainwater and using charcoal to absorb most of the sediment, making it drinkable to some extent. Zhao Yi stood up with a grunt and said, "Although I didn't feel too great after drinking last night, I've recovered today." Ed still looked at him in disbelief, astonished and unable to accept it. Indeed, Zhao Yi today showed a strong aura, making others feel that he was in perfect condition. Fei Long clenched his fists, supportive, no matter what, having something to drink is a good thing. Ed had no choice but to accept it. Everyone stood around, their eyes always on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi said loudly, "Wait for the water to boil, then we can add some herbs to it. After drinking, it will be beneficial for the body and can neutralize the toxins of some substances in the water." Zhao Yi found a piece of grass and said that when he studied medicine, he had seen this kind of grass before.
His teacher had once mentioned its effects. From a distance, some people started to talk, isn't Xiaoi a psychologist? They guessed that Xiaoi was deceiving everyone. If it's really a herb, why didn't he boil it with water yesterday? Xiaoi placed the grass on a stone. He sat beside it, continuously grinding the grass with his hands. In his heart, he knew that these herbs were not poisonous. Xiaoyi's hands kept grinding the grass. A black substance began to flow down from the stone, but this grass wasn't really a herb. The strange substance that remained on the stone proved that Xiaoi had ground it and soaked it in water to cover up something. Xiaoi quickly filtered out the green herb, then brought out a bowl of herbal water with a satisfied expression. The first person to taste it was Wei Yun. She took the bowl in her hands and drank it without hesitation. Wei Yun was the first to bravely try it, showing her complete trust in Xiaoi. However, the bitter taste of the herb made her unable to stop herself from choking lightly. Next was Fei Long. He took the bowl of herbal water and drank it under Wei Yun's dissatisfied and worried gaze. Xiang is the next person. His face slightly wrinkles, clearly showing discomfort. Finally, Xiaoi casually picks up the bowl, but his gaze is enough for everyone to realize that the liquid inside is not simple. Xiaoi holds the herbal bowl while drinking, but maintains an air of mystery, his hand slipping into his pants pocket as if searching for something. It turns out to be a small cloth bag hidden inside. He quickly takes out a small green leaf and drops it into the water for Ed. The old man hastily drinks, without the slightest hesitation. Xiaoi stares at him. The large man sitting on a rock tilts his head and hums an ancient Eastern saying, "The weather is unpredictable, and so is a person's fate, from morning to night." The meaning of this saying is that anything can happen at any time. For example, just after Ed finishes drinking, his body begins to heat up as if it were a fire blazing, and a snap sound is heard as the bowl falls to the ground. Everyone witnessing the scene is panicked, exclaiming, "What's happening to him?" Fei Long watches closely, thinking that he has been poisoned, but only Xiaoi remains calm. Xiaoyi's gaze sends a signal, and Ed collapses, mouth agape. Xiaoi realizes that he is in mild danger. Ed's weakness lies in his low resistance to poison. Though he's been poisoned, the effect is not severe. Despite his hazy consciousness, the wild instincts within his body are not fully extinguished. If anyone intended to kill him now, they would have to pay a heavy price. And at this moment, Ed seems to be a bit hungry. Fei Long and Xiangying approached and gently helped Ed to his feet. Everyone looked worried and stood around him, but only Xiaoi remained calm. Fei Long and Xiangying supported him toward the blazing fire, and with Ed's large frame, Xiangying couldn't help but break into a sweat. Xiaoi, with a self-satisfied look, lifted his hand to his chin, thinking to himself, the system gave Ed the beastly instincts to protect him after the poisoning in coma. If he's attacked by a player, his chances of survival will be higher, thus lowering the difficulty of the duplicate. He felt pleased with himself, his expression devious, thinking, "I'm smart, both kind and sharp, so I won't do something foolish to kill him." Ed lay motionless, and Xiaoi smugly thought, keeping him alive still has great value. Fei Long and Xiangying were deep in thought as they looked at Ed, wondering, why was he poisoned? After all, we've all been together this whole time, and we've never seen him eat or drink alone. Fei Long stared at Xiaoi, a suspicious look on his face, thinking, could he be the one who poisoned Ed? Xiaoi, noticing Fei Long's gaze, seemed a little nervous. He waved his hand as if trying to explain that he wasn't the one responsible. Fei Long glanced at Xiaoi and thought to himself, with that expression of his, I almost believed he was the culprit, but it's best not to cause trouble with him. Time passed, and by the evening of the next day, everyone was sitting around the campfire, while Ed remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking. Suddenly, a soft noise came from Xiaoyi's direction, startling Fei Long. He quickly stood up and rushed towards Xiaoi, but he couldn't match Xiaoyi's pace or swift movements. Xiaoi reached Ed, helped him up, and brought a bowl of water to his lips, reminding Ed to drink slowly and not rush. He reassured him, saying that they would take care of him until he recovered. Fei Long still didn't understand what was going on. After finishing the water, Ed's eyes slowly opened, though he still looked exhausted. He thanked Xiaoi before drifting back into sleep. Xiaoi gently laid Ed back down, and nearby, there was a red backpack. He moved towards it and took out an old camera. Opening the camera, he began to examine it. The technician started the footage, and the sound coming from the camera piqued everyone's curiosity, causing the other three to rush over and see what was happening. In the footage, Ed was chasing a short-haired girl, his demeanor looking dangerous, as if he were about to pounce on her, laughing sinisterly, "Heh, got you now." Everyone focused on the video, while Xiang, watching it, sighed, "How lucky they are, being able to play such a game while we..." Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. His brows furrowed, and he looked as if he were witnessing something horrifying. "Oh my god, he's already grabbed her by the head." His face now bore a savage look, his malicious smile making it even more terrifying. His hand had tightly grasped the girl's head. He twisted her neck backwards, and blood splattered everywhere. Her eyes were wide open, filled with frustration and pain. The screams from the group of people watching the scene echoed in fear. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed, their mouths hanging open in shock and horror. Xiaoi remained calm. Ed's face at that moment looked like that of a monster. In his hand was the flesh of the unfortunate girl. His mouth was still dripping blood, creating a terrifying sight. The panicked whispers rose, "Is this guy a cannibal?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Ed was still unconscious, or else they might all have been in danger. Xiang, terrified, gulped nervously, his body trembling and drenched in sweat. His voice also quivered, "Lucky Ed got poisoned." Suddenly, Ed's body twitched, and he began scratching his chest. Ed woke up, turned around, and looked at everyone. Xiang screamed in terror, then quickly fled, shouting, "Help!" Wei Yun watched in fear. The girl also began to get up, running after Xiang. Xiaoi ordered, "Stop!" with a serious expression. Fei Long immediately grabbed Wei Yun's hand and pulled her back. Wei Yun was in a panic, not knowing what to do. Fei Long told her, "Don't go outside, if you do, you'll die." Ed was still lying unconscious there. Wei Yun felt anxious and uneasy. But if she stayed, she couldn't help but worry about Ed waking up and not knowing what would happen next. Fei Long appeared calm, comforting Wei Yun and telling her, "Ed has been poisoned by Xiaoi. Xiaoi is a smart man, he must have calculated everything carefully to make sure Ed couldn't wake up at this moment." Wei Yun still couldn't believe that Xiaoi had poisoned Ed. Fei Long looked at Ed, who was still unconscious by the fire, his eyes full of thought. He reasoned, water is the only thing that both Ed and Xiaoi indirectly came into contact with. After Ed drank it, Xiaoi must have poisoned it. At this moment, Xiaoi looked pale. Fei Long felt lucky that he hadn't intended to do anything strange, otherwise, the order of drinking the water would have definitely been altered. Wei Yun was horrified at the thought, if that were true, we'd all be dead. Wei Yun and Fei Long exchanged confused looks. "I don't understand why Xiaoi didn't kill them. Could it be that he's a good person?" Fei Long scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, realizing, "I was so foolish. Before coming here, I thought I was in the top 14 of the new rankings, just as good as Xiaoi." Unexpectedly, Wei Yun glanced at Fei Long, thinking to herself that he had finally realized his own status. She picked up a stone, placed her palm on it, and then swung her hand as though she wanted to kill Ed. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with fury. Fei Long panicked, not having time to react, and rushed to stop Wei Yun. He advised her, "Don't act impulsively. If killing Ed were that easy, Xiaoi would have taken action long ago." She seemed unconvinced, glancing at Ed, who remained motionless but was unable to do anything to him. The two stood silently, contemplating the situation. She slowly lowered her hand and agreed with Fei Long that they should wait for Xiaoyi's return to discuss the plan again. 6 hours passed, and night fell, bringing with it a clear moon and a cool breeze. Xiaoyi's men were drenched, and there was a puddle of water forming beneath him. Anyone looking would think he had urinated in his pants. Xiaoi, however, sat calmly next to the campfire, roasting a skewer of meat. At the same time, Fei Long and Wei Yun had drifted off to sleep. Perhaps the scent of the roasting meat had roused them, and they suddenly woke up. Wei Yun, still groggy, asked, Xiaoi, have you returned already? The two exchanged puzzled looks as they noticed Xiangying was nowhere to be seen. Didn't you chase after Xiangying last night?
With a calm expression, Xiaoi, holding a skewer of roasted meat in his hand, responded.
Fei Long and Wei Yun were terrified, their faces pale, fearing that Xiaoi had killed Xiangying and was now roasting his flesh.
Indeed, Xiaoi always maintained a calm demeanor in every situation.
He sat there grilling meat while recounting, last night, I chased after Xiangying. Not long after, he couldn't run anymore.
Xiaoi smirked, continuing the story, then I sat down to chat with Xiangying and waited for him to freeze to death. At this point, Wei Yun felt a chill run down her spine, sweating as she stammered, You're not really going to eat him, are you? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoi immediately confirmed, I've never eaten human flesh.
Eating human flesh is no different from eating shit.
The other two were left dumbfounded by his shocking but oddly reasonable response, leaving them speechless. Still, Wei Yun couldn't help but ask, but where did that skewer of meat come from?
Xiaoi answered the curious girl, it's the tenderloin of Xiangying. He glanced at him, holding the skewer of meat up and loudly declared, This meat isn't for him to eat, it's for that guy to eat.
Wei Yun lost it, shouting at Xiaoi, You're insane.
Instead of thinking of a way to kill this flesh-eating demon, you're letting him eat. Xiaoi, still in a playful mood, smiled brightly, He's so cute like this, it'd be a waste to kill him. Fei Long and Wei Yun were completely bewildered by his words. What's cute about a flesh-eating demon? Fei Long, with a somewhat annoyed expression, asked Xiaoi, with your observation skills, can't you tell how strong the two dark forces, Aid and Bear, are? Why didn't you take his life when he was sick? Are you afraid that he'll kill you once he recovers?
Xiaoi, still calmly roasting the meat, confidently replied, He won't kill me, he'll only kill you. Upon hearing this, both of them suddenly felt a surge of fear. Xiaoi continued, If you want to kill Aid, he wouldn't object. He held the skewer of meat up towards them, his face arrogant as if to say, Go ahead, make a move. This made Fei Long and Wei Yun hesitate. Fei Long looked at her, silently thinking, That smile makes me even more sure that if we kill Aid off so casually, something big is bound to happen. She agreed with him. At that moment, Xiaoi slipped his hand into his pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a small blue pouch, holding the roasted skewer of meat in his other hand. He gently squeezed the pouch, letting a liquid drip onto the meat. Then, he brought the skewer over to Aid, gently placing it near his nose. Although Aid was unconscious, his sense of smell remained sharp. A person who used others as food was indeed a cannibal, just the smell of meat made him instinctively open his eyes wide. He snapped awake effortlessly, as if revived. His mouth opened wide and he thrust the skewer into his mouth, exclaiming, Meat, real meat. Xiaoi felt pleased, as everything was exactly as he had expected. Aid devoured the skewer as though he had been starving for ages. His eyes suddenly showed a hint of doubt. Holding the meat skewer in his hand, he calmly asked Xiaoi, Where did you get this skewer from? Wei Yun, anxious, leaned closer to Fei Long and whispered, Do you think he might have figured out that Xiaoi poisoned him? Fei Long was also a little worried but still tried to reassure her, if he figured it out, Xiaoi would have been executed by now. He probably just noticed the smell of human meat. Nevertheless, Fei Long couldn't help but worry about how Xiaoi would explain himself. At this moment, Xiaoi rushed over to Aid, looking pitiful, screaming Aid's name, his eyes shimmering, his expression innocent, as he sat next to Aid and began to weave his story. Last night, a young man in military fatigues, holding a sharp knife, took the chance when Xiangying went to the bathroom and attacked. I curled up, clutching my shoulders tightly, then followed the screams and found Xiangying, who was only half left. Truly, as expected from a psychologist, Xiaoyi's acting made the two people behind them whisper in admiration. Aid, upon hearing this, immediately became furious, his face grimacing as he rasped, The person you're talking about isn't Bear, is it? He clenched his fists in anger. That bastard took advantage of me while I was sick and stole from me. I have to go after him immediately. Xiaoi quickly set the trap, advising him, Calm down. He's poisoned, his body is weak, he won't be able to fight Bear. Xiaoi gently approached Aid and handed him the skewer of meat. Although eating human flesh is cruel, if you don't eat, your body won't have enough energy. When Bear appears, you'll be in danger. Xiaoi was truly clever, scratching exactly where Aid itched. He immediately followed, biting into the piece of meat, eating while angrily muttering, I'm definitely not going to let him get away with this. From a distance, Xiaoi felt a sense of satisfaction. He took his time, even expressing concern for Aid. The other two thought to themselves, so he's keeping Aid around to use him against Bear, how devious he is. The scene was rather quiet, with only the silhouettes of the four people about to face Bear. Indeed, Xiaoi's plan was quite shrewd, but Bear had more clues on his side. There was certainly something deeper going on with this program. Bear and Aid would inevitably clash. This was a wild program, a deadly game created by the rich. The participants were homeless people or prostitutes who had had their memories erased. On one side was Bear, his hair disheveled, and on the other, Aid with his beard. To participate in this game, they had to endure extreme weather and escape from the two men, for they were both skilled in reconnaissance and hunting. Bear's side had learned of the inner workings of the game, so they joined forces to attack Aid's side in order to prolong their lives. As night began to fall, a light rain still fell outside, while inside, the rules of the game were being discussed. If they find out Aid is a real human, why would they want to attack the players on Aid's side? They kept discussing, their minds filled with 1,000 questions about the players. Aid finished eating the skewer of meat, then collapsed, unconscious, foam at his mouth. Xiaoi kept his eyes on him, waiting and watching. Xiaoi approached, bringing his face close to Aid to ask him something. The voices of discussion from behind could be heard. What is he asking? Aid is unconscious, how can he answer? Xiaoi patiently waited, but after half an hour, there was still no response. He stood up and sighed, finally, he's asleep. A slight smile curved on his lips, his expression somewhat satisfied. Xiaoi turned to Fei Long and Wei Yun and said, I want to discuss business with you. He emphasized, this matter concerns your lives. It sounded serious, and Fei Long and Wei Yun were uneasy, not quite understanding what Xiaoi meant by business. Xiaoi calmly sat down to arrange the firewood, then said, each of you give me 5,000 points, as the entry fee. I'll guide you into the games. Wei Yun was upset upon hearing this, clenching his fists and shouting, 5,000 points? Are you kidding? You're making a ridiculous profit, this is insane. For anyone below level 15, this amount of points is no small sum. But Fei Long, on the other hand, immediately agreed to Zhao Yi's terms. Wei Yun still couldn't understand why Fei Long had agreed so easily. In truth, Fei Long had no other choice. Hearing Fei Long's decision, Wei Yun reluctantly agreed as well. She really is quite adorable, Fei Long thought, someone so naive and gullible, especially since she's so big and fair-skinned. Xiaoi had already received 1,000 points from both of them. Standing opposite them, he solemnly announced, now, you are one team. But dangers will come. He pointed upward, his expression serious, and continued, but this danger does not come from Bear. It comes from the 4 players on Bear's side. Wei Yun was still confused, why those 4? When he was poisoned, wouldn't they stop attacking? Bear wouldn't attack them either, right? Xiaoi calmly explained, if Bear had ambushed you, the difficulty of this dungeon wouldn't be hellish, it would be unsolvable. Fei Long understood the issue, his eyes filled with concern, and he turned to Wei Yun, no one can survive in such a harsh environment, hunted by goblins for over 10 days. Wei Yun still couldn't understand why other players would ambush them. Xiaoi put his hands in his pockets and explained calmly, actually, from the start, the dungeon has already given you hints. Bear and Aid, although well-equipped, really had nothing at all. Look at those 2 vicious ones, their teammates not only had food and water but also weapons. Xiaoi elaborated further, what those 2 truly wanted wasn't guests, but the process of them killing each other. From hope to despair, Fei Long and Wei Yun's faces turned pale. Wei Yun still didn't understand and asked Xiaoi, then why did he initially choose Aid's camp? Xiaoi replied clearly, his voice somewhat arrogant, no choice, I thought of myself as a good person, unable to harm others. Hearing that answer was like cold water splashing in their faces, both of them silently thought, who would believe him? Xiaoi continued to sit idly by the fire. Wei Yun, looking at the dying flames, anxiously said, "They have no food, and the fire is almost out. I'm afraid they won't survive much longer."
Xiaoi reassured her in a calm voice, "He brought food.
"Although it won't be enough to fill us up, if we persist for 15 days, we'll be fine."
Xiaoi kept adding firewood to the flames, which flickered brightly in the night.
The firewood was nearly gone, and he began considering the idea of stealing supplies from the bear camp. With a composed attitude, he reassured everyone, "Don't worry." At this moment, Xiaoi had asked aid. During the first 12 days, the two guards were merely record keepers and would not pose any trouble for the guests participating in the program. Wei Yin glanced at Xiaoi, her eyes full of confusion. She couldn't understand why he was sharing this with them. Xiaoi interlaced his fingers, his expression smug. He smiled and said, "Because I hypnotized him." Wei Yun was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief. She couldn't believe it, but Xiaoi continued calmly, "Such primitive psychological techniques hardly work on people with strong minds. But that dark-hearted aide has been poisoned for 2 consecutive days, and his mental defenses are very weak."
Xiaoi sat by the fire, composed.
He squatted down on one knee, resting the other hand on his thigh, looking entirely relaxed. He smugly recounted, "The food I gave him earlier also helped lower his guard. That's why I was able to hypnotize him successfully." Suddenly, Xiaoi stood up and turned to say, "Tomorrow morning, I'll bring back food and firewood, and then I'll teach you both how to set up some practical traps." He looked at Fei Long and Wei Yun with a goofy smile. After a good meal, it's time to get to work. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Beneath the tree canopies lining the road, the shadows of 4 figures, like bandits, quietly appeared. Each held a weapon and wore a raincoat, resembling ghosts in the night. A faint rustle of sound made them stop, their faces showing caution and calculation. In the distance, a shadow hid behind a rock. It was Bear, who had smeared a strange substance on his face to prevent anyone from recognizing him. His expression was sinister as he crouched behind the rock, holding a camera, his malicious grin showing. He thought to himself, "Kill them, kill them." He enjoyed watching prey slaughter each other, the more brutal, the more it pleased him.
Truly a madman.
In the hand of the man wearing a brown coat was a screen from a reconnaissance device, and he was intently watching it. The man in black urgently assessed the situation. The man in brown reported, "Xiaoi has been left alone." Xiaoi stood alone in front of the cave entrance, in the quiet of the night. The thugs couldn't understand why he had run out of the cave.
The moment had come.
The man in black ordered, "Kill Xiaoi, then dispose of the body." He believed that the food supply at Bear's location was insufficient, and as long as Xiaoi and Aide had no human flesh to eat, the following days of hunger wouldn't be enough to break them. He was confident they would easily take them down. He spoke with dark delight, raising a knife to his lips, his expression gleaming with malice. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded, "Ning Wenxiao, go quickly and cut off Xiaoyi's head." Ning Wenxiao didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately obeying his command. The man in the brown robe revealed a sly expression on his face. He thought to himself, "Today, we'll be able to kill Xiaoi and offer the top-ranking list to the heavens." That Ning Wenxiao was rushing like a madman.
Was he a ninja? How could he know the tracking technique so well? It seemed like Xiaoi was about to be ambushed.
Indeed, this guy was cunning, no less than the thugs he had encountered. Hearing the wind by his ear, Xiaoi immediately sensed someone was approaching.
He instinctively turned around and asked, "Who?"
Ning Wenxiao wore a blue shadow cloak, which allowed him to remain invisible for 1 minute. During this time, all sounds and scents would be masked, but movement was prohibited.
If he moved, the invisibility would break.
He stood before Xiaoi, thinking smugly to himself, "I didn't expect Xiaoi to be so vigilant. Too bad, he's met someone like me, Ning Wenxiao." Indeed, this man didn't know the one who knew him, full of arrogance. He still thought to himself, "Xiaoi is weak." However, Xiaoi kept advancing toward him, and within moments, Ning Wenxiao felt a slight fear.
Xiaoi drew out a small knife.
He had already figured out the plot behind this man. Each step he took was faster, rushing straight toward where this fool thought he could fool Xiaoi.
The man couldn't move, fearing his invisibility would be disrupted.
A sharp sound rang out as Xiaoi stabbed straight into his left chest.
In that instant, Ning Wenxiao felt both pain and fury. How could he see me?
Xiaoi is unpredictable, truly. I never expected him to be able to see through my invisibility. In the screen, along with the drizzling rain, Xiaoi saw raindrops falling onto the cloak, clearly revealing the figure of the fool. As soon as the question was asked, he fell down, unable to hold on any longer. The pained expression no longer carried any arrogance or satisfaction. His brows furrowed as he couldn't believe he was dying in such a ridiculous manner because of this detestable person. In the heavy rain that night, Xiaoi, a level 3 player, killed Ning Wenxiao, a level 7 player, triggering the first mission: kill enemy players at any cost.
The second mission would be to kill Aid and Bear.
On the fourth day, Xiaoi returned. True to his promise before leaving, he brought firewood and bear meat. Wei Yun and Fei Long were sitting, eating greedily.
Aid had woken up at some point.
Xiaoi brought in Jiang Ying's meat, tending to him like a pet dog. The smell of the meat made Aid stir and wake up. While eating, Xiaoi chatted with him, but Aid could only listen and could not respond. After finishing his meal, Aid fell back asleep.
The meat skewer was left with a single piece lying on the ground.
This time, Xiaoi did not poison him like he had in the past. Aid was unconscious. Xiaoi stood beside him, his hand reaching into his pants pocket to find the walkie-talkie that Ning Wenxiao had discovered. He pulled out an old, slightly worn black walkie-talkie, took a deep breath, and suddenly laughed heartily, feeling triumphant.
Last night, they lost one person, so they won't dare make a move today. He mused aloud, then answered himself, yes, you're absolutely right.
Fei Long and Wei Yun were munching on bare legs, staring at Xiaoi with a dazed expression.
She exclaimed, Fei Long, look at him, what is he doing? He looks like he's got split personality or something.
Fei Long whispered to Wei Yun, he's probably putting on a show for the others.
Keep it down, don't let your voice mix in.
She understood right away, nodding and following his advice. Xiaoi stood up and, without hesitation, threw the walkie-talkie into the fire. The other two looked on in confusion. The walkie-talkie quickly heated up and malfunctioned, with the number 19 flashing on the screen.
He glanced at them and said, let's get to work. You two will be killed tonight. I've prepared the secret weapons the other side sent for you.
Ding Fei Long immediately cheered up, great, finally some weapons.
Hurry up and show us.
Xiaoi raised his fist in front of them and said, here, each of you gets one. Both of them were stunned: a pimple extractor and a small nail clipper. Fei Long bluntly said, Xiaoi, if I were to guess, these aren't weapons.
It's probably something from Aid's side.
He casually took the nail clipper from Wei Yun's hand.
She looked at him, slightly puzzled, what's the deal? Is the nail clipper not sharp enough?
As he spoke, he clipped his nails. Look at how sharp this weapon is, how terrifying. Both of them stared at him, speechless. Wei Yun lost her temper and cursed, you clearly want us dead, right?
Can this thing even kill someone? It's not even as good as my middle finger.
Seeing that they were tense, Xiaoi stopped joking and relaxed, you guys really have no sense of humor. Alright, I admit we're lacking equipment, or you could just pick up a random stone from the ground.
Wei Yun pointed to the sword in front of him, can't we use this blade?
After all, you already have a soul weapon, leave the sword to us.
It would make things a bit easier for us.
But Xiaoi quickly refused, no, the sword must be left for Aid. He doesn't have equipment like bears, so he needs a proper weapon. Otherwise, he'll be at a disadvantage facing Bear. Fei Long agreed with him, indeed, Aid is the only one who can deal with Bear. If he has the sword, he might stand a better chance.
Alright, then it's settled.
Wei Yun said, we've already given up 5,000 points, there's no turning back.
We have to take the risk.
Wei Yun and Fei Long each held a stone in their hands, let's go while it's dark.
It might actually be easier to strike under the cover of night. Once they had left, Xiaoi turned to Aide. Wake up, Aide, it's just the two of us here now. Indeed, a good psychologist.
No sooner had he spoken than Aide opened his eyes. He had been fiddling with the piece of meat on the fire. Upon waking, Aide sat up immediately as he smelled the delicious aroma of the meat. He glanced at the hot, steaming chunk of meat on the stove, salivating at the sight.
Xiaoi quickly brought the food to him, whispering in his ear, "Eat all the meat, kill bear, then commit suicide." The system began analyzing this Aide's name, while he reddened his eyes, eagerly tearing into the meat, completely ignoring Zhao Yi's words. At Bear's base, the three men were sitting around a fire, discussing their plans. The fattest one among them, while biting into a chicken leg and laughing heartily, said, "That fool didn't expect Ningwen Sha to have a walkie-talkie on him, huh?" Another man was calculating, "Tonight, when they rest, we'll go straight to their base and capture them all in one sweep." But the leader seemed more cautious, skeptical. Will it really be that simple?
Ningwen Shao, wearing an invisible cloak, still got killed.
Surely Xiaoi can't have missed the walkie-talkie?
The other two reassured him, "Don't overthink it.
This is a rare opportunity for us. If we miss it, there will be trouble." That's right. Even if they know, so what? We have so many weapons, they can't possibly fight back. We have to go and kill them tonight.
With that, the three of them stood up and stepped outside. Behind Bear, hidden in a dark corner, a camera was recording everything. "Go ahead, kill them as you please, I'll capture the whole process for you." He was excited by the spoils of his conquest when suddenly, a noise came from behind. The man turned cautiously and was surprised to find Aide had been there all along, without him noticing. He held the knife, pointing it at the person with the camera, tilting his head and giving a sinister smile. Bear quickly drew the knife from his waist and dodged.
"Aide, why are you still standing here instead of filming?"
Aide smirked maliciously, "I told you, the group has 4 people.
How dare you secretly take one of mine?"
After finishing his sentence, Xiaoi immediately grabbed the knife and rushed toward him, shouting, "Bear, die!" In the cave, the two were locked in a fierce battle, while the rain outside continued to pour relentlessly. A little over 10 minutes later, Wei Yun and Fei Long arrived at Bear's group's cave.
"Where are they? Why is no one here?" Wei Yun marveled. "Impressive, their mountain hideout is ridiculously spacious."
"You'd think they were here on vacation," Fei Long remarked, walking around to explore and see if there was anything valuable inside. He spotted a long sword in the corner by a rock and tossed aside the crude tools in his hands. "Damn it, system, we're all dungeon players, but the treatment is just too different," Fei Long grumbled. The system immediately issued a warning, "Player Ding Fei Long, if you continue to insult the system, you will be silenced." Meanwhile, at Aide's camp, Xiaoi was already sitting by the cave entrance, waiting for the others to arrive. He threw on a cloak and activated his invisibility. Soon after, 3 of Bear's men arrived, holding flashlights and sweeping the area, carefully observing everything.
Finding the cave empty, they became frustrated. "Damn it, where did they go?" One of them said, "Looks like they're hiding somewhere."
They rummaged through Aide's luggage and found the camera, checking if Aide had recorded anything. The fat man was standing not far away when, suddenly, he froze, feeling as though someone was behind him. His flashlight dropped, and the noise made the other two, who were busy searching, glance up. Xiaoi pressed a knife to the fat man's throat, controlling him. He stood still, not daring to move. System notification: player Xiaoi has deactivated stealth mode. They defensively scanned their surroundings and asked, "It's just you? Where are your teammates?" Xiaoi, holding the fat man's neck, slowly backed away, coming up with an excuse to make them leave. Zhao Yi's expression suddenly shifted, and he whispered, "You're like a demon from hell. I want to enjoy the last meal alone." With that, he grabbed the fat man and quickly darted out. The fat man, too scared to move, was easily taken away by Zhao Yi. Ji Deng and Hen Ping were furious, gritting their teeth. They chased after him, but it was too late. Nevertheless, they had to keep pursuing to kill Zhao Yi. When they reached a dense thicket, they lost track of him and couldn't see him anymore. They grew wary. "Be careful,
don't let yourself be ambushed. Standing in the rain, Ji Deng suddenly felt something strange underfoot and looked down. Because of the rain, everything was slippery, and he fell hard, having stepped on something. The other man heard the strange noise and turned to look. He too stumbled and fell painfully, closing his eyes. Hen Ping, concerned for his teammate, rushed to help him up. What happened? What did I trip on? When both of them took a closer look at the thing on the ground, they were horrified. It was a human skin, still red with patches of blood, slashed open with a long cut across the stomach, looking truly terrifying. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a gruesome sight, and they both screamed in panic. Before they could collect themselves, the system suddenly announced, "Player Kanto Nagishi has died. The killer is Xiaoi." They were bewildered. How long has it been since Xiaoi skinned Kanto? Can a person really skin someone that fast? At that moment, they realized that Xiaoi was a dangerous opponent. They quickly retreated to Ade's cave, as it was dark there, making it easy to be ambushed. The human skin they had seen earlier had truly terrified them, and now they were even more cautious, trying to calm themselves down. On the ground, there were many footprints near Hen Ping, but it seemed he hadn't noticed them yet. As they were standing guard outside the cave entrance, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind. Xiaoi, who had been quietly observing, grinned maliciously and raised the knife in his hand. The system quickly announced, "Players Hen Ping and Ji Deng have been killed by Xiaoi. Players Xiaoi, Wei Yun, and Ding Fei Long have completed the mission." After the main mission was completed, the side mission would be rewarded based on the contribution value. In the comments section, people were buzzing with confusion. Wasn't Kanto skinned already? Why is his body here on the ground, still intact? Someone replied, "I think that skin is from Nin Wen Xiao." I get it now, Xiaoi just wanted to scare them. After finishing the fire, Xiaoi turned around to look at the three corpses he had neatly arranged on the ground. He quickly approached the bodies and sat down beside them. Each face was ashen, their mouths dripping with blood, looking utterly grotesque. Xiaoi then directly lay next to Hen Ping's body, which was still bleeding onto the ground. But it seemed as though he was enjoying this sensation, as if he had found a peaceful place. The viewers couldn't have imagined that he could be so twisted. Soon, word spread, and people began recounting the fight between Xiaoi and Bear. The rain outside still hadn't stopped, but Xiaoi had already driven Bear to the edge. In his fury, Ade grabbed a knife and screamed, "Bear, go die! Go die!" Bear, heavily injured, knelt down, his voice pleading, "Ade, wake up! Don't let them take advantage of us." Ade's eyes were bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down his face as he spoke earnestly, "I know, Bear, but I really can't go on like this anymore. Let it end. We've done so many wrong things. On the contrary, death is the only release." Bear fell silent, the two of them staring at each other for a long time. Then, Bear collapsed to the ground. He said, "You're right. We've done too many wrong things." He closed his eyes and whispered, "Come on, Ade. Let's free ourselves together." In the rain, Ade screamed loudly and drove the knife straight into Bear's body. The outcome of what followed was all too clear. The rain stopped on the 12th day. Xiaoi was preparing to leave the dungeon, but before he did, he used Ade's camera to record a video. No one knew what the contents of that video were. After that, the player left the dungeon world, and the mountains returned to their usual tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. A few days later, a helicopter flew to the mountaintop. The people aboard were dressed in tactical gear, each holding a gun. One of them made an unknown call, but after listening, he hurriedly said, "My lord, we've arrived at the Rabako mountain range, but the two beasts, Bear and Xiaoi, have vanished." The person on the other end of the line said something unclear, but the soldier quickly responded, "Yes, sir." He began searching around, eventually finding a camera. This is the camera Xiaoi intentionally left behind before he left. He turned the camera on, and the first image that appeared was Xiaoi. He had recorded a video, but the content inside was very strange. The video showed Xiaoi murmuring something in a very low voice, with the sound being indistinct. The soldier, curious, asked, "What's this?" "Try putting your ear closer." But despite his efforts, the content remained inaudible. Xiaoyi's gaze was strange, and then, suddenly, he broke into a cunning smile. It felt like something wasn't right. Before the soldier could think any further, he suddenly grabbed his gun and opened fire relentlessly at the only person in the group wearing a suit. No one knew what Xiaoi had said in the video, but clearly, something in it had enraged the soldier. The system announced that Xiaoi had completed all the main and side missions, and he had done so ahead of schedule. Just as the system was scolding him for his attitude, all the data was wiped. The system cursed so much that it was completely erased. Xiaoi felt very satisfied with the result. He also recalled what the system had said when teaching him the basic skills. In just a short time, he had directly killed a series of bosses in another dungeon. This proved that the dungeon they had gone through was not an ordinary one. After using those NPCs, they would be released into other dungeons for further use. In other words, players who now encounter NPCs in one dungeon will very likely meet them again in another dungeon. While thinking, Miss Lu immediately contacted him. "Little brother, come to my room." Upon hearing this, Xiaoi knew his sister was having another episode. She took a photo and said, "Take a look at my picture." Miss Lu quickly agreed and sent Xiaoi a seductive selfie. He felt helpless. "I told you to send me a picture of the affected area." "Who asked you to send me a selfie?" Miss Lu immediately apologized and sent another photo. A red growth had appeared on her leg, resembling a cluster of mushrooms from her ankle up to near her knee. Xiaoi observed and noticed a lot of red bloodstains, which seemed to suggest that the red demon was about to revive. The red scales on Miss Lu's leg quickly disappeared almost entirely. She looked at Xiaoi in admiration. "Little brother, I am very satisfied with the treatment today." She poured a glass of red wine into a cup. "The old Jiangshao has already helped you register. Once the demonic tide arrives, you will be summoned and teleported. Not only that, but Miss Lu has also paid the registration fee for you." Xiaoi was surprised. He hadn't thought there would be any fees involved. Miss Lu swirled her glass, brought it to her lips, and smiled lightly. "What else would it be?" She said, "The demonic tide carries high risks, but the profits are just as significant. It's a destination many players dream of but can't reach. Therefore, there will be many registrations, and the system won't be able to filter through the thousands of people. As a result, the high registration fee is the most effective way of screening." Xiaoi politely thanked her. Miss Lu also responded frankly, "No need for thanks. Anyway, last time, the old Jiangshao lost a bet and gave me a golden tool. Selling it would still earn quite a bit of contribution points. Just, during this period, don't enter the dungeon. After registering for the demonic tide, the soul seal will be locked. At that point, you can only wait in the chaotic realm, but world missions can still be completed." Xiaoi agreed with her, then stood up to leave. Miss Lu smiled and waved him off. Xiaoi turned around, but he flashed a mysterious smile. Miss Lu's arm suddenly pulled back, and she murmured to someone unknown, "You're afraid?" A voice, seemingly from nowhere in the void, answered, "Yes, because it wants to eat me." In his own room, Xiaoi sat on the bed, reviewing his system level and equipment. "Very good, I've got 30,000 contribution points now. I'll spend 20,000 to buy the fragmented pages first." Thinking it, he did it. He clicked to purchase, then pressed to activate. Immediately, two streams of blue light surrounded Xiaoi. They intertwined with him, forming a link. Soon, the magic was absorbed into his body, and he contentedly raised his hand to check. Then, he smirked, "This martial arts style is really perfect for me." Xiaoi had received another item, the Destiny treasure box. He opened it, but couldn't sell it, as there was no man who didn't enjoy opening a treasure chest. The system then rewarded him with a corpse suction machine. This device could crush anything that wasn't too hard. Once players or monsters were sucked into this machine, they wouldn't be able to be resurrected. After the machine killed a player, it would simultaneously erase all the replacement items on the player.
Xiaoi was horrified. This truly is a divine weapon for killing and setting fires. He decided to test the machine, placing a test item inside and pressing it down. The machine immediately sucked it in and crushed it into pulp. Xiaoi happily praised it. Indeed, it was a good item. His face turned vicious as he thought, tomorrow, I must bring this to Guxian town to see what happens. The next day, as soon as he stepped out of his room, the clown-faced man blocked his path. Xiaoi, you're planning to go to Guxian town, right? Could you help me with something? He hesitated, scratching his head, then continued, I want to open a general store in Guxian town, but my finances are limited. I only have about 150,000. Could you help me find a suitable location in Guxian town? If you can help me find a good spot, I'll give you a personal item as a gift. Xiaoi happily agreed, of course, leave it to me. Then, he turned and left. The train conductor waved his hand and instructed him, be careful on the road. The level of favorability also increased to one of respect. Xiaoi was granted the privilege of sitting in the command room on the train. The kind train ghost driver asked, are you sure you want to go to Guxian town alone? I've taken many people there, and I've heard they all died. Xiaoi curiously asked, is it really that dangerous? The train ghost driver replied seriously, very dangerous. There are demonic beings of extremely high levels there, though they aren't as strong as the two at the guild base. Xiaoi calmly responded, the butcher and the clown, right? The train ghost driver answered, yes. Xiaoi stroked his chin and silently laughed, I didn't expect the clown and the butcher to be so powerful. Could it be that they are hiding some more strength? Remember, when you go to Guxian town, don't leave the station. Let the warehouse ghost pick you up. It's quite influential in Guxian town and will be able to protect you. Xiaoi replied briefly and happily, okay, thank you. In a moment, the train arrived at Guxian town, and the warehouse ghost asked Xiaoi, if you need anything, just let me know. I've already told you I'll help you. Xiaoi stood up and, without hesitation, said, then I won't be polite anymore. There are 3 things I need your help with. First, the issue of employment. I want to settle here, so I'd like you to help me find a job. Second, the daughter of a friend, Sun Bye, she's gone missing, possibly in Guxian town. I'd like you to help me gather some information about it. He said, the third is another friend who wants to open a grocery store and asked me to help find a storefront. But with limited finances, he only has 150,000 minti. As he spoke, he took out an item, which was a Pandora's box. Xiaoi brought the box in front of the warehouse demon. This is the reward, he said. The warehouse demon looked at the item Xiaoi had brought and couldn't help but drool. This is truly something that seduces others. This gift is really too precious, but I won't accept it for nothing. I'll help you handle these matters. For the next 2 days, just stay at my place. There will be servants to attend to you. Xiaoi was not polite and agreed right away. 3 days later, Xiaoi happily held a letter of recommendation to apply for a job. He stood in front of a fruit hospital. This must be the place the warehouse demon had recommended. It seemed quite decent. The regular salary for a surgeon here must be considerable. 2 demons there saw him wandering around, exchanging glances with greedy looks. Someone's here, the scent is so delicious, I'm about to drool, one demon said. The genitalia is the tastiest part, should we eat it now, or save it for the end? Then, not just the 2, but a whole group of demons charged at him. Xiaoi, listening carefully to the noises, looked up, but they were already about to pounce on him. The group surrounded him from all sides. Xiaoi glanced and immediately knew they were all wild beasts, each with a strength of 36 points. Any of them could tear him apart casually. But who is Xiaoi? He smiled slyly, his face like a demon. These monsters couldn't help but be a bit too interesting. Before he could act, at that moment, a figure that seemed plump shouted loudly toward the group of beasts, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" She was angry. "I warn you, this is the newly hired surgeon at our hospital, don't cause trouble, or I'll crush you all." The beasts, frightened, whispered among themselves before running off quickly.
They really couldn't handle the weight of this nurse. Xiaoi silently sighed in regret. Don't go.
Dr. Zhao, come with me, there's a demon with a severe intestinal inflammation inside who needs emergency surgery.
If you can successfully complete this surgery, you'll have passed your job assessment.
Xiaoi casually replied, it's just an appendectomy, it won't be a challenge for me. In the operating room, Xiaoi was wearing surgical attire and preparing for the surgery when suddenly someone came in. Doctor, please wait a moment. A female demon, looking quite disheveled and battered, stepped forward, holding 4 small gold pieces out to him. Please, you must save my husband.
Please.
Xiaoi was secretly surprised, this demon looked like that, yet she still wanted him to save her husband. He smiled warmly, pushing the gold pieces back. Don't worry, it's just an appendectomy, nothing difficult.
The female demon stood there, stunned, silently watching his figure as he entered the operating room.
The door closed, and the demon on the operating table screamed when he saw Xiaoi. Damn human, what are you doing here?
Want me to have a meal before the surgery?
Xiaoi said cheerfully, here's the thing, I'm your treating doctor. You can call me dad or father, but I will never acknowledge someone like you as my son.
He continued yelling, damn it, are you asking for death?
How dare you talk like that, you piece of garbage?
Do you believe that after the surgery, I won't eat you alive?
Xiaoi took out a surgical knife, simultaneously asking him, do you often resort to domestic violence with your wife and son?
The demon replied irritably, why do you care?
They deserve it. I told them to give me all the money they make so I can buy alcohol, but that bitch dared to secretly save money and send that mixed blood bastard to school.
It's a miracle I haven't killed them yet.
Xiaoi slipped his hand into his pants pocket, casually glancing at the demon.
You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to meddle in your family matters. I just wanted to have a little chat. He quickly took out something from his pocket, and the demon shouted loudly, hey, what the hell is that you're pulling out?
Zhao Yi's face now displayed a sinister expression. Relax, it's just a corpse grinder, perfect for my surgery. The demon screamed in panic, no, I was wrong, but it's too late. Zhao Yi unemotionally pressed the corpse grinder against his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the demon screamed in agony before everything fell silent. After fumbling around for a while, Zhao Yi finally finished. He took off his mask and left the operating room, his clothes soaked in blood.
The female ghost saw him and immediately ran over to ask, Dr. Zhao, how was the surgery? Was it successful?
He took off his hat and calmly replied, don't worry, the surgery was very successful.
She anxiously asked, then where is my husband? Why hasn't he come out yet? He remained calm and took something out from his pocket.
Oh, right. He handed a piece of fresh, bloody appendix to the female ghost.
Your husband is here.
Seeing her staring at the piece of intestine in his hand, seemingly still not understanding what was going on, he continued, so, what do you think?
Did I do a good job cutting it? The female ghost continued asking, what I mean is, where are the rest of his body parts? Xiaoi calmly replied, those parts? I didn't see any use for them, so I got rid of them. Seemingly understanding his meaning, she quickly took out her phone from her pocket and said, hello, hi. I just want to confirm, does the insurance company compensate for death, right? I want to ask, my husband passed away not long ago. If I buy an accidental insurance policy for him now, would it still be valid? But it seems the insurance company has reported that no compensation will be given for this, right? Alright, that's really unfortunate. Anyway, thank you very much.
Dr. Zhao happily replied, when you take someone's money, you should help them eliminate their troubles.
Oh, no, I mean. Treating illness is the doctor's duty, it's something I should do.
He watched as the mother and child happily left.
Today has been another good workday. Congratulations on passing the hospital's test. Here is your card. With this card, you are now someone with a job in Guxian town. The spirits in the town will see you as one of their own.
Also, the monthly salary is 5,000, which will be paid in the middle of each month.
Xiaoi agreed.
The system congratulated him for completing the job search mission.
The reward for the mission was 5,000 per month and a legitimate identity. The major world missions ahead would be a bit more difficult, but for now, he could relax.
However, the registration fee for the demonic tide required as much as 50,000 points. The woman, Lu Ruoting, will not give me 50,000 points.
She must want me to help with something related to the demonic.
The demonic energy seems to fuse with her very well, she won't be controlled.
I feel like she's probing me.
While he was thinking, a letter from the warehouse ghost arrived. The news of Sun Bai Bai had been found.
After work, come to my place and we'll talk.
A long time ago, the D-17 train that Sun Bai Bai was on had an accident in Zili County to the south.
Afterward, everyone on the train disappeared.
This afternoon, I sent servants to Zili County to investigate, but they haven't come back.
Something must have happened. Now that I have property in Guxian town, I can't leave here. For now, you should not go there. It's too dangerous.
Xiaoi chewed while speaking. It's okay, I will pay attention. The warehouse ghost continued to advise. Also, here is the phone number of the owner of Changxing Shangxing. Tomorrow, you can contact him to choose a time to help you inspect the storefront. The door quickly opened, and Xiaoi arrived at the shop owner introduced by the warehouse ghost. The owner of Shangxing is neutral, his weakness is his useless son, and a point to note is that he exudes a capitalist aura.
The shop owner arrogantly asked, "Are you the doctor recommended by the warehouse ghost?"
Xiaoi replied briefly, "Yes." He continued, "Then let me get straight to the point. I only lease, not sell in Changxing Shangxing. Moreover, your 150,000 yuan is barely enough for my wife to wipe her bottom."
Xiaoi showed a sympathetic expression. "So your wife's bottom must be quite big, huh? Can you handle it?" He angrily shouted, "Don't interrupt, let me finish."
He calmed down and said seriously, "Everything has exceptions. My son always complains that his body is uncomfortable and that he can't study well. I've seen several doctors, but none could cure him.
If you can cure him, I will agree to your deal." Xiaoi suspiciously asked, "You'll keep your word, right?" He cunningly replied, "Of course, I, Hu Aotian, am not lacking in a little storefront kindness." Xiaoi pretended to cover his face as if he were thinking, as if wondering, "So what? It's understandable to be scared, even the demon aid can't cure it, how could a weak human like me do anything?" But Xiaoi was excited and continued, "Mr. Hu, I still want to ask one thing, with your wife's big butt, do you manage to handle it?" Mr. Hu became angry and shouted, "Why are you so concerned about my wife's butt? I warn you, if you dare to have any ridiculous thoughts about my wife, I'll kill you." Xiaoi, with a defiant expression, replied, "Sorry, I'm just curious about strange things." Immediately after, he quickly stood up. Mr. Hu, surprised and not having time to react, Xiaoi calmly walked toward the door and went to Mr. Hu's house to treat his son. Under the gloomy sky, two figures, one tall and one short, were walking together. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the window upstairs. Then came a scream, "Hayes, I've told you so many times to clean the room, don't touch me." The old man fell down, blood flowing from his nose, and he just quietly wiped it away. Mr. Hu kept walking, as if nothing had happened. Xiaoi stopped and silently watched the old man, who was trembling as he stood up. He licked his lips and thought, "It smells so good, it's the smell of food, I need to eat more." Mr. Hu saw that Xiaoi stopped and curiously looked at him, "Not going anymore? If you're scared, then just leave. I'm not joking with you. The previous doctors who tried to treat him all got eaten by my son." But Xiaoi quickly dismissed his words, "No, Mr. Hu, let me treat your young master." The door was gently opened, and Xiaoi quickly stepped inside. The door to the room was immediately flung wide open, and the smell of blood filled the air. Mr. Hu could not stand it and immediately covered his nose. His son, whose face looked nothing like a human, was holding a set of teeth in his hand. The old man then brought food to him.
Looking at his son, he was also scared and stepped back.
Dr. Xiao, may you have many blessings.
It seemed that Hu Aotian had made a great effort to say the last words to him, and then he quickly ran off.
Xiaoi, without any fear, moved forward. Hello, Hu Liang. I am the doctor your father invited to treat you.
The kid glared at him fiercely, his eyes wide open, and asked, "Excuse me, doctor, how do you plan to treat me?"
He calmly sat down nearby and gently said, "Don't be afraid."
Hu Liang was surprised and stood up to look at him. Xiaoi glanced at him and immediately knew that he had a severe rebellious personality disorder. This was a combination of a rebellious nature and an aggressive temperament. It was poor quality material. If Xiaoi were hungry, he could eat this kid, but it still wouldn't improve his mental strength. He rushed towards Hu Liang at lightning speed.
The kid panicked and dodged, screaming, "What are you going to do?"
Xiaoyi's face darkened as he stared at him.
The kid became even more frightened, stammering, You don't." A few minutes later, Hu Aotian was sitting outside, smoking. He then saw a figure lurking by the door to his son's room. He stood up suddenly, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. "Dr. Xiao, how are you still alive?" Xiaoi smiled and replied, "I've finished the treatment, Mr. Hu.
From now on, your son will obey you unconditionally, study seriously, and in the future, he may inherit your business."
Hu Aotian was so surprised that he was in a state of panic. Is it really that good? You're not lying to me, are you?
At that moment, Hu Liang had returned to his normal self.
He was sitting diligently, studying.
Seeing his son like this, Hu Aotian was so shocked that he jumped up. Tears streamed down his face as he joyfully grabbed Xiaoyi's hand.
As for the property, if you don't have enough money, you can owe it for now.
Xiaoi was surprised to see the change in attitude, from indifference to liking so quickly. It seems that he really values his son.
The father and son escorted him to the door.
Xiaoi then called the train conductor to report, "I've transferred 150,000 Ming dollars to Mr. Hu, and I've also sent the deed of the shop to you." The clown smiled happily, "Thank you so much, I'll give you a private artifact, please accept it." Immediately, Xiaoi received a precious artifact, but it could only be opened once he reached level 5.
Alright, now back to the guild base to inform Butcher about the news of Sun Bye.
The butcher clenched his fist upon hearing this, so, the girl disappeared in Zili County.
No wonder Xiaoi asked if I knew anything about Zili County. Du Te. Web. Search TBUNB, NI, /MCA bye Hong Tong, Elingica Zili County. Zili County Luening Cavithgiibn Ngoiv Coaching Muening IngoivotHN. Banyu, Hong Tong Muin Ji Chota, Nhing I Trong Thn Nht Qui Khing. V Sal, Ta DNCYCHYTRNN THNMO Family. Khing Lu Sal, Hong Tong Sin Ra Bye, Nhing Sao Li by NMTMTCCHBN, CHLMTLTH. Nidung Trong LMYLICNDN. YUCUPHICHMSC Con GICHO TTV TI KHing C by NGN Zili County. CNHSTTMKHPTHN, NHing KHing CDUVTNO Li and Quan N Hong Tong, CNHTHCYBCHI COHITHGII. /JaoiHI, /TGIYCH on Saw?
//ing, Ta SLY Choon.
/TP, Sawing DY. Xiaoi CN THNCMLTH, TMCTing CHTMT, SSBST /TISCTTGIYNYTRC.
Saukai Tam Gia LN Tide of Demon, TISN TM Con GIGIP on.
/Teeing CNHIN, HILI, / on Tam Gia LN Tide Daughter for you. Du Te was surprised and asked again, "Are you participating in the Tide of Demon?" Xiaoi answered honestly, "It's very dangerous there. I hope you can survive and come back." Outside, the sky was gloomy and eerie. Xiaoi walked alone on the street, a beam of green light shining on him and the people who had registered to join the Tide of Demon. The system notified through the game's rules, the mission this time is to survive for 7 days and escape the mysterious realm.
This time, the level of bloodshed will be high because players may gain experience by slaughtering each other. Xiaoi was quickly brought into the mysterious realm. He opened his eyes, unsure of how long he had been asleep. This time, he was lying on a single bed. Xiaoi sat up, feeling a slight headache, uncertain of what would happen next. While rubbing his head, the system's notification appeared before his eyes. The system reminded him, pay attention to the things being considered. Xiaoi, curious, thought to himself, interesting, but why does it remind me to survive until the 7th day? The phrase to hear isn't used for the location in front of me. He looked around and then wondered, what are these strange cracks on the walls? He stepped onto the balcony to observe the situation of the place he had just arrived at and took the opportunity to read the diary. February 15th, a ghost outside the door, wielding a chainsaw, suddenly broke through the door and attempted to kill you. However, you successfully killed it with your extraordinary skills and threw it into a shredder. The rest of the diary's pages cannot be read, it seems to have been sealed by some force. He then picked up the camera on the table, and the system reminded him, can only be used once. Xiaoi found it intriguing and thought, it can only be used once. Could there be something inside? Soon, there was a noise outside the door. Xiaoi heard the sound and looked in that direction. Xiaoi quickly opened the door, and as he stepped out, he saw a man with a chainsaw charging towards him. Is it possible that the diary can predict the future? He thought. The man with the chainsaw rushed forward, and Xiaoi calmly delivered a kick straight into his stomach, sending him flying. Then, Xiaoi swiftly cut across his neck with a single slash, causing him to lose his breath on the spot. The man with the chainsaw quickly collapsed to the ground. Xiaoi silently thought, so weak, this doesn't seem to match the identity of a demonic tide, does it? He dragged the man into his room, and as he pondered, what would happen if I don't follow the diary's instructions in the future? An air wall blocked his path, preventing him from getting outside. Xiaoi then threw the corpse out and thought, strange, he was able to pass through. He quietly calculated, his body passed through, but I couldn't. Could it be that the prophecy in the diary is not over yet? Do I have to complete everything before I can leave? At the same time, 10 other players on the same floor as Xiaoi were also fighting against the faceless man. Each person's weapon was different, but all were so weak that they were completely inadequate for the imposing aura they were trying to project. The viewers angrily commented, they were hoping for something more groundbreaking. Seeing Xiaoi calmly lying down, they shared among themselves, everyone, look at Xiaoi, he's still so relaxed, it's still lying there so calmly, it's like he's on vacation. Xiaoi lay back comfortably on the bed, stretching his legs out, seemingly calculating something. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly, realizing something was off. The clock doesn't match my biological clock. This meant that more than 10 hours had passed since he arrived here. But strangely, the sky outside the window was still bright, there had been no sign of it getting dark since he came. Xiaoi thought to himself, I get it now, the time outside hasn't changed, what has changed is the time inside the inn. If players can't leave the inn, they'll be forever trapped on the 15th day of the month. No wonder the system used the word arrive to reach the 2nd day, one has to leave the inn. No, that's not right, it's not a permanent lockup. With the system's nasty nature, it wouldn't let a powerless man like today emerge. The friction of the murderer will only intensify over time until it eventually kills the player. The clock quickly struck 12 noon, making a sound to signal the time. Xiaoi silently calculated, it's 12 now. So the time outside has started to move. He recalled the journal from when he first entered, it's something that predicts the future. Xiaoi quickly approached the desk and opened the journal to see if it updated with the passage of time outside. Inside, it was just one line of text, go die. Go die. This journal dared to insult him. Xiaoi immediately pulled out the corpse disposal machine. It panicked and said, boss, please spare my life. Xiaoi switched to a threatening mode, his gaze cold, it's not that I can't spare you, but you have to tell me how to leave here. On the white paper, the words were carved coldly, kill the third faceless man. Xiaoi furrowed his brows, puzzled, do I have to wait for the third man to be able to escape from this inn?
He looked back at the diary, which still read, on the 15th outside the door, a faceless man with a chainsaw charged in and wanted to kill you, but you successfully killed him thanks to your extraordinary skills. Just as Xiaoi had guessed, the power of the faceless man would be much stronger on the third day, and it seemed unlikely he could kill it. However, his face suddenly turned sinister. He looked at the diary and flashed a deadly smile. "Thank you." Then, he directly threw it into the corpse disposal machine. "Who am I, Xiaoi? It insulted me like that, why should I let it go?" Suddenly, as he was standing there, examining the machine, the phone next to him rang. The voice on the phone made Xiaoyi's face darken. The person on the other end asked him to bring a camera to the mental hospital. After saying that, the call was disconnected. Xiaoi sneered and muttered to himself, "The voice on the phone sounded like mine. This dungeon is really fun. I'm finding it more interesting by the day." On the third day, at the same time, in the same location, each room had a faceless man who was far more dangerous than the previous one. The players had to exert a lot of effort to defeat the faceless man, just as the diary had described. But Xiaoi was different. He didn't kill the faceless man but dragged him towards the door. Xiaoi threw the faceless man through the air barrier and then stepped through himself. In the end, he successfully passed through the dormitory door, holding a camera in his hand. He thought to himself, indeed, that diary was just a trap. I had already suspected it and destroyed it directly. The faceless man, being the weakest, was the first one to appear, so the diary existed in the form of a prophecy, exploiting the player's cautious mindset to make them fulfill the prophecy. On the second day, the players were under immense pressure to survive. Following the hints from the first day, they were certain they could survive by killing the faceless man. However, in reality, it was only during this time, when the faceless man entered the room and survived, that the air wall at the door disappeared. To leave, the faceless man must remain alive in the room, but he couldn't attack like he did now. Xiaoi silently calculated, there might still be dangers on the way out, so bringing the faceless man along as a blood buffer isn't a bad idea. Xiaoi calmly dragged the faceless man to the staircase. Suddenly, he stopped. There was something like a red string blocking the way. Xiaoi tried to touch it with his finger, but the string was so sharp that his hand was severed instantly. The viewers anxiously commented, "Lucky Xiaoi was alert, otherwise, his body would have been split in half by now." Xiaoi found it interesting and muttered to himself, "So this is actually a soul weapon." Suddenly, something was flying toward Xiaoi from behind at an incredibly fast speed. He didn't have time to dodge, and an arrow, whose origin he didn't know, struck directly into his left arm. Xiaoi remained calm, not saying a word, and directly took out his scalpel. Without hesitation, he cut off the arm with the arrow embedded in it. The severed arm fell to the ground, and soon large and small blisters appeared on it, looking very grotesque. Not only that, it had turned purple, as if it were rotting. From the waiting room, the silhouette of a woman appeared. "Hey, what kind of poison is on that arrow? I really like it." She was stunned. "I didn't expect you to be decisive enough to cut off your own arm like that, and even smile while doing it." But she didn't stop. She took 3 arrows at once and aimed them at Xiaoi. He quickly jumped up, spun around, and successfully dodged all 3 arrows. Seeing that she had truly met her match, she ran towards Xiaoi and pushed him aside. The players' comments began to appear. She wanted to run, gritted her teeth, and used the fastest speed to head toward the rope from earlier. Xiaoi stood there and quickly threw his scalpel toward her. The blade expertly flew out, embedding itself in one of her thighs, causing her to falter. But quickly, she got back up and continued running. This girl was really tough. Even with an injured leg, she was still able to run fast. How could she not run fast when facing a freak like Xiaoi? People started discussing. Xiaoi immediately knew that the girl wasn't trying to escape, but rather, she had set up a trap while running to lure him into chasing her. A sly smile appeared on his face. He frantically grabbed a few strands of rope and drove them directly into his body. People started to panic. Is Xiaoi practicing some kind of peerless martial art? Isn't this self-destructive tendency getting too serious?
The wounds pierced by the ropes bled but quickly healed.
Wait, look at his wounds. How is it healing so fast? The cut on his hand has already grown back.
When the woman was stabbed, the predator would emerge from the wound. The more severely Xiaoi was injured, the more life force the predator would absorb from the woman. The more women there were, the more certain it was that she wouldn't escape. But even so, that brutal method was something I could never bring myself to do. Xiaoi kept retracting the knife, then throwing it repeatedly, not knowing how many times it had pierced her. Both of them were running, one chasing the other towards the crowd.
When people saw how vicious he was, they were shocked. What's going on? Why is this guy covered in blood? Step back, I feel like I can't handle this.
She collapsed to the ground in pain.
Xiaoi, his clothes torn, stood above her looking down. He gently lifted her head. People were astonished. Could this woman be his lover?
Unexpectedly, in such a cruel world, a love so warm could still exist. A man, seeing this scene, feeling sympathy for the love between them, rushed over and placed his hand on Xiaoyi's shoulder. "Brother, my condolences." Suddenly, Xiaoi smiled cunningly and took out the scalpel. He was startled, jumped up, and exclaimed, "Damn it!" The demon, terrified, screamed, Don't, I was wrong, but it's too late." Quickly, the decisive knife cuts fell, and her limbs were severed. Everyone present witnessed this scene, all of them in panic. Amid the fiery red, eerie sky, a piercing scream broke the silence. After that, he directly dragged her by the leg and pulled her away. People began to murmur, no matter how high her spirits were, it was useless.
"Look, it's killing her."
"I heard she's Luo Chili, the one who just joined the trumpet team." "I also heard that old Yang Tao valued her." "But why did she decide to attack Xiaoi?"
"I'm really curious."
Xiaoi silently calculated, the voice earlier was mine, combined with the suggestion from the dungeon about time and space.
This is a logical loop. I guess that call came from me.
I specifically mentioned the camera, which means that one day in the future, this will be incredibly important. Unfortunately, the camera is broken, missing the lens, the viewfinder, and the film roll doesn't have any battery. Maybe the call was a reminder for me to go to the psychiatric hospital to retrieve those things.
The crack is still there.
Xiaoi wondered if only he could see it or if others could as well.
He looked at Chili, lying in misery on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and asked, "Excuse me, do you see any crack in front of you?"
Looking up from below, Xiaoi appeared like a demon from hell, looking terrifying. Lei was so terrified that her face turned purple, and she screamed, "Don't come here, don't." Xiaoi slyly tightened his grip on her chin and lifted her up. "Don't be afraid.
If you answer my question, I will set you free."
She choked out,
I see a crack too. Stop tormenting me, just send me away."
Xiaoi asked her,
"Don't you have any healing treasure or something similar?"
She answered, "No, just send me away." Xiaoi squatted down. "What a pity, I thought you had good potential."
"I wanted to take you out for a bit of fun." She asked in surprise, "Why would you take me out?"
Xiaoi smiled brightly, "Because you kill without blinking, you plot with cunning."
"You're cruel, you're twisted." She cursed silently, "You're the pervert, a pervert among perverts." She was very direct, no longer afraid, and looked into Xiaoyi's eyes, asking, "What conditions do you have?"
Xiaoi replied, 50,000 points, after all, bringing someone along is quite exhausting. Hearing such an outrageous price, Miss Li lay down, "Kill me, I won't resist."
Xiaoi pretended to cough, then said, "How many points do you have?" "I can offer you an 8,000 discount, but I can't give you everything. I can give you 5,000 and a blue item."
Xiaoi appeared heartbroken. "All right, let's do it this way."
Miss Li was so angry she almost died, thinking to herself, "Is he really going to suffer like this?"
"I have a blue pill in my coat pocket, taking it can heal the wound."
"He chopped off my hand, so he should feed it to me." Xiaoi happily responded, "All right, no problem."
Her chest was a bit large, and while Xiaoi was rummaging for the medicine, he accidentally brushed against it. Miss Lee, furious, said, "Hey, it's not in the pocket on my chest, you jerk."
Xiaoi honestly replied, "Who told you not to say it earlier?" Miss Lee pouted, "Damn it, I want to curse him out, but I can't beat him." As soon as the pill was taken, her arms and legs instantly grew back. Then, she quickly brought out the system to request to form a team with Xiaoi. He agreed, as previously agreed. Afterwards, he received 5,000 points and a skateboard. The two quickly completed the team formation. He then asked Miss Lee, "Have you received any calls from the future?" Miss Lee answered, "Yes, I have. My future self told me to kill you, and then we should go to the mental hospital together." Upon hearing this, Xiaoi shot a bullet-like glance at Lee, causing her to panic and flinch. Her face darkened, and she asked, "What are you doing? We're teammates. You're not going to kill me, are you?" Xiaoi laughed, "Why would I kill you? A beautiful girl like you, I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." Miss Lee's face displayed the words only a fool would believe you. She thought to herself, just now, when he chopped off my arms and legs, he didn't show any mercy. Xiaoi said, "Let's go." According to the system's directions, the hospital is just ahead. She silently sighed in relief, so it turns out that forming a team with him can really be successful. When it first started, I didn't even understand why my future self wanted me to kill Xiaoi, and then later wanted to go to the psychiatric hospital with him. These are clearly two contradictory things. But now I understand, only by killing him to show my ability can I successfully form a team. Soon, the two of them stood in front of the psychiatric hospital. It was enormous, but at first glance, it resembled more of an abandoned castle. The two walked in together. The others had already arrived there and were whispering to each other. As soon as they stepped inside, an invisible barrier appeared, separating them from the outside world. It was clear that if the mission wasn't completed, they couldn't leave. The dungeon of the psychiatric hospital had the main mission to find the murderer before death. The secondary mission was to kill the murderer. The rewards for the two missions were 100 experience points, removal of the air barrier, and the frictional murderer's eyes. However, each person only had one chance to point out the murderer. The system began teleporting the players to different rooms. Soon, everyone standing there disappeared at the same time. Xiaoi also woke up in a room, and this time, there was even a bathroom inside. After forming the team, he could track the location of his teammates. He quickly checked which room Luo Qili was in. Fortunately, the distance between the two rooms they were sent to was quite close. Not bad, Xiaoi silently felt pleased. Suddenly, a sound broke the quiet atmosphere, which made Xiaoi curious. That's the sound of the nearby TV, but strangely, no one has turned it on. It turned on by itself, displaying a program with light that purified the souls of good people, and fire that burned the bodies of the wicked. Xiaoi felt something odd as he looked at what was playing on the screen, when suddenly a scream cut through the noise. This time, it definitely wasn't the sound from the TV, it came from outside. Xiaoi quickly moved toward the door, following the sound he had just heard to check what was going on. As soon as he stepped outside, he met Qili, who had also heard the noise. Xiaoi said, "Let's go to the first floor." Both of them went down to the first floor to find out why there was such a loud scream. On the first floor, a nurse was purple-faced, lying on her back on the ground, muttering, "Someone's dead, someone's dead." Xiaoi squeezed through the crowd and moved closer to get a better sense of the situation. It was true, someone had died. The people outside were also panicked as they looked at the scene before them, corpses scattered across the room, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The victims were missing limbs, with some having lost arms and others lost legs. They looked terrified, as though they had encountered something extremely frightening before they died. Xiaoi licked his lips with pleasure and thought to himself, "This scene is truly spectacular, I like it." Then, a man walked over. "Excuse me, I'm Qianlong, a forensic expert." The crowd parted to let him through to examine the bodies. Qianlong quickly and carefully inspected each one. He furrowed his brows and raised his hand to stroke his chin. These people had all died within an hour. Xiaoi turned to ask the trembling nurse, "Manager, should we call the police?" She remembered and hurriedly nodded. Right, call the police, immediately call the police. While everyone waited for the police to arrive, Luo Qili took the initiative to discuss with Xiaoi. Xiaoi, the mission requires us to identify the murderer before being killed, so we just need to wait for him to come and kill us, then identify him. Wouldn't that be enough? Xiaoi curled his lips and replied, then you might die a miserable death. After all, the main mission ending doesn't mean you stop being assaulted. Miss Li was so frightened that her hair stood on end. Can it really be like that? Xiaoi sighed. So, the player must identify the murderer before the murderer strikes. What you just mentioned seems like a shortcut but is actually a huge trap set by the system. Miss Li suddenly shivered. Fortunately, I discussed it with you first, otherwise. At that moment, the murmurings outside were abruptly interrupted. Move aside, don't block us from investigating the case. The police had quickly arrived at the scene, charging in aggressively. One of them shouted, what's the big deal about a bunch of crazy people dying? You're causing trouble. Xieda, the nurse, panicked and said, Officer, that's 11 lives lost. A slap came down like thunder, hitting Xieda's face, leaving her cheek swollen and bruised. The police continued to scold her, are you teaching me how to do my job? Unable to withstand the force of a man as bulky as that, Xieda fell to the ground. Xieda could only sit there, holding his face and crying. He remained cold and indifferent, saying, take the bodies in the room and deal with them, hurry up. One of them spoke up, it seems the police won't care about this, they didn't even check the scene. The others began to gossip, if we try to make them investigate, we might end up getting shot. It's better to keep our lives safe first. Then everyone left in a dejected manner, and only Xiaoi and Qili remained standing there. Earlier, when I went downstairs, I saw a darkroom at the end of the 3rd floor. I'm going there to see if there are any rolls of film and batteries for the camera. You go back to your room and wait. Qili agreed. Xiaoi went down to the 3rd floor alone. There was no one around, and the space was eerily quiet. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound coming from a room. This sound is strange, why did the person next door close the toilet lid before flushing? Normally, people flush first and then close the lid, some even don't close it at all. Unable to resist his curiosity, Xiaoi knocked directly on the door of the room. The door was quickly opened, and a boy appeared. Hello, can I help you? He didn't answer, just looked into the room with the toilet. Everything seemed normal, interesting. Xiaoi thought, I clearly heard the sound of the toilet lid closing, but the toilet in this boy's room isn't closed. Seeing that he wasn't responding, the boy spoke again, hello, sir. Xiaoi snapped out of his thoughts and smiled happily, sorry, I must have mistaken the room next door. He immediately closed the door. Xiaoi quietly thought to himself, this child isn't quite right. But now is not the time to investigate it. For now, I need to find the camera's battery and film, and then I'll figure it out. He had been fumbling around for more than half an hour, and there was no sign of any batteries or film in this place. Xiaoi sighed in frustration, do I have to wait for a call from the future to remind me? While he was thinking about where else he might find what he needed, Qili called, the floor of the room is a bit hollow. Xiaoi replied, the mental hospital definitely has a secret passage, otherwise, the murderer wouldn't have been able to easily drag 11 corpses into that room right in front of everyone. Miss Li asked in confusion, what should they do now? But Xiaoi was not too flustered. He still had something to confirm. In another hallway, a strange voice came from him, the black-faced Zheng Fei stole the imperial horse, the red-faced Zheng Fei fought in Changsha. Inside the room, everyone was holding guns, ready at the door. Hearing that sound, they started taking their positions, heightening their vigilance. Qianlong was tense, it's coming, it's that strange voice. It must be from the demon killer. Will he choose us tonight? The strange figure stood in front of Qianlong's room, tapping the door with a sword. Qianlong, already mentally prepared, said, come on, hurry up. I'll shoot you dead. But this strange man still hadn't taken any further action. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat puzzled by the sounds coming from inside him.
The door to the room flung open, and he turned pale, shouting loudly, "Someone's dead, someone's dead."
Everyone in the room scrambled out. "Someone's dead on this floor, another one? Who died? Hurry, go check."
The strange sound of water flushing rang out again, catching Xiaoyi's attention. He silently laughed. Indeed, every time someone dies, the person next door makes a commotion like this. All their weapons and gear had been destroyed. How did the murderer do this?
"I can't bear to look." One person, unable to endure, vomited right there. Xiaoi stepped forward, loudly asking for space. "Please, everyone, make some room, I'm a doctor." Based on my analysis, these 3 people are probably already dead. When the others looked, they could tell he was just showing off, actually trying to touch their gear. Look at him, this crazy guy with his weird clothes, holding a large sword in his hand. I suspect he's the murderer. The strange man panicked. Hearing this, he hurriedly denied, "I'm not the murderer, I only went outside to kill." One person whispered, "It can't be him."
After that person confirmed him, the system did not send any reminder about the task being completed. The person panicked, sat down, and hugged his head. "Oh no, I made a wrong confirmation." The strange man spoke again, "The gods have infiltrated Kara, friends, let's go and kill them." Suddenly, Xiaoi ran over and grabbed the strange man's wrist. "Hey, stop causing trouble, follow me outside." He shouted loudly, "Don't touch me, I want to kill, I want to kill." The two stood in a hidden corner. He heard me say that a god had sneaked into the mental hospital. It was lurking in the darkness, constantly slaughtering innocent people in the country of Kara. "Help me with something, and tomorrow I will go find it." He immediately became excited. "How do we find it?" "Tomorrow morning, you help me drag the white man on the 3rd floor to the church to pray. He stays there, rest assured, I will definitely complete the task." The next day, after breakfast, Zhao Yi's neighbor, a young man, was forcefully taken by Mr. San to the church to pray. Mr. San stubbornly dragged the young man into the door on the roof. The young man was a little unwilling but also helpless, one hand trying to secretly open the door with some special tool. It turned out that Zhao Yi and Luo Qili had used a steel wire to unlock the door, sneaking into the young man's room. The door quickly opened, and both of them hurried inside, rummaging through the young man's room. Zhao Yi found a diary of his, carefully picked it up, and started inspecting it. He thought, "Damn it. I'm a freak, that's why they put me in the mental hospital and never let me out again." Zhao Yi said bitterly, "The director took me in. He treated me very well, never hit me, and even helped me wipe away my tears." Reading these lines, Zhao Yi thought the director was really kind. The director has gone blind, he can no longer see the light of the holy light. I must take him to the heavenly court, I will find a way, no matter what the cost. Miss Li felt a chill. He wouldn't kill the director, would he? Zhao Yi smelled food, something with a taste he had never encountered before. Hearing him speak these strange words, Lei asked, "What's that smell?" The two of them stared at each other in confusion. Zhao Yi quickly pretended, "Did I say anything? You must have heard wrong." Zhao Yi noticed that this kid's toilet was very clean, and not only that, it was also new, seemingly never used before. Not using the toilet, so how does he go? Zhao Yi wondered. He pressed the flush button, and everyone in the chat room was excited. Indeed, there is no water, this is truly the Emperor's new toilet. Zhao Yi then frowned, he pushed the toilet aside, and sure enough, there was a secret passage beneath it. One of the people in the comments section said, "Do you guys recognize that sound? Isn't that the sound of the toilet lid Zhao Yi always hears? So that's the sound of opening a secret passage. Does that mean every time someone dies, the sound is heard? Could it be that kid killed them?" Another person wondered. Shili was surprised and cursed, "This kid can even make a tunnel in the mental hospital? And there's something that lights up too." Zhao Yi immediately said, "You should come with me to take a look." The two of them entered, and Shili carefully observed from behind them. This secret passage twisted and turned, seemingly stretching from the wall to many different areas of the Psychiatric Institute. No wonder he could kill people without anyone noticing. Xiaoi silently observed his surroundings, uncertain whether it was him who had killed. Suddenly, a phone rang from below, leaving Chili unsure of what to do. Xiaoi quickly said, "Maybe it's a call from the future, from us." They ran to a room, and sure enough, the phone continued to ring non-stop. "I'll answer the phone, you set up some wires around, in case a monster or something comes charging in," Xiaoi quickly agreed. As Xiaoi picked up the phone, a series of instructions came through. "The film roll is under the toilet, it's very important to get it. The reward for the side mission can be used for the camera, don't lose the camera. After the second day ends, go to a secret base for underground beast fighting." Upon hearing this, Xiaoi quickly hung up the phone and said, "We need to act now. Look at that toilet, is the film roll in there? That's disgusting, I don't want to go get it myself." On Chili's side, he was focusing on tightening the wire, when Xiaoi came up behind him, smiling happily. "Chili." Hearing this, she immediately became serious, turning around and cautiously asking, "What are you doing?" "My future self just called and said the film roll is in that toilet," Xiaoi explained. Chili looked at the toilet, unable to believe that she had to retrieve the film roll from there. The toilet was filthy, the stench rising from it, and it was unclear how long it had been since it was last cleaned. After all, Chili was a girl, and she definitely had a stronger sense of cleanliness. She couldn't help but pinch her nose and felt like vomiting. "Did the future version of you really say that?" she asked, her voice full of doubt. "Yes," Xiaoi replied. "Although I really want to help you with this dirty task, we need to be careful not to change anything. Any small change could lead to significant alterations in the future, and that wouldn't be good." He looked very sincere, showing no signs of trying to deceive her. Chili thought carefully for a moment, and finally made up her mind. She clenched her fists and resolutely said, "All right, I'll do it." She quickly moved toward the filthy toilet. Xiaoi said, "I'll be cheering for you." She squatted down and began reaching her hand into the toilet to search for the film roll. After a while, she finally found what she was looking for. She pulled the roll out of the dirty water, disgusted by it in her hands. Without hesitation, she quickly washed it off with clean water. Meanwhile, Xiaoi continued to search around. He discovered an envelope in a drawer and picked it up to examine it. The envelope was labeled fund, but the words in front of it were scratched out. He wondered, what exactly is this fund? He quickly opened the envelope, and inside was a piece of paper. It turns out that all the experiments in line 10 are related to some kind of fund. This means that the underground laboratory at Shirshan High School, Li Shang, the mayor of City A, and the forces of this fund are all involved. And this demonic tide this time is also connected to the fund. Then, he looked at the paper in his hand, flipping it over to continue reading. On the back was some kind of experiment formula left by the previous person. He continued rummaging on the table to see if there was anything else that could provide a clue. In the diary, the writer recounted the process in which he began searching for some kind of holy light. He wanted to turn the headmaster into a container of 13 so that he could receive the divine light of the gods. It seemed that the headmaster had probably been murdered. She asked again, "So, the murderer isn't the young man but the headmaster?" "Honestly speaking, both of them are the culprits," he replied. "That young man left his room and went to the secret passage first, then gave the order for the headmaster to go and kill people. Then, the headmaster is in this secret passage, isn't he?" she asked, panicking. He quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, the lights here are so bright, I guess the headmaster can't see and can only rely on his hearing, so he's probably scared too. After all, he's been quietly killing so many people like this, he's the Chili of the future." As soon as she picked up the phone, she immediately scolded him harshly for making her fish out of the toilet. Xiaoi could only cover his face. "Come on, don't focus on the small details. Give the phone to me." Chili almost shouted, "Hey, I'm looking for you." Chili, who was standing there, had no idea what was going on, but she still quickly went to answer the phone. "Hello?" Whatever was said on the other end, Chili's face gradually turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and her smile stiffened. She gritted her teeth in anger, turned to Xiaoi, and shouted loudly, "Xiaoi, you Perhaps because Qi Li's loud scream had disturbed something, both of them fell silent.
Xiaoi pulled her down and whispered, "Don't make a sound." Qi Li immediately obeyed in silence.
That thing had slimy hands. It lifted its hand to the door, then passed through the strings Qi Li had set earlier. It was a grotesque monster.
Qi Li was startled, and yet it ignored her sole weapon. What exactly is it?
It seemed that the monster could only hear. It wobbled like some disgusting liquid. Xiaoi, in a defensive stance, pulled out his scalpel, ready to attack.
She fearfully swore, "What are you doing?"
No sooner had she spoken than the scalpel was thrown, leaving multiple wounds on the creature.
The monster, in pain and fury, screamed.
The sound it emitted was unbearable for Qi Li, who had to cover her ears with her hands.
Qi Li's mental state was also beginning to deteriorate.
The sound it made was incredibly discomforting. Unable to bear it any longer, she resolutely pierced her eardrum with her fingers to stop hearing it. Onlookers were amazed. No wonder Xiaoi had chosen her as a teammate, they were both truly insane. After that, she drew her bow, aimed directly at the creature's position, and released the arrow. Each arrow quickly flew straight toward its head, with such force that it could even pierce through. The creature spat out a green liquid, which seemed to be its blood.
What is that thing spitting out?
Qi Li thought to herself. With such high temperatures, the arrows were quickly melted. The bandit no longer had any room to develop, the power gap was too great, and there was basically nothing he could do to it. The monster was slowly moving away from them, hungry like a tiger starved for days.
Xiaoi ran ahead, telling Qi Li to stay and hold it off for a few minutes. By myself? Damn it, are you trying to sell me out? Xiaoi kept running. If you want to live, listen to me.
Qi Li looked at the creature, her face clearly showing disgust and aversion. It quickly shot out the green substance from its body toward Qi Li. She jumped up successfully, dodging its attack. She knew she couldn't fight it barehanded, so the only option left was to use her props. A large chicken was quickly brought out by Qi Li. Its purpose was to attract the opponent's attacks onto it, helping its master escape from being targeted. She left the fat chicken there to hold the monster in place, while she quickly found a hiding spot, waiting for Xiaoi to return. The monster was still crawling sluggishly on the ground, and it began spraying that liquid at the chicken. Of course, the chicken got hit by the dreadful liquid, but it seemed to be just fine. The spectators started commenting in admiration of the chicken. It can actually withstand such hot liquid. Seeing that spraying the liquid couldn't trouble the chicken, the monster immediately moved behind it. It bared its sharp teeth. Over here, Qi Li quickly ran to Xiaoyi's position. Are you done yet? My chicken can't take much more. Xiaoi remained calm, standing there, almost. Finally found it, this X3 has an asphalt core, that's its fatal weakness. Regarding the situation next to the monster, it had been attacked by the creature, bitten and torn apart to the point of being dismembered. X3 quickly fled to Xiaoi and Qi Li's position. It stuck out its tongue, making a sound that expressed its disgust. Finally, unable to be patient any longer, it directly charged toward Xiaoi. He quickly glanced behind him, and Xiaoi had just enough time to use a sealing item on the monster for 10 seconds. The monster immediately froze, and Xiaoi ran to its back, holding a surgical knife in his hand, ready to strike. In the second that followed, he decisively thrust the knife deep into its chest. He then carved open the monster's abdomen, and the green fluid smeared onto his hands, causing a large burn, but Xiaoi remained calm. In the 6th second, he shoved his hand inside its belly and fished out what he had read about in a book. Eventually, he found what he was looking for inside the monster's body. Xiaoi happily raised his knife and cut through the core of the Xianling Tian, splitting it in half, and then shattering it. Just a second after the core was destroyed, the monster screamed in agony, clutching its head and writhing in pain. At the same time, the young boy praying in the church quickly sensed this. He paled, feeling something was wrong. The dean had been killed. The boy hurried back to his room as fast as he could. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned by the sight before him. Inside the room, blood was splattered everywhere, the monster was torn to pieces, with its limbs scattered across the floor. Meanwhile, Xiaoi and Chili were leisurely sitting on the bed, playing cards. It seems that Chili has lost consecutively, having switched to 3 different decks of cards, yet she still couldn't win against Xiaoi. He began to feel frustrated and decided to stop. Playing cards with you is truly an insult to my IQ. Xiaoi sighed. Chili, regretful, said, my 200 points. Xiaoi replied smugly, you've only lost 200 points, why are you so upset? Each game costs 1 point, so you've lost a total of 200 games. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. The scene was truly amusing. The young boy standing beside them trembled. You dare to kill the director? He looked at the boy and sneered, the real culprit is back. Just in time, I have something I want to say to you all. The boy, trembling, said, how dare you? He should have died in the flames with me. You're the ones who kept him from reaching heaven. I want to avenge him. I want to kill you all. Chili, impatient with his ranting, raised her bow and aimed to shoot. The boy, now completely out of control, transformed his mental power into intent power. Xiaoi pretended to be alarmed. Has he been resurrected? The boy turned around, thinking the director had come back to life. But in that split second, Xiaoi took the opportunity to slip past him like a breeze. The surgical knife in his hand was raised. Chili watched the scene in a daze. So, he's really dead? As the spectators eagerly commented, the boy's head fell to the ground. Xiaoi turned back to look at the headless corpse and said, all right, you can rest now. I know you and the director were the ones who murdered the people in the mental institution. The system quickly notified, congratulations to player Xiaoi for completing the main mission, find the murderer. Congratulations to players Xiaoi and Luo Chili for completing the mission to kill the murderer. Based on their participation results, player Xiaoi received 100 experience points, Luo Chili received 75 experience points, and other players did not receive any rewards. The mission rewards have been sent via email. Xiaoi quickly opened his personal interface to check the results. He opened his mailbox and found a special reward, the Eye of the Demon Killer. Sure enough, this could be attached to a camera, but he still needed film to be able to use it. He then received another reward, a strange camera. Xiaoi asked Luo Chili what reward she had received, and she showed him an item, a small phone. He said, I see now, so this is the closed-loop logic of space and time. Chili asked in surprise, what? Xiaoi patiently explained, it's very simple, we will give some hints from the future, and we have to follow them. When we reach a certain time node, we have to remind our past selves. If not, the closed loop will collapse and we will fail. If I'm not mistaken, your phone can contact the past, but it doesn't have a battery yet. The battery will be obtained at the next location in the 3rd day's duplicate. Luo Chili quickly understood, so, that means we have to get the battery at the next point and call our past selves? Xiaoi answered, exactly. She asked, so, what should we do next? How can we enter the 3rd day's duplicate? He said, when I arrived at the underground beast arena, I received a call from myself. On Monday night, at the beast arena, the sky remained gloomy with a fiery red hue. Everyone had quickly gathered. It seemed that Xiaoi and Chili were the last to arrive. Looking at the terrain, it could be guessed that most of the fight would be between players. Xiaoi, hearing this, became very interested and said, I like it this way, the more challenging the better. Suddenly, from a distance, someone approached and said, hello, Dr. Zhao. Both of them heard the voice and turned to look. The person had a fierce expression, was tall, and had tattoos on his face. Luo Chili became alert. Xiaoi looked at this person and felt a sense of unease. Chili asked anxiously, who is he? Xiaoi calmly replied, don't worry, he's just my prey. Chili still didn't quite understand what Xiaoi was implying. She asked sternly, what do you mean? Xiaoi directly walked over and said, hello, Bar, it's been many years. Your talent has now surpassed your father's. Upon hearing his father's name, the man became enraged.
He shouted, "Don't mention that old man, he's the disgrace of our family."
Suddenly, he released his grip from Zhao Yi's collar. His expression softened, and he flashed a strange smile.
"But it's all right.
Heaven has given us a chance to correct our mistakes.
The game ahead looks so interesting, playing alone would be too boring. Play with me." Xiaoi asked, "Is there really such a good thing?"
"Actually, not long ago, I visited your family's estate to pay a visit. The purpose was to find you, but you weren't there. At that time, I was really disappointed because after such a long time, to say you're gone and that's it." The man spoke, poking his finger harshly into Zhao Yi's chest. "Xiaoi, listen closely.
The shame of my family will be washed away with your blood.
However, don't worry, I won't kill you that quickly.
Killing an ant is really too boring. Let's play the third game together."
Despite the threat, Xiaoi remained very calm. "Fine, Mr. Bar, I hope you enjoy yourself." As soon as the man walked out of sight, Zhao Yi's hand, which had been waving, quickly stopped. His face turned fierce. "The food is almost ready, the smell is truly intoxicating." The next morning, on the third day, everyone had gathered early in the waiting hall.
Xiaoi felt that the crack in front of him was growing wider. Could it be related to time? Every time it's the next day, the crack gets a little bigger? Xiaoi agreed, "You're right."
However, the urgent matter now is to get through the third challenge first.
The system quickly announced, "Welcome to the abalone game."
The main mission is to survive and pass the challenge.
The secondary mission is to find the one behind it and kill them.
The first game has very simple rules. Within 30 minutes, leave this grand hall and proceed to the next game through the 2 doors on the left and right. Reminder system, of course, there are a total of 600 people here, but once 100 people pass through each door, it will close completely.
30 minutes later, the 2 doors will be shut tight.
After that, the square will release a large amount of deadly poisonous gas, and the consequences don't need further description. Next, the game will begin, and the timer will start. When the clock hit 30 minutes, everyone began to push and shove, frantically running towards the doors. They started using weapons to slaughter each other, using everything they had to defeat their opponents. It didn't take long before many people died, fresh blood flooding the ground. Most of the female players were panicked and terrified when they saw the corpses scattered around. Xiaoi thought, "Damn it, if Ji and I Tai Mei were still coordinating with Adulterer Skateboard here, Xiaoi and I would have a high chance of getting through the door."
But at that moment, she saw Xiaoi looking around, so she curiously asked, "What are you looking at?"
Xiaoi replied, "I'm looking at the pinhole cameras. There are a total of 67 pinhole cameras in this arena, they can observe every corner."
Xiaoi was surprised, "So many pinhole cameras? What's the purpose of them?" Xiaoi said, "I'll answer that question for you later. Let's focus on this corner for now." Xiaoi was puzzled, "What's special about that corner?" He gave a silly smile, "I'll die there later."
Xiaoi, feeling helpless, turned her back to him, not knowing what to say anymore.
Xiaoi couldn't believe what he was saying. "Are you kidding me?" He said, "No, I'm serious. From now on, you'll have to complete the side missions on your own. If you're lucky, I might help you a little."
Xiaoi stared at him blankly. "Do you mean?" She had vaguely guessed what Xiaoi meant.
He raised a finger. "Shh, don't say it out loud. It wouldn't be good if someone overhears us." She asked, "All right, then what exactly are you going to do?" Xiaoi looked around, carefully observing the surroundings. "Do you have a flashlight? Give it to me."
Xiaoi quickly took out the flashlight, but she was still puzzled. "Yes, I have it, but what do you need the flashlight for?"
Xiaoi answered immediately, "To perform photosynthesis." She was confused. Photosynthesis? Are you a plant?
The viewers started commenting, "Poor Xiaoi, having to deal with someone as bizarre as Xiaoi. She can't win an argument, fine, but fighting him might be a different story." With Xiaoyi's way of thinking, us mere mortals really can't predict what he's going to do next, so we can only wait and see how this drama unfolds. As time passed, the players facing off in the beast arena began to feel restless. Only 100 people could make it through the door, but there were a total of 600 of us, including the dead, so around 500 people were still left. If we wanted to survive and make it through the door, about 300 more people had to die. Killing one more person meant a higher chance of survival. And then, the next ones to fall were the female players, as they were often at a disadvantage in these situations. The young men, with muscular arms and reckless courage, ruthlessly defeated each female opponent one by one. The crowd quickly panicked, and the place soon turned into a deadly arena. One man saw Xiaoi and cautiously approached, cunningly thinking that the man in front of him was only at level 5, an easy target to bully. Thinking it, he acted. He grabbed a hammer and charged at Xiaoi, shouting, "Die!" Xiaoi successfully spun around, dodging his attack. With one hand, he punched the man in the stomach, while his other hand casually stayed in his pocket, but the punch was forceful. The man spat blood, but Xiaoi didn't stop there. He swiftly swung a knife, cutting a deep gash into the man's hand, blood splattering everywhere. Xiaoi had never shown mercy to his opponents. He violently squeezed the man's neck, this fool who dared attack him. He was punched until he coughed up blood, and the wound on his hand bled profusely. Very soon, unable to bear the weight of Xiaoyi's force, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back as he trembled, begging, "No, don't kill me, big brother. I was wrong." Xiaoi said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'll even invite you to have some soup." The man continued to shake, clearly aware that what Xiaoi had just mentioned was not something pleasant. The bowl of soup he referred to was indeed prepared by a seasoned butcher. Its effect was to drain a part of the dringer's life force, rendering them powerless to fight for 12 hours. He clutched his throat, coughing violently. Xiaoi continued to take out the adulterer's skateboard, and it was unclear what he intended to do. Xiaoi laid him flat on the board, using Qili's rope to secure him. Then, he forcefully pushed the skateboard toward Bar, who was standing at some distance away and still didn't understand what was going on. Xiaoyi's cunning face looked at him, and he said, "Here's a gift for you." For some reason, the man's body began to transform into a monstrous shape, his hand veins bulging unnaturally. He stood up, staring toward Bar, and his eyes and teeth completely changed, now resembling a beast. Perhaps this was the effect of the soup the butcher had made. He lost control as his eyes turned from white to a deep red, holding a knife in his hand and gazing at Bar hungrily. At that moment, Bar finally realized that this person no longer resembled a human. The man frantically slashed wildly, but Bar only managed to shout in surprise before quickly dodging. However, one side of his shirt was sliced cleanly. Such a sharp knife, if Bar hadn't managed to dodge earlier, he would have likely been seriously injured by now. Bar quickly drew his weapon to counterattack, but the man only grew more frenzied, charging at him again and again. The people around them, seeing the man's ferocity, screamed loudly to warn each other, "Run quickly, be careful not to get hurt." Just as Xiaoi had anticipated, the square quickly descended into chaos. He ordered, "Go, follow the plan." Qili quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing Xiaoi and Qili preparing to flee, how could the group let them go so easily? They shouted, "Someone's trying to run, damn it, kill them." Dozens of bullets flew towards Xiaoi at high speed. He quickly drew his weapon to shield himself, but they kept shooting. Taking advantage of the moment, Qili dashed towards Xiaoi, gliding swiftly like the wind on her skateboard. She delivered a powerful kick to Xiaoyi's face, causing him to fall backward. The onlookers were confused, not understanding what was happening. This must be part of their plan, but it was clear they could have run together. When they saw Xiaoi fall, the other players immediately seized the opportunity and began firing at him. With so many bullets hitting him, Xiaoi quickly spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Just as planned, he fell onto his back, his body riddled with bullet wounds. Everything happened so fast that the audience couldn't fully grasp the situation. Suddenly, someone commented, "Wait, did you guys notice that Xiaoyi's wounds are healing?" The wounds are actually healing. The Predator's power is draining Lu Hong's life force to help Xiaoi heal. Maybe Xiaoi is using this to escape from Bar's pursuit?
Look, Bar isn't even paying attention to Xiaoi anymore, but Lu Hong is drawing his attention.
Xiaoi took the chance to escape with Chile, but why complicate things like this? Another person commented, moreover, his body has been beaten to the point of being shattered. Even if the wounds heal, he won't be able to come back to life, right?
This isn't pretending to be dead, he is clearly dead.
Lu Hong was stabbed by Bar with one blow. The stab was so deep that half the blade sank into his body.
Once the effect of the meat broth wore off, Lu Hong was no longer a match for Bar, but at least he had fought Bar before he died. That's not too bad. Lu Hong was stabbed directly, collapsed to the ground, and took his last breath. He was truly dead. Bar looked around, not seeing Xiaoi. Has he passed the next stage already?
He then took large strides toward the door, with no opponent daring to approach him. His face darkened, and he smiled viciously. Xiaoi, wait for me.
I'm coming.
The remaining players stood still, watching.
Suddenly, something appeared from another door. A green smoke quickly enveloped the area. We're done for, we're done for. What do we do? The poisonous smoke is here.
The poisonous gas kept increasing, surrounding everyone.
None of the players present could escape it.
Only Xiaoi, lying there, was unaffected, as he had already died, and the poisonous smoke no longer posed a threat to him. It quickly merged into the poison container. In the end, the viewers realized that Xiaoi wasn't running from Bar, he had sought death to escape the poisonous smoke.
Once he was dead, naturally, he wouldn't be poisoned anymore, right?
When the poison cloud disappeared, he would have the chance to be revived by merging with the poison gas.
Others disagreed with this viewpoint. If that's the case, why didn't you just run outside earlier? This death definitely has some kind of conspiracy behind it. Just wait and see.
When all the players were killed by the poisonous smoke, two individuals entered. They appeared to be medical staff, but instead of wearing masks, they were wearing demon-like masks. One of them spoke, "Quick, take all these bodies to the cremation room, don't leave any trace." The other quickly complied, pushing two gurneys and glancing around as though searching for something. "Check which bodies are still intact, don't take them to the cremation room yet.
Take them to the doctor first.
They've just died, their organs are still fresh." The two of them quickly loaded the bodies onto the gurneys and pushed them away. They treated the bodies as if they were livestock, not human beings. They took them into a room, and Xiaoi was among them.
One of them said, "Time is tight today. You have 30 minutes. After that, we have to drag the bodies to the cremation room."
The other replied, "All right, I'll try to extract as many kidneys and organs as I can within this half hour." The two individuals responsible for moving the bodies placed them on a bed, and finally, it was Xiaoyi's turn. The doctor, holding a scalpel, was trembling, and it seemed he had no surgical experience. Suddenly, Xiaoi opened his eyes.
Calmly, he asked, "With your sloppy technique, you think you can extract kidneys? Do you even have any medical knowledge?" Xiaoi, frustrated, sat up abruptly. "Why are you holding the knife like that?"
"You've been holding it for so long, and you're still gripping it so tightly. Don't just randomly swing it around with your eyes closed."
"Do you really think you can cut through blood vessels and nerves connected to the internal organs like this? I'm really amazed. Were you rejected from medical school?"
Hearing Xiaoyi's insults, the two men carrying the corpse beside him started to wonder if Xiaoi was deliberately looking for trouble. They exchanged a glance, silently signaling each other, preparing to act. "Damn it, who the hell are you? I'll shoot you dead." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them pulled out a gun. But for some reason, the gun in his hand suddenly vanished, only to reappear in Xiaoyi's hand. His expression changed, and he smiled coldly, aiming the gun at them. "Make the first move, let's see."
"Get on the operating table."
Upon hearing this, the doctor trembled. He knew he was no match for Xiaoi and quickly turned to run. But how could Xiaoi let him escape so easily?
The sound of a gunshot rang out immediately.
Xiaoi didn't say a word, just coldly shot him in the head.
The onlookers couldn't help but curse, "The doctor's been killed. He lost his head. That guy died horribly." As if lost in thought, Xiaoi approached the headless corpse and lifted it up. You two want to sell organs for money, right? How about we make a deal? Seeing Xiaoyi's cold-bloodedness, they didn't dare to raise their voices anymore, stammering, a deal. What kind of deal? Xiaoi put on his gloves and placed the doctor's body on the operating table. I'll take care of the organ harvesting. I'm 1,000 times better at this than that trashy doctor, and you'll make a lot of money without spending a single penny. What do you say? The man carrying the body silently thought to himself, the doctor is dead now, and we need someone to perform the dissection. Should we make this deal with him? But there was also a doubt in his mind, can he really remove all the organs? Is he trying to trick us? While the two of them were still hesitating, Xiaoi swiftly placed the scalpel on the doctor's abdomen and made a decisive, straight incision. He expertly opened the belly and carefully removed the organs, all while the two men observed. Seeing him work so swiftly and precisely, they couldn't help but admire him. He was clearly very skilled, even exceptionally so. The other man couldn't hold back and urged, hurry up, keep going. In just 3 minutes, Xiaoi had removed all the organs and neatly packaged them into storage bags. Of course, it's a deal. You'll need to help me with a few things as well. How about it? The two men said, do you want me to help you get out of here? No problem. There are plenty more bodies to harvest organs from in the game behind us. If you can maintain this efficiency, after the second game ends, I'll help you leave. Xiaoi wiped his hands and flashed a sinister smile. Leave here? Who told you I want to leave? They were surprised to see Xiaoi calmly sitting on the operating table, seemingly having no intention of leaving. One of them asked, so, what do you want to do? Xiaoi replied, first, tell me who is behind abalone game. Second, what is the next game and what is its difficulty level? The spectators began to admire him. This was Xiaoi, not only refusing to run away but also wanting to expose the mastermind behind everything. One of them answered, his voice full of worry, as for these two questions, we're afraid we can't tell you. If we do, we'll have to die as well. Xiaoi smiled slyly. No, it's you guys who won't tell me, and that's your sure death. Xiaoi knew well that they had secretly been in contact with the outside to sell organs, and therefore, they had probably been working for the mastermind for some time. He continued, during this time, have you heard of anyone surviving and getting out of here? Both of them paused for a moment, then answered, actually, we've never heard of anyone surviving and leaving here. Xiaoi raised an eyebrow and asked, so, have you been tricked? He added, the fact that I made it here means I have some skills. If I manage to kill the boss, you guys can leave here with a large sum of money. If not, it's still fine. This is a profitable deal. The two men, who were carrying the corpse, fell silent for a moment, as if Xiaoi had convinced them. Finally, one of them spoke, all right, we'll tell you. Clearly, this business isn't afraid of making losses. They didn't know the exact identity of the person behind abalone game, but they knew that after the third game, he would reveal himself and reward the surviving players with a valuable fruit. If Xiaoi wanted to meet him, he would have to finish the third game. The next game is Prisoner's Maze. The two of them began giving Xiaoi a detailed explanation of how to play this game. In this game, players have 5 minutes to reach the safe room while being chased by hunters from the maze. If they fail, they will be killed. These hunters are not human, but bloody weapons created by humans. They appear to be products of the X series, developed by a mysterious organization. Xiaoi silently calculated, X series, huh? Things from the X series are never easy to deal with. This bloody weapon is injected into the human body with a lizard-like mimetic creature, causing those injected to harbor intense hatred toward humanoid beings. Their bodies become incredibly strong, and wounds heal rapidly. The scariest part is that after being killed, they can revive within 5 minutes and become even stronger than before. These hunters are stored in a nitrogen chamber, and only upon special orders are they taken out. Their condition will return to normal once they are placed back into the nitrogen chamber. Xiaoi wanted to gather more detailed information about them, and luckily, Lao Wu in the hacker room was one of their people. He gave Xiaoi a device to communicate with Lao Wu and instructed him to stay in the room and not wander around. He also reminded him not to disturb Lao Wu between 9 and 11 a.m., as that was when the control room would be conducting strict checks. The other person said to him, "It's time for us to go process the fresh organs from the doctor's body. Food and drinks are in the container. If you're hungry, you can help yourself. This is a spare key. If you need to go out urgently, let Lao Wu know in advance. He'll figure out a way to make the surveillance cameras not focus on you." Zhao Yi agreed and took it. He quickly contacted Qili to pass on the news to her for precaution. "I've received the news about the second game, sending it to you now." Qili and the other players were locked in different rooms to rest. The new game would begin tomorrow, and Xiaoi was trying to find a way to meet up with her. Later, Xiaoi swiftly contacted Lao Wu in the laboratory. He briefly introduced himself as their new doctor and requested information about the bloody weapons. Lao Wu simply responded with a "hmm." Soon, a file containing information about the weapon was sent to Xiaoi. This was a deal that the entity behind the abalone game had made years ago, continuously pressuring the pawns to trade. Lao Wu only knew that this mysterious organization had acquired currency from a species of lizard and extracted mim from them. They claimed these creatures were immortal, but in the end, they still died. This organization was likely a fund group, and the previous influx of people was somehow connected to them. After obtaining the information about the lizard species, Xiaoi immediately asked Lao Wu if there was a way for him to get to Qili's location. Lao Wu worked quickly, and soon after, a route map was sent to Xiaoi. The maze had no surveillance cameras, so he could follow the route Lao Wu indicated. However, Xiaoyi's identity had been marked as deceased, so if he got too close, he would be executed. Xiaoi felt this was illogical, as there were no cameras in the maze. In the first game, cameras were everywhere, proving that the audience loved watching them massacre each other. But this game had no cameras. Could there be another purpose behind it? Or was the organization planning to watch this massacre directly, without needing to monitor it through cameras? Soon enough, the second day arrived. The players were handed a map and a pen to help them navigate the maze and add information to the map. The players had 12 hours to reach the center of the maze, where there was a completely transparent safe room. What was noteworthy was that, out of the 200 players, the maze could only accommodate 21 people. After 5 minutes, bloody weapons would appear at every entrance and exit of the maze and begin attacking the players by any means necessary. The 21 survivors would qualify for the final game. Qili felt confused. 2 minutes had passed, and Xiaoi, who had promised to come with her, still hadn't appeared. Qili anxiously bit her hand to stay calm, telling herself that she had to wait for him. Time was ticking away, but Xiaoi still hadn't come, and she was restless, unable to sit still, pacing back and forth. A loud noise startled Qili. She gritted her teeth and looked toward the source of the sound. It was the bloody weapons. They had started to come to life, their eyes wide open, preparing to break free from their confinement. Seeing one of them rise, Qili used all her strength to run forward without daring to look back. But it seemed like the weapon could track her, and no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't escape it. So how could she return to the spot where she had met Xiaoi? No, if she kept running like this, she would be chased until she was exhausted and died. She had to find a way to kill it once, then go back to the starting point to find Xiaoi. Qili quickly took out a few of her sharp threads. She ran while scattering the threads all around, setting up traps. The onlookers found it very interesting, but some didn't understand what Qili was doing. One person explained, she wants to secretly set up sharp threads so that when the blood-soaked weapon passes through, it will be cut. After a while of chasing, Qili had scattered enough threads. Seeing that it was done, she stopped. The blood-soaked weapon also noticed this. It saw her stop and wondered, "Stopping now, are you scared to the point of being dumbfounded?" Then, taking advantage of the fact that the prey wasn't running anymore, it lunged forward to attack. Qili gritted her teeth, observing the situation. Sure enough, just as she had predicted, the sharp threads successfully cut it into pieces. Its body fell to the ground in chunks. At this moment, Qili breathed a sigh of relief.
But what surprised her even more was that, before she could rest for long, this damn thing revived. The severed parts quickly reconnected, and it stood up again as if nothing had happened. Not only that, but it seemed even bigger than before. Soon, all the parts had fully reattached, leaving no trace behind. Xiaoi was stunned. Although Xiaoi had told her that they would resurrect, this revival was happening too quickly, and moreover, they spewed blood in the process. This time, the blood-soaked weapon charged straight through her sharp threads without being cut, unlike before. This time, the lizard not only revived but also evolved. Its power left the spectators in awe. Xiaoi gritted her teeth, feeling anxious. Her sharpness was the weapon she was most proud of, but if it didn't work, she wouldn't have any other way to escape. She had to push herself to rush to the entrance, hoping Xiaoi had arrived in time. She hoped he would have a way to deal with this mutated monster. Luckily, she was running quite fast, maintaining a safe distance from the lizard. She quickly reached the exit. But when she looked around, Xiaoi had not arrived yet. There was no one here. Xiaoi's mood chilled by half. She was exhausted, and if she had to fight this bloody weapon, it would be like handing her life over. Suddenly, the system lit up, and Xiaoi sent a message: "Get into the coffin and close the lid." Xiaoi wondered why she had to do that, but there was no time to think much. She hurriedly jumped into the coffin and closed the lid as Xiaoi instructed. Right after that, the lizard, enraged, slashed at the coffin with its claws, creating such a strong impact that Xiaoi inside had to grit her teeth and endure it. The blow was so powerful, or maybe it was because the coffin was so hard, that the lizard's arm bones were shattered. However, it quickly restored itself to normal. This only made the bloody weapon even more furious. It screamed and wildly slammed against the lid of the coffin. The spectators held their breath, praying that the coffin lid wouldn't break open. Of course, the coffin could not withstand such strong blows, and cracks quickly appeared. Xiaoi saw the cracks and felt a rush of panic. Suddenly, something pierced the throat of the lizard, and fresh blood quickly spurted out. It rolled its eyes, stuck out its tongue, but unexpectedly, it was Xiaoi. He had finally arrived just in time, before the creature could crush Xiaoi. The onlookers, witnessing his timely arrival, couldn't help but cheer and praise Xiaoyi's handsome appearance. Xiaoi, still shaken, breathed heavily and said, "Xiaoi, you finally made it. I thought I was going to die just now." Xiaoi didn't respond immediately but whispered, "In a moment, you'll do something for me." Xiaoi was surprised. "Anything, but we need to leave here right now. This thing will revive soon." Xiaoi pulled out a corpse disposal machine and added, "Don't worry, with this. This corpse grinder is a special weapon. When the body is placed inside, it can't revive." Xiaoi looked at the grinder and admired it. "Wow, that's really useful." Very quickly, the blood-soaked weapon was crushed into a pile of broken meat. Xiaoi stored the corpse grinder away, then turned to say, "Right, earlier you mentioned doing something for me, didn't you? What is it?" Xiaoi requested, "Give me your paper and pen. Now that I'm dead in this game, I can't take you with me, so you'll have to finish the mission yourself. I'll draw the map of the maze for you." Xiaoi was surprised. "You can remember the map of the maze?" Xiaoi smiled. "It's no big deal." He continued, "Also, when you get to safety, keep an eye out for anyone who's injured or hasn't been attacked by the blood-soaked weapons." Xiaoi wondered what Zhao Yi's intention was in doing that. Zhao Yi asked, "There are 67 pinhole cameras in the lobby of the first game. Do you know why?" Xiaoi guessed, probably because the person behind it wants to monitor the players and observe their current state. Zhao Yi smiled in satisfaction, "That's right. But the second round is just as interesting and desperate. Guess why they didn't install cameras?" Xiaoi began to understand his point, but she was startled. "Do they want to monitor the players' bodies? That's a bit too harsh." Zhao Yi chuckled, "It's not about surveillance, it's about direct participation. The person organizing this game has a twisted mindset. He wants to directly engage in the game. If I'm not mistaken, he'll be on the opposite side, where there are a lot of players, and there will be more than one bloody weapon."
Xiaoi immediately understood, I get it now. By observing who isn't injured after the game, we'll know who's behind all of this. Xiaoi smiled, exactly. Also, remember to find a way to destroy this map before you enter the safe zone. If you get caught, it'll be a real mess. Xiaoi nodded, I'll make sure to remember. After that, Xiaoi and Lucha moved toward the center of the maze. There weren't many players in this area, so there was very little bloody weapon pursuit. The path was mostly unobstructed. As they neared the center, Xiaoi stopped and told Lucha to continue on her own. He would take a different path at the next intersection. But strangely, he didn't turn back and kept wandering deeper into the maze, keeping away from the secret room. A few minutes later, to the west of the maze, blood-soaked players were running in all directions. No one knew what it really was, they only saw how terrifying it was. A head was severed but could still come back to life. A man, running while glancing back at the bloody weapon chasing him, thought desperately, it's over, it's going to catch up with me. In fear, he drew his gun and shot the legs of the person running ahead to make him fall, then quickly ran forward, stepping over the fallen man to keep going. The man cursed in pain, I'll kill you. But he no longer had the chance to kill the other person. The bloody weapon quickly closed in on him. It raised its two long claws, preparing to finish him off. The man, with a deep wound in his leg, could no longer run. He trembled and pleaded, no, please don't kill me, please. In his despair, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. It was Xiaoi, holding a scalpel and standing behind him, smiling joyfully. Xiaoi said, you won't survive until the game ends. I'll send you off, you'll die faster. With that, he immediately finished him off. The scalpel in Xiaoyi's hand seemed eager to touch the opponent's body, its sharpest blade ready to strike. With that thought, Xiaoi charged at the lizard, ready to face it head-on. The lizard opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, hello, let me introduce myself. Before Xiaoi could finish his sentence, the lizard struck sharply with its clawed hand, stabbing deep into his chest. The wound pierced through his body, but Xiaoi refused to give up. He immediately swung a fierce cut at the lizard's neck. Despite being injured, blood starting to ooze from the corner of his mouth, he remained determined and introduced himself, my name is Xiaoi. Then, he delivered another powerful kick to the lizard's chest, sending its head flying off with the cut. The deep wound on Xiaoyi's chest began to close rapidly. He felt that the scene was nothing short of magnificent. The cut on the lizard's head was slowly sealing up, as if the tendrils were reconnecting its head to its body. Xiaoi said, it's a pity, I can't give you another chance. He continued to slash at its body with a knife. One cut, two cuts, followed by a flurry of continuous slashes. Behind him, he quickly made the blood-soaked weapon unable to react. When his movements finally halted, blood from the lizard's body began to spray out relentlessly. Once finished, he turned away, gently wiped the knife in his hand, while the sharpening machine started to hum. Xiaoi began to drop each part of the bloody weapon into the machine, one piece at a time, grinding it down. He recalled the documents from Lao Wu, which noted that the lizard's regeneration required the consumption of brain plasma. Xiaoi spoke coldly, I really want to know how many times your plasma can bring you back to life. The head, although severed, was still alive, which terrified the lizard. It saw Xiaoyi's knife approaching and desperately begged, What do you want to do? Xiaoi continued to cut away the newly grown flesh and blood on the lizard's head and heart. Each time he finished cutting, he threw the pieces into the corpse grinder to be destroyed. In less than 10 minutes, the blood-soaked weapon could no longer withstand the assault. Xiaoi sighed, his expression sorrowful, looking at it with pity, looks like this is your limit, huh? The blood-soaked weapon lay motionless on the ground, no longer making a sound. Xiaoi, feeling frustrated, drove a knife deep into its brain and pressed down firmly, goodbye. Blood began to spill from its body. With the death of the blood-soaked weapon, Xiaoyi's soul weapon level increased. Xiaoi received the blood of the Sky Red Clothes rank 1. The system noted that lower-tier bloodlines could only level up to rank 3 at most. The words Red Clothes felt familiar to Xiaoi, as if they were connected to a memory he had lost. He then asked the system about how to upgrade his bloodline. The system quickly listed the information. Bloodlines are divided into innate and acquired. Innate bloodlines are those that players naturally possess, while acquired bloodlines can be obtained in dungeons or through encounters in duplicates. Once awakened, innate bloodlines will naturally have ways to level up. However, because Xiaoyi's data was so extraordinary, the system couldn't detect its quality or detailed information. Xiaoi, irritated, cursed, extraordinary data? What kind of trash game is this? The system immediately issued a warning: insulting the game is not allowed. Xiaoi, not backing down, retorted, this isn't the first or second time I've insulted you. He thought for a moment, what would happen if, hypothetically, I replaced the internal organs infected with fragments of this giant lizard with normal organs, and then sold them to the two masked individuals? Would it come back to life? Thinking about this was quite intriguing, so Xiaoi picked up the heart and followed the path that Lao Wu had set, returning to the secret room. Holding the heart of the bloodthirsty weapon in his hand, he quietly praised himself, this is amazing. I'm truly a genius. A few hours later, Luo Qili sent a message to Xiaoi, informing him, a total of 21 people have completed the game. She added, there's an old man, whose actions are very limited, but he's never become the target of the bloodthirsty weapon. I think he's the one behind it. Should we take action? Xiaoi instructed Qili, remember what he looks like and wait for the right moment to act. If you don't, you'll die too. Qili agreed. After the second game ended, Lao Wang and Lao Su brought a large number of corpses to Xiaoi, and he showed them how to use the dissection machine. The two masked individuals stood among the pile of organs, happily chatting, if we sell all of this, how much could we make? A few 100 million, maybe? Dr. Zhao, you really don't need money? Xiaoi honestly replied, I don't care. The happiest I've ever been was when I was a teacher, earning 200 yuan a month. Back then, I saved money every month. I know that if I wait a few more months, I'll be able to buy a fresh batch of bodies. Upon hearing this, the two masked individuals shuddered in unison, buy bodies? What do you want to buy bodies for? He answered, nothing. Personal preference. He muttered to himself, does this person have some kind of psychological issue? Not doing what normal people do. He asked, right, you still haven't told me the content of the third game? Xiaoi restrained himself from killing the mastermind because he was afraid that if the person died, the game would stop abruptly. After the two people in masks checked the internal organs, they began to explain how to win the third game, Massacre. The surviving players must kill each other. When only one person is left in the main hall, that person will be qualified to enter the special room and receive the reward. Xiaoi asked, then where are the people who won earlier? Lao Su scratched his face, unsure of how to answer, maybe they've gone outside. Lao Su frowned again, is this old man trying to steal my meat? I've raised bail for so long, I can't let someone else take it. Xiaoi asked further, so where is the boss behind the third game? Lao Su quickly replied, in the VIP room, there will be many guests there at that time. Xiaoi continued, is there a way for me to sneak in? Lao Su looked at him and answered, no, inside, there are only female attendants, no male attendants. Moreover, they choose females with offensive breasts and defensive backsides. You basically can't sneak in. But Xiaoi had already made his own plan. He smiled faintly, no, I can. Lao Wang was puzzled, how will you get in? He looked at Xiaoi, whose chest was flat, and frowned, could it be that he wants to cross-dress? Xiaoi didn't rush to answer, he just gently said, I know a female player. Her body isn't bad, she might be able to sneak into the VIP room. Xiaoi added, of course, I still need your support. If it weren't for both of you, I would have a hard time completing this operation. Lao Wang sincerely advised, but if your guy really manages to sneak in, it will still be difficult to kill the person behind it. There are many elite soldiers outside the VIP room, and once the leader dies, they won't let anyone leave alive. Xiaoi confidently responded, I can make those soldiers leave their posts. Lao Wang and Lao Su reminded him to be careful, as it had been hard for them to find a doctor who worked as efficiently as he did. Xiaoi happily placed a hand on Lao Wang's shoulder. Don't worry, seeing me suddenly so gentle like this, you must not be used to it, right? Next, just follow my instructions, and soon you'll have the money, and you'll be able to run off. Lao Wang couldn't help but swallow hard. The next day, the 21 survivors were waiting for the third round of the game to begin. However, no one noticed that two people here had been swapped, an old man and a woman. The loudspeaker announced, "Now, the slaughter game officially begins." Bar was still searching for Xiaoi. He irritably thought, I didn't see Xiaoi in the duplicate before. Could he really be dead? No, I've waited this long to kill him with my own hands. How could he die so easily? Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Bar was surprised, as though he had been waiting to see that person for a long time. Xiaoi, in the flesh, stood in front of him with a smile. Hello, Bar, we meet again. Bar slowly shifted into a state of fury. He drew his knife and charged toward him. You really are harder to kill than I thought. You were destined to die at my hands. He shouted loudly and dashed forward with lightning speed. Xiaoi remained standing, smiling casually. Meanwhile, Bar, like a mad bull, jumped up and swung his knife down. At this moment, Xiaoi drew out a scalpel. You've really grown up well. The cleaver aimed at Bar's bone struck toward Xiaoyi's face, but he quickly used the scalpel to block it. Bar, in a frenzy, pushed down with all his might. Xiaoi used just enough force to defend himself, then shifted his position and delivered a counterstrike. Bar roared, Don't even think about stopping me. Xiaoi smiled faintly, showing no fear, as he used his bare hand to block Bar's cleaver. Bar sneered, Dr. Zhao, it's been so many years, and you've really disappointed me. My kitchen knife can't hold back anymore. Xiaoi licked his lips and replied, Is that so? You haven't disappointed me either. You've become quite the ripe apple, haven't you? Bar didn't care for Zhao Yi's words. He immediately stomped on his hand with all his strength. Zhao Yi's arm snapped quickly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers feared for him and couldn't understand how Zhao Yi could possibly fight against a level 12 killer. Zhao Yi held his head, trying to protect himself, while Bar beat him mercilessly, as if he were a ball. The crowd speculated that Zhao Yi might be close to death. At this moment, Zhao Yi's predator could not be used because he hadn't had the chance to hurt him at all. Very quickly, he was beaten to a pulp. Xiaoi had both arms broken, his body covered in blood, and was motionless in the corner of the wall. Finally, had he died? Before the end, Bar said, Dr. Zhao, I will let you see how powerful the bloodline of murderers passed down from generation to generation in my family is. I will wash away the shame my father left for our clan. He charged forward, continuing his assault. The players standing by, watching the scene unfold, were confused, not understanding what he was doing. Is he coming back to kill us? Anyway, Xiaoi can't run, he'll definitely kill us all, just kill us already. One person said, damn it, if he doesn't die, we're the ones who will die. The group of players then teamed up to attack Bar. He was fighting alone against a dozen or more players. Smoke and fire filled the sky, and explosions echoed everywhere, but none of their attacks caused him any harm. Bar smugly said, Today, I'll show you how strong I am. Everyone quickly fell into panic. Despite attacking with all their might, they still couldn't kill him. One person said, Looks like this is an opponent we can't easily deal with. Standing before this terrifying murderer, they scattered in all directions, running and shouting, Open the door, we want to get out. But before they could finish speaking, 3 people were decapitated. The remaining people were terrified and backed away. The 3 people who had just been chopped in half were cut down in the blink of an eye. The survivors knelt down, crying and pleading with him, Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my integrals. Please, don't kill us. Please. Bar laughed wildly, Beg me? The more you beg, the more I like it. He sighed deeply, his face changing, becoming vicious. The head of the person who had just pleaded quickly separated from their body, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Seeing the blood, his primal instincts were further aroused. In the blink of an eye, the girl in front of him was also split in half. The victim's scream delighted him immensely. Very quickly, Bar had brutally slaughtered all the remaining players. Then, he turned towards Xiaoi, who was sitting motionless, covered in blood. Bar said joyfully, stepping closer, "Now it's your turn, my love." In the VIP room, the perverts were sitting, enjoying their twisted pleasure through the surveillance cameras. The woman holding a glass of wine looked at the beast in front of her and said, "He's truly fierce." The bald, fat man laughed and said, "It would be a shame to turn him into a weapon." Another person spoke up, "No need to be sad. We don't only have one project. He has potential, he can do better." This statement reassured everyone. The only thing that surprises me is that the two bloodstained weapons have disappeared into the maze. The team has searched, but there's still no trace. At this point, Xiaoi was quickly brought into the VIP room and became a server, carrying drinks. The old man saw her enter, and his gaze immediately fixed on her. On the camera screen, she saw Xiaoi lying motionless on the ground, and she anxiously thought, "Xiaoi, what are you doing? You can't die." On the arena, Bar asked Xiaoi if he had any last words. He wasn't as patient with others, but he felt he had treated Xiaoi well. He said, "A tree takes root, sprouts, blooms, and then bears fruit." Xiaoyi's voice suddenly rang out, startling him, "Your desire to kill has grown to an unprecedented level, even surpassing that of your father. Honestly, a few years ago, I was very dissatisfied with your father's illness. That's why I decided to raise one myself." Xiaoi continued, "I had to wait for a long time." Bar growled, "Wait for what?" Xiaoyi's face darkened as he continued, "I had to pay a heavy price to cure his illness, but I accepted that price. Your father came to complete the final piece of the killing game. It's already out. Have fun." Suddenly, a warning appeared on the screen: the mental data of player Xiaoi is severely decreasing. Bar was confused, not understanding what was happening. Xiaoyi's mental value rapidly plummeted, dropping to just 1. But right after that, the data changed. Xiaoi seemed to be evolving. The darkest personality within him had awakened, and his strength reached 999. Suddenly, the surveillance camera screen in the VIP room went black. They were eagerly watching the developments when suddenly their enthusiasm vanished. "What's going on? We were just getting to the good part." One person spoke up, "That's right, Mr. Liu, what's wrong with your screen? We paid tens of millions to watch this." Mr. Liu, criticized, couldn't hold his temper anymore and started feeling uneasy. "Enough, stop talking nonsense." Another voice rang out, "What are you, exactly?" The voice belonged to Bar, but why did it sound so miserable? Mr. Liu quickly ordered someone to investigate what was happening at the arena. Lu Yi, the maid, rushed outside to get help in observing the situation. It was an urgent matter, so she dared not delay. Meanwhile, Xiaoi felt a secret sense of satisfaction in her stomach, believing everything was unfolding just as Xiaoi had planned. More than 10 minutes later, Team A was sent out to investigate, but communication was lost. The VIPs in the room began to stir restlessly. One person asked, "Mr. Liu, aside from the gunfire, we can't hear anything else. What should we do?" The old man tried to remain calm. "Let's wait a little longer. I hate being disturbed while eating." At this moment, the waitress panicked. "Whose voice was that? It doesn't sound human." An alarm came through the radio, "Retreat. Team A's defense line has been breached, retreat immediately." Following that, there were terrifying screams from the radio. The VIP room fell silent, and they began to sense the unease. The fat man and the woman in the red nightgown quickly stood up, made up some flimsy excuse, and hurriedly left. The others also stood up one by one, offering various excuses to leave. "The stove at home is still on, my lover is caught by his wife, my wife is in labor." Each person had their own reason. Mr. Liu slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Enough, where are the guards? Stop them." The master had given the order, so Lu Yi and his subordinates had no choice but to obey. They quickly aimed their guns at the VIPs. No one can leave without Lu Yi's command. the VIPs cautiously stepped back. One of them spoke up, trying to stay calm. Mr. Lu, what is this all about? We can talk this through. After all, the people present were all VIPs, and he dared not offend Mr. Lu. He spoke firmly but gently. I still have many capable people with me, why should we fear these monsters in the arena? Everyone sit down. He continued, his tone resolute, no one is allowed to leave without my command. Eagle Horn, immediately lead all the soldiers outside to the beast fighting hall and take care of it. Eagle Horn immediately responded and left, leaving 2 guards at the door, with the rest following him. It seemed that Eagle Horn was one of Mr. Lu's most trusted aides. Meanwhile, Xiaoi stayed behind to serve drinks to the VIPs. She followed one of the guards. At this point, only she and Eagle Horn remained in the room, and now, Xiaoi realized that her opportunity had come. She brought a drink over to Mr. Lu, speaking in a gentle and submissive tone, Mr. Lu, let me refill your glass. But at that moment, Mr. Lu was busy dealing with the situation in the beast fighting arena, so he paid no attention to her. She said, Mr. Lu, I need to use the restroom, please approve. The old man, irritated, instructed her to go quickly and return immediately, but he didn't notice that 2 bright red threads had appeared on her neck. Xiaoi politely thanked Mr. Lu, then turned and left. A cunning smile briefly crossed her lips, but of course, no one could see it. Xiaoi's hand began to move, controlling the sharp threads, but she did not act hastily. She calmly walked out of the main hall. At this moment, it was as if she were playing with a kite. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she sneaked into a hidden room near the VIP section. Once inside, she smiled contentedly. Everything was over now. At this distance, even if something happened, no one would suspect her. Xiaoi stretched out her hand, covered in threads, then quickly retracted it, and the threads tightened along her fingers. Inside the room, Mr. Lu was still trying to contact Eagle Horn, instructing her to respond if there was any information. Before his words could finish, Mr. Lu felt something was wrong. But before he could react, his head was severed into several disjointed pieces. The VIPs in the room saw Mr. Lu's death and immediately panicked like headless chickens, screaming loudly. The chubby man in the fur coat ran out first, but suddenly he stopped. The guards were puzzled. What's going on? Why did he suddenly stop talking? It seemed that he was a perceptive person, quickly sensing the abnormality, and raised his hand to check. His finger had just brushed against something invisible in the air when it was instantly severed. He screamed, signaling an ambush, but it was already too late. Everyone in the room had been sliced apart, their bodies shattered. The players Xiaoi and Luo Qili had completed the main mission and received the reward of experience points. Qili received a battery, but she paid little attention to the item. At that moment, she quickly changed clothes and ran toward Xiaoi to check on him. From a distance, Qili could already hear the screams. She thought to herself, I wonder what exactly happened inside. How can a person emit such a horrifying and agonizing scream? Suddenly, Xiaoi's phone rang. She wondered who could be calling her at this moment. It was Xiaoi. Xiaoi was about to open the door while answering the phone. She asked, Why are you calling me? What's going on? Xiaoyi's voice came through the speaker, Listen, if you don't want to die, it's best if you don't open the door right now. Confused, she asked, What should I do then? Leave this place and wait for you to come out? On the other end, he replied, No. Turn on the speaker, crank up the volume, and head toward the door so I can talk to him. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Xiaoi clenched her teeth, then agreed to his decision. She turned on the phone speaker, opened the arena door, and entered. Inside, bodies were scattered everywhere, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Xiaoi stood there, as if losing consciousness. The man Bar, whom he had dragged along the floor, whispered, Let me die. Please, let me die. Xiaoi panicked as she looked at him. Xiaoyi's face now lacked any expression, only a vacant and tragic look so unbearable it was almost suffocating. Xiaoi stood there, silent, his hand tightly gripping something, crushing it with force, blood splattering out. He turned around, his eyes now black,
with pupils as red as blood, and cracks appeared on his face, resembling a demon that had stepped out of hell. Xiaoi was terrified, unable to believe her eyes. Is this Xiaoi? How did he become so terrifying? Suddenly, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it, where did Xiaoi go? Xiaoi was frantic, feeling as if she had lost her bearings. Are you looking for me? Xiaoyi's voice came from behind her. Xiaoi was startled, not knowing when he had appeared behind her. His voice had changed, cold and full of authority. Why are you looking for me? Xiaoi couldn't respond, her body frozen, unable to move or speak. What is this? I can't see anything. She felt like she was falling into a trance, her ability to resist fading away. A voice suddenly came from the phone. Don't kill her, she's one of ours. Xiaoi was filled with fear, and her mental state began to deteriorate rapidly. Xiaoi raised his hand to grab the phone, and the voice on the other end continued, turn off the speaker. Xiaoi unconsciously complied, unaware of what the call had said, only noticing the dark energies around him slowly dissipating. Curious, Xiaoi wanted to know what the conversation had been about, but Xiaoi turned off the speaker. After a moment, he returned to normal, his face bright and calm as if nothing had happened. He cheerfully said, Xiaoi, get ready to call them on the first day of the game. We need to create a closed logical loop. She hesitated. Earlier, your body. Xiaoi interrupted her, briefly, if you shouldn't ask, then don't ask. I called myself first. After receiving the call from the future at the hotel, I remembered my phone number. Xiaoi also spoke, saying that after he finished calling, it would be her turn. The Xiaoi of the future was also on the line. Hello, bring the camera to the Kara Mental Hospital. Everything was repeated as it had been before. Then it was Xiaoi's turn, and Xiaoi urged her to hurry so they wouldn't miss the timing. She also called back to her past self, giving the same instructions she had heard from the past. After she finished, Xiaoi then told her what he had learned from his future self, explaining the tasks they needed to do over the next 2 days. On the 4th day, they had to go to Ming Styles' house, which would not be as dangerous as the 5th day, when they would need to return something with the camera. Now, they would head there. Before reaching it at 12:00 a.m., they could still observe the terrain. But on the 4th day, when the game began, there would be no time for observation anymore. Xiaoi noticed his complexion seemed a little different and asked worriedly, your face looks a bit pale, are you okay? Xiaoi didn't want her to worry, trying to smile lightly at her, I'm fine. Releasing the dark personality, I've truly paid a lot, but it's worth it. Those dark personalities have helped me strengthen my shadowy power. With a stronger shadow power, I can further expand the boundaries of the mental world. A girl asked, hello, may I ask if you two are also here to carry out a mission at Ming Styles' house? The one asking was a girl with her hair tied into 2 braids, and at first glance, she appeared quite cute. Xiaoi stepped forward and replied that he was also here for the Ming Styles' house mission. The girl quickly pointed to herself and said, that's great, then we can form a team and help each other out, it'll be safer. Let me introduce myself, I'm Pan Sen. Then, Sen quickly introduced the other 3 people who were with her. Xiaoi stepped forward and said, hello, everyone. Sen continued, if the greetings are done, let's head inside Ming Styles' house and take a look. So Xiaoi led the way, and the other 5 followed. As expected, the place was just like its name, quite ancient looking. However, there was an odd smell coming from somewhere that made Xiaoi cover her nose. Along the hallway, it seemed like there was something unusual. Both Xiaoi and Xiaoi noticed this detail. Xiaoi took a closer look and realized that they were actually small white fragments, as if someone had intentionally left a symbol. Xiaoi wondered, strange, why is there glutinous rice scattered all over the hallway? Xiaoi half-jokingly said, maybe someone likes to eat zongzi, or maybe we've entered a duplicate, and there's still some zongzi left to eat. Xiaoi then asked, by the way, do you like sweet or savory zongzi? Xiaoi subconsciously answered the random question, sweet zongzi? Seeing him suddenly go into a daze, Xiaoi turned around, curious about what he was actually thinking. He told her, those who eat sweet sticky rice dumplings are heretics. Xiaoi refused to back down, those who eat salty sticky rice dumplings are all doomed to be tricked.
The new people, seeing them fight, didn't know how to react at first. Bai Zhihai cursed, "Are they really fighting over sticky rice dumplings?" Aunt Lu Mei also asked, "Should we stop them?" At that moment, Sun Sen revealed her vicious side. "Stop them? Isn't it better they fight? I was just wondering how to deal with them all at once." On the fourth morning, the duplicate officially began. An air wall rose around Ming Style's house, making it impossible to enter or exit. By today, not many people were still participating. This time, the 6 of them didn't wake up in their room but lay flat on the floor. "Why does this broken game knock us out every time the duplicate starts? My head hurts." Sensen sat up. "Stop complaining. Time waits for no one, get up and start the duplicate." This duplicate was set in Ming Style's house, and the main mission was to find the heart of the estate's owner. The side mission was to eliminate the estate's owner. In this game, the player's item bar was sealed, and no items could be used. The person said, "Sealing the item bar to lock our power? Damn it, isn't this just raising the difficulty of the duplicate by several times?" Sensen said, "Bai Zhihai, don't panic, it won't solve anything." Xiaoi suddenly looked up, and Chili saw him in a daze. "What's wrong?" "Xiaoi, did you see something?" she asked. Xiaoi looked up, contemplating for a long time, then pointed to a window on the second floor. An old man, or rather, an old skeleton dressed in armor, stood on the upper floor, looking down. Bai Zhihai swore, "What the hell is that?" Wu Hua asked, "Is it warning us not to enter that house?" Shili asked Xiaoi, "Do you think we need to go?" Xiaoi didn't answer immediately, but stared at the window. "Where else would we go? If we don't enter, how will we find any clues?" Everyone stood silently, none of them daring to step forward, too frightened by the sight to follow. Sensen asked Chili, "Has he always been this brave?" Chili stood there, his face dark, unable to say anything. After a while, she quickly ran after Xiaoi. Sensen looked at the others and said, "Follow behind." A voice suddenly echoed, making the whole group jump. "Our master has fought throughout his life without ever being touched by a blade, yet he ends like this." Shili shouted, "Who said that?" Xiaoi remained calm. The sound came from the stairs. "I'll go check." He walked up the stairs alone, where glutinous rice had been scattered on the floor earlier. A paper figure holding a knife stood firmly in the middle of the staircase. Xiaoi sighed, "The paper figure is really big." He thought to himself, as expected, zombies fear glutinous rice. At least one zombie is trapped on the second floor of the house. But is there none on the first floor? I'll check the second floor. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Xiaoi's feet quickly moved forward. The mannequin, seeing Xiaoi about to ascend to the second floor, unexpectedly made a move and boldly swung its sword at him. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Xiaoi quickly spun around and dodged the blade. The powerful slash struck the ground below, creating a deep hole. Had it hit him, it would likely have been a fatal wound. Shili anxiously asked, "Xiaoi, are you all right?" He calmly replied, "I'm fine. We can't go up to the second floor yet. Perhaps a mechanism hasn't been activated or we still haven't obtained a key item. We should search for something else in the lobby." The other 4, seeing Xiaoi and Shili fumble around looking for something, stood at a distance, watching them closely. Bai Zhihai looked at Sensen and realized that Xiaoi was not someone to be easily provoked. So, he decided to find a way to separate him and Shili in order to handle them more easily. Wu Hua hesitated, not wanting to kill them but wanting everyone to survive the game. "Do we really have to kill them? The rewards that Lu Mei and I received earlier were just phones. The future call told us that if we don't kill Xiaoi, we'll all die." In Sensen's eyes, Xiaoi was someone absolutely impossible to defeat. After speaking, she immediately ran over, put on an innocent expression, and smiled as she said to Xiaoi, "I have a good idea." Xiaoi asked, "What idea?" It turned out that she wanted them to split up and search for clues, as she felt the first floor wasn't too dangerous. Xiaoi was still quietly probing. "The table is very clean, the tea is still warm and quite fragrant. Your method isn't bad, so let's split up and search for clues." We'll meet in the main hall in half an hour.
Xiaoi told Qili that he and she would go in different directions, you go east, and I'll go west. Before leaving, Xiaoi didn't forget to remind Qili to be careful, and she responded in kind. Afterward, the two quickly split up and began to act. Sen Sen and the others stood still, observing the situation.
Seeing that the opportunity had come, Sen Sen cheerfully began assigning tasks. By Ji Hai and Wu Hua will follow Xiaoi, we must kill him, while Lu Mei and I will follow Qili.
The three of them nodded in unison and followed orders.
A few minutes later, a slender female figure appeared, standing at the door.
She was very beautiful, and the onlookers were curious and made comments. But since she had appeared in the haunted house, it was clear she was no ordinary person. She headed towards the second floor, walking with great poise, like a noblewoman from ancient times.
She said, "Mr. Che, thank you for your hard work."
The onlookers were curious, guessing that she was probably a lady or a young miss here. Seeing her ascend to the second floor, people whispered, eager to see what she would do.
They hoped Xiaoi could overcome the challenge to satisfy their curiosity. On the east corridor, Xiaoi was leisurely scanning his surroundings.
The chat box was still very lively, with everyone discussing the flashlight in his hand, an item he hadn't yet returned to Qili. From behind Xiaoi, a foot lightly stepped forward, following closely behind.
It was Bai Ji Hai.
He had just picked up a flower pot from the road, and thought that by lifting it and smashing it onto Zhao Yi's head, he would complete his task.
Without hesitation, he quickly ran up to Zhao Yi, raising the flower pot high.
However, what was surprising was that a rough black hand with sharp claws had already landed on Zhao Yi's neck. Before he could react, Zhao Yi was yanked forcefully into a dark room. Bai Ji Hai missed his strike, and the flower pot fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces, scattering across the floor. The sudden disappearance of Xiaoi left Bai Ji Hai stunned, and he lost his balance, falling face first onto the ground. But lucky for him, a sharp piece of broken porcelain had pierced his throat as he fell.
He died quickly, unable to scream. The onlookers, some of whom hadn't yet understood what was happening, watched as he suddenly stopped breathing.
The sharp clawed hand that had been on Zhao Yi's neck slowly caressed his face, a wicked grin spreading across its face.
"I want to eat you, alive."
Zhao Yi, facing the grotesque face, remained calm and responded, "Hello, paper ghost."
Surprised by Zhao Yi's indifferent reaction, the atmosphere grew silent. "Young man, you are being very rude. You should have reacted somehow," it said. Xiaoi honestly replied, "Sorry, but I'm really not afraid."
Moreover, it was her who had saved him earlier. If she hadn't acted, Xiaoi was certain he would have killed the man who had tried to harm him just now. She said to him, "Many people have come to this haunted house, but this is the first time I've met someone like you. However, I still advise you to leave, because the horrors of this place are beyond anything you can imagine."
"May I ask you something?" he said. "Are there any living people in this haunted house?" She replied, "What are you talking about? How could there be anyone alive in this haunted house?" He said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I have reasons to believe that there is someone living here." She was surprised and asked, "What evidence do you have?"
He answered, "When I first arrived, I observed the chairs and the tea in the lobby.
Not only that, there was the scent of women's makeup.
There was also fresh glutinous rice on the stairs, which seems to have been produced in the last 2 years. I believe a group of ghosts couldn't have done all this.
There must be someone alive here."
The ghost woman didn't hide it anymore, complimenting his keen observation and admitting, "Yes, there is someone living here, but this is not a place that weak beings like humans can understand."
"Young man, listen to my advice and leave quickly. If you wait too long, you won't be able to leave when you want."
However, Xiaoi stubbornly insisted that he would not leave. On the contrary, he wanted the ghost to tell him where the girl was and what had happened in this house, because he was truly curious. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him any further, she reluctantly agreed, "All right, if you want information from me, I'll give it to you." It's just that she wanted him to tell a children's story in exchange for information. Previously, the old master said she didn't know how to tell stories for children, so when his child was born, the ghost couldn't lull the baby to sleep. Xiaoi crossed his legs, looked smug, and said, "Telling stories is my specialty." He began telling her the story of the farmer and the snake. One afternoon, when the farmer was coming home from work, he encountered a snake that was about to die from the heat. The snake told him that if he made it cool, it would repay him. She became interested and asked, "Did the farmer water it?" Xiaoi continued, "The farmer shed the snake's skin and told it, 'Now you won't feel hot anymore.'" And indeed, the snake no longer felt hot. The story seemed rather silly, but Xiaoi was very proud of what he had told. She seemed disgusted and asked, "Isn't there a more appropriate story for children?" Xiaoi pretended to be surprised and asked, "That story isn't appropriate for children?" Then, he continued with another story about a little girl selling nuclear bombs. The story is about a poor little girl who had no money, so she had to sell a family heirloom nuclear bomb on the street. But everyone ignored her, and as a result, she didn't sell a single bomb all day. At night, the little girl felt cold, so she lit a match. In the glow of the flame, she saw her deceased grandmother, but the match quickly went out. She asked, "So, did she light a second match?" Xiaoi retorted, "No, no, no. She set off a nuclear bomb." That night, everyone in the town saw their grandmother. The ghostly old woman was speechless at this story, but still asked, "Is that so?" Xiaoi responded, "Well, then I have another story." The ghost woman, flustered, quickly stopped him and said that she had already appreciated his enthusiasm. The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter, some even feeling sorry for this ghostly old woman. Xiaoi didn't give up, asking, "So, can you now tell me what happened to this mansion before?" The ghost woman answered honestly, "Although I only became a vengeful spirit after I died, I can't remember everything that happened. I can only remind you not to go up to the second floor. Because there, except for the second madam, anyone whether human or ghost who steps into the second floor will die." Xiaoi was stunned at this point. "So, the second madam is still alive?" She began to tell the story. The second madam, named Su Mei, was a concubine of the master of the house, the only concubine. After a horrific accident occurred in the mansion, everyone died, leaving only her and Feng Qian, the eldest madam, alive in the Wangyu Tower. Xiaoi suspected that the accident had something to do with them. He asked, "Where is Su Mei's place?" The ghost woman pointed to the location for Xiaoi but warned, "That place is haunted by a pair of terrifying twin ghosts. Without a token, anyone who goes there will surely be killed." Xiaoi asked, "May I ask what the token is? Where can I get it?" The ghost woman replied, "The token is a funeral plaque, and its location is in the room of manager Che Lin in the back courtyard." She continued, "But in his room, the aura of death and resentment is very strong. These elements blend together, transforming into a powerful spiritual pollution. It's very easy for a person to get lost in it forever." He replied, "Thank you, I will make the trip." However, before Xiaoi left, the ghost woman seemed to take a liking to him. She advised him carefully, because not all the spirits in the haunted house were benevolent. If something is chasing you, run as fast as you can and don't look back. Xiaoi quickly agreed and left. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the thug who had died earlier, but he hadn't forgotten to raise his middle finger before he breathed his last. This sight made those who witnessed it unable to hold back a laugh. Xiaoi spoke and immediately took action. "Let me help you turn into a work of art." He made a quick incision, skillfully performed a few basic moves, and finished. Once done, he left. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines, with some even warning others not to get too close to Xiaoi if they happened to die, for he had become twisted. Xiaoi turned his back and flashed a sly smile. He knew someone had been following him from behind, which was precisely why he had acted that way. One person wondered, what exactly is Xiaoi? It's bad enough that he kills people, but then he cuts up their bodies like that. Should I try to kill him now? Another person thought, no, if I get close to him now, he'll probably skin me alive. It's better to regroup with the boss and find another way. Xiaoi quickly arrived at a large courtyard behind the haunted house. He guessed this must be Mr. Che's residence, just as the paper ghost had said. He shone the flashlight inside and entered the room alone. Suddenly, something wrapped around Xiao Yi's legs. It was black and long, resembling a rope that could move. It dragged Xiao Yi across the floor. The viewers quickly commented, discussing what this thing could be. One person guessed that it might be the resentment the ghost had mentioned earlier. The strands of hair tightened around him, but Xiao Yi remained calm. He began to photosynthesize so that if he were to be killed, he could still be resurrected. This thing couldn't kill him, so it wanted to enter his spiritual world to devour and assimilate him. Come, my spiritual world welcomes you. The viewers were now excited by the scene before them.
Everyone couldn't help but praise Xiao Yi's bravery.
The thing quickly entered his spiritual world. It was stunned by the scene before it. The shadowy figures were chained, causing the mass of hair to panic and want to flee. But how could it escape so easily? A hand, unknown in origin, reached out and grabbed it. The thing appeared much larger and more terrifying than it was. The strand of hair screamed in fear, "Please, no." But of course, the scream was futile. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Yi had swallowed it whole. He let out a satisfied sigh. These resentments really did create their own karma. If it had attacked physically, Xiao Yi might not have been able to withstand it, as his strength was sealed by the system. But who told it to keep trying to enter his mind? But unfortunately, the hair here is too weak, only a little could be replenished. After hearing this, the onlookers were startled, not expecting that his spiritual world could be consumed. After dealing with the cursed hair, Xiao Yi continued to hold the flashlight, observing his surroundings. On the table was a piece of paper that had already yellowed, definitely having been here for a very long time. The contents recorded methods to deal with the corpse spirits. Xiao Yi guessed that there was a corpse spirit in this house, at least one. This seemed to be Mr. Che's notebook. He opened it to see what was inside. January 20th, a group of strangely dressed guests arrived at the manor. They brought many expensive gifts and told numerous strange stories related to immortality. Yet, the master truly believed them. Could it be that after years of warfare, the master has begun to fear death? January 21st, the master asked me to send 2 twin maids to serve the second madam. It's strange, not long ago the first madam also specially selected attendants for the second madam. What are they up to? January 22nd, the first madam is about to celebrate her 40th birthday, and the master has prepared many gifts. Over the years, the first madam has always complained that the master never had children with her. Recently, they have had a huge argument about this. Behind the first madam's back, people are saying that it's all because of the fox spirit Su Mei who bewitched the master into buying that fox spirit from the brothel. She feels uneasy, fearing that in the future, the master's bones will fall into the hands of Su Mei. On January 23rd, the master's expression was somewhat strange. He said, "I bought 2 large barrels of glutinous rice, and a bit of glutinous rice to plant in the estate, but before this, the master had no habit of eating glutinous rice." On January 30th, the master looked very pale. He called me over and handed me a bag of money, telling me that he was returning to his hometown, while also dismissing most of the servants from the house. But these past few days, I felt uneasy, so I didn't leave but instead went to ask the second madam if anything had happened in the house. The second madam said, "Something terrifying is about to happen in the house, and I should leave quickly," but I insisted on staying. I've been with the master through many battles over the years, each time stepping into the gates of hell, and I've never been afraid of anything. On May 2nd, alas, the master, who had lived a life of battle and had never been harmed by swords or knives, passed away in this way. I had been with the master since I was 13, and now I am 56. He has never been unkind to me. Xiao Yi quickly closed the notebook, as the content beyond was too incomplete for him to gather more information from it. On the table, besides the notebook, there were a few scattered pieces of paper, and beneath them was a Luyi card. Xiao Yi picked it up and immediately guessed that it was a token. He had to hurry to the main house. The wind began to pick up, and without hesitation, Xiaoi opened the door and left. However, behind him, something was hiding behind a pillar, watching Xiaoi in secret. The viewers shuddered. Everyone, something filthy has appeared.
That demon is truly powerful, to an unreasonable extent.
This is definitely the danger that the ghost mentioned. There's no need to confront it head on now. If we can't face it, at least we must find a way to escape.
Xiaoi quickly changed direction and ran toward the main hall. The demon stared in confusion as it shouted, "Damn it, he ran into there."
Xiaoi had guessed correctly. The main hall was quite safe.
The demon's shadow no longer pursued him.
Xiaoi assumed it was afraid to face the paper figure on the stairs in the hall. In a while, he would go observe that paper figure.
Sen, seeing him approaching from a distance, pretended to inquire, "What happened? Xiaoi, were you being chased by something?" But Xiaoi didn't want to tell them the truth.
He casually made up an excuse to tell them, and of course, no one believed him.
Xiaoi asked, "Did you find anything?" Sen replied, "I've searched all the rooms. Aside from some scary ghosts, there's nothing else."
Xiaoi smiled and nodded as if he believed her. He knew very well that this ponytailed girl was only pretending to search. In reality, she was sitting idly, hoping to benefit from the situation.
Even so, Xiaoi liked people with such cunning. She then asked, "Have you seen Bai Zhihai anywhere?"
Xiaoi said, "He was killed by the demon, in a very tragic way."
Sen and Wu Hua exchanged glances.
She had already heard the story but didn't immediately expose Xiaoi.
Sen couldn't hold back any longer and began extracting information from him.
Xiaoi didn't hesitate to let her see the notebook.
As for these two, Xiaoi wasn't in a rush to kill them.
They both carefully examined the notebook and began dissecting the issue.
Sen asked, "Xiaoi, what do you think?"
Xiaoi smiled slyly and said, "I guess the first madam has already celebrated her 40th birthday." The two of them exchanged glances and immediately knew that Xiaoi was trying to deceive them. He clearly knew something, but was acting as if he didn't.
However, Sen couldn't do anything about it at the moment.
She continued reading the notebook.
Sen, skeptical, asked, "Could it be that old Master Wang wants to turn me into a corpse puppet?"
Xiaoi replied, "I don't know anything about corpse puppets. But in the haunted house, there are still two living people, the first madam and the second madam. One is in the Wanyu Tower, the other is in the annex."
Sen asked, surprised, "What will you do next?"
Xiaoi answered, "No rush, we'll wait until everyone is here and then discuss it." Sen quickly followed his plan. After letting Sen finish reading, Xiaoi stood up and said, "I'll go upstairs and take a look." She happily agreed, thinking to herself, "Go ahead, as long as you're still alive, keep doing as much as you can before I figure out a way to kill you."
Following the trail of sticky rice, Xiaoi speculated, "Someone has been here." But who? The first madam or the second madam?
Whoever it is, coming here in the middle of the night must have an important reason. The notebook says both of them are deeply in love with old Master Wang.
Could the rotten face on the second floor be his? Xiaoi asked, "Why are you the only one here? Where is Lu Mei?"
Xiaoi, injured, replied, "She was taken into a room by a ghost. I didn't dare go in because it was too terrifying." Sen, hearing this from a distance, thought that Xiaoi had killed Lu Mei and was blaming it on a ghost. However, in this situation, she couldn't reveal the truth and could only stay silent, waiting for the right moment. After exchanging information from the notebook with Luo Xiaoi, the four of them quickly made a decision. Xiaoi and Xiaoi would go to search for the second madam, while Sen and Wu Hua would look for the first madam. Sen immediately agreed. Xiaoi and Xiaoi walked down a quiet path, and he began sharing his thoughts with her. "It's surprising that Wang Log could be a jiangshi, but his behavior has motives that make me think. I don't understand, if he's a jiangshi, why would he send someone to buy glutinous rice? Is he deliberately seeking trouble for himself?" Xiaoi thought that Wang Log was doing this to restrain himself. Xiaoi also felt that there were many strange points. After all, if he were a jiangshi, why didn't he go deep into the forest where no one was around to cultivate, but instead chose to stay in the house? Suddenly, as if an idea came to mind, both of them stopped. Xiaoi guessed that this was related to his heart, since after all, this was the main task this time.
Xiaoi agreed.
Their hypothesis was that his heart was hidden somewhere in the courtyard, and the juncture couldn't cultivate far from its own heart, so he chose to stay and use the glutinous rice to imprison himself on the second floor.
Xiaoi asked Xiaoi, in this haunted house, what is the most important thing? She quickly replied, it's the two living people.
Xiaoi had guessed correctly, because everyone else had died, and only the two ladies were still alive, so it must have something to do with their hearts.
At that moment, the sky darkened as the clouds rapidly covered the moon, plunging the space below into complete darkness.
Without the moonlight, Xiaoi took out a flashlight to illuminate the area. Xiaoi reminded him that it was her flashlight.
Xiaoi put on an innocent expression and said he had found it. He lied clearly, this is my flashlight.
But unfortunately for him, the flashlight was engraved with her name.
Xiaoi angrily turned it over to show him.
Xiaoi, interested, exclaimed, it really has your name on it.
Then, he changed the subject and said, it's just a flashlight, and you've engraved your name on it? When we get back to Guxian town, you definitely need a psychological evaluation.
The two bickered as they walked, quickly reaching the residence of the second madam.
Xiaoi nervously asked, should we go in directly?
Xiaoi replied, wait, we need to take out the token to enter. He quickly took out the Luyi token that he had obtained.
Suddenly, a rope-like entity, seemingly alive, wrapped around their necks.
Xiaoi screamed in panic and struggled.
Xiaoi, quick-witted, shouted, I have the token. When the entity saw the royal card in his hand, it released the two of them, dropping them to the ground.
Both were shackled around the neck with great force, and now that they had regained their breath, they couldn't stop doubting. Xiaoi asked Xiaoi if he still had any more cards, so she could take one. However, that was the only one, so they were forced to stay close to each other.
Xiaoi said, it doesn't have to be this close.
But Xiaoi didn't care and replied, only this close do I feel safe. However, walking so close made it inconvenient for them to move. Xiaoi found it perfectly normal and said, Xiaoi, hurry up and open the door.
Inside, the second madam was humming a poem while drawing water from the well.
When she saw two strangers walk in, she immediately stopped her actions and asked, who are you?
Xiaoi answered, you are the second Madame Sumei of the palace, aren't you?
We are outsiders, and for some special reasons, we had no choice but to come here. Sumei recognized that they were guests from outside and said, my apologies, please come in and have a seat. Xiaoi responded politely, sorry for the trouble. There wasn't much of value in the mansion, so Sumei invited them to eat some sticky rice.
Xiaoi wondered, why aren't you eating?
Sumei explained that she was older, and her stomach wasn't good, so she couldn't eat. However, Xiaoi noticed that Sumei looked very young, and there wasn't even a trace of age on her face.
At this moment, Xiaoi cautiously asked, second madam, may I ask a question? Has the first madam already passed her 40th birthday?
Upon hearing this question, Sumei became flustered, and her eating actions froze.
She asked in surprise, how did you know?
He quickly took out the notebook, this is what Lin, the manager, said to us. He said, flipping through the pages rapidly, in his notes, it says that the first wife is organizing a celebration for her 40th birthday. Sumei took the notebook, holding it in her hands, and sighed in sadness. Lin is such a straightforward person, always so warm-hearted and enthusiastic in the mansion like this.
It's such a pity.
She sighed again, sister, indeed, many have had their 40th birthday celebrations, but I can't explain to you all the reasons behind it.
Xiaoi asked, so, did the first wife treat you well when she was alive?
Sumei calmly replied, when she was alive, sister treated me very well.
Xiaoi quickly asked again, so, the first wife really is dead, right?
Realizing she had spoken out of turn, the second wife panicked. So frightened, she couldn't hide her emotions. She covered her face and said, I truly can't tell you anything, but I advise you both to leave quickly.
If not, you won't be able to leave at all.
Xiaoi also spoke up, they can't leave anymore, which is why I want to know the truth to find a way out. Sumei stood up,
lowered her head, and said, "I'm sorry, I really can't help you." Xiaoi called out to her as she walked away, "Second wife really loves the master, doesn't she? It was the master who saved her from the brothel all those years ago, so she truly developed feelings for him. The master also favored her a lot, but the time was too short to provide him with an heir." After saying what needed to be said, second wife Su Mei immediately left. Shili wanted to ask her more, but Xiaoi stopped him. For someone living so boldly in this haunted mansion, Shili felt a little unsettled. Feeling a bit hasty, Shili hesitated and withdrew that thought. He made a valid point, "So, if we can't ask anything from the second wife, do we have to go to the first wife's place?" Xiaoi asked, "Shili, did you find any useful clues while coming from the west?" Speaking of which, she had found a special book in the room where the gods were worshipped. Inside, there were records about certain types of puppet techniques. There were many people in the main hall earlier, so she hadn't dared to take it out. Shili seriously opened the book, and Xiaoi, curious, leaned in, "Let me take a look." Only a few minutes later, Xiaoi had finished reading. He closed the book in his hand. Shili was surprised. "The book is 1,000 pages thick, and you skimmed through it. Do you remember anything?" "Puppet Corpse, page 761. What does it say?" Shili was unconvinced. She didn't believe in his abilities, thinking there was no way he could remember everything in such a short time. She looked it up herself and then screamed, "Are you a demon?" Page 761 did indeed describe the puppet corpse. It was made from the body of a deceased person who hadn't decayed yet. It could carry part of the memories of its former master when alive, though its emotions were quite unstable. In general, there shouldn't be much difference between the body of the puppet and the person when they were alive. Once the puppet's memories completely faded, it would no longer have the ability to think. But the most important part at the end had been crossed out. Nevertheless, Shili now understood why the lady had celebrated so many 40th birthdays, but the paper figurine still claimed she was alive. Moreover, she can even argue with the master. To put it simply, she didn't die but was turned into a puppet corpse. But she and Xiaoi could not reach the first wife's place. Xiaoi guessed, to enter that place, you need a token. Without it, the only option is death. Now, we will go and find a paper spirit. Xiaoi said, I think she knows a lot of things, but she is being blocked by something. Shili quickly followed behind. The path to the east of the main house is no longer safe. The last time, I encountered a ghost I couldn't fight head-on. We'll take another route later. Everything will follow my lead. From a distance, two shadowy figures appeared in front of the courtyard. Shili wondered, Xiaoi, are those two maids from second wife? Seeing Xiaoi run off, she cursed, you have the token, why are you running? Those two aren't here to protect Sumei, they're the maids sent by first wife to kill Sumei. Xiaoi, while running, explained, the head waiter said the maids of second wife are twins, these two are not. Shili glanced back secretly. The two ghosts were still aggressively chasing them. They really are different. Shili admired, Xiaoi, where did you buy your eyes? I want to buy a pair. Before he could joke back, he said, I'll sell them to you at a 50% discount. A pair of eyes like mine costs 1 billion points. Shili angrily shouted, Xiaoi, stop it. Running while joking around left them both exhausted. She gasped, thankfully, they didn't chase us to the main house. Xiaoi guessed, they must be afraid of the master and the ghosts, so they dare not come here. Suddenly, Shili noticed something wet on the ground. She looked more closely and was horrified, Xiaoi, look, that's blood. Xiaoi, with a calm expression, recalled what Mama had said. Mama had already warned me that this haunted house would become more terrifying over time. It seems something has happened. Let's go, we need to check it out. In the lobby, everything was in disarray, and in the center was the body of a man, his head severed from his neck. That's Wu Hua's head. Shili exclaimed, worried, could Lin Lin have? Xiaoi observed calmly, this is the blood of one person. He added, Lin Lin is probably still alive. He looked upstairs, where the paper manager usually stood, but now there was no sign of him. However, the rice still hadn't turned black. The thing upstairs probably hasn't come down yet. Xiaoi commented, the one who killed Wu Hua is something else. According to Xiaoyi's analysis, that monster and the paper manager must have had a confrontation. It probably couldn't beat the manager, so it ran away. Shili thought, I hope the head waiter can help, because after all, he is neutral and wouldn't harm us. But one thing still troubled her: the purpose of the paper manager's existence is to separate the first and second floors. She said, there must be a reason for him to leave here. Xiaoi remained silent for a moment, then continued, the demon is much weaker, but it used tricks to lure the manager out. She panicked, you mean the tiger leaves the mountain? You think it lured the manager away for some other evil purpose? Suddenly, Xiaoi grabbed her hand tightly and pulled her along. We need to find the paper ghost quickly, or it'll be too late. The two of them hurried to the ghost's room. As soon as they entered, they saw her sitting in a chair, already dead. The blood was still fresh. Shili trembled and guessed, the demon that killed her is probably still nearby. Xiaoi held up the lamp, the dim light casting shadows over the still fresh bloodstains on the floor. He stood in silence for a moment, then said, it's gone far now. If it hadn't, we wouldn't be standing here alive. It deceived the master, deceived all of us. Please, stop it. Xiaoi paused, his sharp gaze fixing on the end of the corridor. To enter the Bei Wang brothel, you need to go to the storage room at the end of the hall to get the soul-stabilizing incense. It's gone there too. Be careful. Shili tried to recall, speaking slowly, I'm sure I didn't mishear you. Xiaoi, you mentioned there was a very terrifying demon over there. So how do we get there now? Xiaoi remained calm, staring ahead as if he had anticipated everything. He guessed, it's dead. She was puzzled, not understanding how he could be so certain. Why do you think it's dead? Shili asked. As they walked, Xiaoi explained his reasoning. Another demon, one stronger than it, killed her. That demon also went to the storage room, so the original demon couldn't have survived. When they reached the room, the demon in the storage was indeed dead, unable to put up any resistance. In fact, it lay slumped beside the objects, with no signs of struggling. That other demon is indeed much stronger, Xiaoi remarked. He quickly urged her, hurry, find the soul-stabilizing incense. Shili felt something strange, it came here too? Could it be that there's something it's looking for here as well? Xiaoi was silent for a moment before continuing, it must have taken the key. He speculated, it's trying to open the lock on the second floor. He handed the bundle of incense to Shili, who, still confused, asked, then who is it? Xiaoi closed his eyes for a brief moment, his voice dropping lower. It's someone who has never been acknowledged, someone invisible. The night sky is lit by the moon, and the space around us is eerily silent. Shili still didn't understand, puzzled by his words. What do you mean by someone invisible? Xiaoi focused on moving forward, saying nothing more, but it seemed like he would explain later. Let's go to the moon-watching tower first. He spoke in a calm tone, there might be clues inside that can help us complete the mission. Both Xiaoi and Luo Qili stepped inside, with red mist enveloping the space, creating a gloomy and heavy atmosphere. Luo Qili couldn't help but flinch as she looked around, feeling the strange air surrounding them. Xiaoi looked around as well, his expression still calm, but it was clear that he sensed something wrong upon seeing the fresh bloodstains. Luo Qili, with a worried look, whispered, it seems like Pan Sen has been here. Both of them walked up the stairs, Luo Qili leading the way, observing everything. The first floor is still clean, but the strong smell of fresh blood from the second floor made her uncomfortable. Xiaoi followed closely behind, also clearly sensing the blood in the air. Something's definitely going on here, Xiaoi said, his voice dropping. The two continued down the hallway, the scent of fresh blood lingering everywhere. They left no corner unchecked, searching for the source of the smell. When they opened the door to a room, the smell of blood was even more overpowering. Luo Qili gasped, her eyes wide in shock as she saw a horrifying scene. Inside, on the bed, was the body of Pan Sen, drenched in blood. Pan Sen's body was missing one arm,
and his eyes had been gouged out. His face was twisted in agony, as if he had endured a painfully slow death. Luo Qili couldn't hold back, whispering in fear, "Pan Sen." She called the name of the deceased in terror. Xiaoi stood beside her, calmly observing the situation, his gaze cold, as if he had grown accustomed to scenes like this. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the corpse. A hoarse voice echoed, "Finally, I've found you." Before it could finish, Xiaoi quickly stomped on the eye that was producing the sound, crushing it immediately. On the chat channel, people began commenting with amusement, "It's just an eye, and it dares to show off in front of our Zhao brother." Xiaoi sat down next to the corpse, letting out a sigh. "Pan Sen is beyond saving. But we've found a useful clue. Let's head to the 3rd floor." Qili also agreed. Both of them searched the room for clues. Qili checked the cabinets, while he searched the bookshelf area. Suddenly, Xiaoi found a land deed. Qili curiously turned to look. Xiaoi scratched his head and said, "The name on this land deed is actually land deed." Luo Qili also found it strange. "What? The owner of Fengqian is a land deed?" she said, surprised. She reasoned, when the dungeon began, it was mentioned that the main task was to destroy the heart of the mansion's master. Actually, it's not the heart of Wang Master, but the heart of the land deed. Xiaoi also deduced it, nodding his head. Indeed, the demon leading the paper person manager was sent by the first wife. Killing the demon guard in the storage room, taking the key, and then going up to the 2nd floor was also the first wife. If I'm not mistaken, the first wife should be on the 2nd floor of the main house now. Xiaoi looked up and smiled, saying, "No, I misspoke. The first wife has actually been dead for a long time. The first wife now is just a puppet, a hidden being. Since it began to revive, everyone has treated it as the first wife, but deep down they know it's a new life form with its own consciousness. Everyone in the mansion respects it, but no one acknowledges its existence. It's like an invisible person, living in a world where it has no place." He sighed. As a result, it was provoked, its emotions became unstable, and its flaws started to show. It took advantage of its identity as the first wife to argue with the master, make things difficult for the second wife, and even wanted to kill the second wife. Luo Qili listened to Xiaoyi's analysis and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The system always says the master of the ghost mansion appears in the main house, and every clue, every hint, almost always points towards the master. It dug us an endless pit, and she angrily cursed at the damned system. Xiaoi looked at her, frowning. "All right, stop swearing. Let's find another clue quickly." They discovered a notebook here, a diary. As they read through the diary entries, both of them imagined the scenes from that time. One letter read, "Today, the master didn't board the boat with me. It must be because of that fox spirit. I'll kill her, and then he will board the boat with me." The first wife stood on the balcony, her gaze dark as she looked down. On the next page, the diary continued, "Today, all men are useless. They should all go die." The first wife angrily swung her hand, knocking everything over in the room. Next, she read, "Today, I found that book. In it, it says that if I can earn a truly sincere heart of love, I can live. If this old man says he loves me, he must be hoping that I am willing to give him my heart, right? Willing, right?" The first wife flipped through the pages of the book, a sinister expression appearing on her face. She continued reading, "Today, it seems like he knows my intentions. Damn it, is he planning to use his birthday as an opportunity to get rid of me? It's very likely. I absolutely cannot sit here and wait to die." The first wife sat terrified, curling up on the bed. The first wife opened a box, inside of which was a gemstone. "Today is another boring birthday. He gave me a delicate heart. He said this delicate heart was his true heart, and that he would be willing to give up everything for me, including his life." The first wife sneered, "The words of a man only a fool would believe them. This delicate heart is beautiful, though. I'll just keep it for now." Something frightening seemed to have happened at the mansion today. The master is dead, but his heart has vanished without a trace. The first wife was also surprised by this news. Her face twisted into a sinister smile as she looked at the gem. He saw that fox spirit for the last time before he died, so his heart must have been taken by her. I must find his heart, I absolutely must find it. The first wife ordered an investigation. That person said the fox spirit goes up to the second floor of the main house every day, so the master's heart must be there. The master said the gift he prepared could allow his wife to see his true heart, to calm her anger. Xiaoi and Luo Qili read each page of the first wife's diary with focus. After finishing, Xiaoi was surprised and somewhat moved. Wang Master gave the first wife a delicate heart, so this old man really did give her his heart. Xiaoi closed the diary, and Luo Qili looked at him, puzzled. Do you mean the delicate heart was Wang Master's heart? Xiaoi nodded, a little contemplative. A delicate heart sounds so romantic, but who would have thought it would be soaked in blood like this? Xiaoi turned to respond to Luo Qili. I know what the first wife is doing on the second floor of the main house. She didn't know that she had already received the master's heart, but instead, she thought the master's heart was on the second floor, which is why she had used all sorts of tricks to try and get it. Luo Qili sneered, so she really is looking for a donkey while riding one. Xiaoi gathered the journal items into his empty hands, thought for a moment, then continued, although she couldn't get the master's heart on the second floor, it's possible she may have stumbled upon mine by accident. Xiaoi speculated, his expression serious, because when the first wife was turned into a flesh puppet, her heart was removed. It's very likely that it was hidden somewhere by Wang Master on the second floor of the main house. According to the records, the strength and life force of a flesh puppet come from its hatred, and that hatred is stored in its heart. Xiaoi was excited, his face full of joy, as he spoke to Luo Qili. When the flesh puppet fully integrates with its heart, it will become an extremely terrifying zombie. Luo Qili was horrified upon hearing this, her mouth agape. If that's true, wouldn't that mean we're done for? Why are you so excited? Xiaoi calmly replied to her, don't panic, let's go up to the third floor to look for Wang Master's heart first. It's probably still in this building. Xiaoi quickly made his way up the stairs, eager to follow through on his theory. Upon reaching the third floor, they stood before the main room door, where the ominous, deathly atmosphere was already palpable. Xiaoi said to Luo Qili, in normal situations, places where important props are stored are more dangerous. So, be ready to fight. She also took a fighting stance and said, I'm ready. As soon as she opened the door, a long black object, resembling hair, moved toward them, making Luo Qili exclaim, what the hell is that? Xiaoi quickly used a knife to cut it, and it emitted a squeaking sound. It seemed like the creature knew it was being attacked and felt pain. The two of them flung the door wide open and stood outside, looking into the room. Luo Qili turned pale with fear at what she saw inside, while Xiaoi smiled with interest. Inside was a decaying corpse in the middle of the room. It screamed and charged toward them, shouting, someone's here. Xiaoi quickly stepped back and ordered Luo Qili, hold her off. Luo Qili, confused, was holding the red cords and hadn't reacted in time. She shouted, it's me again? The monster lunged at her, but Luo Qili swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding it. She yelled defiantly, take this. From behind her, she used the red cords to wrap around its neck. While Luo Qili was fighting, Xiaoi cut the binding cords and said to the head waiter, we're here to rescue you. After being freed by Xiaoi, the head waiter swung a knife and attacked the monster. Caught off guard, it couldn't avoid the strike, and the knife cut into its head, spraying blood everywhere. Luo Qili fell to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. That was too close. Xiaoi reached out to help her stand up and said, this female ghost must be the one the first wife sent to the main house to make the tiger leave the mountain. She couldn't defeat the manager before, but here, she can use the power of the moon-watching tower to suppress him. She asked Xiaoi, so what do we do now? The first wife must be on the second floor of the main house already. Xiaoi held up a wooden token in front of her, manager, your master is in trouble. The first wife's puppet has reached the second floor. The head waiter, hearing the news, quickly jumped out of the window. Luo Qili anxiously asked, can't the manager go over there and defeat the first wife's puppet? Xiaoi was searching for something.
He said, if it were before, it wouldn't be a problem, but now he's seriously injured. I'm afraid it won't be enough. Besides, the closer the puppet gets to its heart, the stronger it becomes. Luo Qili held up a gem in her hand and showed it to Xiaoi. Are you looking for this? Xiaoi turned to her. Where did you get this? Luo Qili explained, during the fight, I noticed a small protrusion on the female ghost's body. I thought it was her weakness, but it turned out it wasn't. Xiaoi took the gem and recognized it as the master's heart. We need to figure out how to get this into the first wife's chest. It will dispel all her resentment and, of course, will also kill her. Luo Qili stammered. Just the two of us. Xiaoi quickly turned around, handing the wooden token back to Luo Qili. I'll stay at the main house to keep the head waiter busy. You hurry to the side house to find the second wife and tell her what's going on here. The final battle can't happen without you. Tell her she must insist. I'll be back quickly. Not daring to delay, Xiaoi rushed out, heading toward the manager's distant support. By the time he arrived, Xiaoi saw the head waiter being knocked far away, blood spurting from his mouth. In the distance, two shadows had just leaped down from the upper floor. It was the first wife and the master, now transformed into demons. The demon laughed loudly. I have finally come back to life. He has taken the heart. Everyone in this manner must die. Xiaoi helped the head waiter to his feet. I'll help you hold off your master. You deal with the puppet of the first wife, and wait for the second wife to arrive. The manager nodded in agreement. Xiaoi swung his arm, and a notification board appeared. Personality added, 14% madness, 6% violence, 1.2% bloodthirst, close combat enhancement, excited nerves, duration 180 seconds. The manager was being attacked by the first wife's puppet, struggling to defend himself, his body trembling because the puppet was too strong. Xiaoi quickly moved, swinging his knife and slashing at the neck of the demon Wang master, the demon's head almost ready to fall off. Immediately after that, the slash gradually disappeared, and the demon's head returned. Xiaoi guessed that Wang master had become a zombie, with an incredibly bizarre defense mechanism, impervious to physical harm even when stabbed by a knife. Fortunately, the chaotic injury had bypassed his resistance, otherwise, the predator would not have been able to parasitize his body. The demon Wang master moved at an extremely fast speed, delivering a powerful punch to Zhao Yi's face. He sighed, turning into a zombie and still being this strong, getting punched to the point of spitting blood and still able to praise truly a perfect work of art. For the time being, Xiaoi couldn't defeat him, so he could only rely on the life force provided by the predator to fight with everything he had against Wang master. He drew power from the demon king into his body. The demon opened its mouth, full of sharp teeth, and laughed loudly. You pitiful little bug, what use is your struggling? It used its hand to tear off the head waiter's arm, then continued to knock the head off of Che manager. In the face of absolute power, everything was an illusion. After the head waiter was defeated, the demon first wife shifted her attention to Xiaoi. He was standing, absorbing power from the demon Wang master. Xiaoi underwent a transformation, with one of his eyes turning red, veins emerging around that eye. You want to attack me? Then I'll have to unleash my shadow personality to deal with this, he thought. Though it would come at a heavy price, if necessary, he wouldn't hesitate. Just then, the shout sister rang out. Both the demon and Xiaoi turned in surprise. Second wife and her two bodyguards were running towards them. She called out loudly, Sister, don't do this, stop. The first wife of the demon growled in anger, Fox spirit, how dare you appear before me? Two guards rushed down from above, but when the first wife of the demon saw them, she screamed, You damn bugs, I'll deal with both of you first. Luo Qili had brought the second wife along, and Xiaoi said to her, At this point, you have no other choice. If you truly remember the grace the master showed you, then help us deal with this puppet of flesh, so that the master can rest in peace. The second wife didn't know what to say. She remained silent, her eyes red. She ran over and tightly embraced the demon master, tears streaming down her face. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, if I hadn't been so attached to the master, hadn't destroyed his body and buried sister's heart as the master had ordered, then the master and sister wouldn't have ended up like this. The demon master was unexpectedly embraced by the second wife, standing still and staring at her. She continued, her voice choked with emotion, "Master, it must hurt terribly not having a heart, right? I'll give you mine, so you won't hurt anymore." The second wife took her own heart from her chest and handed it to the demon master. Suddenly, the demon master regained his senses, and his form began to resemble that of a human. He looked at her, his lips trembling as he called out, "Mayer." The second wife collapsed, and the demon master hurriedly caught her, crying out as he wept, "Mayer, no, don't leave me." On the other side, the first wife of the demon was still rampaging, tearing one of the guards in half. She turned her head, her gaze filled with contempt and mockery. "Old man, do you still remember her?" Master yelled loudly, tears streaming down his face without stopping, "I have never treated her poorly, I have never seen her as a puppet, I would even be willing to rip my heart out for her. Why is she treating me like this?" The first wife demon turned around and spoke to Wang Master, "You've never seen me as a puppet, but do you really care about me?" "No, you only care about the land deed, about that dead woman." "Let me tell you, old man, I'm not the land deed, I'm your demon." The two of them continued to attack each other relentlessly. The onlookers outside kept commenting, the voices booming like thunder in their ears, leaving their minds dizzy. As the fists of the two were about to collide, the onlookers continued to comment. "Who do you think will get hit here?" After the impact, both the demon and Wang Master were thrown backward, surprising the onlookers. They continued to comment. "The zombie is strong, but even if Wang Master has the heart of his lover, he's not that easy to deal with. I vote for Wang Master." Wang Master tried to steady himself, preparing to face the demon. At that moment, the demon spoke, "I didn't expect you to be so tough, but if I disturb your mind, do you think you'll be able to move as swiftly as you did before?" As it spoke, it raised its hand, claws long and sharp, as if intending to tear Wang Master apart. At this point, Master Wang suddenly raised both hands to his head, squeezing tightly, then screamed as if someone was hammering nails into his skull. The onlookers, witnessing this, immediately began commenting, "For real, it's attacking his mind. How do you plan to counter this, sir?" Some also commented that judging by Master Wang's appearance, it seemed impossible for him to respond. His mind was in complete turmoil at this moment, and he shouted loudly, "No, I absolutely will not allow her to continue exploiting this situation." The female demon swiftly charged straight towards Master Wang to attack him. Seeing Master Wang weakening more and more against the demon, Xiaoi spoke up to Xiaoi, "Xiaoi, Master Wang can't get the better of her. You need to think of something." Xiaoi remained cold and detached, uninterested in the battle but instead focused on the motionless body of the head waiter. "The head waiter isn't completely dead yet. I'll take his head back and see if it could still be useful." He then placed the head waiter's body on the ground. Xiaoi and Shili both focused on the Che manager. Xiaoi spoke, "He's still stable, but he needs a blood transfusion to fully recover." Upon hearing this, Shili turned to Xiaoi and asked, "Given the situation now, where are we going to find someone to give him a blood transfusion?" In a swift motion, Xiaoi grabbed Shili's right arm, then used a sharp object to make a cut along her wrist, causing her blood to spurt out. Xiaoi then directed her arm toward where the head waiter was lying, letting her blood pour over him. Shili, panicked, screamed, "Xiaoi, what are you doing?" After fully absorbing the drops of Shili's blood, the head waiter immediately stood up in front of Shili and Xiaoi. Shili yanked her arm back and shouted loudly, all right, he's awake now, let me go, I need to find something to bandage it." Seeing that Shili was a bit flustered, Xiaoi turned to look at her and said, "Calm down, I've already sealed the tentacles and directly stopped the bleeding for you." Shili looked at her wound and saw that what Xiaoi said was true, so she calmed down a bit, thinking that at least he still had a conscience. Xiaoi then extended his hand toward the Che manager, holding a glowing golden gem. "Che manager, the undead has accumulated too much resentment, it's completely adapted to this power. Your master is doomed. The only way to kill it is to dissolve the resentment within it. Inside this delicate heart is the love your master had for his first wife when he was alive. You should place it on the undead's chest. It can dissolve the resentment within it. We are too weak to approach it, but perhaps you'll be a good opportunity.
Upon hearing this, the head waiter immediately turned around and marched straight toward the undead to attack it. Those watching continued to comment, the manager's paper figure has turned completely red.
Looks like he's going all in.
There were also some comments expressing admiration for the scene, tears are falling, everyone. Whether the manager lives or dies, he is dedicating himself entirely to the Wang family.
As the undead saw Che manager approaching, it turned and shouted at him, "You dare come here? Are you seeking death?"
In the blink of an eye, the head waiter's blade severed the zombie's left arm. After that strike, the head waiter's sword continued to slash into the zombie's chest, causing many spectators to gasp. This slash from the paper figure manager is even stronger than the last one.
Some even believed, as long as we can open the zombie's chest, we could just stuff the delicate heart in immediately.
Before they could recover from the shock, the zombie clamped its sharp iron teeth tightly onto the head waiter's sword, preventing any further damage.
The comments began flooding in, "Is this not enough? There's actually a set of iron teeth outside the zombie's heart that won't let go?"
A few spectators, horrified by this sight, exclaimed, "It's so disgusting, really sick.
I'm scared my stomach might not hold up."
The zombie's other hand swiftly grabbed the head waiter's neck, lifting him high into the air. Having lost his sword, the head waiter could only fight back with one hand, while the other desperately clutched the delicate heart. Suddenly, the zombie gained the upper hand.
Faced with the head waiter's fear, it growled, "What a pity, weak insects like you, even if you risk your life, you can do nothing to me."
Then the zombie reaffirmed, "You can't hurt my heart, stop being naive." Suddenly, blood sprayed from the zombie's chest, leaving it stunned and unsure of what was happening.
The zombie turned around, and at that moment, Xiaoi seized the opportunity and attacked.
Xiaoi tore open the zombie's chest with his hands to retrieve the heart hidden deep within. The situation reversed, Xiaoi smiled lightly and then turned to the zombie, saying, "I truly apologize, what the head waiter is holding is just an empty shell.
Let me take out the contents and replace it for you."
Upon hearing this, the zombie released the head waiter and turned around to attack Xiaoi.
However, Xiaoi quickly pivoted to dodge the attack.
The zombie, frustrated, shouted loudly, "No, you won't get away with that heart." In its haste to attack, the zombie exposed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoi swiftly placed the delicate heart into the zombie's chest. The delicate heart entered the zombie's body and began to react, causing it excruciating pain, making it scream in agony. Unable to endure any longer, the zombie collapsed before Xiaoi.
"Well, that works," Xiaoi sighed in relief.
At this point, when Wang Master and the head waiter were facing each other, the head waiter immediately kneeled and addressed Wang Master, "Master, the household servant has also failed, please allow me to leave before you." Seeing that his servant had sacrificed for him, Wang Master couldn't hide the sorrow on his face. "It's my fault, all of this is because of me." Xiaoi approached and patted Wang Master's shoulder, saying, "Wang Master, I have something I want to ask you.
What's the deal with those people who once mentioned eternal life to you?" Wang Master responded to Xiaoyi's question, "Those people?
I don't know where they came from, but their clothing is similar to yours."
After receiving this information, Xiaoi pondered in his mind, "Clothing similar to ours, aren't they people from this dynasty?"
In the silent space, only 3 people remained, Xiaoi, Wang Master, and Qili, standing together, trying to figure out the cause.
Wang Master then asked, "What were those people doing?"
"After Qian died from childbirth, they came to find me, claiming to be from some church puppet group and gave me some materials on how to perform tests." Xiaoi focused intently, paying close attention to every word Wang Master said. Wang Master continued, "I followed the methods in those materials to take out Qian's heart and turned her into a flesh puppet. I had considered keeping her forever, but she became increasingly suspicious, even wanting my heart. So, I decided to take my own heart out and refine it for myself, turning myself into a zombie." Standing before Xiaoi and Qili, Wang Master kept explaining, but he did not anticipate that after his heart and Qian's heart turned into zombies, they formed an alliance, becoming more and more rebellious. Wang Master continued, "So, I told Mei Er to kill me and bury Qian's heart. Unfortunately, Mei Er couldn't bring herself to do that.
Upon hearing this, a question resurfaced in Xiaoyi's mind: another church puppet? Why do they keep using these strange experiments? What exactly are they trying to do with those adorable brains? After speaking, Master Wang turned his back on Xiaoi and Qili. He knelt down before the body of the head waiter and the corpse of Qian, blaming himself. I should not have greedily kept Qian. Truly, one wrong step leads to 1,000 more. In the end, I have harmed everyone. From Master Wang's body, a faint mist began to dissipate and vanish. After witnessing Master Wang and his loved ones disappear, the system issued the following announcements: congratulations to players Xiaoi and Qili for completing the main quest. Based on their contributions, Xiaoi receives 300 experience points, and Qili receives 200 experience points. The air wall has been opened. Congratulations to players Xiaoi and Qili for completing the side quest. They have received a gift. A time-space delay energy pin. The rewards for each player will differ. Reminder: there is no need to enter the dungeon in the next 2 days, stay in the outside world. Time will naturally reach the 7th day. After hearing the system's notification, both Xiaoi and Qili appeared relieved. Unable to hide their emotions, Qili spoke to Xiaoi: the system reminds us that we don't need to enter the dungeon anymore. Isn't it quite safe for the next 2 days? Hearing this, Xiaoi replied, don't get too excited. Quickly take out your phone and call us on the 3rd day. Then, install the new battery we just got into the camera to see what this camera actually is. A few minutes later, Xiaoi and Qili made a phone call, completing the time-space loop. Xiaoi also succeeded in inserting the battery into the camera. He carefully examined the camera in his hand, and the system issued a notification: item, time-space camera, item quality, mission item. Description: a small product created by a genius scientist. Yes, precisely the one who invented the corpse grinder. Effect: any scene captured will be faithfully recreated after 24 hours. Note 1: cannot be taken outside the secret world. Note 2: the battery is extremely weak, usable only twice. Note 3: the BHS will record everything you see into the photo. After hearing the system's introduction about the item, Xiaoi understood something: so that's how it is. Hearing Xiaoi speak, Qili became slightly suspicious. What? So that's how it is? Do you know something now? Xiaoi turned to look at Qili and gently replied, I'm still not completely sure about it, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see the changes before us. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Qili looked at a photo and spoke up, another day has passed, the crack in the eye has grown even bigger, it looks like the eye of a demon inside. Then Qili turned to ask Xiaoi, is this what you were talking about yesterday? A demon is in that crack? Xiaoi gave a slight nod to confirm. After a moment of silence, Xiaoi began to explain to Qili, that's right, if I'm not mistaken, every player who joins the tide of demon will be monitored and watched by a demon. It won't be able to do anything to us until the 7th day. But the thing to note here is that when the 7th day starts, it will suddenly appear and kill us. Upon hearing this, Qili felt a little scared and asked Xiaoi, suddenly appear? So how are we going to deal with it? Is there really no way? Seeing Qili's fear, Xiaoi lifted the camera and explained, don't worry, we can use this camera to lock down the spot where it will appear. Qili didn't quite understand what Xiaoi meant, so she immediately asked, what do you mean? Xiaoi brought the camera closer to Qili and slowly explained, the purpose of this camera is that any scene captured will be recreated exactly after 24 hours. And as the system has informed us, everything you see will be recorded in the photo. This means that if we take a photo early on the 6th day, the demon in our sight will also be captured in it. When it appears on the 7th day, it will have to appear at the exact place where we took the photo. At this point, Qili understood Xiaoyi's plan clearly. She responded to Xiaoi, I understand now. When it appears at the place we've locked down, we can prepare in advance to avoid being hunted by this demon, right? Seeing that Qili understood his plan, Xiaoi also appeared reassured. That's right, now we just have to wait until tomorrow morning. As soon as the sun rises, we will find a suitable location to take the photos, Xiaoi said. After understanding each other's plan,
Xiaoi and Chili prepared for the next day. And that day came, the morning of the sixth day began, and both confidently moved forward. Reaching an open area, they both executed the plan they had discussed earlier. Xiaoi looked around and said, "This place is fairly spacious, so let's take the pictures here. When the demon appears, we will be able to escape more easily." Seeing that Xiaoyi's suggestion made sense, Chili agreed, "You take the photo first." Xiaoi crouched down, raised the camera to his eyes, and took a shot. After the photo was taken, the camera displayed a strange image, a red-eyed demon with a body glowing red, complete with sharp horns, emerging from a crack in space. Xiaoi, upon seeing this, remarked, "As expected, it's captured." Xiaoi handed the camera to Chili so that she could take her turn. She also received the camera from Xiaoi and said, "It's my turn, I'll do it now." She bent down, raised the camera to her eyes, and came up with a plan of her own. "Let's take a picture of the manure pit, so the demon will get a taste of the waste when it dares to come out." On the camera, the image Chili captured showed a demon similar to the one Xiaoi had photographed earlier. However, this one was positioned in a crack in the manure pit. Upon seeing this, Chili laughed loudly. "After following us for so long, it's about time they suffered a little." Once the photo was taken, Chili returned the camera to Xiaoi. After that, Xiaoi shared some information with her. "Alright, on the seventh day, when the demon breaks through the mirror, it will appear in the place where we just took the photo." "We should wait here," Xiaoi said. Upon hearing this, Chili asked, "Break through the mirror? Will it come out of a mirror?" Xiaoi confidently tossed the camera in his hand and replied, "That's right. Those cracks are a reminder that the true location of this secret realm is actually a mirror. From the very beginning, we have been inside this mirror world. The demon outside wants to break in and kill us, but it takes 7 days for them to break the mirror and escape the secret realm. In reality, it is about escaping from this mirror world." After hearing the explanation, Chili felt a bit confused and asked Xiaoi again, "But we can't touch the mirror that we see in our minds, so how can we get out of here?" Xiaoi responded, "When the demon appears tomorrow morning, the broken mirror will appear with it. What we need to do is lure the demons away and escape to the opposite side of the mirror of Son while being chased by them." Chili's body suddenly froze, and she asked Xiaoi carefully, "Wait a minute. What you're saying is that tomorrow when I run away, I have to jump into the pit of dung, right?" Xiaoi turned his back and replied, "Yes." At this moment, Chili grabbed Xiaoyi's hand and anxiously said, "Xiaoi, if you already knew how to leave, why didn't you stop me earlier?" Xiaoi indifferently replied, "I thought you had this particular interest. At first, I wanted to tell you, but I thought the dungeon would end soon anyway." Xiaoi continued nonchalantly, "So I figured I might as well let you indulge for once." She heard that response like a gunshot straight to her head. "What's more," Xiaoi turned around and added, "if you like it, just be brave and do it." Upon hearing this, Chili's heart was filled with emotions, and she felt like breaking down and crying for the foolish mistake she had made. "I really want to die now, I can't even imagine what tomorrow will be like," she whispered, feeling desperate. The situation at this moment was quite serious, as many other players speculated that in order to escape the demonic spirit tide, they needed to wait for the demon in the eye to appear and for the mirror to return them to the real world. Therefore, they all agreed that the spacious terrain would help them escape the pursuit, and they gathered in the square. Strange sounds began to emanate, causing all the players in the area to panic. Demons with sharp fangs and long horns tore through the space and charged at each player, making them scatter in all directions. Screams echoed everywhere. "It's about to come out, run, hurry up." One player, who was too slow, was caught by a demon and had their head torn off. Another player was swallowed whole by the demon. Unlike the other players, Xiaoi calmly stood by, observing as each person was devoured alive. "As expected, it's here," he muttered, his eyes never leaving the scene before him. She also pointed towards the pit and confirmed, "Mine has appeared too." Xiaoi took out a skateboard and confidently pulled Chili towards him. "Get on, we need to lure them away a bit, then head towards the mirror fragment." Chili also agreed and followed Xiaoi. The two tightly held onto each other, gliding swiftly on Xiaoyi's board, disregarding the two demons struggling to chase them from behind.
In the blink of an eye, Xiaoi and Qili had left the demons far behind. As they reached a corner, Xiaoi quickly maneuvered the board, causing it to make a sharp turn and pushing the demons away. At the right moment, according to the plan, Xiaoi signaled Qili to jump off the board. So, each went in a different direction, both making a run toward their respective mirrors. Xiaoi gained speed and leaped directly toward the mirror. At this sight, the viewers watching from the outside quickly posted comments. Xiaoi succeeded. Some comments were full of admiration. Don't say a word, this posture looks really cool. Then there were other comments. Next, we have to see how Qili handles it. That pit of filth really is difficult for anyone. As for Qili, when she ran close to the pit of filth, where the mirror appeared, she quickly jumped into the pit, quickly covered her nose and closed her eyes, accepting her fate. The viewers outside kept posting comments, no hesitation at all. She's truly brave. Some comments stated, I'll be blunt, if it were me, I'd rather die than jump into that pit like she did. I wonder how she'll feel mentally next time she sees a pit like that. Some viewers seemed amused by Qili's actions and commented, whether she'll have psychological trauma from the pit, I don't know, but I'm sure Xiaoi will become the psychological trauma for her. After going through that event, at the Gangster Guild, the system immediately sent out a congratulatory message to players Xiaoi, Xinyu, and by Shu Ji for completing the Secret Realm trial, receiving 60,000 points and the Destiny Treasure Green. Xiaoi stood in front of the announcement board and muttered, not bad, now my points total 76,700, I can buy quite a few pages of the Analects. Xiaoi began searching for other quests, hoping to activate a new major world quest. Soon, a new quest appeared on the announcement board. World Quest, build an airport, recommended level, level 6 and above, recommended number of participants, any. Quest reward, a new map of TS opened and points will be allocated based on contribution. Quest description, finally, you have established a foothold in Guxian town through your own efforts and secured a stable job. However, after discussing with some demonic colleagues, you discover that there is no road leading out of Guxian town. There is only an airport that is yet to be completed, and an airplane that hasn't taken off in years. You want to continue exploring the outside world and seek other companions. The airplane is your only hope, but steel is required to build the airport, which must be obtained from an extremely dangerous factory. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoi rubbed his chin and thought to himself, it seems like I should first go to a steel factory. Isn't completing it supposed to be easy? I'll go to the fruit hospital to finish this month's registration first, and then I can open the factory dungeon when I have the time. The sound of the alarm we heard was Lu Ruoting's alarm with the message, come to my room. Xiaoi and Lu Ruoting sat together on the sofa, chatting. Xiaoi asked, what's going on? Are you sick again? Lu Ruoting immediately replied, no, this time I have something I want to discuss with you. Xiaoi turned to look at Lu Ruoting and waited for the information she was about to share with him. Lu Ruoting continued, Xiaoi, you're a smart person, so you must have figured out that the red demon was just me testing you. It's so weak that it can't pose any threat to me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoi was a little confused and asked, so what exactly do you want me to do? Lu Ruoting closed her eyes, raised her left hand near her head, and a beam of green light appeared on her hand. She then pointed towards a corner, and suddenly a girl appeared, with ram horns on her head and scaly skin covering her body. This was the Red Demon. Lu Ruoting revealed, all the elders of the guild will leave tomorrow. This time, I don't know if they'll come back. I'm leaving the Red Demon in your care. Xiaoi looked at the Red Demon, feeling a bit worried, and asked, where are you going? Lu Ruoting paused for a moment, then slowly answered, the road to immortality. After hearing Lu Ruoting's answer, Xiaoi asked again, what is the road to immortality? Lu Ruoting smiled lightly and replied, right now, you're not yet in a position to understand those things, so let's not talk about it. Lu Ruoting continued explaining, saying, in short, that path is too dangerous, filled with countless omens. Red Demon cannot accompany me, let her enter your spiritual world instead. She can follow you almost everywhere, but you are not allowed to harm her. Upon hearing this, Xiaoi replied, well, that's truly unfortunate. But who told me that I owe you a favor? Then I agree.
Xiaoi extended his hand and took Red Demon's hand, saying, "Come here, welcome to my spiritual world." Red Demon suddenly transformed into a stream of red energy and flew straight into Xiaoyi's mind. This was how Red Demon entered Xiaoyi's spiritual world. Inside Xiaoyi's spiritual world, there were a series of demons chained beneath a tall cliff. The atmosphere here was filled with chaos and evil energy. When they saw Xiaoi and Red Demon standing at the top of the cliff, they began to discuss among themselves, saying, "Come on, my dear, endless suffering awaits you." One of the demons from afar also spoke, "Come, join us in the days of endless torment, away from the sight of the sun." Red Demon, upon seeing this, became a little fearful. She raised her hand to her mouth and asked Xiaoi, "What's down there?" Xiaoi calmly replied, "Don't be afraid, it's just another Xiaoi." Red Demon stretched her arm towards the demons below and absorbed all the chaos. Xiaoi was surprised and asked, "Can you absorb the chaos here?" The Red Demon continued absorbing and replied, "Yes, but the absorption capacity is limited. I can only absorb a little bit each day." Seeing this, Xiaoi raised his hand to the Red Demon's right shoulder and said, "Then let me see how quickly you can speed up the disappearance of chaotic elements in my spiritual world." After sensing a surge of energy from the Red Demon, Xiaoi had thoughts in his mind. "Very well, you've really tripled the speed at which the chaotic elements disappear. In other words, it used to take me 6 months to recover after releasing the possessed persona in just 6 minutes, but now it only takes 2 months. I'm really surprised by the abilities the Red Demon brings. Now I can use it for a few minutes, and with just a few days of rest, I can recover completely." The Red Demon looked at the chaos chained below and swallowed. Xiaoi patted her head and said, "Work hard. If you do well, I'll make sure you get well fed later." Upon hearing this, the Red Demon gently responded, "Yes." Then, Xiaoi called a taxi from the demon. It had been a while since any driver was willing to take him to the steel factory. In the end, Xiaoi had no choice but to ask the warehouse demon to give him a ride. In the car, Xiaoi could see a sign that read, "Go straight for another 200 meters, the steel factory will be ahead." Hearing this, the driver stopped the car and said to Xiaoi, "I can only take you this far." Xiaoi replied, "It's fine, I can walk the rest of the way." "Thank you." When Xiaoi was about to get out of the car, the driver took out a cigarette to smoke and said to Xiaoi, "I will wait for you here for 7 days. If you haven't come out after 7 days, I will leave." Xiaoi merely nodded and continued walking straight ahead. He waved goodbye to the driver, then put his hand in his pocket and confidently walked inside. At the large gate, the system immediately issued a notification, "Do you wish to enter the Great World Dungeon?" Xiaoi confidently responded, "Yes." Strange light beams appeared around Xiaoyi's body, and the system continued to provide relevant information. What kind of dungeon? Main task, investigate the truth behind the decay in steel mills. Hidden task, main task reward, 300 experience points. 15,000 points, hidden task reward, difficulty. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoi was transported to another space. He opened his eyes and heard a greeting, "I am Chen Fei, a former employee responsible for leading this group of new employees." When he fully regained consciousness, Xiaoi realized he was wearing a worker's uniform and standing in a straight line next to other workers. He continued to hear more information. "When you enter the factory, stay alert." The manager speaking was a strange individual, with his brain protruding from his head and connected to various machines all over his body. He continued to give instructions on the rules here. "Of course, aside from working hard, what's more important is that you must adhere to the company rules. These rules will appear near your work area, and your name and position will be listed on your work uniform." Xiaoi quickly raised the nameplate and looked around to see that others nearby were doing the same. When he held the nameplate in his hand, the content was clearly written, "Xiaoi is a transporter." Xiaoi thought to himself, "A transporter? What kind of job is this?" Before he could recover from his surprise, the mutant manager shouted loudly, "Transporters, come over here quickly, don't dawdle." When all the people holding transporter nameplates walked to where he pointed, Xiaoi realized they were concrete wheelbarrows waiting. He then spoke up, "All right, each of you will have a small wheelbarrow to transport rust from the vehicles. There is a list of instructions, please read it yourself." Xiaoi looked at his wheelbarrow, then picked up the paper to read. The contents of the paper were as follows: Factory employee Xiaoi adheres to the rules. 1. No matter the situation, try to avoid any injuries to your body in the factory. 2. If you accidentally get injured, please contact the manager immediately via phone and have an experienced staff member accompany you. Use specialized medicine to wipe the wound several times until a thin layer of medication forms over the wound. 3. If you feel itching on your body, do not scratch with your hands, you can only gently pat or apply pressure to relieve the itch. 4. No fighting. 5. Please do not lose the wheelbarrow during work. 6. All factory employees must wear blue uniforms. Managers are the same. If you see a colleague wearing a gray uniform asking to borrow something from you, do not agree and avoid them. Rules for recording. 7. When you see a colleague wearing red clothes, no matter what you are doing, immediately close your eyes and bow your head for 1 minute. During this time, no matter what you hear, do not open your eyes. 8. If you see your shadow disappear, remember to find a place without sunlight within 5 minutes and quietly wait for the shadow to reappear. 9. The rules and workload on the first day are very simple. Today's work must not be left for tomorrow. 10. No one in the factory wears black clothes. If you see anyone wearing black clothes in the factory, please call the security department as soon as possible and stay in place until the security staff catches the person wearing black clothes. 11. If you want to become an outstanding employee in the factory and secure this lifetime job, remember to follow the above regulations. After reading the rules, Xiaoi thought to himself, I didn't expect the orientation to be about such interesting rules. Seeing this, the people following outside immediately commented, "Brothers, this is the first set of orientation rules, definitely worth looking forward to." Some others commented, "Let's see how Xiaoi arranges this workplace." In the factory's activity area, a young man spoke up, "Are you in charge of weeding around the tree? Your job is to transport the cut grass to the steel mill furnace." The other workers responded, "Yes." The young man then pointed at the 3 workers, chose the most capable ones, and ordered, "You 3, form a group and go over there." In Xiaoyi's group, there were 2 other people, the long-haired guy named Zhang Ming and the bald guy named Ding Xiong. After receiving orders from the manager, all 3 responded, "Yes." The sun blazed, making the air even hotter. The workers, holding their tools, began to get to work, and Xiaoi also approached the work area. Looking at the cart, the system immediately displayed the information. "What is this rust?" Xiaoi wondered. "This is ordinary rust." The workers quickly used scissors to cut the grass on the field. Seeing this, Xiaoi thought, rust forms very quickly in places where the grass is cut. The rule says there must be no wounds left on the body. Therefore, this rust could be an infectious agent. The skin can prevent the spread of this virus. But even the smallest accident could cause injury. Once the wound is exposed to the air, it will be infected. Xiaoi raised his hand to his chin and continued to think about what would happen when rust formed on the body. It's really curious. While he was lost in thought, a worker who had loaded the cart with goods signaled, "It's full now, quickly take it to the steel furnace." Hearing this, Xiaoi responded with the necessary information and carried out the task. After a while, Xiaoi had pushed the cart to the steel furnace. This furnace was built and designed in a very bizarre way, with strange yet haunting images. Pushing the cart inside, Xiaoi met another worker. The man had just received the goods from Xiaoyi's cart and sighed, irritated, "Damn it, every day it's the same damn rust problem. When will this stop?" Seeing the workers continue their tasks right in front of him, Xiaoi thought again, "These gloves seem to be filled with something, there are no dents at all." Xiaoi observed the workers carefully, then noticed some stapler pins on the table covered in blood. Could his hand have been pricked by a needle? Xiaoi wondered. Sneakingly, he picked up a pin, turned his head, and walked outside, silently thinking, I'll take one, maybe it'll serve some purpose. A few minutes later, Xiaoi pushed the cart outside. The scorching sunlight hit his face directly. Why does it feel so different? He thought, it feels like my body is being hollowed out. Under the blinding sun, Xiaoi looked around and noticed something strange. He was startled and thought, is my shadow about to disappear too? Immediately, the system displayed a notification, Rule 8, if you notice your shadow disappearing, make sure to find a place without sunlight within 5 minutes and quietly wait for your shadow to reappear. Xiaoi hurriedly pushed the cart faster, looking for shelter, silently thinking, I need to find some shade quickly. Upon reaching a spot behind a wall, Xiaoi wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a while, Xiaoi sat down, hugged his knees, closed his eyes, and thought, waiting here for a long time, it feels like my strength is gradually recovering. Then Xiaoi looked into the distance, observing the workers at their labor and thought, the shadows of these demons are completely unchanged. Could it be because I'm human, or is there some other reason? Xiaoi turned to look at the carts beside him, then anxiously thought, wait, where are Xiong and Zhang Ming? It seems like demons also need to avoid the sun. So, the fading of my shadow must not be because I'm human, but rather because workers in different departments must follow different rules. Xiaoi continued to observe in the distance and noticed, the color of the clothes of the weeders seems to have faded. Why has the color faded? What consequences will this have? He thought. Suddenly, the system continued to issue a notification. Rule 6, all factory employees must wear green uniforms. The same goes for the manager. If you see a colleague wearing gray clothes asking to borrow something from you, do not agree and quickly avoid them. Before Xiaoi was an image of a worker limping while pushing a cart, but wearing a gray uniform. The system continued to display more notifications. Rule 5, please do not lose the carts while working. Xiaoi thought, this cart must either belong to Xiong or Zhang Ming. The ghost in gray is pushing their cart, I wonder what will happen. The system displayed information about a man in gray, activating neutrality, weakness, no notes, you may talk to him, but do not lend him anything, and do not stay with him for more than 5 minutes. The longer you stay with him, the more dangerous he will become. Soon after, the sun was covered by clouds. Xiong and Zhang Ming returned to the grass field and discovered that the stroller was missing. The two of them stared at the spot where they had left the stroller, still not understanding what was happening. Xiong rubbed his head, where's my stroller? Who took my stroller? Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll beat you until you wet your pants. He glanced over at Xiaoi and noticed a stroller next to him. So, he angrily pointed at Xiaoi, was it you, the sneaky bastard, who hid my stroller? Are you afraid I'll steal your talented staff? Xiaoi remained calm, it wasn't me. However, a voice suddenly rang out, it was him who pushed it. I saw it, his stroller was missing, so he took yours. Both Xiaoi and Xiong turned their heads to look at the person who spoke. He was a high-level ghost or demon. Note, when he was alive, he was a young, dangerous individual, always wanting to show off his muscles and strength in different ways, and enjoyed bullying the weak. His weakness was all over his body. You could kill him, but you would have to pay the price as well. Xiong listened to his words and became even angrier with Xiaoi, you damn bastard. You lost your stroller, and now you've taken mine. Give it back to me. Xiaoi calmly held onto the stroller, what if I don't give it back? You want to steal my stroller? Courageous, I'll give you a surprise. Xiaoi only used one hand to hold the stroller, even though his strength had greatly increased. Even though the opponent was a demon, with this improvement, Xiaoi felt that he could not be defeated. His hand strength was even greater, and now he was not only facing ordinary people, but even demons would have difficulty being his opponent. Xiaoi quickly tossed a nail out. Xiong didn't pay attention and continued to struggle to take the stroller. Xiaoi saw that he still wouldn't give up, so he suddenly let go of the stroller, catching Xiong off guard, causing him to stumble backward. He stepped on the nail that Xiaoi had thrown earlier. Xiong fell heavily to the ground,
shouting in pain, "Who threw nails around like that?" He quickly removed the nail from the sole of his shoe and blamed Xiaoi. It's all your fault for taking my stroller, that's why I got injured. Give it back to me, or I'll beat you to death. Xiaoi kept his calm smile. Are you okay? At this moment, Xiong finally realized something was wrong. The pain from his foot made him grit his teeth. He sat on the ground, took off his shoe, and discovered that something had pierced his foot. The wound kept bleeding, and something strange had entered the wound, causing him even more pain. Xiong curiously reached to touch the wound, but as soon as he lightly touched it, the pain was unbearable. Blood spurted everywhere, and he screamed in utter despair. Unable to endure any longer, he hurriedly called Foreman Chen Fei. "My foot's been punctured, it's all Xiaoyi's fault for taking my stroller. Come save me." After making the call, he looked at Xiaoi and smiled smugly. "You despicable human, you're done for. Supervisor Chen Fei is on his way. If he finds out that you lost your own car and took mine, you'll be kicked out of the factory." However, Xiaoi didn't seem to care at all, he was more concerned about himself. Xiong looked at his own leg. "Why are these rust spots growing on me? I can't move my leg anymore." In the distance, a figure dragging a chain appeared. It was none other than Supervisor Chen Fei, looking fierce. He asked, "Who called?" Xiong quickly raised his hand. "It was me, Supervisor Chen, this treacherous human stole my trolley." But Supervisor Chen didn't listen. Instead, he focused on Xiong's wound. "How long has this wound been there?" Xiong truthfully answered, "A few minutes." Hearing that it had only been a few minutes, Supervisor Chen was very surprised. He quickly chained Xiong's neck. "Hurry and follow me to the medical room, quickly. If we're late, it might be too late." The people around, seeing Xiong being led away by Supervisor Chen, were also curious and looked towards the medical room. They then told each other, "Go back to work, stop looking, I've always found it strange, I hope Xiong will be okay." After everyone had left, Xiaoi bent down to find the nail he had thrown earlier. "Strange, where did the nail go? I clearly threw it right here just now. It could have been moved by Xiong." After searching for a while, Xiaoi finally found the nail lying next to the pool of blood flowing from Xiong's leg. Rust usually does not change the shape of the original item. Therefore, the rust here is not as simple as ordinary rust. It is just uncertain whether this rust can also change other things. A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, catching Zhao Yi's attention. This cloud was so large that the sun was momentarily hidden, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Yi quickly filled the cart with grass, then he started to fill up a second cart. After discarding the load, the sun was about to emerge. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Yi sighed, "Just finished filling up a cart of grass, and the sun is coming out now. Hurry up to the steel furnace room, it'll be fine." Zhao Yi pushed the cart and quickly entered the furnace room. At that moment, he sighed in relief. Luckily, his speed had increased significantly, and he ran fast enough. Outside, a person was crying for help, his body quickly melting, and the comments flooded in. "What's happening? Did he get melted by the sun? That's horrible. If I were Zhao Yi, I wouldn't dare to save him. What if I get melted instead?" The man being melted continued to plead, "I don't want to die, help me." But it was too late, his body had already melted, and rust enveloped him. Someone commented, "What exactly is this rust? It completely covers Zhang Ming's body." Zhao Yi leaned against the door and remarked, "This process, who would have thought? Too bad I have to deliver goods, I'm too busy to watch." Then, he continued pushing the cart. The viewers kept commenting, "I can't hold back anymore." He even watched with a more intense stare because he felt it wasn't twisted enough, and it didn't feel right with Zhao Yi. Like Zhao Yi, another person was also working in the factory. He trembled as he held a package of goods, muttering curses under his breath. "Don't let me find out who put the staples in the sealed bag, or I'll kill him." Zhao Yi looked at the trembling arm, his hand shaking more. It seemed that after the staples had scratched his hand, he hadn't gone to the medical room for treatment. However, this was a good thing for Xiaoi,
as he might be able to use it to his advantage. About 10 minutes later, Xiong returned, leaning on a cane, his leg missing on one side. Foreman Shen pushed a cart toward him. "I'm sorry to inform you, but after the injury became rusty, it cannot be regenerated. Also, I'll ask Xiaoi about the cart issue later. Right now, there happens to be a cart here. Zhang Ming, for not following the rules, has died. His cart is available for you to use." Xiong happily accepted the cart and thanked the foreman. Foreman Shen turned to Xiaoi, asking him to follow him. Xiaoi agreed. Xiong looked toward Foreman Shen and Xiaoi. "This kid is definitely done for. The foreman is sure to punish him." In an area of the factory where no one was around, Foreman Shen advised Xiaoi, "This place is not suitable for someone like you. It's too dangerous for you to work here. I can help you with the resignation paperwork. You should leave quickly." These words made Xiaoi hide his emotions. It seemed that this person was still a good one. Xiaoi coughed lightly, changing his expression. "Actually, I am a special agent of the Super Time Space Division. The future world has gone through sudden changes. Guxian Town is in danger. The source of this danger is this factory, and the danger level is at the dragon level." These groundless words left Supervisor Chen full of questions. Before he could hear all the information, Xiaoi continued, "We reverse time and space, traveling through countless times in the past and carrying out special operations. The purpose is to save the past, and the code name for this operation is Creed." After hearing this, Supervisor Chen also found it hard to believe. "Is there any evidence to prove what you're saying?" Xiaoi summoned a real estate deed. "This is my identification. Special Agent A7, codename James, Lu Laohan." Supervisor Chen still refused to believe. "A time-space special agent? That's too absurd. And this code name, it doesn't sound like something that could pass a background check." Xiaoi knew he didn't believe him, so he conjured up a machine. "I know you don't believe me. Look, I brought a time-space travel machine here. Just put something inside and set the time for time travel, and you can travel back to the past." But Supervisor Chen still retorted, "No matter how I look at it, this doesn't resemble a high-tech time-space travel product. It looks more like a meat processing machine." Xiaoi called out to him, "If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Supervisor Chen, after hearing this, actually decided to try it with some wood first. The piece of wood was quickly thrown into the machine, then shattered into many fragments. Foreman Shen clearly realized at that moment that this was a metal crusher. Xiaoi raised his hand to make an X sign, repeatedly speaking, with a facial expression that seemed to suggest something. Upon hearing this, Foreman Shen was speechless. Not stopping there, Xiaoi continued to captivate Foreman Shen. "Well, actually, these fragments have been here since the master crafted this machine to deceive others. Specifically, it has developed a function that can analyze the structure of the objects entering, transporting them back in time, while crushing similar fragments like this. By doing this, others will mistake it for a regular shredder rather than a time-traveling machine." Foreman Shen could not believe his eyes. He asked again to confirm, "Is that true?" Xiaoi further manipulated his mind. "Of course it's true. If it weren't for the mission, why would I, a human being, come to such a dangerous place and step into this quagmire?" Upon hearing this, Foreman Shen felt that this reason was indeed irrefutable. "So, what did you say earlier about a terrible disaster happening in Guxian Town in the future? And that the disaster originated from the processing plant?" Hearing Foreman Shen's question, Xiaoi showed a mysterious expression. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but these matters are too dangerous, especially for someone like you. It's better not to know." Foreman Shen thought that Xiaoi was underestimating him, looking down on him. "I am one of the few workers wearing a red shirt in this factory." Hearing the name of the employee in red clothing, Xiaoi immediately recalled Rule 7. He couldn't help but wonder, could Manager Chen be the employee in red that Rule 7 refers to? So why is he wearing blue clothes now? Xiaoi rubbed his chin, thinking carefully, then looked at Manager Chen. "This is a confidential mission. If you want to know, you must join us. But when you participate, you could be sacrificed at any time. Are you willing to risk your life to save this world?" Manager Chen listened to Zhao Yi's tone and thought, there must be a large organization behind him. His childhood dream had been to become a great hero, riding a colorful cloud to save the world.
Isn't this what he himself had always wanted?
Manager Chen looked at Zhao Yi seriously, without hesitation.
I am willing. Zhao Yi nodded. The organization is willing to recruit you, but you need to swear from the bottom of your heart. Next, I will say a line, and you repeat it after me. Manager Chen stood upright, without any objections. Zhao Yi began reciting the line, and Chen Fei repeated it. The long night is coming, I will stand guard from today until I die. I will not take a wife, seize land, or have children. I will not compete for glory. I will be faithful and diligent, even if I am alone, I will never retreat. I will fight to the last moment and shed my last drop of blood. When Manager Chen reached this line, he couldn't hold back his emotions, and tears started welling up in his eyes from the overwhelming feeling. The system notified the affection level of Chen Fei towards Zhao Yi, and although it was just a few simple lies, it still caused his affection for Zhao Yi to increase. Zhao Yi reached out and grabbed the jagged arm of Chen Fei. Comrade Chen Fei, congratulations on joining our organization. If you've participated in the mission to rescue Guxian Town this time, then you must continue to cooperate with me going forward. Chen Fei respectfully responded, please tell me, Boss Chen, how should I cooperate? I will definitely do my best. Having gained Chen Fei's trust, Zhao Yi wanted to know more about the specific situation of the factory. Why do the grass and people rust, and what are the factory rules about? Chen Fei didn't expect Zhao Yi to ask about this, but he was happy to provide the information. I heard the boss before mention that this steel factory has been around for a very long time. It was built long before Guxian Town. Originally, it was a rather special laboratory. There's something in the steel factory that can affect the living creatures around it. Within a certain range, as long as the surface of a living creature is injured, it will be sensed. Then, it takes advantage of the rust to swallow it. Afterward, it consumes the rust and spits out high-quality steel. This steel is processed and purchased by the construction team of Guxian Town. But I don't know what that thing is. I only know it's probably underground. After all, the rust materials have always been transported underground. Chen Fei also added, as for the rules of the factory, they were created by a machine left behind by the factory developers. It's said that the rules can protect the workers here from being harmed by mysterious powers. Do you remember the description of the clothes with 4 colors? Zhao Yi responded, I remember. Chen Fei continued, the workers' uniforms are specially tailored. If a worker is infected with rust, the color of their uniform will fade, and at a certain point, they will become workers in gray uniforms. These types of employees are referred to by the manager as rust corpses. They look like ordinary workers, but in reality, they are very dangerous. If they manage to borrow anything from you, or if you stay around them too long, you will disappear. The workers in red uniforms also wear blue uniforms during the day and change into red uniforms at night to manage the regular workers. Wearing the red uniform immediately allows them to spot any worker whose blue uniform has faded, even just a little, and then take action against them. After hearing the foreman's story, Xiaoi realized, so the red uniforms can only be changed at 9 p.m. Do you know where the workers who disappeared went? Chen Fei replied, I've never seen them again. Xiaoi asked further, what about the workers wearing black uniforms? Chen Fei explained, I've worked in factories for decades and have never seen anyone in a black uniform, but I've heard the boss mention it before. He told me that 100 years ago, someone in black clothes appeared at the factory. After this person in black appeared, something incredibly terrible happened in the factory because it wasn't reported promptly to the security department. A massacre took place at the steel factory. Most of the people in the security room were killed, and many other workers were also killed or injured. Everywhere was covered in blood and rust stains, as if it were hell. Hearing this, Xiaoi seemed to be reasoning, wondering, if the person wearing black was so powerful that they killed all the security personnel in the guardroom, how could the boss and his words have survived? This question also made Chen Fei recall something.
It was strange indeed, the demon in black uniform had not killed all the demons at that time. After killing nearly all the demons in the factory, they suddenly stopped the killing and left, as if they had received some kind of order.
We don't know where it went in the end.
But the boss mentioned to me that he had obtained the surveillance footage from the guard room and didn't see anyone in black leaving the factory. So, the boss finally gave up and resigned to go back to his hometown.
Xiaoi seemed to understand the story of the factory.
He made a plan and told Chen Fei, your position on the construction site is higher than mine. You should find a way to investigate information related to the rust marks in this factory.
I will come to find you later.
Supervisor Chen agreed with Xiaoi but also advised him to be careful with the new demons, they have a strong hostility towards you and may harm you. Also, I have a bottle of medicine that I grabbed from the infirmary.
Take it with you.
If you get injured, spray the medicine directly on the wound.
Supervisor Chen handed the bottle of medicine to Xiaoi.
The system scanned the bottle and displayed the information, product, Super Glue 502, disposable quality product. Along with some lengthy descriptions and a tragic comic love story related to this type of glue. The effect is to apply or spray it on the surface of objects to form a thin film. This film hardens after 1 minute and forms adhesive force. Of course, you can also spray it on wounds to prevent infection and stop bleeding. Quote from the manufacturer, a week after the release of Medical Adhesive 502, I was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine.
It's so strange. Supervisor Chen also added, if the wound gets struck by lightning, cut off the nearby skin first, then spray it.
Xiaoi held the bottle of glue in his hand, thinking to himself, 502 glue, perhaps when the manufacturer made this product, they never imagined that it would eventually be used as a medical product. Returning to the factory's working area, the two demons were still talking to each other.
That human kid is really pathetic.
Using Supervisor Chen's help to teach him a lesson, so he knows that not all trash can work at the steel factory. Ing Xiong chimed in, exactly. And yet, he dares to compete for the position of outstanding employee with us.
This human race really doesn't know the meaning of sky and earth.
Suddenly, from afar, Xiaoi was humming while pushing the cart.
Ing Xiong questioned his companion, boss, why is that guy back? The companion also wondered, is that really Xiaoi? Didn't he get dealt with by Supervisor Chen?
He stared at Xiaoi, who was humming.
Xiaoi glanced at him and said, do you know what?
This afternoon, you're going to face some big trouble.
Xiaoi's provocation made him furious, and he said, what can you do?
But Xiaoi just waved at him with a cheerful salute, then washed his eyes in anticipation. Not yet done teasing the demon, Xiaoi turned around leisurely, humming a few words.
He was extremely angry, how dare someone be arrogant with him?
He was determined to find a chance to teach Xiaoi a lesson. He glanced over at the patch of grass, as if planning something. In the factory's dining room, the workers were picking up their meals and finding seats. 2 bottles of wine suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoi, drawing his attention.
Brother Xiaoi, I truly feel embarrassed.
What happened this morning was my fault, and I apologize to you. I hope you'll be generous and not hold a grudge. This bottle of wine is a small gesture from me.
If you don't mind, let's share a bottle together.
Xiaoi felt that if there was no reason for kindness, it was either deceit or a trap. He smiled slightly as he looked at the bottle of wine in front of him. He opened the bottle and poured it onto the floor in front of the demon. From the bottle, Xiaoi took out a piece of some grass, which was his way of showing sincerity. The other man remained tight-lipped.
Brother Xiaoi, don't slander me.
You clearly took it out of your own pocket, he retorted.
A shout from afar caught both of their attention, what are you two doing?
The demon quickly took advantage of the situation and pointed at Xiaoi. Supervisor, this Xiaoi is so malicious that he secretly put some kind of grass into the bottle and tried to trick me into drinking with him. But what he didn't know was that Chen Fei had joined Xiaoi's side, and so it was Xiaoi who ended up getting whipped with a chain by Chen Fei. Chen Fei stepped forward and said, you don't even know how to lie properly. That bottle of wine you haven't drunk is clearly in your hand. I just saw you take 2 bottles of wine and do something with them.
Do you think I'm an idiot?
Hearing this, the man's face turned pale.
Supervisor, I really didn't.
Chen Fei threw him onto the floor and warned him, causing him to yell, "Damn it, dare to cause trouble at my place, next time I will kill you." Xiaoi, seeing the sight of his face smashing onto the floor, mocked, "Wow, your prostate is a great break." Supervisor Chen turned to Xiaoi and casually said, "You keep eating, I'll handle things here, there won't be any accidents with me around."
Xiaoi lightly thanked him.
The two exchanged words but didn't notice the sinister gaze behind them. It turned out that behind them was a demon dressed in red. MNHTN, who was irritated by Supervisor Chen, said, "Chen Fei, you won't be arrogant for much longer.
I will definitely find a way to deal with you."
At noon, after being scolded by Chen Fei, although MNHTN was extremely jealous of Xiaoi, he didn't dare to openly cause trouble. However, deep inside, he still hated Xiaoi. Xiaoi pushed the cart into the steel workshop as usual to work. Inside, there was someone sitting who caught Xiaoyi's attention. It turned out to be the young man who had been pierced by the rusty nail. Xiaoi noticed that his clothes were about to turn gray, and he was curious to see what would happen next. Xiaoi was loading hay onto the conveyor belt while observing him. Suddenly, the man stood up and smiled with a strange expression. "Hello, may I ask, could I borrow it?" Xiaoi shook his head. "Sorry, I can't lend it to you, I need it myself."
"But I know someone who can lend it to you."
"However, he's a bit shy, so you might need to pester him for a while before he agrees to lend it to you."
Hearing that, the man asked, "Who is lending it to me?"
Xiaoi smiled and looked at him. "Follow me, I'll take you to him."
Xiaoi pushed the cart, leading him along while talking and laughing. "Do you think that Ghost looks very smart in his outfit? Just borrow something from him." The man, with a strange smile, still asked, "What if he doesn't lend it to me?"
"Then you just wait by his side," Xiaoi answered.
"Stand there and wait." The man continued to ask, "What if he runs away?"
Xiaoi remained confident. "Then you chase after him." Xiaoi continued, "He's just a weak-hearted ghost, after 5 minutes, he won't be able to resist and will agree to lend you something." With this full answer, the man, now completely a rusted corpse, happily moved towards the demon. Xiaoi thought, back in the steel forging room, "To make this rusted corpse trust me, I injected some negative personalities into it." Xiaoi once again speculated, "This action made me realize that its spirit seems to be connected to some giant monster.
Could it be the one Chen Fei mentioned, hiding underground?"
If that's the case, then it could be inferred that the employee in gray clothes has been turned into a puppet, controlled by the rust source. This rust not only corrodes their bodies but also their minds. While Xiaoi was still lost in thought, a scream came from ahead, "Don't follow me anymore." The corpse lunged at him with a face full of anger, ignoring the fear in his eyes. He felt utterly confused, unable to understand why someone like Xiaoi could make such a corpse borrow something from him.
A question rang in his mind: why do so many people keep borrowing my things? Am I eating at your place? Or using your bathroom?
Suddenly, the system emitted a notification: all factory staff wear blue uniforms.
The managers do too.
If you see a colleague wearing a gray uniform asking to borrow something from you, do not agree and quickly stay away from them. He glared at Xiaoi angrily, cursing him inwardly. He felt deceived, just as Xiaoi had said earlier. As expected, something would happen this afternoon, and this corpse is Xiaoyi's creation.
This damned human actually dared to plot against me.
He thought furiously, his hand gripping a pair of grass shears, ready to deal with Xiaoi. "You dare to mess with me, I'll kill you," he growled, his eyes bloodshot. But the corpse did not stop, it continued chasing him, like a bloodthirsty monster.
"Why won't you let me borrow it?" "Why?" the corpse asked firmly, refusing to give up. Finally, when the corpse reached him, he couldn't react in time and could only scream, "Let me go." In self-defense, he pulled out the shears and attacked, but this only made the corpse angrier. "You dare hit me? Let me borrow it." The corpse screamed, its hand still gripping the scissors tightly. However, the shears didn't harm it at all, and he began to panic,
it must be because this corpse is too tough. He guessed, one cut and it barely made a dent. Seeing the corpse getting closer, he couldn't stay still and urgently shouted, "Quick, call manager Chen over, hurry up." But SC still reached out his hand toward him, "Lend it to me." The rusty corpse was strangling the corpse demon, continuing to say, "Lend me yours." Xiaoi witnessed this scene, sighing inwardly, the corpse demon is definitely going to die. I really don't want to watch it, so I might as well go and check out that mysterious human head in the steel forging room while no one's around. After the rusty corpse killed the corpse demon, it turned to look at Xiaoi, who was pushing the cart. Xiaoyi's expression was almost overtaken by something. "He won't lend it to me, you lend it to me." Xiaoi stared at the demon head beside him, the cart still piled high with grass. The huge demon head, with its sharp fangs, opened and closed its mouth repeatedly, making Xiaoi curious, "What's underneath? I really want to know." The rusty corpse, after killing the corpse demon, continued to follow Xiaoi, "Lend me your stuff. I want to borrow something from you." It kept repeating the same sentence. Xiaoi looked at it and clicked his tongue, "I shouldn't have come here." The rusty corpse had completely lost its awareness, only knowing to rush at Xiaoi and repeatedly say, "Lend me." Feeling bothered by it, Xiaoi summoned the property certificate of Old Man Lu and used it to forcefully seal the monster within a 5-meter radius for 10 seconds. Then, Xiaoi took a surgical knife and stabbed it into the rusty corpse's head. He had originally planned to kill it slowly, but if it was seeking death so eagerly, he would send it off first. Xiaoyi's surgical knife split the rusty corpse in half. He said, "That's right, really thank you for killing the Siho demon for me. That little brat was such a nuisance, always trying to jump on top of me." As the rusty corpse was sliced in half, the system immediately displayed a notification, "Congratulations, you have successfully destroyed the rusty corpse. Your soul weapon has absorbed some undefined memes and is being calibrated. The meme has been successfully calibrated and is now being aligned with the Dark God's meme. The alignment was unsuccessful, and the mismatched memes are attempting to merge. Power. You received a bit of damage, and the power of the Reaper grows stronger." After the system notification, Xiaoi could only sigh about the meme. He looked at the wide-open demon mouth. "The creatures from which I can extract memes must be extremely dangerous and powerful when they were alive. This rusty corpse clearly isn't one of them, it's the massive monster behind it that's controlling this rusty corpse. I really can't wait any longer to see what it really is." Xiaoi licked his lips as he stared into the demon's open mouth, which was dark and bottomless. "It's too deep. If I jump directly in, no matter what terrifying things are guarding down there, they'll kill me at this height. I need to find something to try it out with." Thinking this, Xiaoi summoned an item, a hunter's shotgun. These items were bound to him. As long as he didn't give them to other players or NPCs and stayed alive, he could reclaim them at any time. Of course, the distance couldn't be too unreasonable. Xiaoi threw the gun into the mouth of the demon's head and stretched out his hand to listen. 10 seconds later, there was some movement. It seemed like it had fallen to the ground. After that, he retrieved the gun. The fact that he could retrieve the gun meant that the distance was not too deep. The gun's durability had not been reduced at all, meaning it hadn't taken any damage. He thought, "It seems that as long as I can avoid the teeth of the giant human head and safely enter its throat, by going down its throat, I might reach the bottom. But now, I don't know if there's something terrifying down there. It's best to send someone down first." At this moment, the system displayed a notification, "You have retrieved the item, the hunter's shotgun." At the factory, Chen Fei was gathering the workers. He announced, "Although some unexpected events occurred today and 2 employees have permanently left us, your performance has been acceptable. Also, since Xiaoi violated the 4th rule of the steel furnace today, he should have been expelled from the factory, but because Xiaoi contributed to killing the rusty corpse, his punishment has been reduced. Xiaoi will not be allowed to eat tonight and will have to keep watch overnight." After announcing the recent situation, Chen Fei dismissed the meeting. When most people had moved away, Chen Fei approached Xiaoi, "Brother, you nearly lost your life today, but fortunately, the factory is short on manpower recently. Moreover, I have some connections within the factory that helped protect you." Hearing Chen Fei talk about his achievements, Xiaoi praised him. Special Forces Chen Fei, you did a great job.
Next time, I will report to the organization.
Flattered, Chen Fei proudly thanked him. Thank you, Zhao brother. We are all Special Forces of Jia Zhao, helping each other is what we should do. Then he looked around as if he remembered something. Right, big brother, the matter you asked me to investigate has some clues now.
Xiaoi turned to look at Chen Fei. What is it? Chen Fei replied, I know a clerk in the HR department.
I had helped him with some small tasks before, so today he gave me a list. It records the personnel situation of the factory over the years, with 30 to 100 workers turning into gray-clad workers and dying each month. They could be blue-collar or red-collar workers.
Xiaoi looked at the list, where names like La Hai, Li Ling, and Xia Fei appeared. While reading, Xiaoi asked, Chen Fei, do you know who the rusty corpse I killed today is?
Chen Fei seemed to be trying to recall. The employee who turned into the rusty corpse today seems to be named Shinjin. Upon hearing the name he needed, Xiaoi looked back at the list to find more. On the list, the name Shinjin appeared, along with the position of steel melting worker, and the start date of December 22, 2022. Xiaoi deduced after looking at Shinjin's name, the man in black not only didn't leave the factory, but he also kept killing. The employees on this list seem to have encountered accidents, turned into rusty corpses, and were then dealt with. He added, but in reality, if you were a bit more careful, you would have noticed something very frightening.
Chen Fei curiously asked, what is that frightening thing?
Zhao Yi's gaze changed, and he replied, none of the employees on the list in recent years have survived for more than a year. I used to think that someone accidentally put a stapler in the bag, which caused Shinjin to be stabbed and turn into a rusty corpse. But now, it seems that the death of any employee in this factory is by no means accidental. All these deaths are carefully planned murders. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei asked, but boss, I've been here for several years, why haven't anything happened to me? Xiaoi informed him, you should be thankful that you arrived early. Chen Fei listened but still didn't understand, so Xiaoi continued to explain, the list of employee additions and reductions in the factory in recent years shows that the older employees, like you, are not on that list, which is why you are not in the scope of the hunting by the person in the black suit. But I guess there are other reasons why he hasn't killed you. Think about it, what do your old colleagues have that the new employees don't? Chen Fei pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. I know now. It's authority. In the beginning, there were many employees who died in the factory. Later, not long after I joined, didn't the boss resign? He transferred his authority to me. He continued, in the factory, besides changing into the red uniform at 9:00 p.m. to handle the gray uniformed employees, I am also responsible for leading each new staff member, just like now. After hearing the information from Chen Fei, Xiaoi continued to speculate that this might be why he was still alive today. Perhaps the killer behind the scenes saw employees with authority like them as tools. They were usually responsible for running the factory, while the killer was in charge of the bloodshed. Chen Fei was horrified upon hearing this. What is this? Wasn't I always an accomplice of that terrifying executioner? Xiaoi advised, don't think about it. Go back as usual, don't reveal any flaws. Next, pay attention to investigating the steel production in the factory. If there are any actions later, I will inform you. Chen Fei agreed immediately after hearing this. During dinner at the canteen, Meng Sun, while holding a food tray, deliberately brushed his hand against Lu Jia, causing him to shout out in discomfort. After causing the commotion, he patted Lu Jia on the shoulder and said, sorry, I accidentally bumped my foot into the chair just now. Lu Jia looked at him, puzzled, isn't this the foreman from the neighboring team? It seems like he stuffed something into the collar of my shirt. Lu Jia instinctively felt an itch on his neck and reached behind his neck. Coincidentally, he pulled out a piece of paper. On the paper, it was written, 12:30 a.m. tonight, 3rd floor bathroom, meet at the 5th stall. Looking at the appointment time on the paper, Lu Jia muttered to himself, what's going on? At midnight, Lu Jia was waiting for Meng Sun in the restroom, looking upset. Why isn't he here yet? Is he trying to play me? Isn't it ridiculous to wait here in the restroom? Meng Sun entered in a red uniform, surprising Lu Jia. He recalled rule number 7, when you see a colleague wearing red clothes, no matter what you're doing, immediately close your eyes and bow your head for 1 minute. During this time, even if you hear something, do not open your eyes. Seeing that Lu Jia was following the rule, Meng Sun spoke, "All right, there's no one here, no need to do that. I'm just here to give you something. Take it." Lu Jia turned and looked, puzzled. "What is this?" Meng Sun instructed, "Later, go to the place where you work during the day and put this black water egg there. Wait for Chen Fei to approach, then press the remote start button." Lu Jia, hearing this, became scared, "But Chen Fei is my supervisor. I don't think this is a good idea." Meng Sun immediately offered more benefits. "After you finish this, I can help you take Chen Fei's position. Will you do it?" Lu Jia, lured by the immediate benefits, agreed, "Okay, if I can do it, I'll do it." Meng Sun, of course, also made a promise, "Of course, and after you finish this, you must keep the secret for me." Lu Jia smiled maliciously, "Don't worry, boss. I may not have much ability, but my mouth is tight." The two people quickly left after their discussion. Xiaoi, who was in the nearby restroom, had overheard everything. He thought, "Are these two guys really evil? Discussing something like that and then running into the restroom, almost giving me constipation. How can a clean place like the restroom be used by such filthy people to plot harm behind others' backs? I must inform Chen Fei immediately." Xiaoi contacted Chen Fei. "Chen Fei, I just overheard in the restroom that a ghost in a red robe has bribed an employee and is planning to harm you during tonight's patrol. What should we do? Is there a way to counter this?" On the other end of the line, Chen Fei responded, "Yes. As long as that employee can stand up and identify the red-robed ghost and pass the factory's lie detection test successfully, the issue can be resolved. If the red-robed ghost sets a trap, I will be severely punished and stripped of my position. Let me know the employee's physical characteristics, and I will meet with him right away and try to convince him to change his ways." It's not too late. However, Xiaoi stopped him, "Don't go. He might not listen to you. Let me handle this, I don't need to sleep tonight. I have a way to make that guy face a backlash tomorrow." Meanwhile, outside, Lu Jia was gathering some kind of herb. He guessed, according to the red-robed ghost, Chen Fei will be here to patrol soon. Once that happens, all I need to do is press the button on my hand, and I can blow up Chen Fei and become the new supervisor. From afar, Lu Jia quickly found a hiding spot when he saw Chen Fei's silhouette. He chose to hide behind a wall and thought to himself, "As long as I stay behind this wall, I can remain hidden and clearly observe Chen Fei's movements. The moment he reaches the firing range, I'll press the remote control button immediately." However, when he turned around, Lu Jia saw Xiaoi crouching, holding a surgical knife, and smiling at him with a startled expression. Lu Jia trembled and pointed at Xiaoi, "What are you doing here?" Xiaoi looked at the knife in his hand and replied, "Someone told me you know things you shouldn't. After you kill Chen Fei, I'll kill you. That way, I can take Chen Fei's position." Lu Jia's face turned pale. "What? No wonder the man in the red cloak told me to keep it a secret when he left. Turns out, he had prepared a backup plan, intending to kill me directly once everything was over." Lu Jia thought for a moment and, feeling a surge of righteousness, sat down. "Brother, no, boss, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you still can't take Chen Fei's position." Xiaoi pretended to be surprised. "Why do you say that?" Lu Jia continued, "Boss, let me ask you something first. The person who sent you to kill me, was he a red-clad ghost who had his abdomen cut open? Inside, it wasn't internal organs, but complicated electronic devices, right?" Xiaoi wore a curious expression. "How do you know?" Lu Jia was completely furious. "Big brother, we've been tricked by him. He told me to kill Chen Fei, promised me Chen Fei's position, and then told you to kill me. Perhaps he promised you Chen Fei's position as well. This shows that this guy is basically a con artist. He told you to kill me, and then sent someone to kill you. He's really a fraud." Xiaoi pretended to be surprised. "Is that so?"
Lu Jie grabbed Xiaoyi's shoulder. Big brother, why don't we just make a clean break? Either we don't do it, or if we do it thoroughly. We should go directly and kill that old fraud in red. In his heart, Lu Jie was thinking, this new guy had a solo fight with a rusty corpse this morning, and there's a good chance he'll beat that red-robed ghost. Even if he can't win, at least he can take the chance to escape amidst the chaos. Xiaoi shook his head. No, the strength of the red-robed ghost is very powerful. If I fight him, it'll just lead to more red-robed ghosts. It's too troublesome. If we want to kill that con artist, I have another way. When Lu Jie heard this, his eyes lit up as he focused on Xiaoyi's words. You have a way to deal with Meng Sun? Xiaoi nodded. This morning, Chen Fei told me that they are powerful ghosts with authority and can't be harmed easily. If personal matters are mixed with official duties, their authority will be stripped, and they'll face severe punishment. But tomorrow, as long as you stand up and expose the evil actions of that red-robed con artist and pass the lie detector test, he won't be able to escape. Chen Fei will save his life for you and will definitely see you as an outstanding employee. Lu Jie also thought this approach sounded good, but he was still cautious. What about you? Why didn't you stand up and point that out? Don't you want to be an outstanding employee? Xiaoi then gave his reason. You fool, are we the same? You're a ghost, I'm a human. If you step forward and face the storm, they'll see you as a hero and admire you. But if I step up, they might especially envy me and want to kill me. Think about it, does it make sense? Lu Jie clapped his hands as if he had just realized the truth, then patted Xiaoi on the shoulder. You're right, my friend, let's do it this way. Xiaoi grinned, pleased that his plan had worked. The next morning, Lu Jie went to the administration building and reported the incident where someone had attempted to harm Chen Fei and passed the lie detector test. The director ordered the guards, you all go and call Meng Sun and Chen Fei here, I want to directly interrogate them. The guards swiftly complied. A few minutes later, both Chen Fei and Meng Sun arrived. The director spoke, from now on, you have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will become evidence in court. Now, take the lie detector test. Meng Sun, you're a veteran of the factory, you know the rules very well, I want an explanation. At this point, both Meng Sun and Chen Fei stood in the lie detector testing area. Meng Sun looked at the lie detector and thought, in front of the lie detector, I can't lie. So, what I must do is create confusion between truth and falsehood, turning my behavior's motive into a legitimate one. Only then can I escape the interrogation. Recently, director, yesterday I saw Chen Fei talking to a staff member in the cafeteria, throwing a ghost directly out of the dining hall, so I had to take action against Chen Fei. Meng Sun began to show his cunning, and the machine indicated that he had passed the test. The director, hearing this, asked Chen Fei, what happened? Chen Fei also honestly explained, that ghost wasn't focused on his work and stuffed a piece of moldy grass into a bottle of wine, trying to trick Xiaoi into drinking it. Fortunately, Xiaoi didn't drink it. I saw through his scheme, so I went to make him take responsibility. But instead of admitting his mistake, he tried to blame Xiaoi, so I got angry and threw him out. Chen Fei's detailed testimony was also approved by the machine. Chen Fei continued to present his view. I think if Meng Sun had paid attention to the site at that moment, he would have seen that the ghost was trying to harm Xiaoi or even kill him. So, just now, when he avoided this serious issue and switched the topic to me, was he trying to escape the charge of attempting to harm me? Meng Sun's expression became unstable. At this moment, he cursed inwardly and directly asked, so, I can't avoid the true motive now, what should I do? The director turned to interrogate Meng Sun, why did you want to kill Chen Fei? Answer my question honestly. At this moment, Meng Sun had no way out, so he said, actually, he told me to do it. The director was surprised and asked, who is he? However, Meng Sun only hugged his neck and managed to groan in pain. He used all his strength to say one sentence, he is about to descend, and your time is running out. We will meet again soon. After finishing his words, Meng Sun collapsed to the floor, trembling, and then fell silent. The director looked at Meng Sun's body on the floor and muttered to himself, he is about to descend, who is he? Chen Fei remained silent in the middle of the room, but he was extremely confused inside. This was definitely not normal. He had to remember everything that was happening at the scene and later tell Xiaoi, his big brother. However, right now, he still had to follow Xiaoyi's instructions and direct the focus towards Lu Jia. Chen Fei turned to Lu Jia, "Haven't you done the lie detector test yet?" When Lu Jia heard his name, he shuddered and quickly agreed to take the test. Chen Fei continued to ask, "After Meng Sun contacted you last night, you must have taken his weapon to kill me, right?" Lu Jia trembled and denied it, but his lie triggered the alarm. Lu Jia tried to justify himself, "No, listen to my explanation. At first, I really wanted to kill you, but then I gave up." At this moment, the lie detector turned green, confirming that Lu Jia's words were true. The director, after witnessing this, also announced the decision. According to the factory's regulations, the crime of attempted murder will be punished equally. Guards, take Lu Jia outside for processing. Lu Jia, in panic, pleaded, "Please, director, spare me just this once. I was momentarily misled by evil forces, I didn't do it on purpose." At this point, Chen Fei spoke up to ask the director, "Boss, could you leave this person to me to handle?" The director hesitated but implicitly agreed, "All right then." Although the rules prohibit personal matters, since he tried to kill you, it is only natural that you would want revenge. In any case, no matter what method you use, he must not appear in the factory again. Chen Fei promised, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely kill this little bastard." Lu Jia was tied up by Chen Fei and locked in a room. He thought, "I'm done for, really done for. Chen Fei locks me in here and then goes out, he will surely find tools to torture me. I shouldn't have trusted Xiaoi. This cunning human never speaks a word of truth." Lu Jia gritted his teeth in frustration but couldn't do anything. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Xiaoi entered, causing Lu Jia to freeze in surprise. "Xiaoi, why are you here?" Xiaoi untied Lu Jia, "If you want to live, don't make a sound, follow me." Xiaoi led Lu Jia toward the mouth of the monster. He could no longer stay in the factory because of the guards at the door, and he couldn't go outside either. "I know a place that can help you survive, but you must help me with a few things," he said. Lu Jia hated Xiaoi. He wished he could skin this human alive right then and there. But now, under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head, so he could only relent. "What do you want me to do?" Xiaoi pointed to the wide-open mouth of the monster. "Go down into this skull's mouth, see what's down there, and then report back to me with your phone." Lu Jia was alarmed. "What the hell is that? If I jump down from here, it's the same as you killing me." He had no idea what horrors lay beneath. Xiaoi, no longer friendly, responded, "If you don't go down, you're definitely going to die. But if you do, you might have a chance of survival. Your choice." With no other option, Lu Jia reluctantly agreed to go down. Xiaoi handed him a flashlight. "Take this flashlight. There's one more thing I need to tell you before you go. It's not safe down there. The first thing you need to do once you're down is turn off your phone sound and find a place to hide." Lu Jia took the flashlight and followed Xiaoyi's instructions. Xiaoi summoned a property certificate, which had the effect of forcibly sealing a monster within a 5-meter radius for 10 seconds, temporarily controlling the monster's mouth. Next, Xiaoi raised his foot and kicked Lu Jia into the mouth of the monster. Afterward, he wiped his hands and said, "All right, now let's get back to work. Just wait for him to fall to the ground and then call me." As Xiaoi was pushing the cart, his phone suddenly rang. Knowing it was Lu Jia calling, he answered and asked about the situation. However, Lu Jia only managed to say, "Zhao brother." There was a lot of noise around him, so Xiaoi asked, "What's that sound below? Are they fighting?" Lu Jia replied, "I don't know what that sound is." Before him, a truly terrifying sight appeared. He continued to report, "But there are many corpses dressed in black here, connected to a very thin, rusty pipe leading inside into the cave." Upon hearing this, Xiaoi instructed, "Go inside. You will definitely find the source of these rusty corpses." At this moment, Lu Jie seemed to realize something and questioned, "You want me to go inside?" "Xiaoi, tell me the truth, have you been planning this for me from the beginning?" Xiaoi no longer hid anything and openly admitted it. Lu Jie, furious, cursed, "Xiaoi, you won't die so easily. If I keep listening to you, then I really am a fool."
After saying this, he hung up the phone.
Xiaoi sighed, "Hung up the phone, huh? Such big spirit." But just half an hour later, Lu Jie called back.
His tone was completely different this time. "Sorry, Xiao brother, I realized that I am indeed the fool."
Xiaoi, upon hearing this, immediately asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter something terrible?"
Lu Jie recounted what he had witnessed. "There's a path ahead, and the deeper you go, the more rusty corpses you encounter.
Eventually, it's impossible to tell the color of their clothing.
There's a large deep gorge filled with rusty corpses. There could be thousands, no, definitely tens of thousands of them."
Xiaoi continued asking, "Is there a lot of resentment?" Lu Jie replied, "There's no resentment, it seems like they're all fast asleep."
He continued, "The rusted pipes connected to these rusty corpses lead to even deeper areas.
I didn't dare go any further.
The bridge looks damaged and on the verge of collapsing."
After hearing Lu Jie's report, Xiaoi still felt uneasy. The terrifying drum sounds from below grew louder.
He wondered what exactly was hidden deep within the factory. After a moment of thought, Xiaoi instructed Lu Jie to go deeper. "I want to know the exact situation over there. Also, be sure to look for places to hide.
In 1 or 2 days, I will try to send more people in." Upon hearing that reinforcements would arrive, Lu Jie happily said, "Someone else is coming? That's great. I won't have to face this alone anymore. Xiaoi, I'm going now. You hurry and send people over soon."
In the afternoon, as per the factory's regulations, workers could freely allocate their remaining time after finishing their work for the day. Therefore, Xiaoi called Chen Fei and asked him to bring a steel block and a semi-steel logbook. Holding the steel block in his hand, the system scanned it and reported that it was neutral steel. Inside, there was a part of spiritual energy and a very strong resentment, so it was best not to use it for constructing large buildings. Xiaoi flipped over the steel record. As he had predicted, about 300 years ago, the steel factory sold a large quantity of steel to the villagers. The abandoned station was built from this type of steel. No wonder it became such a terrifying thing.
Seeing Xiaoyi's expression, Chen Fei asked, "Big brother, did you find something?"
Xiaoi answered, "I finally found out what those rusty corpses in gray clothes wanted to borrow from the other workers. They wanted to borrow the spirit, or rather, the soul." Chen Fei was puzzled about the soul Xiaoi mentioned, and Xiaoi explained further, "Yes, the giant monster underground in the factory can use rust to absorb the spirits of the workers. Therefore, when those workers had rust on their bodies, they desperately tried to find ways to borrow someone else's soul to return to their original form." Chen Fei seemed to understand. No wonder the steel produced after the rusty corpse appears is particularly good. Could it be because the steel absorbed the souls of the workers?
But why does it create steel materials full of resentment?
Xiaoi didn't know why, but he guessed that behind Guxian town, there was a giant, invisible, and terrifying hand controlling everything. As the two of them were discussing, an announcement from the factory suddenly sounded, "This is bad, there is a special situation at the factory. All security staff and red-shirted personnel must assemble immediately." Chen Fei hurriedly left, saying, "Big brother, I'll go ahead, you keep the ledger for me, I still have to return it to someone later." However, Xiaoi stopped him, "Don't rush." He raised his hand to Chen Fei's forehead and said, "I left something in your mind to prevent the wound from rusting."
Chen Fei eagerly asked, "Is there really something like this?"
Xiaoi touched Chen Fei's forehead, and a red light radiated from around his fingers. Xiaoi advised Chen Fei, "Relax, don't resist, just like this." A few seconds later, Xiaoi announced, "I have locked your spiritual world. The rusting in the factory is caused by spiritual intrusion.
Now, your mind won't be invaded anymore.
You can fight freely when you encounter danger." After receiving Xiaoyi's help, Chen Fei hurriedly ran off, not forgetting to express his gratitude. I will definitely not fail the responsibility.
Xiaoi watched Shenfei leave and thought to himself, has someone noticed that something big is about to happen in the factory? This is truly good news.
There's been too much rust today, and someone is willing to help deal with it. It really saves me trouble. After everything was settled, Xiaoi took out his phone and called the security department. Hello, this is staff member Xiaoi.
I encountered someone wearing black clothes.
At the same time, the zero principle appeared on the screen. There is no one wearing black clothes in the factory. If you see someone wearing black clothes in the factory, please call the security department as soon as possible and stay in place until the security staff apprehend the person wearing black clothes.
The voice on the other end of the line was panicked. What? You met someone dressed in black? Where are you now?
Xiaoi calmly replied, it took me down underground, beneath the factory.
I'm so scared. The entrance is in the steel forging room, and you enter through the mouth of a giant head.
The security room, upon hearing this, was even more frightened. Stay right there, don't move around, we're coming to rescue you immediately.
Xiaoi pretended to be scared. Okay, I'll wait for you, hurry up. After hanging up with the security room, Xiaoi dialed Lucha. Lucha, the guards will be coming down. Find a quiet place and hide.
However, the signal on the other end was crackling, and Lucha's voice was intermittent. Big brother, these things have started moving. I'll send you a video, you can watch it yourself. Inside Xiaoyi's mental world, the red demon saw a demon chained to a pillar, screaming and shaking uncontrollably.
The demon startled the little girl, causing her to drop her handbag. What is this?
Xiaoi placed a hand on the red demon's shoulder from behind, making the little girl uneasy.
Xiaoi informed the red demon, this will be a fierce battle. If you don't want to die, then let's risk it together.
The red demon eagerly looked at Xiaoi. I understand.
From above, dozens of robots descended. They emitted crackling sounds.
In unison, they said, Xiaoyi's spiritual incarnation is the sole target of this operation. The red demon opened its mouth wide, and long tentacles emerged from within. These tentacles stretched out from the demon's mouth, moving through the air.
Xiaoi praised, you did very well.
Stay firm, I will release the dark personality immediately. He thought, anyway, the dark personality here won't generate atomic chaos, so it would be a waste not to use it.
Xiaoi closed his eyes, concentrating intensely.
The chains began to move, the sound of metal clashing together.
The dark personality had been released.
It resembled Xiaoi, except that its entire body was black, with white hair, a ghastly face, and its eyes and mouth emitted a red light. It tilted its head and said, there are guests coming, I must entertain them well.
Outside, Xiaoi was watching a video on his phone.
Leaning against the wall, he observed carefully, the rusty corpse has started to move.
Let's see how it goes.
A gigantic heart was bound by numerous chains, the sound of its heartbeat coming through at regular intervals. Xiaoi realized, it turns out that the sound we heard earlier was the heartbeat of this heart. He began to speculate, it seems that when the original builders created this altar, they left 4 chains to bind the heart, but for some unknown reason, one of the chains broke. This construction model is exactly the same as the abandoned station in Moyi village. First, they built something extremely terrifying, and then they used something to bind it. He thought further, at first, this heart was bound by 4 chains, but an unexpected incident occurred.
Whether this incident was caused by humans is still unclear.
While contemplating this, Xiaoi received a message, Boss, all the corpses have moved.
What should I do now? Xiaoi replied, find somewhere to hide, I'll deal with it later.
He didn't forget to remind Xiaoi, Boss, be careful.
At this moment, the system displayed a mission selection screen for Xiaoi. Do you want to accept the hidden mission?
Xiaoi placed his hand on his chin, thinking. The system continued to display, congratulations to player Xiaoi for completing the main mission, investigating the truth behind the destruction of the steel mill. The reward will be given upon completion.
Duplicate has been activated.
Hidden mission, seal the heart of Bisprank. Reward, bloodline crystal, title iron steel of the south.
The difficulty of the mission is quite high, and you can choose to abandon it. If you abandon the hidden mission, the player will exit the duplicate directly. Upon hearing the name Bisbrank, Xiaoi realized that this was not the name of a person. He thought to himself, I can't be that cowardly. If I don't take this rich reward, I'll be a fool. With his decision made, Xiaoi quickly sent a message to Chen Fei, explaining most of the situation and guiding him on what to do next. Afterward, Xiaoi locked the storage room door, found a chair, and quietly sat down. Sitting down in the chair, Xiaoi took out a surgical scalpel. Since yesterday, he had come up with a very interesting idea, and now, the time had finally come to act. Xiaoi plunged the scalpel into his own hand, and blood splattered out. He extended his bleeding hand, his face clearly showing excitement. At this moment, something had sensed the smell of fresh blood. Glancing upwards, Xiaoi saw a massive sphere of intertwined blue and red appear before him, looking like a mass of spores. Xiaoi wondered, is this the thing that's invading the minds of the staff? It looks pretty unique. Xiaoi sat and waited for the sphere to approach. It gradually drew closer to his head. Xiaoi closed his eyes, stretching his hands behind him. Come on, little treasure, my spiritual world is waiting for you. Inside Xiaoyi's spiritual world, the space was dim, with purple and red streams intertwining. Red demons were happily wandering around. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ceiling. The red demons noticed the abnormality and looked up to observe. From above, robots descended at a high speed. These robots were humanoid in shape, with red streaks covering their entire bodies. Xiaoyi's dark personality began to release a fierce aura. Come on, let me feel your existence. It's been a long time since I've seen such a rich feast. A robot had its head severed but still emitted a warning sound. Warning, warning, the detector is malfunctioning, the visual system is down. From the body of Xiaoyi's dark personality, streams of black gas surged out, attacking the robots. They panicked and emitted static sounds. Target disappeared. The dark personality smiled. The banquet is about to begin. The dark personality of Xiaoi only needed to stand still, and the robots began to explode, easily destroyed. They were completely useless against the power of the dark personality. Although they used lasers to attack, the targeting system failed. The laser beams passed through the dark personality's body without causing any harm. The dark personality chuckled with delight. These dishes are so fresh, I like them, I really like them. Xiaoi suggested to the red demon, let's go and handle it, it'll be faster that way. The girl agreed. The two of them rushed forward, easily destroying the robots. Around them, the exploded remains of the robots were scattered, with arms, legs, and heads flying everywhere. Xiaoi paused to observe and noticed something approaching. From above, a large warship dropped dozens of robots. They surrounded the dark personality of Xiaoi, their goal being to eliminate Xiaoyi's spiritual incarnation. As more and more robots arrived, the dark personality became even more frenzied. In his hand, he held a round mirror, grinning widely to reveal sharp teeth. The tastier food is coming. The refracted rays of energy shot out, striking the robots, preventing them from dodging. When they realized that the laser had no effect, the robots changed their strategy, simultaneously charging down and using close combat to attack. The red demon looked at Xiaoi, not understanding what he had stirred up. With the opponent's mental strength, it seemed this was a semi-great evil. Although the semi-great evil was very different from a true great evil, anything related to the term great evil would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Xiaoi smiled confidently. When faced with a problem, there's no need to panic, just face it head on. He emphasized, you must understand that this is my spiritual world. As long as my faith is strong enough, nothing is impossible. Xiaoi closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and gradually floated higher. The red demon curiously followed his movements. The little girl turned pale when she looked up, as Xiaoi began to recreate the realm of demons within his spiritual world. Although he was human and couldn't create a real demon realm, the effect was powerful enough to weaken the enemy. Just how distorted had Xiaoyi's mental strength become? Outside, the workers and security guards were gathering,
each person lining up to jump in, with Xiaoyi's staff below waiting to be rescued. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the darkness, followed by rusty corpses in black clothing, catching Chen Fei off guard. There were so many rusty corpses in black clothing that it was hard to figure out how to fight them. The number of rusty corpses in black coming from the inside was overwhelming. Chen Fei thought, Xiaoi is a senior member of Jie Jiao. He comes from the future, so he definitely knows the current situation at the factory. If he has assigned me this task, it means he trusts that I can complete it. I cannot disappoint the boss, I cannot tarnish the reputation of Jie Jiao. Chen Fei turned around and shouted loudly at the group of black-clad rusty corpses, I'll fight you to the death. The others were also surprised when they saw this, the foreman is so brave? Chen Fei charged forward without hesitation. Seeing this, the others were also encouraged. It looks like these rusty corpses have significantly weakened. If that's the case, we should go too. Otherwise, if these black-clad rusty corpses are still alive, our factory is finished, and will be directly fired and unemployed. Let's go together and take their lives while we can. The workers started rushing forward. The one in the front, holding a hammer, shouted, They're about to ruin our factory, we'll fight them. Chen Fei slashed the head off one of them with his hand, Die. You dare lay a hand on my boss Xiaoi, disciple of Jie Jiao, I will never forgive you. The others were no less fierce, attacking with their weapons. One person used a pair of scissors to cut off the head of a black-clad rusty corpse, Die, all of you. Another was strangled by a black-clad rusty corpse but still fought back valiantly. After more than 10 minutes, the group of black-clad rusty corpses was completely defeated. The factory workers cheered, Brothers, we won. Great job, we didn't expect that we could kill so many black-clad rusty corpses. That was awesome. Brothers, let's head to the best nightclub in Guxian town afterward. I'll treat. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the door, their whole body trembling. He stammered, Wait, you guys look. Chen Fei also looked and shouted loudly, It's the black-clad rusty corpses, there are even more black-clad rusty corpses. From the door, more black-clad rusty corpses appeared, this time in numbers several times greater than before. Chen Fei gritted his teeth, the situation was starting to get more tense, isn't it over yet? He rushed out to attack them, thinking to himself, I can't run away. If I don't complete the mission that Brother Xiaoi gave me soon, it might put him in danger. This group of black-clad rusty corpses was larger and their combat strength stronger than before. They attacked Chen Fei's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Chen Fei was sent flying. Fortunately, Brother Xiaoi had locked his spirit for him earlier, if not, he would have started leaking by now. The others saw Chen Fei being beaten like that, and their fighting spirit began to waver. One person in the group said, Sorry, brothers, my mom told me to go home for dinner. I'm leaving now. The person next to him was also scared. I just remembered that the children's channel will soon broadcast the program I love. I'm leaving too. Chen Fei slowly stood up and shouted, Hey, how can you guys run away in the middle of the battle like this? Brother Xiaoi is still waiting for us. At this point, the others were too frightened. While fleeing, they said, If we go further down, forget about Xiaoi, even we won't be able to save ourselves. I'm sorry, supervisor, but making money isn't as important as life. We really have to go now. He was running when he slammed his face into something, and it turned out to be incredibly painful. He shouted, The road is this wide, and you had to block my way? It was the warehouse ghost. He asked where Xiaoi was, but the other person didn't know who he was. When the warehouse ghost saw that he hadn't answered, he asked again, I'm asking you, where is Xiaoi? The other person, frightened, pointed, It seems to be over there. The warehouse ghost didn't say anything, pushed him aside, and yelled, Get lost, don't stand here blocking the way. From the mouth of the rusty corpse in black clothes, a large number of them poured out. The warehouse ghost opened the door, and a red smoke began to flow out from inside. The rusty corpses in black clothes that were hit by the smoke began to corrode, melting away. The combat power of the warehouse ghost was terrifying. It directly turned the rusty corpses into blood. Chen Fei was also stunned by this power. He stood frozen, speechless, and thought, this must be a special agent from Jiejiao. He came to help Big Brother Xiaoi, and I know that's such a dangerous mission. Jiejiao would never let Big Brother face it alone. Chen Fei quickly ran over to tell the warehouse ghost, this senior, actually, Big Brother Xiaoi is not below that person, but we need to go down and complete the task he assigned to me in order to save him. The warehouse ghost looked at Chen Fei, puzzled. Task? What task? Chen Fei explained, Brother Zhao said that there is a giant black heart below, bound by 4 iron chains, but one of the chains has broken, and we need to reconnect it. The warehouse demon listened and realized that this task was not simple, but Xiaoi could not die. Chen Fei led the warehouse demon to the giant head, and the warehouse demon asked, is the entrance through the mouth of the giant head? Let's go, I'll go down with you. Chen Fei was delighted to hear this. That's great, with your help, we'll definitely complete the mission smoothly. In Zhao Yi's spiritual world, the dark personality was madly destroying the robots. The system issued a warning signal, and the robots immediately took notice. Warning, someone is approaching Brisbrank's heart. The robots, upon receiving the alert, flew off and changed their mission objective. The dark personality watched them leave. The system continued to announce, to prevent the Iron Demon from approaching Brisbrank's heart, we must quickly deal with Xiaoi and return. The Iron Demon advanced, using its hands to squeeze the neck of Zhao Yi's dark personality, trying to eliminate Zhao Yi's spiritual form. The Red Demon looked at Zhao Yi anxiously. Zhao Yi, is your dark personality about to die? If he dies, will we be finished too? Zhao Yi breathed heavily, tired from the battle. He calmly told the Red Demon, don't panic, a good show is about to begin. But the dark personality of Zhao Yi had become stronger, seizing the Iron Demon's arm, controlling it, preventing it from attacking. Is this all the power you have? The Iron Demon noticed that Zhao Yi's spiritual form was continuously adapting to its attacks, learning at an extremely fast pace. The robots began to retreat into a defensive position. Chen Fei and the warehouse demon were moving towards the heart, constantly issuing emergency warnings, signaling they could no longer afford to stay engaged with it. The Iron Demon sensed the danger and realized it was getting close to Brisbrank's heart, needing to retreat to defend that position as soon as possible. The Iron Demon activated the rocket systems on its arms and legs, trying to escape and return to defend the heart's location. However, the dark personality would not let it go so easily. Chains shot out, heading straight for the fleeing Iron Demon. The Iron Demon was tightly ensnared by the chains and couldn't fly away. The chains wrapped around its chest and legs. Using fire from its hands, it easily cut one of the chains. The Iron Demon looked up, noticing that the exit to the spiritual world had been closed off. It understood that it had to kill Zhao Yi's spiritual form first in order to escape. Zhao Yi, below, was slowly approaching. The Iron Demon looked down and saw that it was being cornered. The machine's temperature began to rise rapidly, and the Iron Demon's data began to scramble, emitting intermittent sounds. I want to kill you. The Iron Demon turned around and launched a barrage of rockets, targeting Zhao Yi's dark personality directly. The missile hit its target, creating an incredibly violent explosion that sent the Iron Demon flying far away. Looking toward the explosion, it realized that Zhao Yi's demonic personality was still standing there. Although his arms and legs were severed, Zhao Yi continued to advance. The dark personality of Xiaoi stared directly at the Iron Demon and gave a sinister smile. The explosion spread out, debris flying everywhere, creating powerful shockwaves in Zhao Yi's spiritual world. The Iron Demon fell to the ground, its system began to leak, and a warning sounded, the machine body is severely damaged, immediate repair required. Zhao Yi appeared in front of the Iron Demon, causing it to become agitated. It wanted to kill him quickly. The Iron Demon said, "You vile ant, the saw blade in my hand will destroy you." Its arm transformed into a mechanical saw blade, aiming toward Xiao Yi. Your soul will forever sink deep into the heart of the great Brisfrank, never to find peace. The Red Demon panicked. Xiao Yi, your demonic personality has been killed, we've lost, we are going to die. Blood poured from Xiao Yi's mouth and eyes, but the annihilation of the dark personality had also affected him. Xiao Yi smiled, the blood still flowing, leaving both the Red Demon and the Iron Demon bewildered by his strange behavior.
Xiaoi pointed at the Iron Demon. Why don't you understand? If I hadn't intentionally let you in, do you think you could have invaded my spiritual world?
I've been searching for years, and I've finally found something that suits my taste. Even the dish I initially prepared for myself can only be considered a dessert. Xiaoi widened his eyes, staring intently at the Iron Demon. But you're different, you're a delicious meal. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, the Iron Demon became even more enraged. Damn it, you're about to die, and yet you're still talking back. It charged straight towards Xiaoi. Suddenly, the Iron Demon was held back by a black arm. It quickly turned around and discovered that behind it stood Xiaoyi's dark personality, but this time, the dark personality had changed. It had 8 arms and a creepy smile. Looking at the Iron Demon, finally, it's enough. The dark personality used its 8 arms to firmly hold onto the Iron Demon. Your spirit hasn't fully entered yet, right? I can give you one last chance. The Iron Demon began to feel afraid. What kind of monster are you? The dark personality pressed down on the Iron Demon, preventing it from moving. Staring directly at the Iron Demon, it coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Those outside, who are invading your heart, will ensure you can never recover. Come on, pour all your mental power into fighting me." It was then that the Iron Demon realized that from the very beginning, Xiaoi had been plotting against it. First, you attracted my attention, forcing me to use most of my mental power to fight you. Then, you allowed a group of people from outside to enter the seal of my heart. Humans really are always so crafty. Fine, I'll put all my strength into this final battle with you. Today, either you die, or I die. The Iron Demon unleashed a massive surge of energy from within its body, causing Xiaoyi's dark personality to be pushed away. Below the ground, at the steel factory, Chen Fei and the warehouse demon had reached the location of the giant heart. The warehouse demon asked Chen Fei, "Is this the heart that Xiaoi told you about?" Chen Fei thought for a moment, then replied, "It must be." The warehouse demon carefully observed and said, "The 4th chain should be at the other end, submerged in darkness. I can sense a very strong sealing force on it, but I can only barely suppress the seal for a moment. You must take this opportunity to pull the chain into the heart." Chen Fei immediately ran toward the chain. "All right, I'm going right now." The warehouse demon also quickly took action. Its arm transformed into small tentacles, flying straight toward the heart. Clinging to the chains, both sides began to strain and restrain each other. Chen Fei hurriedly slid to the side of the chain. Following the plan that the warehouse demon had devised, Chen Fei swung his arm and used the chain to coil around the heart's chain, but it only vibrated slightly. Chen Fei, confused, said, "Why is it so heavy? How can I pull it?" At that moment, the director and Lu Jie also arrived. The director said, "Let me help." Lu Jie followed, "I'm coming too." Chen Fei turned around in surprise to look at the two. "Director, Lu Jie, why are you both here?" The director replied, "The factory manager entrusted the factory to me earlier. I can't just watch it collapse like this. Today is the time when I must take a risk." Lu Jie also said, "I have always been waiting for you here." It was at that moment that the other factory workers, who had fled earlier, returned to help Chen Fei. One worker shouted, "We've come too. We must protect the factory, protect our home. We will never let this demon win so easily. We must fight to the end." Chen Fei turned to look at them, surprised. "You all really came down?" Lu Jie commanded, "Stop talking, hurry, everyone pull on this chain." Everyone pulled on the chain together, but not in unison, and one person sighed. At this moment, the group of rusty corpses in black clothing were approaching, muttering as they walked, "Protect the heart, protect the heart." Seeing this, Chen Fei signaled, "Hurry up. The rusty corpses are coming, keep pulling the chain. Only by quickly restoring the chain can they disappear." The warehouse ghost was struggling to hold onto the chain, but finally succeeded in connecting it. It turned to the others and said, "Chen Fei, I'm about to let go, everyone hurry and leave." At that moment, the giant heart suddenly shook violently, causing the approaching rusty corpses to stop. One by one, they fell after the intense vibration from the heart. At the same time, in Xiao Yi's spiritual world, the heart of the British Grank was sealed.
The robots altered by its spiritual power automatically lost to Xiao Yi's dark personality.
The head of the Iron Demon was severed with a sound, and Xiao Yi's dark personality embraced the head of the Iron Demon, consuming it with great satisfaction. The mental strength was like a river, flowing into Xiao Yi's spiritual world. However, the psychic influence began to affect more distant areas. Xiao Yi looked into the distance, where the divine bloodline of the temple gradually began to emerge.
He smiled. Is this divine bloodline related to my own crimson bloodline? How serene.
Xiao Yi thought to himself, if it is truly related to the bloodline, perhaps he could recover the lost memories from it. However, it was not yet fully constructed, so it could not withstand too much power. Xiao Yi looked at the destroyed robotic arm and felt the need to continue searching for something stable to feed the dark personality. Only by doing so could he quickly rebuild the pillar and inspect the interior. He rubbed the girl's head. I have to go now.
You stay here and rest for a while. If you want to eat something, just help yourself.
The girl nodded and then bid him farewell. Xiao Yi opened his eyes and stepped out of the spiritual world. He was now leaning against a corner in the junkyard of the steel factory. The system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the main mission investigating the truth about the decay of the steel processing plant. Congratulations, you have completed the side mission sealing the heart of Briss Bank. Reward, 300 experience points, 45,000 integral points, bloodline crystallization, title Steel of the South.
Physical damage reduced by 3.5%. Steel processing plant unlocked.
The demon Lu Jie's affection for you has increased and reached the level of respect. Xiao Yi woke up, rubbed his head, and the system continued to notify, unlocking a special mission branch, the Warehouse Ghost's request.
This is a difficult mission. You may choose to decline when the Warehouse Ghost makes a request. If declined, the favorability will drop to 0.
If completed, favorability will increase.
Xiao Yi, while rubbing his head, thought, a special favorability mission, huh? And it's unique. Sounds interesting.
The Warehouse Ghost currently respects me, and even took risks for me. If the favorability increases to loyalty, I'll have a powerful ally for free.
Just thinking about it feels great.
The sunset gradually descended at the steel factory, and Xiao Yi leisurely walked outside. Having resolved everything, it was time to leave this place.
Chen Fei walked over and called, Brother Zhao, brother.
Xiao Yi turned to look at Chen Fei, seeing him raise his hand in greeting.
Xiao Yi approached and said, You did great. I'll report your contribution to the organization later.
Who knows, the organization might promote you from D-Class Special Agent to C-Class Special Agent. Chen Fei shouted loudly, C-Class Reserve Special Agent of Jia Zhao, Chen Fei, willing to dedicate all of myself to the organization and await orders at any time. The Warehouse Ghost was waiting for Xiao Yi, standing next to a yellow convertible car, the car he had found in a mysterious darkroom beneath the steel factory.
Xiao Yi read the paper, which contained strange lines of text. Does the child of the deity in legend truly exist? Can it bring hope to the world?
The experiment so far has not diminished the enthusiasm of the people. If anything, it has only increased, growing more fervent and wild.
A sober person like me seems to be an oddity among them.
Furthermore, I don't know why, but recently, the way my colleagues look at me seems different from before.
It's strange, Hope. Perhaps I'm just overthinking.
7 years ago, the church gave us the design blueprints and assigned us the final task. Since then, we have received no further news or orders from the church.
It seems like we've been abandoned. After reading, Xiao Yi thought, is the child of the deity the church mentioned referring to Skull Church? Could it be that all their previous experiments were for this so-called child of the deity? This is an interesting lead.
I'm becoming more and more intrigued by this church. As he was walking, the Warehouse Ghost spoke up, seemingly wanting to ask Xiao Yi for help. By the way, I remember you said you were going to Zili village last time.
If you really go, could you do me a favor? Xiao Yi smiled and looked at the Warehouse Ghost, thinking to himself, a personal mission, perhaps? He cheerfully responded, "Yes, I'll be going to Zili village next. What do you need help with?"
The warehouse ghost was driving, with an awkward expression on his face.
He sighed and said, "Here's the thing. There used to be a very important statue in my chest trunk, but it got lost in Zili village. If you're planning to go there, would you mind helping me find it?" Xiaoi turned to ask the warehouse ghost, "Have you been through Zili village before?"
The warehouse ghost replied, "Yes, back then I hadn't been completely freed yet, my consciousness was still quite hazy." The warehouse ghost recalled, "At that time, I was lying in the back of a pickup truck. The train station in Moe village was still under construction, and some people wanted to take me there. But since there was no railway, they had to take a small road that passed through Zili village. When we passed through there, something strange happened. There was clearly nothing around, but the people escorting me started running around wildly, even hurting each other. They were holding their heads, running and screaming, some of them shouting, 'There's a ghost!' In the end, the escort group suffered heavy casualties, with only a few of them surviving. Together, we managed to escape from Zili village." The three continued walking, and the warehouse ghost continued, "There was a special statue stored in the chest trunk. But when I hurried to escape, I accidentally dropped it in the village."
Xiaoi, curious, asked, "What did the statue look like?"
The warehouse ghost described, "Its body was very strong and muscular.
Its muscles had an indescribable powerful feeling.
It was covered in beautiful tattoos, like symbols. Since no one had seen its face clearly, no one knew its features, but it had a divine aura, with 8 arms."
Xiaoi covered his mouth and thought to himself, from the description, isn't that just me? Damn it, who's the idiot who turned me into a god statue? They could have carved anything, but why didn't they carve my face?
This stupid sculptor really missed out on my greatest feature."
The warehouse ghost anxiously asked, "So? Can you agree to help me?"
But before the warehouse ghost could finish speaking, Xiaoi interrupted, "Of course, I can.
Wait for the good news from me." Xiaoi happily agreed.
Afterward, he returned to the guild's residence. When he arrived at the guild, he was able to open the destiny jewel that the clown had given him by leveling up to silver. He stared intently at the item box in his hand. Xiaoi opened the box, and inside was an item emitting a golden light, illuminating the entire room. The system displayed the K49 item in its visual state.
It usually appeared as a key.
Whoever held this key would be continuously enchanted by it, compelling them to insert it into any available keyhole and turn it hard until the key's head shook for a while.
The enchantment would only end when it successfully opened most manual locks.
A message from the inventor followed, "Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have invented this while making a baby with my wife.
It's really become corrupted."
Xiaoi held the key in his hand. "Alright, although it's a bit different from what I expected, getting a key that's good at opening locks is still a good haul." Suddenly, a notification surprised Xiaoi. The system displayed, "You have received a new message from the clown, please check it promptly." Xiaoi opened the message and saw that the clown had written, "I heard the warehouse ghost say that you want to go to Zili village.
I'll give you 3 reminders.
First, don't stay in the village for more than 24 hours.
Second, don't eat or drink anything in the village.
Third, try to speak as little as possible with the villagers, especially with the living ones."
Xiaoi was surprised and replied, "Zili village still has living people?" The clown continued to message, "A cursed place, right? There's even more cursed history."
Back then, the station ghost had reached its peak power and was about to break through into a great evil. It was able to leave the station area for a short time. The station ghost infiltrated Zili village with tens of thousands of demons, wanting to devour more lives and become a true great evil. The result, as you know, is that the station ghost died, and now it's in the miserable state it is. Xiaoi excitedly said, "I once entered the duplicate Moe village, where the system threw me into many timelines from the previous year. The station ghost at that time hadn't reached its peak yet, but it was already terrifying." Then, Xiaoi scratched his head, wondering, even it wreaked havoc in Zili village, which is enough to prove how horrifying Zili village is.
It's truly life-threatening.
The clown then messaged, so, don't go.
Xiaoi firmly replied, no, I must go.
Xiaoyi's face lit up with excitement, his expression full of danger as he said, the more life-threatening a place is, the more I like it.
The following evening, in a narrow gorge, Xiaoi was brought here by the ghostly train conductor.
The conductor said, Zili village doesn't have a train station.
Out of respect for you, I've brought you this far, but it's still a bit of a distance to Zili village. You'll have to go the rest of the way on your own.
Xiaoi thanked the conductor and said, don't worry, I'll manage on my own, no problem. The train left, and Xiaoi smiled as he watched it depart, looking forward to the interesting things ahead.
Zili village really is eerie. I'm even more excited now.
At ease, Xiaoi made his way toward Zili village, following the path through the forest. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from a nearby thicket, and he stopped to observe. It was Fong Bai and the others.
Fong Bai was overjoyed. Xiaoi, is that really you?
Xiaoi turned to look, equally surprised, and happily asked, Fong Bai, what are you guys doing here? Fong Bai was accompanied by Li Xiong, who had a shaved head. We were assigned a special mission from Guxian town. The reward is extremely generous, so we formed a team and came together.
Fong Bai asked Xiaoi, what brings you here?
Xiaoi smiled confidently and replied to Fong Bai's group, I received a personal mission. They were all greatly impressed.
Zili village is famous for its brutality, and you're here on a personal mission?
That's incredible. Li Xiong also followed suit, as expected of the top newcomer, truly a name that lives up to its reputation. Let's go together, we can take care of each other.
Zhou Junchang, walking with Fong Bai's group, expressed his displeasure, are you done yet? Stop wasting time, we're almost there, hurry up.
Fong Xiaoi hugged Zhou Junchang and pretended to act coquettishly, that's right, my legs are so tired, let's go into the village and rest. The two in front walked ahead, while Fong Bai and Li Xiong followed behind and mediated, alright, let's go then. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't dark yet, the group arrived at Zili village. Xiaoi said nothing, slowly walking at the back. Zili village appeared with a sky full of dark clouds and a fiery red hue. The village had a somewhat old-fashioned feel, much like the image of remote rural areas. When they reached a house, Fong Xiaoi leaned against Zhou Junchang, it's so cold, I keep feeling like something is behind us.
Chang brother, I'm so scared.
Zhou Junchang tried to appear strong, it's fine, it's just a psychological effect.
I'll protect you, don't be afraid.
Xiaoi closely observed through the system and frowned.
This didn't seem like just a simple psychological effect.
Through the system, Xiaoi saw that each person had a black arm pressing closely against the back of their neck. Zhou Junchang and Fong Xiaoi still stuck close together. Fong Xiaoi whispered, I know Chang brother best. Li Xiong complained, you two, stop fooling around.
Xiaoi raised his hand to grab something and then asked Fong Bai, what is this?
When Fong Bai turned around, he saw Xiaoi holding nothing but air.
Fong Bai rubbed his head, Zhao brother, what are you doing? Is there something there? Xiaoi calmly replied, there's nothing.
We are cursed. Everyone turned in panic to look at Xiaoi. Zhou Junchang scolded, stop talking nonsense and scaring people.
We're not easy to fool.
Fong Xiaoi, terrified, huddled close to Zhou Junchang. Li Xiong stammered, what?
We're cursed? Fong Bai's face darkened, Xiaoi, what exactly is going on? Can you explain it more clearly?
Xiaoi shook his head, I only know that we are cursed.
I'm not sure about the rest. If you want to know what's going on, we'll have to go inside and check.
Li Xiong and Fong Bai looked at Xiaoi anxiously, not knowing what to say.
The other two looked visibly annoyed, why are we wasting time talking? Let's go in, stop rambling.
I thought the top of the new people list would be more capable, but you're just ordinary.
Fong Bai whispered to Xiaoi, Zhao brother, I'm sorry.
I didn't expect them to be like this when we formed the team.
Let's not bother with them. Xiaoi wasn't concerned, it's fine, let's continue. Completing the mission is more important. Fang Bai looked at him, silently thinking that Xiaoi was truly magnanimous. The group continued deeper into the village, but no one appeared. Since they had arrived, it seemed there was no one in the village. Maybe we should take this opportunity to complete the mission? Li Xiong came up with the idea. Xiaoi agrees as well. Okay, I suggest we split up. After all, we have different tasks to handle. Zhou Junchang turned around abruptly, with Fang Xiaoi following him. Neither of them said anything to Xiaoi, as if he had made the wise choice. Without him slowing us down, we will definitely complete the mission ahead of time. Li Xiong called after them, Zhou brother, wait for me. Fang Bai turned back to say goodbye to Xiaoi. Alright, we'll be on our way, take care. Xiaoi replied, don't worry. Once everyone had left, Xiaoi stood observing and noticed a large house nearby. That house looks quite wealthy, let's check it out. Before him stood a 2-story large house. He approached and found the door securely locked. Xiaoi realized the safety awareness of the people in this village was very high. Xiaoi took out the K-49 key item. His K-49 was hungry and couldn't wait any longer. The system notified him, you have used the K-49 item, it can open most manual locks. Xiaoi pushed the door open. Inside the first floor of the house, there was no immediate danger, but there were also no useful items, just a table and chairs. Xiaoi moved up to the second floor, the sound of his footsteps echoed. On the upper floor, there were tools for torture. Xiaoi couldn't help but comment, the decorating style of this family is quite unique. The torture room was built on the second floor, and there were still dark, dried bloodstains around. The meat hook was covered in blood, with a piece of flesh still hanging from it. Xiaoi approached, took a sniff and said, well, this smell is of human flesh and blood. Very few outsiders enter Zili village, so the person tortured with these tools. Could they be a member of the family? What kind of twisted family is this? Are they torturing their own or is there some other purpose? Xiaoi decided to explore another room to see what was inside. This room had an altar emitting thick smoke. What deity is this? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Xiaoi suddenly remembered, I just realized, aren't these the very black arms that severed my body? The invisible black arms were piercing through Xiaoyi's chest. He used the evil eye from the dark personality to restrain them slightly. He saw that these black arms really resembled the 2 pillars on the altar. It seemed that the deity worshipped here was this invisible curse. Xiaoi observed and noticed the arms were moving downward. Does this mean the upper part has already been severed? Then what will happen when it's completely cut off? Xiaoi placed his hand on his chin and thought. Suddenly, he realized the issue. The clown said we shouldn't stay for more than 24 hours. Based on the speed at which these black arms cut, they could sever my entire body in 24 hours. In other words, when they finish cutting, if we are still in the village, the wounds on us might directly manifest. Xiaoi felt the pain coming and realized it was inflicted with great precision. It was so meticulously done that after 24 hours, he feared all of them would truly be reduced to mere pieces of flesh. Suddenly, there was a noise, and the pain came unexpectedly, leaving Xiaoi confused as to its source. He pressed his hand against the wall, but the pain hit so suddenly that he couldn't stand firm. Xiaoyi's face went pale as the pain was unbearable, and he also realized that this bell sound might be attacking their minds. He didn't know what had happened to Fang Bai's group. On Fang Bai's side, the sound of the bell also caused everyone to suffer. Fang Bai covered his face and screamed, "Run, run!" Blood poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Li Xiong also spat blood from his mouth, panicking and crying out for help, help! Help! Fang Xiaoi clutched her stomach, feeling nauseous. Zhou Junchang, dizzy, quickly told Fang Xiaoi, don't vomit, or the people in the village will find out there are people living in the house. Blood filled Fang Xiaoyi's eyes, and blood kept flowing from her mouth. She apologized, sorry, Chang brother, I didn't want it to be like this. Suddenly, Fang Xiaoyi's eyes exploded, flying out. She screamed in agony as blood poured from her empty eye sockets. In pain, she cried, Chang brother, where are you? I can't see anymore. Zhou Junchang glanced at her with a tired expression, thinking to himself,
I only meant to have some fun, but didn't expect someone to be a burden. He casually kicked Fang Xiaoi away, coldly shouting, "Get away from me!" Suddenly, from afar, Xiaoi noticed a group of people approaching from the village. Zhou Junchang, panicked, anxiously wondered, "What are those things?" Fang Xiaoi lay on the ground, her body trembling. Zhou Junchang quickly turned around and fled. Could these people be the villagers of Zili village? The sense of fear made him even more frantic. Though Fang Xiaoi couldn't see anything, when she heard Zhou Junchang running away, she too panicked and turned around, shouting for him, Chang brother, where are you going? Don't leave me behind, Chang brother." At the same time, the group from the village had approached Fang Xiaoi. As Zhou Junchang abandoned her to escape, Xiaoi also noticed the dark figures approaching from the village. He stood high, looking down, realizing, Zili village doesn't allow outsiders in. If the villagers see me, they'll definitely surround me for a long time, wasting a lot of time. From his position on the high floor, Xiaoi smiled. Fortunately, the speed of these people wasn't too fast, so he still had enough time to search 2 more houses. Thinking this, Xiaoi immediately ran toward the 2 remaining dilapidated houses. He quickly jumped onto the roofs. Xiaoi specifically chose these 2 houses because he wanted to check if the torture chamber and the shrine in the first house were the personal preferences of the homeowner. A few minutes later, Xiaoi completed his search and concluded, no matter what type of house, they all have the same torture chamber and shrine. Xiaoi continued to observe inside another house. Here, he discovered similar torture devices, all stained with blood. Moreover, through small details, he could infer that all the tortured individuals were women. Time was running out, and Xiaoi realized it was time to leave. He quickly jumped out and ran swiftly out of the village, heading towards the Shizili mountain. As he ran, his mind wandered, why women? What does this have to do with the curse in the village? And that strange statue? Upon comparison, I now realize that the 2 small shrines are the arms of a demon, so the large pillars must symbolize the legs, right? I've seen all kinds of gods worshipped before, but this is the first time I've seen someone worship the arms and legs as gods. As he was running out of the village, the bell he had heard earlier rang again. Xiaoi stopped, listened carefully to pinpoint the sound's origin. The bell is coming from over there. Let me go check it out, maybe I can find a clue related to the curse. He decided to move towards the sound of the bell, but as he was about to reach the source, a group of cockroaches appeared before him. Xiaoi was surprised. I didn't expect there would be so many small and cute creatures on this mountain. He quickly drew his gun and shot, splitting a cockroach in half. With a skateboard-like motion, he excitedly said, well then, let's play with you guys for a bit. After eliminating all the cockroaches, Xiaoi decided to continue skating, eager to quickly find his next destination. Xiaoyi's skateboard accelerated, rushing forward. When he arrived, he tucked the skateboard into the storage compartment and stepped into a house. Inside, he saw a large tree, which made him wonder, isn't this the statue of the god that the villagers have been worshipping? He thought for a moment, a village that is willing to build a temple for a god must hold this god in high regard. This temple shouldn't be left abandoned like this. Xiaoi took a step back and wondered, even if the temple was abandoned for an unavoidable reason, the statues inside should have been relocated. However, the strange phenomenon was that these statues of gods had been left abandoned along with the temple. Around the large tree, black pillars with white patterns seemed to be emitting smoke. Xiaoi realized that the only explanation could be that the villagers' faith had been replaced by the god of the lonely child. He approached the large tree and carefully examined it. Xiaoi wondered to himself, however, if that's the case, there's an anomaly. Since ancient times, whenever a new belief sought to completely replace an old one, it had to be built from the ruins of the old faith. According to this line of thinking, the statues of the gods here should have been destroyed, but now, they are still intact, and the temple has not been ravaged. Could it be that it's not a new god replacing the old one, but rather the appearance of the god has changed? At the same time, the villagers had surrounded Fang Xiaoi. She sat, holding her face, panicked. One of the villagers spoke up, this outsider is a foreign girl. Fang Xiaoi screamed, no, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. An elderly woman from Zili village named Wang Long approached and took Fang Xiaoyi's hand. "Don't be afraid, child, don't be afraid.
We won't harm you. We are all good people."
But Fang Xiaoyi was still panicked, pushing the old woman's hand away. "I don't believe you, don't come any closer, please don't get near me." The old woman knelt on one knee in front of Fang Xiaoyi and gently said, "We really won't hurt you. Little girl, the bell on the mountain must have frightened you. Come to my house, rest for a while, and have some delicious food to regain your strength."
Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaoyi was still a little doubtful and asked again, "Really? You won't kill me?"
The old woman affirmed, "Really." Then, Wang Long urged, "Come on, let's go to my house." Wang Long revealed a gentle smile, but for Fang Xiaoyi, who was blind, she couldn't see it.
She thanked the old woman. Thank you for not killing me."
The two of them left together while the other villagers stood at a distance, watching them. Another old woman said, "Lao Zhang, the goods this time are so good, it's really a bargain for Wang Long." Wang Long replied, "It's all according to the rules. This time it's Wang Long's turn, don't be jealous, disperse now." Wang Long helped Fang Xiaoyi sit down on a chair. "Sit here first, I'll go make something for you to eat."
Fang Xiaoyi thanked her.
Wang Long entered a dark room.
Fang Xiaoyi sat outside, trying to listen. Didn't she say she was going to get some food? Why does it sound like metal clashing?
Also, this room seems to have the smell of blood.
Fang Xiaoyi just realized, could she be deceiving me, trying to trick me into coming to her house to kill me?
She quickly stood up and ran as fast as she could, thinking, "This must be it, I have to run fast, I must escape immediately." When she reached the door, she found it was locked. Frustrated, she reflected and realized they had no good intentions. They were a group of lunatics, a bunch of perverts. As she fumbled around the door trying to find a way to unlock it, Wang Long appeared right behind her. "Don't waste your efforts, you can't escape."
Fang Xiaoyi was frightened and stammered, "What do you want to do?"
Her eyes rolled back, her hands holding sharp hooks, her mouth stained with blood, laughing loudly. "Those damn outsiders, listen to me. The mountain god belongs to Zili village, anyone who harbors any ill intentions toward the mountain god will die here." She bared her teeth like a wild animal, raising her hands high before lunging to attack Fang Xiaoyi.
Fang Xiaoyi was pierced through the shoulder by 2 iron hooks, screaming in pain.
Half an hour later, Fang Xiaoyi was hung up high. She stood with her arms crossed, looking at the body, regretfully saying, "What a pity, couldn't even withstand the torture.
Died after just half an hour."
There was a knock on the door from outside.
She opened the door and asked Wang Shi, "What's going on?"
Wang Shi replied, "A few people came to the village this time, and the locks on the house and the money chest were opened, not even the mountain god's temple was spared. Right now, the village head has urgently called the villagers for a meeting, preparing to search the entire village from top to bottom." Wang Long, furious, slammed his hand against the door, gritting his teeth and saying, "How dare these bastards touch the mountain god temple?
I must go there immediately. I will definitely catch them and skin them alive."
The villagers gathered together, carrying torches as they patrolled everywhere. The leader of the group gave the order, "Search carefully, don't overlook any suspicious places, and remember to find all the outsiders." One person ran up to report, "Village chief, we found some traces on the western slope of the mountain.
It's possible that the outsiders have fled up the mountain."
The other person was the village chief, Lu Yun.
Lu Yun immediately ordered everyone to go there.
The group from the village headed towards the western mountain. Below the river, bubbles rose to the surface.
Xiaoi surfaced from underneath, having easily escaped the pursuit.
The decoy tactic was always effective in situations like this. Half an hour earlier, Xiaoi had been standing on the roof, looking down at the village. He realized that there were no clues at the temple, so he decided to use his malicious companion to observe the situation in the village. By watching, he had grasped the situation to some extent and noticed that Zhou Junshang had indeed abandoned Fang Xiaoyi and fled. He sighed, watching the poet leave, and thought that once he found Sun Bo Bo, he would have to invite him for a visit. Xiaoi continued observing Wang Long's house, noticing that Fang Xiaoyi was being hung up. He realized that the torture tools used in this way were indeed a form of art, equivalent to an art form. Observing a group of villagers gathering, one of them said, "Village chief, if we all go out to search for the outsider, how can we ensure that your daughter and granddaughter won't escape? They have always wanted to run away from the village." The village chief sat on a chair, looking down, and replied, "I swear on my life that this time, they won't escape." Xiaoi felt curious. The village chief's daughter and granddaughter have always wanted to run away. Could they be the wife and daughter of the butcher? It's too much of a coincidence, I have to go see for myself. Back in the present, they were following the clue Xiaoi had deliberately left in the West Mountain. Seizing the opportunity, he could visit the village chief's house as a guest. He reached the biggest house in the village and recognized it as the grandest one, fitting the location he had used to observe, confirming that it was indeed the village chief's house. He used a special key to open the village chief's door. Suddenly, a little girl ran out the door, rushed towards Xiaoi, and called him grandpa, surprising him. Xiaoi asked the little girl, "Are you Sun Bobo?" The little girl answered, "I am Sun Bobo." She then shouted, "You're not my grandpa, you're Xiaoi." Xiaoi patted Sun Bobo's head and said, "I'm a friend of your father's." Hearing this, Sun Bobo joyfully looked at him and asked, "A friend of my father? Did Dad send you to visit us?" When Xiaoi mentioned being a friend of the butcher, Lu Hongsong immediately asked, "What are you talking about? Are you a friend of Sun Ji?" She is the butcher's wife. She walked down the stairs and approached Xiaoi. Xiaoi replied, "Yes, I am his friend. He told me about it." Initially, when the incident happened in Moe village, there was a problem at the station. Bobo left Moe village, but the train had an accident on the way. Lu Hongsong hugged Sun Bobo, expressing her concern, "The things you're talking about, apart from me, only he knows. It seems that you really are his friend." She looked at Xiaoi with a worried gaze and then asked, "My husband, is he still well?" Xiaoi covered his mouth with his hand, trying to hide part of the truth, and answered, "Not well, but not bad either. He's still selling meat there. It's just that the people from Moe village are essentially all dead. Now, the only ones left at the station are the clown and your husband." Hearing that her husband was still alive, Lu Hongsong felt relieved and happy, saying, "That's great, he's still alive." Sun Bobo was also happy, saying, "I miss Dad so much, when will I be able to see him?" Xiaoi said, "This time, I took the risk of sneaking into the village because I wanted to take you two out. I don't know if you would agree." Lu Hongsong and Sun Bobo were anxious. Lu Hongsong hesitated for a moment and then looked outside with unease. "Mr. Xiaoi, maybe you should leave the village. We can't go out. There are many hidden guards at the village entrance, and only on weekends, when there are visitors, do they stop patrolling day and night. Last time, Sun Bobo and I tried to escape, but we were caught and almost got our father killed." Xiaoi replied, "Is that so?" He fell into deep thought, realizing that, only by solving the problems of this village can they be taken away. Xiaoi continued, "I respect your choice, but I still have some things I need to ask you. This is very important to me." Lu Hongsong agreed. Xiaoi then asked, "I heard that Zili village worships a mountain god. Could you briefly describe what the mountain god looks like?" Lu Hongsong stepped out to observe, being very careful and vigilant. After closing the door, she turned back to Xiaoi and said, "Mr. Zhao, I shouldn't be telling you these things, but you've risked your life to come here. If I don't speak, it would be too selfish. Ask me whatever you need, and I will tell you everything I can." Xiaoi happily agreed. "Alright, I'll repeat what I know so far. If there are any mistakes, please kindly correct me." The mountain god in the village was likely once a tree. It had intelligence and a human-like form, but later, for some reason, it transformed into a different shape, which is 4 wooden pillars. Lu Hongsong turned pale, looking at Xiaoi with worry as she asked, "How did you find out about this?" Xiaoi could only guess. "I once went to the west side of the village, where there was an abandoned temple, but the statue of the god was still well preserved. That statue is different from the one I saw in the village's main temple, so I suspect the mountain god hasn't changed at all, but the way the god is manifested has."
Since it's the same deity, there was no need to destroy the original statue. He asked, by the way, the change in the shape of the mountain god is related to a group of people in black clothing, right? They came here twice. Lu Hongsong, anxious, pulled Sun Bobo closer. Do you know those people in black? Xiaoi replied, no, I don't know them, I only know they come from some kind of church. Xiaoi continued to share his speculation. They came to Zili village mainly to conduct some inhumane experiments, and the villagers here were their test subjects. But I guess they didn't expect there to be a mountain god in Zili village. As a result, those people ended up failing right here. Zhao Yi's words greatly surprised Lu Hongsong. She confirmed that what he said was accurate. A long time ago, a group of people dressed in black and carrying weapons came to the village and established a terrifying experimental base. Under their threat, the villagers entered the experimental base and became their subjects. The group of people escorted the villagers away, all of them wearing black suits. Lu Hongsong recalled, we were forced to hide meat products and were made to undergo inhumane experiments. At that time, every day, we could hear the villagers' sighs. One person was chained by both hands and feet to an operating table, with blood all over the floor. Eventually, one day, a villager risked everything to escape to West Mountain to awaken the sleeping mountain god. She knelt down and cried, Mountain God, please save us. I am willing to sacrifice my life and soul, only begging for your mercy to drive away the evil from Zili village. The mountain god woke up, appearing like a flame, incredibly angry. He was moved by their sincerity and cast a terrible curse. From then on, all outsiders to the village would be cursed by the mountain god, including the black-clad invaders. Before they died, the black-clad people wanted to take the villagers down with them and brought out the roots of a terrifying creature, using them to fight against the mountain god. These roots were extremely polluting. To protect the environment, the mountain god had to swallow those 4 roots, and from that point on, the form and nature of the mountain god changed drastically, becoming the appearance of 4 great pillars. Xiaoi had almost made the correct guess. He smiled, realizing how it was. Looking at the 2 people, he said, I have one more question. The station ghost has been here before, where did it go in the end? The station ghost was something close to a demon in human form. When it appeared, it brought along thousands of terrifying monsters. Lu Hongsong recalled and felt a sense of fear. I know that thing. In the end, they were all eaten by the mountain god. Lu Hongsong shouted loudly, pointing up the stairs, Master Zhao, someone's coming, you should go upstairs and hide. Xiaoi quickly ran up the stairs. The villagers were outside the head village's door. The head of the village and the villagers had returned. Lu Yun, the head of the village, noticed that the keyhole on the door was much bigger than usual. It seemed there were guests inside. Lu Yun recognized this but didn't want the villagers to know. He thought, I can't let anyone find out that an outsider unlocked the door and is inside my house. Otherwise, Hongsong and Bai Bai would definitely face terrifying punishment. Lu Yun pretended to open the door, even though the lock had already been opened by Xiaoi. Lu Yun opened the door and walked in, shouting Hongsong's name, Bai Bai, your father is home. The villagers stood outside, looking in. Lu Hongsong and son Bai Bai were at the stairs, looking outside. Lu Hongsong asked, Dad, old man Zhang, why is everyone here? Didn't you go look for the outsider? Did you catch them? Lu Yun entered, her voice irritated, don't mention it, we've only caught one, the others are still searching at West Mountain. Old man Zhang, fearing that the child might take advantage of the situation and run off with Bai Bai, had specially brought several men to watch over her. To be cautious, she replied, punish me first. I know what I did wrong, and I won't do it again in the future. Old man Zhang looked at her and said, it's good that you understand, we don't mean to make things hard for you, but the rules of the mountain god are strict, and you've acted recklessly. Wang Neng also chimed in, that's right, Hongsong, don't blame us for being overly cautious. We're doing this for everyone's sake. Lu Hongsong only responded, yes, I understand. Lu Yun suggested, old man Zhang, here's what I think. Searching for the outsiders also requires manpower, so keeping everyone here is a waste. I'll stay behind to watch over the mother and child, while you all continue searching for the others. Don't let them destroy the temple. Old Man Zhang and Wang Lung exchanged hesitant glances.
In the end, Old Man Zhang agreed, "Alright, you stay here. We'll feel more at ease."
Another young man said, "Don't worry, head village. We'll definitely catch those filthy outsiders before dawn, skin them, and offer their bones to the mountain god." Old Man Zhang turned and led the villagers to West Mountain in search of the outsiders. The villagers followed behind, chanting, "Catch the outsiders and offer them to the mountain god, catch the outsiders and offer them to the mountain god." Once they had all left, Lu Yun quickly shut the door and stayed behind. Lu Yun turned around to look at Lu Hongsong and asked seriously, "Is someone hidden on the upper floor?" Lu Hongsong anxiously looked at him and stammered, "What are you talking about, father? How could there be someone hidden upstairs?"
Sun Bai raised both hands, calling out for her grandfather, but Lu Yun had already deduced that someone had unlocked the door and replaced the lock with a much larger one than usual. Although Lu Hongsong didn't know how the person managed to do it, Lu Yun was certain that the person was now hiding in their house. He extended his arms to embrace his granddaughter and continued, "Hongsong, you know very well the rules in Zili village. If you hide ordinary things, I will turn a blind eye, but this person must die." Lu Hongsong looked at him and said, "Father, but he's..." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoi walked out by himself, standing on the stairs and looking at Lu Yun. "The village chief is indeed impressive, you figured me out so quickly." Lu Yun raised his hand to grab a sword and laughed loudly, "And yet you dare to come out by yourself? You have quite a lot of nerve." Lu Hongsong rushed to stop him. "Father, don't kill him. He's a friend of Sun Long, please, I beg you." Xiaoi looked at the village head and said, "Actually, I have the curse of the mountain god on me. Even if you don't kill me, I'm going to die anyway. But before you kill me, I want to make a deal with the mountain god, a deal that it can't refuse." Lu Yun held the knife in his hand and raised it in front of him. He laughed loudly, pointing at Xiaoi and saying, "You think you can make a deal with the mountain god? Stop with your lies and empty talk. I won't let you off today, no matter what you say." Xiaoi calmly said to Lu Yun, "Did I ever deceive you? If you let me meet the mountain god, won't it be clear? After all, I carry a curse, I can't escape it. Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiaoi, unafraid, slowly walked down. Lu Yun said, "The mountain god has always had a bad attitude toward outsiders. If I bring you into the mountain and fail to please the god, we will all be implicated." Lu Hongsong and Sun Bai stood between the two, deeply anxious. Xiaoi looked at Lu Yun, his gaze firm. "Head village, only by giving up can one gain something." Xiaoi asked a question that struck at Lu Yun's psychology. "This mountain god is no longer the god it once was. Do you really want your daughter and granddaughter to be trapped here forever, unable to see their husband and father again?" When Lu Yun heard him, he was somewhat shaken. "Indeed, the mountain god in this village has long turned into a demon. We are all its slaves now. Do I really want my daughter and granddaughter to be slaves here for life?" After thinking for a moment, he decided to take a chance and trust Xiaoi. Lu Yun lowered his head and said, "All right, I'll take the risk." Lu Yun handed Xiaoi a few important items. "I have a map showing the positions of the guards in the village. This wooden plaque is our identification card, it will help you pass through the mountain gate. You carry the curse of the mountain god, and when you climb the mountain, you might encounter strange things. Whether you can reach the mountain god's temple or not depends on your own fate." Xiaoi took the items and thanked Lu Yun. Lu Yun carefully reminded Xiaoi once again, "Remember, once you enter the mountain behind, this identification must not be lost. Absolutely not, or you will face something truly terrible." Xiaoi clearly remembered his words. He added to Lu Yun, "I'm not the only one going to Zili village this time, so please do me one more favor. There's a man named Zhou Jun Chang who fled to the east of the village. You can lead people to search for him, but don't kill him. Leave him for me. If I don't return today, you can kill him." Lu Yun agreed immediately, saying, "Either way, we have to capture him." Outside the village, the sky was a deep red, and towering mountains surrounded the village. Xiaoi took the map of the village's guard posts given to him by the head village and sneaked toward the mountain behind.
He succeeded and saw the so-called mountain gate. On the narrow mountain path in the valley, there stood a bronze gate, firmly shut. Xiaoi looked up at the gate, took out the identification handed to him by the head village, and pressed it against the surface. A sound echoed, and a red mist emanated from the gate, most likely the mountain gate leading to the mountain god's temple. It was time to present his identification. The gate, nearly 5 meters tall, had a pair of blood-red eyes on it, resembling a demon. It emitted a sinister red mist. After seeing the identification from Lu Yun, the gate slowly began to open. Inside was a narrow gorge, devoid of any vegetation, just a rocky mountain, with the clouds and the space all painted in the same red hue. Stepping inside, Xiaoi stood still for a moment, observing. Behind this door, it didn't seem very dangerous, but caution was needed now more than ever. The door slammed shut, causing Xiaoi to unexpectedly turn around and look at the towering cliff face. He glanced down. The cliff is so deep, if I fall, I'd definitely turn into a perfect meat bun, wouldn't I? Lost in his observation, Xiaoi forgot how he had ended up here. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he recalled, I only remember that I needed to come to the mountain god's temple to make a deal with the mountain god. It seems like someone gave me something or said something to me before I came here, but now I can't remember any of it. Forget it, if I don't remember, that's fine. I can figure it out later. Xiaoi murmured to himself. The important thing now is to focus on the mountain god's temple, and everything else can wait. After all, I'm here to find the mountain god, nothing else matters. Gripping the wooden token tightly in his hand, Xiaoi began searching for the path to the mountain god's temple. On one side was a towering mountain, on the other a vast abyss, with only a red sky above and complete silence in the air. Suddenly, a white vehicle appeared beside Xiaoi. Standing next to it was a man, leaning against the car door. Xiaoi carefully observed, they even have delivery here. Unbelievable, totally unbelievable. Xiaoi directly walked past the man and the car, glancing at them only briefly. 5 minutes later, Xiaoi hid behind a corner to observe. The man was still standing by the car. He was holding a cigarette and muttering to himself, strange. Why can't I see him anymore? Could he have fallen off the cliff? The person saw Xiaoi and walked over to ask, Brother, I've lost my lighter, it might have fallen down the cliff, can I borrow yours? Xiaoi happily said, Sure. He took out the lighter, preparing to hand it over. The person reached out to take it and smiled, Thanks a lot. You know, it's really tiring for a driver not to smoke. Suddenly, Xiaoi stopped, his eyes sharp, Wait, I just remembered something very important. He withdrew the lighter, disappointing the other person. Xiaoi quickly snatched the cigarette pack from his hand, so fast that the person couldn't react in time. Xiaoi held the cigarette pack, ready to throw it into the abyss. The person immediately yelled, What are you doing? Xiaoi patted his shoulder and smiled, You know? Smoking is bad for your health. He continued rambling, according to reliable reports and statistics, every time someone smokes a cigarette, someone else will smoke a cigarette on their behalf, so don't smoke, or start with me. His nonsensical speech left the other person dumbfounded, thinking, this guy must be crazy. What is he talking about? Xiaoi looked at the lighter in his hand and continued, This lighter isn't good either, keeping it makes people want to smoke, we have to find a way to get rid of it. The other person also agreed, Right, lighters aren't good, let's throw it away. Xiaoi smiled, Good idea, let's run. He was about to throw the lighter, but the other person, thinking he was about to achieve his goal, grinned gleefully, feeling overjoyed inside, Throw it quickly, without the lighter, you'll be trapped here to die. He chuckled to himself, realizing that he had plotted to harm Xiaoi, intending to imprison him here. Suddenly, Xiaoi withdrew his hand, standing still, staring at the lighter in his hand. The other person unexpectedly looked at his strange action, Didn't you say that the lighter is dangerous? Why haven't you thrown it away? Xiaoi calmly replied, It's not that simple. Do you really think this is just a lighter? The man was disappointed, my magic was discovered by him? If that's the case, I guess I'll have to put in a little effort and strike him. He took a knife he had been hiding behind his back,
preparing to sneak attack Xiaoi. Xiaoi, however, placed the lighter back into his pocket, a spark that could set the grassland on fire. The weather's been dry lately.
What if this lighter with so much fuel were thrown down and exploded, causing a fire?
He smiled, raised both hands, and explained, as the beautiful creatures of this world, we must join hands to build a better world.
I would never engage in irresponsible acts like throwing lighters around.
The man stood frozen, stunned by Xiaoyi's absurd words, thinking Xiaoi must be insane. He pulled his hat down to cover his displeased face. If you're so worried about causing a fire, wouldn't it be better to just leave it by the roadside?
Xiaoi immediately opposed, but what if someone like you, who wants to smoke but is out of fire, happens to spot a lighter by the roadside? Won't they pick it up and use it?
The man, unable to hold back his anger from Xiaoyi's nonsense, yelled, no one will come down this road.
Xiaoi promptly asked, then how did I end up here?
He shouted louder, you're quite special.
Xiaoi continued, special in what way?
Xiaoyi's question left him speechless, unable to say a word, his face turning ashen. There was no excuse left, he gritted his teeth and blurted out an answer, you're quite handsome. But the words probably made him feel quite embarrassed. When Xiaoi was complimented, he patted him on the shoulder, if someone else said that to me, I would scold them for lying without a shred of shame.
But you seem like an honest person, so I'm sure you're not lying.
Xiaoi took out a lighter and held it in front of him, all right, I believe you.
Throw the lighter by the roadside.
He immediately agreed, yes, throwing it by the side of the road would work.
No one will pick it up. His eyes widened in surprise, staring ahead, shocked by Xiaoyi's sudden action.
Xiaoi rushed toward him at lightning speed, stabbing a surgical knife straight into his stomach before he could react.
He wondered, why did Xiaoi stab me? Could it be that he's remembered everything? That's impossible. I borrowed the power of the mountain god to block part of his memory.
He can't break through the mountain god's power, he absolutely can't. Dark streams of air flew out from his stomach. Xiaoi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, I'm really sorry, I've forgotten a lot of things, so I'm being extra cautious. I wasn't sure whether you were an enemy or a friend, so I felt safer killing you. He trembled, stuttering, you really are a madman. Blood trickled from his mouth as he looked at Xiaoi, revealing a sinister expression. The streams of black gas continued to escape from his abdomen as he said with a gasp, even if I die, as long as I'm still on this road, your memory will never be restored. There's still a calamity waiting for you, and you will die a tragic death, but I won't truly die.
Lord Mountain God will resurrect me.
Xiaoi confidently replied, he will truly die, and no one will bring him back. Xiaoi took out a corpse grinder from somewhere.
The man panicked when he saw it, screaming, a corpse grinder? How do you have something that old lunatic invented? Xiaoi asked him, you know the person who invented the corpse grinder?
The man covered his face, trembling with fear, stammering, unwilling to look Xiaoi in the eye, no, I don't know. He ran over, hugging Xiaoyi's legs, pleading, please, don't use this to kill me.
I swear, I didn't see Mount Tai. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I will never repeat it again.
Xiaoi looked down at him clinging to his legs, crying, and sighed, oh, come on, don't be like this.
Stand up and talk.
The man repeatedly thanked Xiaoi, thank you for giving me a chance. Before he could finish, Xiaoi kicked him into the meat grinder. The machine quickly started up, blood splattering everywhere, and the man completely vanished. Xiaoi stood and watched, smiling lightly, the corpse grinder ruins the divine, sounds quite interesting. When the machine completed its task, Xiaoi retrieved it with his hand and stored it in his inventory. He then looked at the lighter, thinking for a moment, the driver always wants me to throw away this lighter, which means it's very important to him. I must keep it safe. He said that as long as he stayed on this path, his memories wouldn't be restored. Xiaoi thought, it seems the mountain god's mental power is strong enough to leave only fragments of memory. He opened his inventory and searched through it, noticing the huge gap in strength. He thought, a handsome guy like me wouldn't step into this place without being sure of my safety. Therefore, I must have a trump card in my hand to make the other party take me seriously.
Xiaoi continued to rummage through his belongings. What could it be? Let's see. He stood and looked at his inventory, thinking for a moment.
Finally, he realized that none of the items in his pouch seemed capable of threatening the mountain god. In other words, my bargaining chip isn't an item, but some kind of information. This information could threaten the mountain god, or determine its life and death, or even its growth. Only with this kind of information could I have a trump card to negotiate or make a deal, and only then would I dare to take the risk and come to this strange place. Xiaoi ran his hand through his hair, thinking to himself and praising his own sharpness. No wonder I'm so amazing. Even without my memories, I can deduce so much useful information from just a few clues. He continued climbing the mountain, telling himself, otherwise, I'd be wasting my own intelligence. It seemed that losing his memory had significantly boosted Xiaoyi's confidence. He opened the car door and used the vehicle by the roadside to travel. The car moved steadily forward as he continued to think. In a short time, he had driven nearly a kilometer, much faster than walking. As he drove through a section of road, unusual dust and smoke began to appear around him. Xiaoi also noticed something was wrong when the vehicle began to hover in the air. At the same time, the bell rang, sounding ominous. In front of the vehicle, a group of strange people appeared, standing on their tiptoes, their heels not touching the ground. These individuals wore white clothes, white hats, and white masks, with eyes that were bloodshot. Red mist billowed around them. They resembled a procession performing a funeral ritual. The wooden coffin in front of them also emitted red streams of energy, along with yin and yang coins that were tossed into the air and fell around the coffin. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's vehicle stalled. Although he had been driving steadily for several kilometers prior, Zhao Yi felt a wave of resentment envelop him, and the fear caused the cargo vehicle to automatically shut off. He realized that what was inside the coffin was beyond something he could handle at this stage. In a panic, Zhao Yi locked the car doors. This vehicle belonged to the ghost driver he had encountered earlier, a strange vehicle in itself. He reassured himself that staying inside the car was safer than being outside. Zhao Yi sat still in the vehicle, watching as the procession drew closer. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin flew open, and a hand reached out from inside, with sharp claws, exuding a murderous aura, proving that the being in the coffin was incredibly dangerous. When the coffin lid was fully open, inside was a female demon. Its mouth was wide open, but its eyes had turned pitch black. Its skin was pale, and the corpse had clearly been dead for a long time, but for some reason, it had turned into a demon. The demon rushed to the outside of the car, its long tongue licking the windshield, its whole body clinging tightly to the vehicle. The murderous aura of the female ghost was incredibly dense, and it was clear that she wanted to kill him. Xiaoi thought for a moment, in such a dangerous moment, I can't just sit still and wait to die, so I decided. He used both hands to tear open a paper bag. Sure enough, I immediately felt no tension anymore. Moreover, looking at the female ghost through the car's windshield, it even felt like watching a horror movie. How interesting. Xiaoi calmly sat and ate his cake. The memory loss not only made him more confident but also made him more optimistic than an ordinary person. The female ghost, seeing Xiaoi act this way, felt insulted. How hateful. In the past, when the people in the village saw me, they looked at me like I was an ancestor, both fearful and respectful. Why is this newcomer so disrespectful? I can't accept this. I must show him my attitude. The female ghost transformed into a more horrifying form, with small holes appearing around her eye sockets and other spots on her body, from which revolting maggots crawled out. She screamed, I want to eat you alive, tremble, human, kneel and beg me, perhaps I'll let you die a bit faster. Zhao Yi didn't care. He took a big bite of cake and observed the female ghost. He looked at her without any fear, thinking that there was so much high-quality protein, it was really nutritious. This made the female ghost momentarily stunned, no longer looking scary. Now, she seemed more like a monkey clinging to a truck. The female demon was furious. Damn it, you're not even afraid of this. She stared straight at Xiao Yi through the glass. You damned intruder, don't think you're safe hiding in the car. Today, I will tear you apart. Zhao Yi observed, the female demon's hair was quite formidable. He laughed loudly.
it can be even more formidable. Xiaoi assessed, so you managed to get your head inside? This truck is a demon vessel, its defense must be pretty decent, right?
The female demon had managed to shove her head inside the vehicle, but her body was still stuck outside. Xiaoi watched her as she choked on her food, propping his chin with one hand, while the other gently caressed the female demon's face.
Don't say it, don't you dare say it. You actually look kinda cute, stuck here.
Xiaoi tugged at her cheek with his hand, causing her to grow angry. You damned human. How dare you touch my noble face with your filthy hands?
I will kill you, I swear I will kill you. Xiaoi then picked up the meat grinder, looking at the female demon. You dare threaten me like that? I won't hold back anymore. Come on, let's see. My grinder is very big, even a female demon would be terrified. How do you have something like this? Don't.
Xiaoi held the grinder to the demon's head, and she screamed in panic, I was wrong, I won't threaten you anymore, please don't use that to kill me. The female demon's head was crushed, and her body fell out of the truck, blood splattering and covering the entire driver's side window. The group of people dressed in white who were carrying the coffin also stumbled backward when the female ghost lost her head. The female ghost had not yet died, she quickly escaped, with a mouthful of sharp teeth growing on her body, running while screaming in fear, there is someone more terrifying than a ghost. Xiaoi laughed with delight, calling out to the female ghost, don't run, I haven't seen enough of this 4D movie yet. His car was now able to start again. Xiaoi slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the car sped forward. The female ghost was trying her best to run quickly to escape from Xiaoi. Xiaoi chased after her at full speed, and she begged, please don't kill me, don't kill me.
Xiaoi grinned mischievously, I won't kill you. How could I bring myself to do that?
I just want to go to the mountain god's temple, and I'm just taking the opportunity to go along with you.
The female ghost screamed, no, I'm not on your way, I'm not on your way at all. The female ghost ran toward the temple's gate, thinking, what should I do? Ahead is the mountain god's temple. If I don't stop, I'll lead this human directly into the temple. If he enters the temple, it won't be a problem for him, but if he crashes the car in there, it would be a grave disrespect to the mountain god. If I anger the mountain god, I don't know if this human will die, but I'm sure I will die horribly. The female ghost decided to stop. She halted and turned around, raising her hand and saying to Xiaoi, wait, I have something to say to you. Xiaoi pressed the gas pedal, laughing loudly, what did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you. The female ghost shouted, I have something to say to you. Listen to my explanation. But he still didn't stop, and the car crashed into something, sending it flying backward. His body slammed against the door in front of him, blood splattering everywhere. From inside, a chilling voice could be heard, who disturbs my tranquility? Xiaoi thought, the spiritual power is so strong, it's even entering my mind. That strange force entered Xiaoyi's memory and uncovered images from the past, as well as the deepest parts of his soul. At this moment, Xiaoi couldn't help but speak out, I remember now, the purpose of coming here. I've remembered all of my memories. He stood before the door, hands in his pockets, thinking, now is the time to decide life or death. The gap in power is too vast, so I must not make even the smallest mistake. Only those who prove their worth deserve to live. Xiaoi crossed his arms and said, let me guess, you still haven't found what you're looking for, have you? A silence filled the air, heavy and uncomfortable, before the door slowly opened. Xiaoi stepped inside. In front of him was something radiating an immense, imposing light. His face was slightly cracked, with blood flowing from his eyes, looking terrifying, yet he showed no sign of hesitation. He smiled and thought to himself, I like this feeling, my face cracking piece by piece, blood flowing freely, like flowers blooming. There's a sound coming from the thing blowing over there. You're very special. Indeed, the strength of the mountain god has surpassed that of Brisk Rank's heart in the factory and the demon race's fire. This guy is probably far more dangerous than the legends suggest. He stepped forward with a confident tone, I came to negotiate with you. The mountain god laughed loudly, mocking him for being too weak and showing no interest in negotiating with him.
On the contrary, he was more interested in Xiaoyi's body, saying that if Xiaoi agreed to become his slave, he would be granted power. Xiaoi didn't back down. You hear me out first, I want to state the terms of the deal. The mountain god agreed to give him a chance. Xiaoi raised his hand and began recounting his story. Many years ago, outsiders brought the limbs of a monster. He ate the root of a tree and gained a pair of hands and legs, receiving immense power from them. Then, a head appeared, bringing with it tens of thousands of terrifying demon creatures. They tried to devour him, but unexpectedly, he defeated them. So, he ate another head, gaining even greater strength. After consuming the head, his power reached an unprecedented level. But at that moment, he discovered something intriguing. Besides the head, hands, and legs, there were other fragments carrying terrifying power, like the body and heart. Although they did not come from the same individual, they shared the same source of power. Once these forces are combined, they will make him supreme. Am I right, mountain god? His words made the mountains fall silent for a moment. Within the circle of light, sounds of movement and a heavy pressure emanated, and a towering figure with a terrifying skull appeared. The mountain god admitted, "You are correct." At this moment, Xiaoi smiled and asked, "So, will you agree to make a deal with me?" The mountain god pointed one of his large fingers, with sharp claws, directly at Xiaoyi's forehead. He said, "Just a thought from me, and you will completely vanish, become nothing. Tell me, where are they?" In response, Xiaoi remained astonishingly calm. He said, "I won't speak carelessly. You can either make a deal with me, or you can kill me." This surprised the mountain god greatly. Can someone really speak so casually about death? The sharp claw dug into his forehead, and blood began to trickle out. The mountain god asked, "Are you threatening the deity?" Xiaoi, still exuding confidence, answered, "Kill me, and you will never find the other two. In that case, you will forever be a defective product." Furious, the mountain god shouted, "You are seeking death." Xiaoi replied, "Then why don't you try killing me?" He laughed loudly, saying, "A weak ant like me can force a deity to back down. Whatever the outcome, it's a win." A violet light surrounded Xiaoyi's body. "Apart from killing you, I have other ways to make you speak." His eyes, dark as night, began to create illusions. In Xiaoyi's mind, countless restless souls appeared, flying around him, threatening and demanding he reveal the location of the other two. But it seemed this method wasn't effective, as Xiaoi had already anticipated it. Xiaoi spoke up, "Mountain god, stop with your petty, boring tricks. Before entering this mountain, I had already said a lot containing crucial secrets. If you're not careful, the memory will be destroyed. Making a deal with me is your only option if you want to obtain this secret." The mountain god was surprised to see Xiaoi resist the fear invasion. He thought, "You're really a pain. Even though I want to kill this person, I absolutely cannot accept becoming a defective product. I want to have both the heart and body to truly become a great evil and reach the holy mountain." Mentioning the holy mountain, the mountain god momentarily fell into a distant memory. Although the legend of the holy mountain had been passed down through the chaotic world, very few people actually knew how to reach it. The mountain god had also witnessed the second group of people arriving at Zili village, after which he learned the way to the holy mountain. That day, the group was transporting cursed iron barrels and wanted to pass through Zili village. The mountain god could immediately tell that these people belonged to the same organization as the ones who had come to the village in black clothes to build a test base and carried the dismembered limbs. Therefore, the mountain god attacked them and obtained some fragmented information from them. To reach the holy mountain, one must traverse an ancient and incredibly dangerous path. This path buries countless terrifying and unlucky things. Only those who have reached the level of a great evil are qualified to walk that road. The mountain god had consumed the mysterious limbs and became tainted by the corruption within them. He began to darken, his ambitions growing. He wanted to reach the holy mountain. Afterward, the mountain god swallowed the head of the station demon and was further eroded by the corrupting power. He became increasingly mad, so he organized a special ritual and used his own power to summon many spirits from distant forests, forcing them to sign contracts with him and become his slaves. The villagers were also infected by the polluted sound of bells in the temple on the mountain, turning into creatures that were neither human nor monster, becoming devout followers of the mountain god. The mountain god also decreed that each household could only keep 1 or 2 women to bear children, with the rest being killed and sacrificed to the mountain god. However, the mountain god was so severely corroded by the polluted power that he could no longer absorb the strength of belief to grow stronger. The only way to break free from the chains was to find other polluted parts with equivalent power and consume them, as part of a cycle that would eventually return to reality.
The mountain god pointed at Xiaoi and said, "You despicable ant, speak, what do you want to trade?"
Xiaoi began to make his demands. First, I want the head of the village and his family to be able to come and go freely from Zili village. This seemed to challenge the authority of the mountain god, but compared to becoming a great villain, it was nothing significant. The mountain god agreed to the first condition, and Xiaoi immediately presented his second.
I need a stone statue that fell out of the chest of the iron barrel demon.
You took it, right? It's a special statue of a god with 8 arms.
The mountain god asked in confusion, "You know about that statue?"
Xiaoi replied, "I don't know, but I have a friend who wants it." Xiaoi smiled as he saw the mountain god hesitate. It seems that statue must be quite special. The mountain god asked Xiaoi about the third condition. He replied, "The third condition is that I need a little time to prepare.
By the end of the month, I will provide you with information about the heart and body. If you agree, I am ready to help you find the remaining parts."
Seeing the mountain god hesitate, he added, "Anyway, you've already waited many years.
Is waiting another 10 days so difficult?"
The mountain god raised his enormous hand and said, "I can agree to these 3 conditions of yours, but you must bind your soul with me through a binding curse.
If you fail to provide the information, you must serve me as your master for the rest of your life."
It was clear that this boss wasn't playing around. This condition meant Xiaoi could no longer rely on tricks like the guild's headquarters rule or the death doll to substitute for him.
The mountain god looked down at him, questioning, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Xiaoi spread his arms wide, exuding confidence. "What is there to be afraid of?"
"Of course, I agree." Their fingers touched, releasing a blinding flash of light. "If, by the end of the month, I cannot provide the correct information to the mountain god, I will serve him as my master and can never go against his will." As soon as the words left his mouth, a ring of bright light filled with powerful life energy entered his body. At that moment, Xiaoyi's body returned to normal, with no more blood or injuries on his face.
Everything seemed to have healed.
Now, in his hand, there appeared a black stone statue with 8 arms, as required. The screen displayed the message, "You have received the item god statue." Members of the guild refer to it as the blasphemer.
Some ancient texts say it was once the nightmare of our gods. Holding the statue in his hand, Xiaoi smiled and thought, "The nightmare of our gods? I like this name."
He then put the statue away and said, "This statue is intricately connected to the Skull Church, linked to the Shadow Persona and the Lost Memories. All clues can be found in the Skull Church, but for now, there are more important matters I must attend to." The mountain god handed him something and added, "Take this as well, it bears my tainted power. With it, you will be unhindered in the village of death, and it will be easier to find the remaining heart and body." Xiaoi walked out of the temple, thinking, the station ghost's head in the village was devoured by the mountain god, its limbs appeared in Zili village. Unexpectedly, it too was devoured by the mountain god. As for the heart, it was generated at the steel factory through spiritual energy, and brisk rank has already been consumed by me.
That heart is temporarily no longer a threat. So where is the remaining body?
As Xiaoi thought, he held the leaf given by the mountain god and smoothly descended the mountain. He raised the leaf, and immediately, the gate at the village entrance opened, allowing him to enter with ease. After descending the mountain, Xiaoi headed straight to the head village house. Along the way, he didn't encounter any patrols in the village, which made him feel something was off, causing him to quicken his pace. Ahead of him, a crowd was gathered, shouting, "Lu Yun, come out here." It seemed there was a quarrel at the head village house, but Xiaoi had no idea what was going on. One person in the crowd questioned, "Lu Yun, everyone respects you as the head of the village.
You've made tremendous contributions to the development of the village. Why haven't you told the mountain god about your daughter and granddaughter trying to escape the village some time ago? The old man added, now, not only are you ungrateful, but you're also trying to protect outsiders. Have you forgotten what the mountain god once warned you? Or have you decided to betray the mountain god? Luyan stood up and said, I have never sheltered outsiders, nor have I ever betrayed the mountain god. An old woman holding a child in her arms spoke up. Her son saw it with his own eyes, how he protected outsiders. The boy, eating while speaking, said, I saw the head of the village give his identity card to an outsider, and then the outsider ran toward the back of the mountain. The man said, Lu Yun, I think you should take out your identity card and show it to everyone. As long as you can produce it, everything will be fine. Inside, Lu Yun's daughter was worried. The villagers have always been restless. It's definitely because they want to seize my father's power. They must have bribed some villagers to monitor where we live. Before, when Xiaoi came, they didn't reveal anything and waited until my father and I made a mistake before stepping forward. The old woman added, so the issue of not being able to produce the identity card was really true? The crowd became restless. Some people were defending him, while others demanded Lu Yun's position as head of the village be taken away. Lu Yun was a bit angry, but powerless to do anything. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Xiaoi approached and said, Who's running into the head of the village's house asking for food? With his usual posture, hands in his pockets, and a handsome, domineering expression, Xiaoi stepped forward to protect the head village. Lu Yun, at this moment, felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This is perfect. He thought to himself, Xiaoi was able to survive and return from the mountain, which means the business deal between him and the mountain god has been completed. This is truly beyond my expectations. The crowd, upon seeing him, raised their tools and began threatening to chop and kill him. Because you are an outsider, how dare you offend the mountain god's temple? They shouted. Without saying much, Xiaoi simply raised the leaf the mountain god had given him. He smiled confidently, with a challenging tone, anyone who wants to kill me, please step forward. The villagers all recognized that the leaf in his hand carried the mountain god's power, and they were a bit frightened. Among the crowd, one person spoke up, this leaf is the sacred item of the mountain god, how could an outsider have it? But in Zili village, when we see someone holding the sacred item, it means we are facing the mountain god's messenger. We cannot harm the mountain god's messenger. The bald old man thought, I have long coveted the head village, and today is the rare opportunity. I cannot let an outsider interfere. Thinking this, he pointed at Xiaoi and said, do not trust him, he is an outsider. The mountain god hates outsiders invading Zili village, how could he allow him to be a messenger? He is deceiving us, let's kill him. Some villagers agreed, believing Xiaoi had fabricated a fake sacred item to deceive everyone. Many of them believed the words of the old man Zhang. Two of them, armed with weapons, charged at Xiaoi. Upon seeing this, he simply stood there, smiling in front of the dazed crowd, easily manipulated. Without needing to do much, Xiaoi raised a leaf and said, let it show. The leaf glowed and emitted a strange green aura. The wisps of this aura coalesced into the shape of a skull, heading towards the attackers, which made them tremble in fear. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. At this moment, old Zhang spoke in fear, the sacred artifact of the mountain god is real, he truly is the messenger of the mountain god. He realized that it was no longer wise to cause trouble. The position of sect leader could still be pursued another way, but if there was no life left, nothing else mattered. Xiaoi then stepped toward the crowd. I say, you are all followers of the mountain god, holding high positions, yet you lack ambition. All day, you seek to fight for power, harm others, and plot against each other. You are nothing but the rot within Zili village. The elderly woman respectfully said, Messenger, we too act for the safety of the village. Please, do not be angry. We did not mean to show any disrespect. Though our emotions were a bit more intense, it was only because we didn't want to see the mountain god tarnished. Xiaoi smiled, is that so? She thought to herself, maybe there is some truth to that. However, in her mind, the elderly woman thought, messenger of the mountain god?
He's just a nobody, still wet behind the ears.
He's so easy to deceive.
With both hands clasped together, she respectfully said, even if we had 1,000 lives, we would never dare to offend you. He immediately held out the leaf and demanded that she swear an oath on it before he would believe her.
She was frightened and stammered, asking, "What should I swear, sir?"
With the leaf in hand, Xiaoi demanded that she swear loyalty to the mountain god. If you truly did those things to protect the dignity of the mountain god, then this matter will end here.
If not, lightning will strike from the sky.
Of course, she dared not swear.
Xiaoi, satisfied, said, "As the messenger of the mountain god, I have the right and the duty to deal with betrayers on his behalf."
She immediately fell to her knees, begging the messenger for mercy. "I was misled by evil spirits and lied in the heat of the moment."
Xiaoi asked the villagers, "Has he treated everyone well?"
Then he pointed to the man who had been poking his head earlier, the one who had led the call to attack him. Some people spoke up and accused him, "He hasn't treated us well, all the dirty deeds are his doing, while all the good things we did were attributed to him."
Xiaoi smiled and raised his hand toward Lu Yun, asking, "What about him? How has the head of the village treated everyone?"
At this point, the villagers realized that the head of the village had always been very caring toward them.
Xiaoi questioned them, "He's a good man, so why are you helping the fake scum harm him?"
He lifted the leaf in his hand. "Today, everyone gathered around Mr. Lu's house must swear loyalty to the mountain god.
Anyone who dares not swear will be considered disloyal.
A traitor must die." The people in the crowd grew anxious, thinking that Xiaoi was only targeting the leader. But now, it seemed that he was aiming at the entire village. 10 minutes later, those standing outside the head village's house were forced to swear an oath. As a result, 8 or 9 people had to die, leaving only 3 or 4 survivors. Witnessing this hellish scene, the remaining villagers felt a deep fear rising from the depths of their hearts. They no longer saw Xiaoi as an intruder to Zili village, but rather as a judge from hell.
They knelt down in reverence. "The envoy is upright and honorable."
Xiaoi turned his head and said, "Everyone may leave now. I have other matters to attend to, don't stay here and hinder me any longer." He handed the head village a token. "I have taken the authority from you, and your daughter and granddaughter will be free to come and go from Zili village from now on." The head village thanked Xiaoi profusely, unsure of what else to say.
Xiaoi reassured him, saying it was no problem, then asked, "What about the matter I asked you about? Have you found that person named Zhou Junchang?"
The head village responded, "I found him, and he's locked up in the dungeon.
I will take you there now."
He opened a secret passage beneath the ground and said, "Envoy, please watch your step." The two of them descended into the basement, which appeared quite spacious. Inside a steel cage, a man was imprisoned, looking rather disheveled.
Xiaoi stood there, looking down, and said, "Zhou Junchang, long time no see."
The man, blood covering his mouth, looked at Xiaoi in surprise. The person next to Xiaoi is the head village.
Why hasn't he captured him, and why is he being so respectful?
Xiaoi turned around and ordered, "Head village, wait outside. I need to have a private conversation with him." The head of the village nodded obediently, turned around, and walked away, leaving Xiaoi behind with Zhou Junchang. Xiaoi took out a system key and announced, "You have used item 49. Then, he used the key to unlock Zhou Junchang.
Xiaoi smiled and asked, "Xiang Ba Bang sent you to kill me, didn't he?"
Junchang, confused, replied, "What are you talking about?
I don't understand."
Xiaoi raised a scalpel, smiling dangerously, "I'll give you one more chance.
Speak clearly."
Junchang, frightened, answered, "Xiang Ba Bang did indeed issue a bounty. If he gets your head or your heart, he will reward 50,000 points. But I came to Zili village this time for a mission, not to kill you." Xiaoi sat down, looked at Junchang, and said, 50,000 points, huh? Suddenly, I've come up with a way to make a fortune. I'll return to the guild headquarters, you take my information, chop off my head, and bring it to Xiang Ba Bang to claim the points. Then we can split it 70-30, how about it? Junchang, somewhat uneasy, replied, "That won't work.
Xiang Ba Bang isn't stupid. He'll check your name in the guild's member list. If you're dead, your name will disappear from the guild list.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoi stood up, threw something, and said, "Well then, it's a shame. You've lost your value."
Jun Chang, terrified, screamed, "Xiaoi, are you crazy?" He was so scared that he pressed himself against the iron cage.
"We're both players.
You're not going to help me, but you want to kill me?"
Xiaoyi's face was filled with danger as he spoke about the item beside him that he had just thrown.
Its effect was to completely clean and remove all resurrection items from the player's body.
Quan Chang screamed, "I've spent so much effort to get these 3 death replacement items. Each one is worth nearly 100,000 points. If you dare use the corpse grinder to kill me, I won't let you off, even if you run to the ends of the earth."
Xiaoi ignored him, blood beginning to spill out.
The system also announced, "Player Zhou Jun Chang has been killed by your weapon of rules.
All items on his body have been wiped out."
The next day, in the village, the butcher with 2 wooden shelves was chopping pieces of meat on the table with a knife.
The cry of "Dad!"
from behind startled him, causing him to turn around. Seeing his wife and child had returned, his little daughter rushed into his arms, while his wife gently said, "Sun Long, we're back." Sun Long was deeply moved, thinking to himself, "I thought I would never see these 2 again in my life. From now on, the 3 of us can be together forever." The system congratulates Xiaoi, stating that the butcher's favor towards him has reached the level of awe. He turned to say, "The 2 of you must be tired after such a long time. I'll tell them to rest, and I'll have a private conversation with Xiaoi." Sun Long handed Xiaoi a knife, saying it was a token of thanks. "This is Ocoin's blade, made of special quality materials and serves as a key to unlock Ocoin's private circumstances."
Xiaoi held the knife in his hand and asked the system, "What are private circumstances?"
The system replied, "It is equivalent to a designated dungeon reserved only for players, offering richer rewards than regular dungeons, but with higher difficulty."
Xiaoi raised the knife to his face and laughed, saying, "A high level of difficulty? Perfect. I like dungeons with high difficulty, private circumstances. Wait for me, I'll be there soon."